Chapter 501, 218, 8th Master Divine Celestial Secret 2. Could it be that Li Shu just looks young, but is actually an old monster even older than Lord Ba? Wan Chaoxin and the others couldn't help but secretly scrutinize Li Shu. No matter how they looked, he seemed just like a young man. His behavior wasn't like those old guys. Fourth brother, wait a moment, let me finish divining these few lads' characters, then I'll drink a few with you. After saying this, Lord Ba turned to Wan Chaoxin and his companions and asked, "What characters do the three of you want to divine? Write them all down at once. Originally, I wasn't going to do any divining today, but since you came with fourth brother, I'll make an exception for you." "Thank you, Lord Ba." The three of them thanked Lord Ba upon hearing this, but turned their gaze to Li Shu, not knowing what to say for a moment. Logically, they should also express their gratitude to Li Shu, but how should they say it? How should they address Li Shu? Lord Ba called Li Shu fourth brother, so it would be inappropriate for them to just call him by his name. Their minds were in a bit of a twist. "Thank you, Commander Li." Fortunately, Wan Chaoxin reacted quickly, reverting to addressing him by his title as before. "Let old Ba divine your characters first," Li Shu said with a smile. "Boy from the Wan Chao family, you write a character first." Lord Ba first addressed Wan Chaoxin, since he was representing the Wan Chao family and was also Wan Chaochun's grandson, naturally deserving priority. In any case, Wan Chaoxin and Mo Lu didn't pay much attention to the divine character, their minds full of fourth brother, old Ba, and the like. Even after they left the Celestial Master Institute, their minds were still filled with the sycophantic expression Lord Ba had when facing Li Shu. Who was Lord Ba? The Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, leading the Divining Celestial Secret event held every 60 years. The chairman was willing to change the 60-year rule just to wait for him to divine, rather than swap him out. It could be said that in Longevity City, aside from the chairman, clan leaders, vice-chairman, elders, and commanders when meeting Lord Ba would also show him some respect. But such a person had a sycophantic look when calling Li Shu fourth brother, almost taking pride instead of shame in it. This naturally led Wan Chaoxin, Mo Liu, and Li Gang to suspect that the rumors of Li Shu being the chairman's illegitimate son might not be unfounded. Who else besides the chairman's son could make the avaricious and cunning Lord Ba act this way? No wonder he's not afraid to host the Demon Spirit Tournament, becomes commander upon entering the Longevity Sky, and doesn't take the Demon Armor Group issues to heart. So that's why Wan Chaoxin was now convinced that Li Shu was the chairman's illegitimate son. Mo Lu and Sun Gang were of the same belief, pondering if they should tell Li Qingyi that Li Shu might truly be the chairman's illegitimate son after they left the Celestial Master Institute. Thinking it over, they decided not to tell Li Qingyi yet. Without concrete evidence, discussing it with others was one thing, but Li Qingyi was the chairman's daughter, and if it got back to the chairman, it would cause trouble. The chairman not revealing Li Shu's true identity surely had his reasons, and Mo Lu and Sun Gang didn't want to be the ones to break the news. Yet, they had resolved to interact more with Li Shu in the future, and if there were any issues with Li Shu's technician group, they would be sure to lend a hand. They were mistaken, though, for Lord Ba's deferential attitude towards Li Shu had nothing to do with the chairman. It was because when he divined for Li Shu earlier, he accidentally blew up his own celestial inscription light, which scared him greatly. Previously, when Li Shu helped them out of trouble, Lord Ba merely speculated that Li Shu might be someone with great fortune. Although people with great fortune were formidable, Lord Ba was used to dealing with fortune, so he wasn't afraid of Li Shu. There weren't many people with great fortune, but every era would have a few, even a dozen or so. Being someone with great fortune didn't necessarily mean one was the celestial mandate, just a possibility. Back then, Lord Ba was only inclined to befriend Li Shu, while truly wanting to form ties with Wan Chaochun and that Tang Tianjin. However, this time, divining Li Shu's fate had caused his celestial inscription light to explode, which made Lord Ba realize something was amiss, that there were major issues with Li Shu. Lord Ba, wanting both to uncover Li Shu's true background and fearful of trouble arising, thus treated Li Shu differently. "Old Ba, you got quite the connections, huh?" At the dinner table, Li Shu said with a smile, "Thanks to the chairman's continued trust after so many years, allowing me to still serve as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, presiding over the divining celestial secret, others give me some face, all thanks to the chairman's grace." Lord Ba replied with a face full of smiles. "An expert in destiny and fortune is indeed different. Why don't you divine a character for me too, see how my technician group's fortune fares?" Li Shu asked casually. "Fourth brother, no need to divine the character. I know a bit about the Demon Armor Group. Let me tell you instead," Lord Ba said with a wry smile, not daring to divine any more for Li Shu, fearing his life might not be long enough. "All right, then tell me, why was I made the new commander? And why is the Demon Armor Group now under my name?" Li Shu asked, peeling peanuts while ready to hear the story. "If you asked anyone else, truly no one would dare tell you, except me who might know a bit about the inside story." Lord Ba leaned closer, sat down beside Li Shu, and whispered, "Fourth brother, truth be told, you becoming commander, I had a part in it too. C502, Chapter 502, 218, 8th Master, Divine's Celestial Secret. 3. Li Shu thought to himself, you always take credit for everything, but when I got the invitation card, you were still in jail at Good Luck Slope. What does it have to do with you? What do you mean by that? Li Shu asked with feigned surprise. It's a long story. It all started from the last time I divined the Celestial Secret. The old man really began recounting a long and detailed story. The Celestial Master Institute doesn't actually have much power. It usually just manages some rituals and celebrations. The only real task is the divining Celestial Secret, which happens once every 60 years. So the Celestial Master Institute doesn't have many people. Besides the Celestial Masters, there are just a few staff members, and when there are major events, people are temporarily brought in from other places to help. However, the history of the Celestial Master Institute is even older than the 6 groups of longevity. It has existed since the time of Longevity Heaven and the 8 great families. It could be said that the divining Celestial Secret every 60 years is a tradition handed down through the millennia. By rule, each Celestial Master can serve for at most 1 cycle, which is 60 years. Each divining Celestial Secret is presided over by a different Celestial Master. But in the history of Longevity City, there have been a few exceptions. Before the 8th Master, 3 Celestial Masters presided over the divining Celestial Secret 2 to 3 times. The names of those 3 Celestial Masters are well known. Even Li Shu, who doesn't know much about Longevity Heaven, has heard of them because they are legends in the history of the outside world. The 8th Master said all of this to tell Li Shu that he was among these outstanding figures because he was going to preside over the divining Celestial Secret for the 2nd time. And he was even more remarkable than those Celestial Masters who at most presided 3 times and lived longer. But the chairman had never postponed the divining Celestial Secret for any Celestial Master. Yet, he was the only one for whom the chairman would delay the process by a few years just to wait for him to divine the Celestial Secret. Do you know why the chairman must wait for me to divine the Celestial Secret? The 8th Master said proudly. Why? Li Shu had to play along and ask. Because something went wrong the last time the Celestial Secret was divined, revealing an unexpected result. The 8th Master sighed and said, because of that unexpected result, I had to leave Longevity Heaven and secretly explore outside for decades. I eventually discovered the house at Good Luck Slope, but ended up trapped there for decades as well. What do you mean by an unexpected result? Li Shu was genuinely curious now. Let's say divining the Celestial Secret is basically about foreseeing what might happen. Usually, there's a rough conclusion before the actual divining Celestial Secret. The results on the day itself generally align with prior predictions. You could say it's complying with the Celestial Mandate or guiding public sentiment. Anyway, in the face of some great reform or major event, they would seize the opportunity during the divining Celestial Secret to make announcements. So, you're saying the divining Celestial Secret is just an excuse, like how 2 families of the 8 great families declined not due to the Celestial Mandate, but because the chairman wanted them to decline. That's about right, but it's not entirely up to the chairman. Since it's about divining the Celestial Secret, the Celestial Master still has to consider the auspices of the Celestial Mandate. It's just that the chairman's previous decisions didn't conflict with the Celestial Mandate. But during the last divining Celestial Secret, there was an unexpected outcome. The result I divined was completely contrary to the chairman's expectations. The 8th Master drank sullenly. And even after that, he's letting you preside over it a 2nd time? Li Shu laughed. You think he doesn't want to replace me? It's not that he doesn't want to, he can't. After that divining Celestial Secret, the chairman didn't dare to find someone else to be the Celestial Master and divine the Celestial Secret again. The 8th Master chuckled. Why? Li Shu asked curiously. An immortal person supposedly found out he might die. Isn't that strange? Would he dare to have someone else divine the secret for him? The 8th Master said with a complex expression. It's not that strange. Even if you have eternal life, it doesn't mean you can't be killed by someone. What's so strange about that? Li Shu said. It seems you don't understand the meaning of immortality. What you mentioned is just longevity, merely living longer. It's not the same as being immortal. The 8th Master shook his head. You mean to say that the chairman not only has eternal life, but also cannot be killed? Li Shu was starting to find it unbelievable. As far as he knew, nothing in this world was truly everlasting. Of course, it could also be his limited knowledge, not having reached that level yet. Yes, that's what I mean. Basically, nothing can kill him. During my first time presiding over the divining Celestial Secret, there wasn't much going on, so the chairman whimsically decided to find out how much life he had left. The 8th Master lowered his voice and continued, a person shouldn't bring misfortune upon themselves. As someone who's supposed to be immortal, why even bother measuring how much life you have left? It's just looking for trouble. So you measured that the chairman was about to die? Li Shu looked at the 8th Master incredulously. If I had measured that, I would probably have been dead by now. The 8th Master chuckled. I didn't measure how much lifespan he had left, but I did foresee that someone would kill him. Who will kill him? Li Shu was becoming more and more curious. I don't know who or when. The 8th Master shook his head. Didn't you measure it? Li Shu frowned and asked. What I measured was just a single character, Ling. The one who might kill him could be a demonic spirit, someone with the surname Ling, or someone whose name includes the character Ling. There are too many possibilities, the eighth master explained. Your divination seems quite unreliable. Does the chairman trust it? Li Shu laughed. Whether he believes it or not, I'm not sure, but since then he officially formed the Magic Armor Master Group. Although it wasn't formally established as a group, all the Magic Armor Masters were integrated into one group, and it was under the management of the Bai family, the chairman's most trusted. Li Shu understood the eighth master's point. Trial masters could easily be associated with the character Ling, having demonic spirits on them, and could even be super spirits. There were many connections to the character Ling. But Magic Armor Masters were different. Aside from fighting demonic spirits, they didn't have much to do with the character Ling. As for the term spiritual sense, it was called differently in various regions, with most people referring to it as spiritual force. Perhaps the chairman's desire to form a magic armor group had been sown on that day. Didn't the chairman ask you to continue divining what the Ling character truly meant? Li Shu asked. How could he not ask? But sadly, divining the celestial secret involves the heaven refining furnace. Without it, such results are hard to achieve. The heaven refining furnace can only be used every few decades. Without it, I can't even divine a single Ling character, the eighth master said helplessly. Unable to divine it in a short time, the chairman ordered me to find the origin of the Ling character. So I could only half divine, half guess, and half speculate, wandering outside for decades until I finally found Good Luck Slope and met that incredible woman. C503, Chapter 503, Chu 19. What bad intentions can a decent man have? Who exactly is the mistress of Good Luck Slope? Although he knew this question had no answer, Li Shu couldn't help but ask. I once divined a character for her. Although the character wasn't written for me to divine, I saw it, and it was a spirit character, said 88. You're suggesting that the mistress of Good Luck Slope might be connected to the spirit character from divining Celestial Secret? Li Shu understood his implication. The chairman speculates the same, so years ago, when he considered inviting the Chu family from White Knight City into our alliance, he saw the spirit character written by the mistress of Good Luck Slope, and he never sent anyone to White Knight City's Chu family again. 88 explained. Did he just give up like that? Didn't he send someone to investigate? Li Shu found it somewhat unbelievable. If the mistress of Good Luck Slope is genuinely connected to the spirit character, should it not be pursued further? It seemed quite unreasonable that the chairman simply gave up. At first, people thought the chairman might know the mistress of Good Luck Slope, which led to such a decision. Hence, initially, I didn't dwell much on it and searched other places for people related to the spirit. Later, reflecting on it, I suspect that the chairman may have already visited himself, perhaps discovered something, or suffered a setback leading to that decision. When I also visited, I ended up trapped for several decades. 88 laughed. Anyway, fourth brother, you've now become the commander of the Demon Armor Group. Although challenging for the moment, you have great prospects ahead. What's the deal with Demon Armor Group's accounts? Li Shu inquired again. Zhu Xiaoyun and Wan Chaoxin had mentioned this issue, and Li Shu sensed that there was certainly a problem within, but he wasn't sure the extent of it now. Well, you see, although the entire Long Life Heaven belongs to the chairman, there are countless eyes watching. It's quite challenging for the chairman to spend some money freely. He can't spend money personally, it needs someone to handle the spending for him. 88 speculated. You're implying that Vice President Bai is akin to that ancient great corrupt official, He Shen? Li Shu roughly understood 88's meaning, more or less. 88 nodded. I've only been back for a short while, so I'm still unable to confirm certain matters. As for whether your position as commander is truly the chairman's intention or due to other reasons, that requires gradual investigation. But in any case, you only have one path. Extract the Demon Armor Group from that plump fellow's grasp. It's almost akin to slicing his flesh. It won't be easy, and worst-case scenario, it could end up as a life-and-death situation. Will the chairman intervene? Li Shu wasn't scared of strong opponents, only afraid that the referee might step in as well. At most, there might be some bias, but likely won't truly intervene. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you become the new commander and take over the Demon Armor Group. It's possible he wants to use you to counterbalance the plump fellow. You need to test these waters as you move forward. 88 pondered. Fourth brother, it's best if you exercise some patience recently. When elder sister returns from inside the trial gate, you will have support to rely on. By then, if you boldly confront the plump fellow, your odds of victory will be much higher. What's elder sister Chun doing at the trial gate? Li Shu was slightly taken aback. 88 shook his head. No idea. People of her caliber are beyond our speculation. She naturally has her reasons for visiting the trial gate. Wait for her return. Li Shu then discussed with 88 the current situation of Long Life Heaven, realizing that reclaiming the Demon Armor Group is by no means an easy task. To regain the Demon Armor Group, Li Shu must first face Vice President Bai and the Bai family. The Bai family, although not one of the four great families, has been in charge of the Demon Armor Group and administrative matters for so many years. Their wealth is potentially unmatched by the four great families. However, their true top-tier warriors do not match those of the four great families. Even more concerning is the Bai family's close ties with the Li family due to the chairman's influence. The Li family isn't solely represented by the chairman, and with Vice President Bai's tactics, the Bai and Li families are deeply intertwined now. Attempting to seize the Demon Armor Group's Pai might not even be agreeable to the Li family. Additionally, the Bai family's intricate connections with the other three great families and several smaller clans create a scenario where attempting one move can ripple throughout. The resistance Li Shu will face reclaiming demon armor will be extraordinarily formidable. Currently, within Long Life Heaven, Wan's family is the easiest ally for Li Shu to draw. This isn't merely because Wan Qiaokun is Li Shu's sworn elder sister, but because the great families have consistently suppressed Wan's family over the years, preventing them from becoming a power on par with the four great families, essentially branding them as adversaries to the great families. Even if Wan Qiaokun were Li Shu's biological sister, she couldn't possibly oppose the great families for Li Shu's sake alone. That's why, concerning the bigger picture, petty grudges and grievances aren't worth too much attention. 88 referred to his animosity with Wan Qiaoxin. After all, I'm of the grandparent generation, naturally not bothered by a junior's behavior. If a grandson misbehaves, a slap will do, Li Shu stated coolly. After leaving 88, Li Shu directly returned to his number 7 courtyard. As he was leaving, 88 advised Li Shu to stand further back during the divining celestial secret event, not too close. Li Shu asked why, but 88 merely smiled without answering. Upon returning to number 7 courtyard, Li Shu saw that Sha Chu had come back. She placed a box of gemstones in front of Li Shu. These are gemstones obtained in exchange for our items. With these, we won't have to worry about opening the trial gate for the next few months. 5004, Chapter 5004-219, What Bad Intentions Can a Decent Man Have? 2. It's only 2 days until the divining celestial secret. Prepare yourself first, and after it, we'll enter a crazy trial mode. Hopefully, we can enhance the primordial embryo quality in the shortest time possible, preferably raising it to an S level, Li Shu told Sha Chu. I just advanced to C level. S level is still far away. It might be a bit difficult, Sha Chu said. As long as we have resources, anything is possible. Just find a trial ground that's easy to collect resources from. Li Shu didn't see any difficulty in this. His own advancement was a trouble, carrying too much burden. Every time he advanced, there were problems. He needed special energy supplementation to advance, which made Sha Chu's situation much simpler in comparison. He just needed to constantly enter the trial ground to take the attribute reward to advance. After returning to his room, Li Shu took out the Delhi Durban necklace and directly pried the Cullinan number 7 off it. The other diamonds and emeralds on the necklace could only be used as ordinary resources, so Li Shu casually threw them into a box. Cullinan number 7 weighed 88 carats. Although not large, for an average person, it was still hard to see such a big diamond. Li Shu directly dripped blood onto Cullinan number 7, and before long, Cullinan number 7 melted and flowed toward Li Shu's fingers. Just when Li Shu was looking forward to seeing what kind of demon spirit Cullinan number 7 would become, he realized that it flowed into the demon spirit ring formed by the previous Cullinan number 9, and in the blink of an eye, fused with that demon spirit ring. Sealed demon, evolutionary capable demon spirit. Level, E level. Quality, radiant incomplete. Li Shu quickly checked the attributes of the demon spirit ring and found that it was exactly the same as before, with no changes at all. He summoned it to take a look. It was still in the shape of a diamond, just much larger, presumably the combined size of number 7 and number 9. I'll have to ask around later, find out what the other Cullinan diamonds turned into, because this seems a bit odd, Li Shu mused as he looked at the diamond. Asking Li Xingyi would be most appropriate for this matter. Li Qingyi had previously mentioned that Cullinan number 1, number 3, and number 4 were all at Longevity Heaven and had all resulted in radiant demon spirits. She should be well aware of this. The trouble is that communication devices like phones have no signal in Longevity Heaven, so contacting Li Qingyi by phone was impossible, and Li Shu had no idea where Li Qingyi lived in this vast city of longevity. Where would he start looking for Li Qingyi? While Li Shu was agonizing over how to find Li Qingyi, it was as if wishing made it so, as Li Qingyi and Bai Ying actually came to him of their own accord. Li Shu, when are you going to repay the wine you owe us? Bai Ying demanded right away. Li Shu was already not too keen on Bai Ying, and now with the added issues of the Demon Armor Group and the Bai family, he was even less inclined towards her. If it weren't for Li Qingyi's sake, Li Shu feared he would have directly kicked her out. The wine is in the City of Light. If you want to drink it, you'll have to wait until I get back to the City of Light, right? Li Shu said, then turned to Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi, you're here at just the right time. I happen to have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Could we talk privately? What do you have to say that can't be said in front of me? Bai Ying frowned. Li Shu ignored her completely and continued to look at Li Qingyi. Is it urgent? Li Qingyi asked. It's very important to me, Li Shu replied. All right then, Bai Ying, wait here for me. I'll say a few words to Li Shu. Li Qingyi turned to Bai Ying and said, Don't be fooled by him. Who knows what he's scheming, Bai Ying said unhappily. You're not wrong. If I'm scheming something with Li Qingyi, it means she has the value and capital to be schemed against. Unlike some people who, even if they delivered themselves to my door, I wouldn't be interested, Li Shu said casually. What did you say? Bai Ying was furious. I said you can leave, Shachu. See our guest out, Li Shu said flatly. Miss Bai Yi, please, Shachu came over and said. Bai Ying wanted to throw a fit, but Li Qingyi stopped her. Don't say any more. This is court number 7, and Li Shu is the commander. What's so great about being a commander? Just a nominal leader, Qingyi. Let's go. Bai Ying pulled on Li Qingyi, trying to leave. You go first. I have something to say to Li Shu. I'll come to find you later. Li Qingyi didn't move and said to Bai Ying, Don't let him mess with your head, Bai Ying urged. I know my limits. Go back first. Li Qingyi reassured Bai Ying for a couple of sentences, then had her leave. I'll wait outside for you. Call me if you need anything, Bai Ying said with a fierce glare at Li Shu before turning and leaving court number 7. You should be more gentlemanly towards girls. After Bai Ying left, Li Qingyi sighed and said, I've never been a gentleman. Li Shu laughed and said, What's more, she's not an ordinary girl. What do you want to say? Li Qingyi frowned. Don't you think Bai Ying deliberately prevents us from contacting each other? Li Shu asked. Li Qingyi shook her head and dropped the subject, turning instead to ask, What do you want to talk to me about? When you gave me Cullinan number 9, you mentioned that Cullinan number 1, number 3, and number 4 were all in longevity heaven and had resulted in radiant demon spirits. Can you tell me what kind of demon spirits they became? Li Shu asked. 505, chapter 505, 219, What bad intentions can a decent man have? 3. Why did you suddenly think to ask about this? Is there something wrong with the Cullinan number 9 I gave you? Li Qingyi asked, puzzled. Indeed, there's a bit of a problem. Take a look at this. Li Shu summoned the sealed demon. After being contracted, Cullinan number 9 became like this, still resembling a diamond. Although its quality is brilliant, it neither has skills nor any other abilities, so I don't know what use it has. Li Qingyi examined it for a while, her face full of curiosity, saying, The ones from the treasury, numbers 1, 3, and 4, all transformed into humanoid demon spirits and haven't encountered this situation before. It's quite odd. What do the humanoid demon spirits look like? Could you conveniently share their appearances and names with me? Li Shu asked. There's no inconvenience. Actually, if you had participated in the membership ceremony normally, you would have seen the demon spirit transformed from Cullinan number 1. Li Qingyi smiled. You're saying Cullinan number 1 is with the president? Li Shu understood immediately. Yes, the demon spirit transformed from Cullinan number 1 is called the Eternal King. For the past few decades, every time during the membership ceremony, it's the Eternal King who performs the blessing for new members. It's been a super spirit for many years, incredibly powerful, and possessing high intelligence. It's one of the most formidable demon spirits of the eternal sky. Li Qingyi paused for a moment and continued. The demon spirits transformed from numbers 3 and 4 are the Eternal Prince and Eternal Princess, respectively. Both are humanoid forms and have also been super spirits for many years with very high super spirit limits. Li Shu frowned, saying, That's strange. Why did those 3 transform into humanoid demon spirits while mine became something like this? Gem demon spirits are inherently slightly different from ring demon spirits, ever-changing and hard to define. I've seen 2 gemstones split from the same original stone, one a demon spirit gemstone, the other just a regular stone. It's not surprising that Cullinan number 9's demon spirit is somewhat different, Li Qingyi said. True, stones are indeed inexplicably complex, Li Shu nodded. Is there anything else? Li Qingyi asked, looking at Li Shu. There's nothing else, Li Shu laughed. For such a small matter, why did you insist on driving Bai Ying away? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Li Qingyi rolled her eyes. What do you think? Li Shu replied with a sly smile. She's Vice President Bai's daughter, granddaughter of the former Vice President Bai and current second elder. Since Vice President Bai doesn't have a son, she might be the heir of the current Bai family generation. It's not wise for you to have such a falling out with her, Li Qingyi sighed. So, even the president's daughter has to be cautious of the Bai family? Li Shu narrowed his eyes. It's not out of fear, just not wanting unnecessary trouble. Li Qingyi thought for a moment and said, If you haven't got any other matters, there's actually something I'd like to ask for your help with. What's the matter? Li Shu asked, surprised. Being the president's daughter, what could she possibly need help with in the eternal sky? After divining celestial secret, I need to go to Tianmen. Could you accompany me and lend me a hand? Li Qingyi asked, gazing at Li Shu. What are you going to Tianmen for? Li Shu frowned and asked. He had heard from old Dao that Tianmen was extremely perilous, even for a super spirit tester who may not safely return. There's a path I must walk through. I might need your Jedi Knight's assistance, Li Qingyi pondered and said. Has your Jedi Knight reached the super upper limits extreme? Far from it, it just surpassed super spirit not long ago. Its super spirit limit is not even 10%, Li Shu replied. Just as I suspected, not even 10% of the super upper limit yet able to block the Golden Phoenix arrow. Such destructive power is indeed formidable, exactly what I need. I know going to Tianmen poses risks, but rest assured I will try to ensure your safety, and if you're willing to go, I can provide ample resources so your Jedi Knight's super spirit limit reaches its peak in a short time. Li Qingyi's offer left Li Shu with no reason to refuse, so he smiled and said, "Of course, no problem, I agree." "Good. What type of gemstone or demon core does your Jedi Knight require?" Li Qingyi nodded and asked. "Red apatite, preferably those of Jedi Knight's caliber," Li Shu replied. "Upon hearing the name Jedi Knight, my first thought was of the Jedi Knight apatite. In a few days, I'll provide you with sufficient Jedi Knight apatite and quickly bring its super spirit limit to the extreme, then accompany me to Tianmen," Li Qingyi said, standing up with a smile. "I have to go now, or Bai Ying outside might become anxious." "Let her be anxious," Li Shu said indifferently. "Isn't that exactly what you want?" Li Qingyi rolled her eyes at him. "A proper gentleman wouldn't have any malicious intentions. At most I just wish to spend a little while alone with a beautiful lady." Li Shu laughed. "Aren't you spending alone time with a beautiful lady every day?" Li Qingyi glanced at Sha Chu in the yard outside and walked out directly. Li Shu was momentarily stunned, thinking to say something, but Li Qingyi had already left the courtyard, where Sha Chu greeted her and escorted her out of the 7th courtyard. Old Dao is unwilling to go to Tianmen, but both Li Qingyi and Wan Chaochun want to go to Tianmen. What kind of place is Tianmen really, possessing such magic force? Li Shu silently pondered. Considering Wan Kao-kun and Old Dao are inside Tianmen, accompanying Li Qingyi should be fine, right? Ultimately, Li Shu was enticed by the resources Li Qingyi offered, as he had no idea when he would gather enough on his own to bring the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit to its peak by hunting demon spirits alone. 506. Chapter 506, 220, Demonic Eye. The divining celestial secret is undoubtedly one of the major events within the Eternal Ascendancy, even more lively and grand than festive occasions. On the day of the divining celestial secret, each family and the 7 groups were preparing for the ceremony of the divining celestial secret. They weren't doing it just for fun. They wanted to know what this divining celestial secret would reveal. In the past, most of the divining celestial secrets would lead to major events occurring. The rise and fall of many families are related to the divining celestial secret. Among the previous 6 groups of the Eternal Ascendancy, 4 were born due to the divining celestial secret. Originally, this time's divining celestial secret should have been the key to whether the 7th group of the Eternal Ascendancy could be established. However, now that the technician group is already established, even though Li Shu is just a solitary leader, it doesn't prevent the Eternal Ascendancy from having a 7th group now. Even if Li Shu were to die, the 7th group would continue to exist, and there would be a new commander. The people of the Demon Armor group were very concerned about this divining celestial secret. Perhaps this would be the true beginning of a turning point for the Demon Armor group. Other groups were more concerned about what this divining celestial secret would reveal and whether it would relate to them. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu were showing off their new attire in front of those old researchers when they saw someone push open the door and enter the courtyard. Seeing clearly who it was, both Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu felt a bit of a headache. Although Li Shu doesn't manage anything now, he is still nominally the head of the Demon Armor group, so they had to be cautious in dealing with him when he came. "Commander, have you come here to inspect the work?" Chu Tianyu stepped forward with a broad smile and asked. Lei Qingfeng, on the other hand, didn't show a pleasant demeanor and didn't even bother to stand up to greet him, simply calling out Commander from his seat. "As the commander of the technician group, this divining celestial secret must be attended with all of you when I lead. I hope everyone tidies up your appearance and doesn't disgrace our technician group." Li Shu didn't want to come here either, but unfortunately he is the commander, and he must lead his members to attend the divining celestial secret. If he went alone, he really might not be able to stand his ground in the Eternal Ascendancy in the future. Therefore, regardless of whether Vice President Bai was willing or not, the person leading the Demon Armor group to attend the divining celestial secret had to be Li Shu, not Vice President Bai. "It's hard to say who would disgrace our group," Lei Qingfeng muttered sarcastically. He wasn't particularly hostile towards Li Shu, but he harbored resentment for that vulgar group name. Chu Tianyu quickly said, "Commander, Vice President Bai informed us yesterday that he would personally lead us to attend the divining celestial secret. Maybe you should discuss this further with Vice President Bai. Vice President Bai is very busy, and there's no need to trouble him with such trivial matters within our group. You prepare yourselves and accompany me to attend the ceremony," Li Shu said. But after Li Shu said this, nobody moved at all. "Young man, you'd better inform Vice President Bai, otherwise we old folks will be in a difficult position." An old researcher adjusted his thick glasses and said, "Yes, Commander, it's useless to put us in a difficult position. Our blood seal stones are all with Vice President Bai. Without his word, we don't dare accompany you." Chu Tianyu said. Li Shu knew this situation would arise, but he wasn't angry and only said lightly, "Vice President Bai is ultimately not the commander. You all should think it over carefully." "What's there to consider? We listen to whoever holds the blood seal stones." Li Shu glanced at him and was about to say something when he saw Professor Shu coming out. "Commander Li, we don't have many people on our research side, and they're all old, weak, sick, or disabled. Whether we can attend the divining celestial secret with you doesn't really impact you much. The key is the opinion of the magic armor masters. Perhaps I should have Tianyu and Qingfeng take you to see the magic armor masters? If they are willing to go with you, then we also have no objection. Professor Shu's meaning was clear. If those magic armor masters were willing to go with Li Shu to attend the divining celestial secret ceremony, they too would follow Li Shu. All right. Li Shu knew Professor Shu was right. The key lay with the magic armor masters, otherwise bringing along these old folks would be useless. Qingfeng, Tianyu, take the commander to the magic armor masters. Professor Shu instructed the two. Lei Qingfeng acknowledged, reluctantly stood up, and led the way with Chu Tianyu. Both were researchers and magic armor masters, holding some weight in both circles, making them core members of the demon armor group. Commander, I wonder if it's appropriate to say something. Lei Qingfeng squinted his eyes and said while on the way, If you have something to say, just say it, Li Shu said casually. Although you are esteemed as commander, without the blood seal stones, even if we magic armor masters were willing to go with you, do you think Vice President Bai would agree? Magic armor masters are human too and fear death. We're not related or obligated to you, so we can't risk our lives to accompany you, right? Lei Qingfeng said. What you've said makes sense. It's normal for you to fear death, but you'd better think it through. Who following might lead to an easier death. Li Shu said calmly, Vice President Bai holds your blood seal stones, but he is, after all, just a vice president, not a commander. Do you think he dares to use those blood seal stones at will? Commander, why make things difficult for us? Lei Qingfeng said helplessly. 507, Chapter 507, 220 Demon Eye 2. There's no such thing as difficult or easy choices. Life is full of multiple choice questions. I hope you can choose the right answer. Li Shu said no more, and followed the two into the courtyard where the magic armor masters were located. Lei Qingfeng, Chu Tianyu, do you still remember that you're magic armor masters? I thought you'd already turned into researchers and wouldn't return to the magic armor masters' courtyard anymore. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a magic armor master teased the two. Black Whale, you think we wanted to come back? It's this commander who asked us to bring him here. He wants us to go with him to attend the divining celestial secret ceremony, Lei Qingfeng said annoyed. So you're the new commander of the technicians group? Black Whale sized up Li Shu without any respect in his eyes. That's me. Now go and call all the magic armor masters here, Li Shu said to Black Whale. Black Whale laughed upon hearing Li Shu's words. My dear commander, 90% of the magic armor masters are scattered across various trial gates for guarding duties. If you want them all to come back, you'll probably need the president's approval. Abandoning their posts is a fatal offense. Then call all the magic armor masters in the courtyard here, Li Shu said calmly. I don't have that kind of influence. Those guys are all hot-tempered, and they won't listen to me. Black Whale chuckled. Besides, Vice President Bai specifically arranged yesterday for us to attend the divining celestial secret ceremony today, and we dare not disobey. So you're saying it's okay to disobey my orders? Li Shu said lightly. If you had our blood seal stone, we wouldn't dare disobey your orders either. You'd better consult with Vice President Bai. If he agrees, we'll go anywhere with you. Black Whale said with a fearless smile. What use is the blood seal stone? Li Shu asked. As the commander, you don't even know what the blood seal stone is used for? Black Whale teased. The blood seal stone concerns our lives and deaths. Whoever holds the blood seal stone controls our fates, and we can only obey them. Do you know arithmetic? Li Shu asked. Black Whale was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? If you know arithmetic, then calculate for me. From the time Vice President Bai applies to use the blood seal stone through the approval process to when he retrieves it from the vault and uses it to take your life, how long will that take in total? Li Shu said slowly. What do you mean? The smile disappeared from Black Whale's face, and he stared coldly at Li Shu. It seems you don't know arithmetic. Then find someone who does, Li Shu said. Black Whale wanted to say more, but saw several magic armor masters emerging from the hangar wearing their armors. The leading magic armor master came up to Black Whale's side, looked at Li Shu and said, The magic armor masters group is just the magic armor masters group. It doesn't need to become the technicians group. You should leave. Who are you? Li Shu looked at that magic armor master and asked, Magic armor master Demon Eye. The magic armor master replied blandly. One of the 7 magic armor masters capable of manipulating special magic armor, a rival to super spirit testers, and our older brother. Demon Eye's opinion is the group's opinion, Black Whale interjected. The other magic armor masters also stood behind Demon Eye, seemingly united and looking to him as their leader. Li Shu did not pay attention to Black Whale or Demon Eye. Instead, he turned to Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu and asked, With 90% of the magic armor masters guarding the trial gate, those magic armor masters staying here must have a good relationship with Vice President Bai, right? Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu exchanged glances and dared not answer Li Shu's question, which essentially gave Li Shu the answer. Demon Eye said coldly, You don't need to ask. My surname is Bai, and I'm from the Bai family. So what? You're someone with a sense of responsibility, Li Shu said, walking toward Demon Eye, stopping only when he reached him. Demon Eye saw that he neither summoned a magic spirit nor used a contract, and naturally didn't take him seriously. He had already learned from Vice President Bai that Li Shu was just a low-level trial taker, at most C-class, merely possessing a powerful magic spirit. As long as the magic spirit wasn't involved, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, he didn't think Li Shu would dare cause trouble here. Although the magic armor masters had little standing in the eternal sky, everyone knew the group was established by the president and essentially belonged to the president's direct line. Even if Li Shu dared to act, the demon eye magic armor could release power strong enough to contend with super spirit magic spirits, making the outcome uncertain. Li Shu reached Demon Eye and, without a word, directly reached out to grab Demon Eye's head. Li Shu, the magic armor masters group is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Demon Eye's eyes flashed coldly, and the light patterns of the Demon Eye magic armor lit up immediately. As if encased in a monster's shell, his arm lifted and his 5 fingers reached for Li Shu's wrist. The shell on the fingertips, with its eerie light patterns, flashed like blades. If they caught hold, his wrist could be severed. Seeing this, Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu exchanged bitter smiles, realizing it was too late to stop Li Shu. The Bai family had controlled the Magic Armor Masters group for so many years, almost completely infiltrating it. The Magic Armor Masters who could remain in the courtyard mostly sided with the Bai family, while those unwilling to conform or less obedient were often dispatched to guard the trial gates. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu were previously assigned to guard a particularly dangerous trial gate because they didn't want to bow to Demon Eye and Bai family faces. 508, Chapter 508-220, Demonic Eyes 3. If it weren't for Professor Shu asking Vice President Bai for people and taking them to the Research Institute, they wouldn't be able to return to Longevity City by now. Li Shu got into a conflict with them here, and it probably won't end well. Li Shu's palm changed direction, meeting the Demonic Eye's palm, intending to clash with the demon armor with his flesh and blood. This action amused those Magic Armor Masters, as, besides those Super Spirit testers capable of confronting Magic Armor Masters in a Super Spirit state, ordinary testers cannot possibly withstand something like the Demonic Eye's demon armor with flesh and blood. Li Shu showed no signs of entering a Super Spirit state, not even the terrifying demonic light that erupts from advanced testers. To meet the Demonic Eye's armor with mere flesh, it was simply courting death. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu were already contemplating internally how to wrap up this situation. With Vice President Bai backing the Demonic Eye, even if Li Shu, the commander, is destroyed, it might not cause much trouble. But having brought Li Shu here, it's hard to say if the two of them will be scapegoated. The Demonic Eye's eyes shone with a cold light, and the demonic light on his hand intensified a bit, intending to cripple Li Shu on the spot and see how he could seize control of the Magic Armor group from the Bai family. The two palms clasped together, and immediately a scream was heard. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu both thought Li Shu was done for, but upon closer inspection, they found it was the Demonic Eye who screamed. Li Shu's hand clutched the Demonic Eye's palm, encased in demon armor, twisting it back. The Demonic Eye's body involuntarily tilted, bending his knees. Everyone wore a face of disbelief, wondering how a tester not in a super spirit state could twist the Demonic Eye's palm with mere flesh and blood. You're courting death? The Demonic Eye's wrist twisted painfully. Rage surged in his eyes as the demon light pattern on him fully lit up, and eerie spots of light flashed within the black demon armor goggles, seemingly ready to fire demonic light. Li Shu released the Demonic Eye's wrist, placing his palm atop the Demonic Eye's head, forcibly pressing it down. The Demonic Eye knelt uncontrollably, roaring angrily in an attempt to rise, but felt the demonic light within the armor growing weaker, as if the battery of an electric bike was low, unable to exert force or even move. The Demonic Eye was both terrified and enraged, never having encountered such a situation, almost believing himself to be facing a monster. If Li Shu wasn't a monster, how could he possess abilities akin to demon techniques? No light shone from Li Shu, but a halo rotated in his palm, visible only because it pressed against the Demonic Eye's head. This was the recently acquired super spirit skill Bottle Suction, which couldn't be sustained with Li Shu's light energy alone. The demonic light absorbed from the Demonic Eye's armor happened to maintain the light energy needed for the Bottle Suction. The super spirit level demon shark was once caught in the Bottle Suction and struggled to escape, let alone the Demonic Eye with his armor. Under the terrifying suction of the Bottle Suction, no matter how the Demonic Eye stimulated the energy core, the light energy released was drawn over by Li Shu, leaving no excess energy to control the Demonic Eye's armor for attacks. Li Shu grabbed the Demonic Eye's head, lifting him entirely until he dangled like broken parts in the air. The multitude of Magic Armor Masters were horrified. They knew there were terrifying testers within Longevity City who were far stronger than Magic Armor Masters. But they had never witnessed such a scene, a tester grabbing a top-level Magic Armor Master by hand, lifting him like a puppet, leaving him powerless to resist. This Magic Armor Master was the Demonic Eye, a Demonic Eye magic armor operator comparable to a Super Spirit tester. Crack crack under Li Shu's hand, the demonic armor on the Demonic Eye began to automatically disengage, its components peeling off. The armor pieces flew towards Li Shu, attaching to him one by one, all in the blink of an eye. The Demonic Eye's armor had a new owner. Li Shu shook his hand, tossing the demonic eye aside like trash, assembling the last component from the top of the demonic eye's armor onto his own head. Watching Li Shu standing in the arena, donned in demonic eye's armor, looking truly like a demon, time seemed to freeze. Not just Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu stood in awe. Even those magic armor masters who revered demonic eye were shocked at the sight of Li Shu. He's actually a magic armor master. This incredulous thought arose in everyone's minds. A tester who hosted a magic spirit tournament and claimed first place with his spirit turned out to be a magic armor master, wearing the demonic eye armor. It's known that demonic eye armor is not ordinary. Using super spiritual energy, it was specially designed. Even among S-ranked magic armor masters, few could activate the demonic eye armor. Only those with special spiritual senses like the demonic eye could. Li Shu could wrest the demonic eye armor from its owner, activate, and don it himself, proving not only he is a magic armor master but a top-tier one, capable of activating special armors. Clad in demonic eye armor, Li Shu coldly stared at the demonic eye on the ground, with eerie demon light flashing within his goggles. The demonic eye was struck with panic, scrambling up and turning to flee. Two demonic lights shot from the goggles, directly breaking the demonic eye's hands. Demonic light shot again, shattering the demonic eye's legs. The demonic eye lay on the ground howling in pain, while the other magic armor masters stood chillingly silent in fear and amazement. The newly appointed commander turned out to be a top magic armor master, something they hadn't anticipated. "You dared cripple me. The Bai family will not let you go." The demonic eye shouted painfully from the ground. "Who said I wanted to cripple you?" Li Shu replied indifferently. "They can all testify. You can't deny it. The Bai family will make you pay, make your life a living hell," yelled the demonic eye angrily. Bang! Demonic light from the armor goggles converged into a point, directly blasting the demonic eye's head apart. "I had no intention of crippling you, just killing." Li Shu didn't even glance at the demonic eye's corpse, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the magic armor masters. All the magic armor masters instinctively backed away, feeling their legs go weak for reasons unknown. 509, Chapter 509, 221, Divining Celestial Secret. Bai Wanli brought along two new recruits to the magic armor master's courtyard, originally thinking he would see Yao Tong leading a neatly arranged team to welcome him upon entering. However, upon entering, Bai Wanli was taken aback. The magic armor masters in the courtyard were indeed orderly, each donned in demon armor and lined up neatly in the courtyard. Their neatness and straight posture were no less impressive than a Chinese military formation. But Bai Wanli did not see Yao Tong. Instead, he saw someone sitting on a chair at the front of the magic armor master formation, sipping hot tea. "Commander Li, why are you here?" Bai Wanli realized something was wrong and looked towards the magic armor master team. Among them, besides Yao Tong, were a few confidants who usually followed him. However, those confidants of Yao Tong all had their heads lowered, not daring to meet his gaze, which shocked Bai Wanli. He couldn't figure out what methods Li Shu had used to make these magic armor masters loyal to Yao Tong end up like this. "Vice President Bai, you jest. I'm the commander of the Technician Group. These are all members of the Technician Group. Today is the day of the Divining Celestial Secret Ceremony. If I'm not here leading the Technician Group members to participate in the ceremony, where else should I be?" Li Shu said with a smile, holding his teacup, having no intention of standing up to greet Bai Wanli. "Didn't Commander Li say he was inconvenienced and asked me to temporarily look after the Demon Armor Group?" Bai Wanli suppressed his anger, speaking with a smile. "Vice President Bai, you're correct. Previously, I indeed troubled you to look after the Demon Armor Group. But there's no Demon Armor Group anymore, so there's no need to trouble you, Vice President." Li Shu's leisurely demeanor made Bai Wanli want to slap him. His face was getting more irritating by the moment. "Commander Li is right, but since the Demon Armor Group's transfer hasn't been completed, I should still look after them for now. Once Commander Li completes the transfer and retrieves the Blood Seal Stone from me, can the merging of the Demon Armor Group with the Technician Group be official? Today, I'll lead them to the ceremony," Bai Wanli said coldly. He said this for Li Shu to hear, but also for the magic armor masters, telling them their Blood Seal Stones were in his hands and that Commander Li was just a nominal figurehead, unworthy of concern. "By all means, as long as they're willing to follow you, Vice President Bai, feel free to take them." Li Shu replied indifferently, continuing to sip his tea. "You've all heard, Commander Li is quite busy. Let's not waste his time here. Come with me to the ceremony." Vice President Bai said, turning to leave, confident that since the Blood Seal Stones were in his possession, the magic armor masters would obediently follow him. Even if Li Shu managed to sway a few, it wouldn't matter much. Most would surely follow him. Yet, after taking a few steps, Bai Wanli sensed something amiss. There was a terrifying silence behind him. Turning back, he saw the magic armor masters motionlessly standing behind Li Shu, not a single one following him. Even the magic armor masters, who usually benefited from deals with Yao Tong, stood still, not daring to even lift their heads. The Blood Seal Stone could indeed take their lives, but Bai Wanli might not truly use it. If they opposed Li Shu, they would die immediately, a choice everyone understood. Vice President Bai, after all, was not the commander, merely overseeing the Demon Armor Group. Li Shu, as the official commander, nominally held the power of life and death over the magic armor masters. Each commander holds life and death authority over their group's members, needing no approval from others in the council, not even from the president, to execute a member. Vice President Bai, albeit having significant rank, lacked such authority. The vice president could deal with members, even a commander, but only with the president's approval. It's the principle that immediate authority supersedes distant authority. No matter how formidable Vice President Bai was, he couldn't immediately deal with them, but Li Shu could. Realizing the severity, Bai Wanli fixed his gaze on Li Shu and asked, "Where's Yao Tong?" Previously, he hadn't asked about Yao Tong, simply assuming Li Shu had driven him away somehow, never considering Yao Tong dead. After all, Yao Tong was one of the few magic armor masters capable of rivaling a super spirit tester. The idea of Li Shu killing him seemed impossible. Moreover, Yao Tong was of the Bai family, and he never thought Li Shu would dare harm him. But now, things seemed worse than expected. The magic armor masters wouldn't obey so easily without reason. Something significant must have happened, giving Bai Wanli a bad feeling. Killed? Why keep a subordinate who dared to defy the commander? Li Shu said, standing up and walking towards Bai Wanli, loudly announcing, "Technician group, follow me to the divining celestial secret ceremony." With Li Shu's command, the magic armor master formation immediately moved, lining up behind Li Shu. As Li Shu brushed past a livid Bai Wanli, he casually remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Bai. The technician group will no longer trouble you." 5110, Chapter 5110, 21, Divining Celestial Secret. 2. After speaking, Li Shu led the magic armor masters over Bai Wanli, directly exiting the gates of the magic armor masters' compound. Vice President, the trial taker following Bai Wanli, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Bai Wanli's raised hand. He knew he couldn't stop Li Shu, at least not today, without causing a scene here. The once every 60 years divining celestial secret is the most important event for the eternal heaven. He mustn't stir up trouble today. Otherwise, even if he managed to deal with Li Shu, provoking the president would be a loss outweighing the gain. Moreover, Bai Wanli had a vague feeling that Li Shu's ability to instill such fear among the magic armor masters wasn't just for killing the demon eye to establish authority. You don't need to say anything. If he doesn't want to drag it out, then let him be. He's done as commander, Bai Wanli said coldly. Bai Wanli's sense wasn't wrong. The magic armor masters feared Li Shu not just because the demon eye was killed. Part of the reason was that Li Shu was a magic armor master, one capable of forcibly taking the demon eye magic armor. If a trial taker had forcibly killed to establish authority, it might have aroused a rebellious spirit in some magic armor masters, who would oppose Li Shu to the death if necessary. After all, any decent man has a bit of courage. But Li Shu was different. He was also a magic armor master, one that commanded their respect and became their commander, making it psychologically easier for them to accept. Just like what Li Shu said to them earlier, a magic armor master's business is decided by magic. If they have the skill, they can challenge him at any time, and if they win, they can replace him as commander. Of course, if they lack skill and act like the demon eye, challenging authority, the commander's blade isn't just for show. Bai Wanli and his followers watched as Li Shu led the magic armor masters out of the compound, but were helpless to do anything. Inside the research institute, a few elders were chatting and laughing. That commander has been away for so long, isn't it about time for him to return? What's the point of returning? He probably can't even manage a single magic armor master. Would he return just for us to mock him? Young people are just too impatient. Trying to reclaim the magic armor group from Bai Wanli's hands requires careful planning. What's the use of acting brashly like this? You can't blame him for being anxious. Today is the day of the divining celestial secret. As a commander without a single team member, attending would make him the biggest joke of the eternal heaven. Aha, true enough. Just imagine how awkward that scene would be. A lone commander attending the divining celestial secret, while all the other 6 teams look strong. If it were me, I'd probably dig a hole with my toes and crawl in. Alright, stop talking nonsense. You old guys have nothing better to do than gossip. Can't you focus on researching magic armor seriously? Professor Shu said. Research my foot. Those magic armor masters are all useless. They can't even control the advanced magic armor we develop. What else could we possibly research? As the elders were talking, they suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath their feet, followed by a uniform rumbling from outside. It should be Bai Wanli bringing the magic armor masters. Let's head out too. We still have to attend the divining celestial secret. Professor Shu led a group of old researchers out the institute's gates, and when they looked outside, they were stunned. They saw the magic armor masters all dressed in their gear, neatly forming a square formation outside the gate, with none other than Li Shu standing at the forefront. All technician group members, fall in line, Li Shu shouted with a stern expression, devoid of any smile. Seeing this formation, Professor Shu and the old researchers were bewildered. Despite their suspicions, they didn't dare disobey Li Shu in such a setting and obediently joined the ranks, following Li Shu towards the Temple of Heaven. They wanted to ask the magic armor masters, but the magic armor masters behaved like disciplined soldiers, not glancing sideways at all, not even Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu, as if they didn't recognize them. This left the group of elders puzzled, unclear about what was happening, but too afraid to speak out. Li Shu managed to bring the magic armor masters here, meaning he must have passed Vice President Bai's test. Such a person was not someone they could afford to provoke. This commander is no ordinary person, Professor Shu remarked, looking oddly at Li Shu leading at the front. One by one, the teams are entering in an orderly fashion. First, the teams of the four great families, followed by the Eternal Group, Undead Group, Heartless Group, Seeking Tao Group, Magic Spirit Group, and Divine Pet Group. The number of people in each team varied, but on this day, even those with fewer members were uniformly dressed and solemnly entering the Temple of Heaven. Almost everyone had already entered the venue, but the Magic Armor Group remained out of sight. Many people kept looking towards the entrance of the Temple of Heaven, eager to know if the Magic Armor Group or the technicians were attending the ceremony today, or if both groups would attend. Li Qingyi stood among the Li family's team, frequently glancing at the entrance, still holding a special anticipation despite knowing Bai Wanli would likely lead the Magic Armor Group today. Bai Ying stood right beside Li Qingyi, with the Bai family's team next to the Li family. Bai Ying had even slipped into the Li family's ranks to stay close to Li Qingyi. 51-1, Chapter 511, 221 Divining Celestial Secret, 3. Given the close relations between the Bai and Li families, no one thought there was anything amiss. No need to look further, that Li Shu certainly won't come to the Divining Celestial Secret ceremony by himself. How would he dare show up alone? Bai Ying said with a chuckle. She was in a particularly good mood today. A couple of days ago, she had been directly confronted by Li Shu and even got thrown out. She didn't know what he had said to Li Qingyi. After Li Qingyi returned, she asked what was discussed, but Li Qingyi brushed her off and didn't reveal anything, only saying it was about magic spirits, which made Bai Ying even more furious. The Bai family intentionally had Bai Ying, who was around the same age as Li Qingyi, get close to Li Qingyi, hoping Bai Ying could leverage the emotional foundation built since childhood to become the person Li Qingyi is closest to and trusts the most. Bai Ying had always worked towards this, becoming Li Qingyi's childhood friend and close companion. Over the years, Bai Ying also used her influence on Li Qingyi to do a lot for the Bai family. Earlier, she purposefully provoked Li Chu, seeming reckless and ignorant, but it was actually driven by interest, just to keep Li Qingyi from getting too close to Li Chu, which wasn't in the Bai family's interests. But Bai Ying always thought she could influence Li Qingyi, and now it seemed her influence wasn't as significant as she had imagined. At least regarding Li Chu, she couldn't sway Li Qingyi, which made Bai Ying even more hostile towards Li Chu. In Bai Ying's view, today was undoubtedly going to be a day when Li Chu would be utterly humiliated, so her mood was extremely pleasant. They're here, they're here. My dad brought the Demon Armor Group. Seeing the orderly team entering the Temple of Heaven, Bai Ying was in high spirits, pulling Li Qingyi's hand and saying excitedly. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be so excited, but today was different. While Bai Ying was eagerly watching, she noticed something odd. At the front of the Demon Armor Master team entering the Temple of Heaven were indeed two people, but none of them were Bai Wanli. With Bai Wanli's ball-like large figure, he would be recognizable from afar. Yet the two at the very front of the Demon Armor Master team weren't fat, and one was even a woman in a red short skirt and leather boots. The smile on Bai Ying's face gradually froze. She realized something was amiss, and when she looked closer at who was leading, her face turned pale, more uncomfortable than eating a fly. How can it be him? Bai Ying couldn't believe it. Why was the person leading the Demon Armor Group to the ceremony Li Shu, and not her father Bai Wanli? Li Qingyi was initially surprised seeing Li Shu lead the Demon Armor Masters in. Then she smiled slightly, thinking to herself, this person indeed always has surprising moves. I wonder how he convinced Bai Wanli to give up the chance to lead the Demon Armor Group for the Divining Celestial Secret Ceremony. Not just Li Qingyi, but the members of the other great families and the 6 groups were also surprised and had complex expressions seeing Li Chu lead the group in. That Li Chu is indeed not simple. Han Minghui slightly squinted her eyes, constantly watching Li Chu. After Li Shu and Sha Chu led the Demon Armor Group into the venue, it wasn't long before someone announced the start of the Divining Celestial Secret Ceremony. At first, there were some sacrificial rituals, which were quite complicated, but fortunately, there was a priest to direct them, and as long as they followed the instructions, there were no major issues. Li Shu kept looking around, but he didn't see the chairman anywhere. Even after the initial sacrificial rituals ended, the chairman of Longevity Heaven hadn't appeared. This is strange. For such a sacrificial ritual, shouldn't the chairman be the leading figure? Why hasn't he shown up? Li Shu was full of questions. As Li Shu was pondering, he saw Great Elder dressed in a sacrificial robe ascend the stage, first offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, then turning to the audience to speak. The heaven's gate trembles. A magic spirit is about to emerge. The chairman has gone to personally suppress it. Today's Divining Celestial Secret Ceremony will be presided over by me. As soon as Great Elder said this, the expressions of many family members and group members below changed. The Heaven's Gate is the greatest calamity for longevity heaven. Every time a magic spirit emerges from it, it causes significant impact, even death, to many people. The last time the Heaven's Gate trembled, the Grand Elder died defending it. It can be said that every tremble of the Heaven's Gate strikes fear into everyone in longevity heaven. Li Shu was also worried. Wan Kawakun and Old Blade were inside the Heaven's Gate. If something went wrong, they might be in danger. There's no need to worry. With the chairman personally handling the situation, such magic spirits are of no consequence. Great Elder said loudly on the stage, holding an octagonal wooden box. The divining celestial secret ceremony now begins. This is the word personally penned by the chairman. Today, we will use this word to divine the celestial secret and extend the fate of longevity heaven. After these words, Great Elder opened the octagonal wooden box, took out a scroll, and slowly unfurled it, showing the side with the written word to everyone in longevity heaven. Everyone was astonished when they saw the word written on the scroll. Li Shu focused his gaze and saw a large spirit character written on the scroll with a smaller line of words next to it. Li Shu carefully observed and saw the small line read, "This word divines the marriage fate of my youngest daughter, Li Qingyi." Li Shu was taken aback and looked at Li Qingyi among the Li family team. Not only Li Shu, but everyone's eyes were on Li Qingyi, extremely surprised by this. No one expected that the divining celestial secret would be used to divine Li Qingyi's marriage fate. Using the divining celestial secret, which occurs once every 60 years, for a woman's marriage prediction, and that too in front of everyone, even Li Qingyi, with her calm demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. All the clan leaders, elders, and the commander had smiles on their faces, seeming to be relieved. Divining marriage is good. Qingyi is indeed of marriageable age. An elder chuckled while stroking his beard. Others echoed the sentiment, thinking that divining marriage was the best option, as long as it wasn't about them. Great Elder, holding the scroll written by the chairman, turned and walked into the longevity hall. As he entered, the hall doors closed, and soon the jade bead at the top of longevity hall lit up, sending a beam of light straight into the clouds. 51, Chapter 522222, Challenging the Commander. The crowd's gaze was fixed on the pillar of light shooting into the sky, waiting for the oracle words to emerge from it. The pillar grew brighter and brighter, like a purple true dragon ascending to the heavens. Before long, the pillar condensed midair into 4 lines of prophecy. Everyone watched the prophecy closely, and Li Qingyi too observed with a contemplative mind, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Deep mountains and lush forests, flowers exude fragrance, purple aura comes from the east, presenting auspicious omens, beautiful rivers and mountains to wander together, the living world welcomes the morning sun. The crowd silently recited these 4 lines, seemingly savoring over their meanings repeatedly. Li Shu also recited them silently in his heart. According to their literal meaning, these words seemed quite auspicious. Where the mountain flowers bloom brilliantly and the purple aura comes from the east, one bathes in the morning sun together, strolling amidst a magnificent scroll of the lands. It suggested that Li Qingyi's future romance should indeed be happy and fulfilling. However, prophecies are sometimes not to be interpreted according to normal logic, so how it should be interpreted depends on each person. Unfortunately, the divining celestial secret is only for measuring, not interpreting. Even if there's a need for interpretation, it wouldn't be done in front of everyone. Therefore, the master wouldn't interpret the oracle here. Once out of the longevity hall, he simply announced the end of the divining celestial secret. The crowd was still savoring those 4 lines, trying to glean some clues from them. Li Qingyi is the president's only daughter. Although the Li family has many members, they are merely the Li family, not the president's direct bloodline, just some kin relations. Li Qingyi is the real bloodline of the president, the legitimate inheritor of the bloodline. Even if the president lives forever, Li Qingyi will undoubtedly hold an extraordinary status. If someone could become Li Qingyi's husband, it would be extremely advantageous for anyone. Living world welcomes the morning sun. Do you think this prophecy refers to someone from the Wan family? Shachu whispered to Li Shu. Who knows? These mystical things are beyond me. Li Shu shook his head. Is it that you don't understand, or don't want to understand? Shachu asked with a half smile, half tease. What do you mean? Li Shu frowned and asked. Well, Li Qingyi is young and beautiful. Even I, as a woman, find her pleasing to the eye. Such a beauty, combined with such a grand dowry like longevity heaven, any man would be tempted, right? Shachu said. Now that you mention it, it really is the case. If one were to marry her, not only would they win the beauty, but they also could save 1,000 years of struggle, more impossible than winning the lottery. Can you help me see if I can relate to those 4 lines of prophecy? As long as there's a connection, it doesn't matter how forced it is. We can interpret it slowly. Li Shu laughed. Shachu rolled her eyes at him. You dream. Can prophecies be interpreted just like that? Besides, no matter how you force it, I don't see any connection with you in those 4 lines. You have no natural fragrance, nor does purple aura come from you. The beautiful rivers and mountains have nothing to do with you either, and the morning sun is even less related. Li Shu sighed regretfully. Looks like this soft meal is hard to get. Puff, you want to live off a woman? I think you're more suited to hard meals. Shachu laughed. What's a hard meal? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Is your bone hard? Sha Chu retorted. Of course, it's very hard. Li Shu nodded. What likes to lick hard bones the most? Sha Chu asked again. Li Shu immediately understood, glaring at her as he said, Are you calling me a bootlicker? I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Sha Chu smiled lightly. Besides, being a bootlicker isn't so bad. Maybe you'll eventually chew through the hard bone that is Li Qingyi. Forget it, my teeth aren't good. Li Shu sighed. As the two chatted, they suddenly saw someone walk onto the stage. Surprisingly, it was Wan Xiaoxin. What's this guy doing on stage? Surely he doesn't plan to gnaw on the bone? Li Shu said, somewhat perplexed. Sha Chu's expression changed. This is not good. After divining Celestial Secret, there's actually another event called the Commander Challenge. Anyone from Longevity Heaven who feels capable of taking on the role of commander can challenge the current commander. The winner serves as the commander. Surely Wan Xiaoxin isn't planning to challenge you and take the commander position? So this is the main event of divining Celestial Secret. Li Shu looked at the stage at Wan Xiaoxin, seeing that Wan Xiaoxin's gaze was directed at him. In fact, everyone's gaze was on Li Shu, as they all thought if Wan Xiaoxin were to challenge the commander position, he would likely target Li Shu. After all, Li Shu had just been installed as the commander and had yet to establish himself firmly within Longevity Heaven, plus his strength seemed to be lacking, needing a magic spirit to carry him up Spiral Mountain. Naturally, this strength was far inferior to Wan Xiaoxin's. It wouldn't be bad if Wan Xiaoxin could get rid of that guy. Compared to Li Shu, he's not as annoying, Bai Ying whispered. But Bai Ying was quickly disappointed as Wan Xiaoxin stood on stage and said calmly, I want to challenge the position of the commander of the Seeking Path group. I request Commander Han to accept the challenge. This statement from Wan Xiaoxin surprised not only Bai Ying, but also many others from the four great families. Wan Xiaoxin was challenging Han Mingshou. Even though Han Mingshou had just taken office as commander and wasn't the strongest among the 6 commanders, he certainly wasn't the weakest. 5.5 Chapter 5 22 Challenge Commander 2. Moreover, Han Mingshou is Han Minghui's biological brother. Even if he wins against Han Mingshou and takes the position of commander of the Path Seeking Group, offending Han Minghui is not a worthwhile result. Over the years, as vice president, Han Minghui has led the Han family to flourish. Not only has the family's strength soared, but their relationship with the other 3 major families has grown increasingly close. Their status can be described as being at the peak, vaguely holding the position of leader among the 4 major families. Wan Kaoxin challenging Han Mingshou is declaring war on the 4 major families. It seems that the Wan family is determined to become the 5th major family. It's probably not easy for the Wan family to return to the ranks of the major families. Historically, only major families have declined, but new ones haven't emerged. For their own interests, the 4 major families will definitely do everything to stop the Wan family from becoming a major family again. Hard to say, the Wan family has Wan Kaokun. People were talking about it, their gazes all focused on Han Mingshou of the Path-Seeking Group. Han Mingshou seemed to have anticipated it long ago, showing no unusual expression, simply rising calmly and walking towards the stage. When Wan Kaokun returned, Han Minghui had already thought of this day and discussed this matter privately with Han Mingshou. After all, it was Han Mingshou who took the position of the leader of the Path-Seeking Group from Wan Xiaoxin, so Wan Xiaoxin's most direct target was definitely him, Han Mingshou. Han Mingshou walked onto the stage, looking at Wan Xiaoxin and said, Wan Xiaoxin, you were defeated by me before, and you'll lose this time as well. Choosing me as your opponent is your biggest mistake. At least I have the chance to make mistakes, while you no longer have the opportunity to make mistakes. Wan Xiaoxin's figure was robust, standing a head taller than Han Mingshou, speaking in a manner that carried a tone of condescending contempt. I don't need, nor will I make mistakes. Mistakes belong only to the weak, Han Mingshou said, beckoning with his hand, causing a dagger to appear in his palm. The dagger emitted a green light, almost seeming as if it were condensed from radiance. Everyone says your golden phoenix arrow is impressive. Let me see exactly how powerful that golden phoenix arrow is. Han Mingshou casually held the dagger, speaking coldly. Wan Xiaoxin did not summon his golden phoenix bow and arrow, but rather looked towards Lord 8 on the stage. The challenge complies with the rules of Longevity City. The winner becomes the commander of the Path-Seeking Group. Lord 8 directly announced that Wan Xiaoxin's challenge was established. Only then did Wan Xiaoxin summon the golden phoenix bow and arrow, pulling out a golden arrow and knocking it onto the bowstring, slowly lifting the bow and aiming at Han Mingshou. Han Mingshou seemed indifferent, as if he didn't pay any attention to Wan Xiaoxin. As the bowstring was drawn, the terrifying golden demonic light also blossomed on Wan Xiaoxin's body, his golden phoenix bow gradually transforming into the phoenix double wings bow, directly entering the super spirit state, intending to resolve the battle quickly. Still with an air of nonchalance, Han Mingshou's body also shimmered with green light, the dagger in his hand transforming into the shape of a poison dragon horn. When the bowstring was pulled to the limit in an instant, the golden phoenix arrow transformed into a golden light bird and rushed towards Cao Mingshou, the sound of the bowstring echoing like the song of a phoenix, lingering in the air without fading. Clang! At the moment when the golden phoenix arrow was about to approach, Han Mingshou suddenly leaped up. His poisoned dragon horn-like dagger fiercely slashed against the golden phoenix arrow. Although unable to cut the arrow apart, he made it fall to the ground. Wan Caoxin fired 3 arrows in succession, and Cao Mingshou slashed all 3 arrows to the ground, forcefully making the 3 golden phoenix arrows fall. Golden phoenix arrow, is that all? Han Mingshou looked at Wan Caoxin with disdain and spoke. Wan Caoxin's expression remained unmoved. He simply looked coldly at Cao Mingshou. In the next moment, the 3 golden phoenix arrows on the ground automatically flew up, like 3 flaming fire phoenixes, attacking Han Mingshou from different directions. Han Mingshou's face changed slightly. He quickly waved his poison dragon horn, repeatedly striking the golden phoenix arrows away, yet the arrows flew back each time, continuously encircling and assaulting Han Mingshou. On the Temple of Heaven, explosions of light burst out incessantly, yet those mighty light explosions seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, kept within the confines of the temple. Han Mingshou had fallen into a disadvantageous position, surrounded by 3 golden phoenix arrows. He could only continue slashing at them without spare strength to counterattack Wan Caoxin. Seeing that Han Mingshou was becoming overwhelmed and nearly unable to withstand the assault from the 3 golden phoenix arrows, suddenly there was a flash of black light, and in Han Mingshou's left hand appeared another black poison dragonhorn dagger, striking one of the golden phoenix arrows away. After the golden phoenix arrow fell to the ground, a layer of black light like smoke or mist appeared on the arrow's golden burning body, akin to a rope binding the golden phoenix arrow. The arrow vibrated continuously yet couldn't rise from the ground again. Clang! Another golden phoenix arrow was struck by the black poison dragonhorn. Falling to the ground, no matter how it vibrated, it couldn't rise again. The last golden phoenix arrow was summoned back by Wan Caoxin, held in his hand. Super Spirit Parasite Contract. Han Mingshou actually has a Super Spirit Parasite Contract. The crowd was somewhat surprised. Seemingly the power of the Parasite Contract was stronger than Han Mingshou's life contract. That's the Grand Elder's dragon, Slaying Dagger. Someone recognized Han Mingshou's use of the Parasite Contract. 51-4, Chapter 514-222, Challenge Commander 3. How did the Grand Elder's dragon-slaying dagger end up in Han Mingshou's hand? Li Qingyi was somewhat surprised as well. Back then, the Grand Elder fought bravely to defend the Heavenly Gate, severely injuring the demon spirit, and ultimately died in battle. The parasitic contract and demon spirit left behind some items, among which the dragon-slaying dagger was one. The dragon-slaying dagger possesses a dragon-locking skill. Once struck by the dragon-slaying dagger, even if uninjured, one will be immobilized by the dragon-locking force, rendering them helpless. Among Radiant-level contracts, the dragon-slaying dagger is exceedingly formidable, and one of the Grand Elder's favorite contracts. Originally, after the Grand Elder's death in battle, the dragon-slaying dagger was stored in the City Lord's Mansion's vault. Somehow, it ended up in Han Mingshou's hands. Dragon-slaying dagger, Wan Caoxin focused on the dagger in Han Mingshou's hand. Indeed, you have a keen eye, Han Mingshou replied indifferently. When I became commander, I was already at the super spirit body level. Thus, when choosing commander privileges, I didn't select those precious resources, but opted for this dragon-slaying dagger, perfectly combining it with my poison dragon dagger into a twin dagger setup. One for locking, one for poisoning, one for defense, one for attack. I've achieved perfection. You can't defeat me. Perfect, is it? Wan Caoxin glanced at him disdainfully, pressing a horse-eye-shaped golden gemstone to his forehead. In this world, you're not the only one with a super spirit parasite contract. The phoenix eye instantly emitted a dazzling light, setting into Wan Caoxin's forehead like a third eye, its golden flames swirling like an eerie golden pupil changing forms. What contract is that? Almost no one had seen the phoenix eye before, unable to identify the contract and even less aware of its capabilities. Only Li Qingyi and Bai Ying knew the terror of the Phoenix Eye, making the wielder, Wan Caoxin, practically unbeatable. Even Li Qingyi found it challenging to gain an advantage over him. You make the first move, for if I shoot an arrow, you'll have no chance, Wan Caoxin taunted disdainfully. What good is a super spirit parasite contract? I have the dragon-slaying dagger. No matter how many contracts you hold, you can't escape the dragon-locking skill, Han Mingshou sneered coldly, swinging both daggers like a phantom as he charged at Wan Caoxin. The 2 daggers danced in his hands, resembling black and green horned dragons rolling and strangling, enveloping Wan Caoxin within. Wan Caoxin stood upright, arms at his sides, one hand gripping a bow and the other an arrow, moving effortlessly like a walk in the park. No matter how violent Han Mingshou's attacks were, they failed to touch even a corner of his clothes. Wan Caoxin seemed omniscient and omnipotent, anticipating Han Mingshou's next strike, causing all his attacks to fail, rendering even the most frenzied assault ineffective. The Phoenix Eye is truly formidable, Li Qingyi couldn't help but praise. Yet the stronger the Phoenix Eye, the more curious Li Qingyi became about the magic armor master who repelled Wan Caoxin with a single shot. How could such a formidable Wan Kaoxin be repelled by a simple shot, as if the Phoenix Eye, capable of predicting the future, lost its efficacy? What kind of demon armor could achieve such an outcome? Other commanders and high-ranking family members were surprised as well, discovering Wan Chalcín's combat prowess exceeded their expectations, and the previously unseen Phoenix Eye parasite contract sparked their covetousness. Han Minghui frowned, having thought he was fully prepared, yet still underestimating Wan Chalcín's abilities. Suddenly, Wan Chalcín soared skyward like a phoenix, looking down upon Han Mingshu as he assembled a bow and arrow, pulling it open slowly. "Commander Han, you've had enough fun, time to end it." As Wan Chalcín spoke, the golden phoenix arrow transformed into a phoenix shape, its arrowhead becoming a phoenix's head, releasing a golden gleam like a phoenix opening its eyes. An overwhelming demonic light circulated on the bow and arrow, seeming to gather the world's energies onto a single shot. Han Mingxiu stared intently at Wan Chalcín, subconsciously gripping both daggers tighter, his body flashing with demonic light, continuously raising his super spirit limit. Buzz. Amidst the audience's gaze, the golden phoenix arrow emitted a phoenix's cry, seemingly breaching space to appear directly in front of Han Mingxiu. Han Mingxiu roared furiously, crossing and slashing with both daggers like two entwined horned dragons striking at the newly awakened phoenix. Black and gold and green light burst forth where the dragons and phoenix collided, the temple of heaven sparking like fireworks. Black and green light twisted around the golden arrow, yet seemingly unable to halt its power. The dragon-locking force couldn't contain the fiery phoenix arrow, which pressed against the twin daggers, descending bit by bit, its phoenix-shaped arrowhead screeching. Han Mingxiu dared not and couldn't lose focus, engaging both daggers to resist the golden arrow's might. Any lapse in strength, and the arrow would pierce through him instantly, leaving no room to evade. Yet without evading, the golden phoenix arrow's force vastly exceeded his capabilities, descending steadily, its glow almost touching his face. In this heart-stopping moment, Han Mingxiu roared angrily, thrusting the venomous dagger upward while retreating rapidly. With his retreat, the golden phoenix arrow immediately breached the twin dagger's defense, spearing Han Mingxiu's chest directly. At such close range, Han Mingxiu had no opportunity to evade, facing imminent penetration. Suddenly, a demon spirit ring on Han Mingxiu's finger emitted bright light, transforming into a massive human-like swan turtle, shielding Han Mingxiu with its back toward the golden phoenix arrow. Light shone from its body, with black spikes covering its shell, full of shadowy, profound light, unmistakably a super spirit magic spirit. Crack. The golden phoenix arrow struck the turtle shell, spinning ferociously like a drill, boring through the immensely tough shell and bursting through, continuing its path toward the swan turtle and Han Mingxiu. An apparition appeared before Han Mingxiu, with a hand wearing celestial silk gloves clasping the golden arrow, forcibly dissipating its brilliance and power entirely. "Wan Chalcín, you have won. Henceforth you shall be commander of the Seeking Dao group." Han Minghui tossed aside the golden arrow, leading Han Mingxiu off the stage. Eighth Master announced Wan Chalcín as the leader of the Seeking Dao group, allowing Wan Chalcín to leave the stage as well. "Wan Chalcín lives up to his reputation," someone murmured in admiration. Others worried that Wan Kaosin becoming the Seeking Dao group's leader might destabilize Longevity City. As discussions started to heat up, another person suddenly took the stage. "I wish to challenge the Technicians Group commander," the person said, staring at Li Shu, expressionless. 15 Chapter 15-23 As you wish. Su Bancheng, how did he come back? Li Qingyi recognized the person on the stage and couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Bancheng is challenging Li Shu, now that Li Shu is going to have a hard time. He just became the commander, hasn't even warmed the seat yet, and he's already being pushed off. Bai Ying looked at Su Bancheng with a face full of delight. Everyone was whispering to each other. Obviously, most people recognized who Su Bancheng was. Mo Lu whispered to Sun Gang beside him, "Wasn't Su Bancheng guarding the gate of extreme evil? How come he's back now and challenging Li Shu? What does this have to do with the Su family?" Sun Gang pondered. After the Su family's decline, each generation was worse than the last. It wasn't until Su Bancheng that there was hope for a revival. By rights, the Su family should be keeping a low profile and focusing on rebuilding now, not getting involved in such things. Su Bancheng is exceptionally talented, once having the talent of a whole city of Longevity City, which is why he's nicknamed Su Bancheng. Although that is an exaggeration, he should not be underestimated. Moreover, this guy wouldn't do such a thankless task without reason. What benefits could he have? Even if he defeats Li Shu and gets the position of Technician Commander, he can't truly control the Magic Armor Group. This doesn't benefit the Su family unless Mo Lu stopped without finishing, unless someone promised him some benefits, though we don't know who promised those benefits. Sun Gang laughed. "That Li Shu, I don't know what methods he used, but it really looks like he might be able to take back the Magic Armor Group. Just this one thing has offended the Li and Bai families. Add the Magic Spirit Tournament issues, and he has plenty of enemies in the city. I wonder who made their move." Mo Liu paused before continuing. Whoever it is, this challenge will be tough for him to get through. Su Bancheng's strength is likely not weaker than Wan Xiaoxin. Li Shu is likely to be defeated. Once he loses the commander's position, his situation in the city will be very awkward. Considering his relationship with the Eighth Lord, I don't believe he doesn't have any hidden means. This match might be more interesting than the one between Wan Kaoxin and Han Mingxiu. Sun Gang smiled. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Shu. The newly appointed Han Mingxiu had already been kicked out, and now Li Shu, who hadn't been in his position for long, was being challenged by Su Bancheng. Most people thought Li Shu would end up like Han Mingxiu. Li Shu asked Chu Tianchu behind him, "Who is that?" Su Xuan of the Su family, nicknamed Su Bancheng. The Su family was once one of the 8 families. After its decline, it never recovered until Su Xuan came out of nowhere, claiming half of Longevity City's talent was in him. He's quite an impressive figure. He became famous even earlier than Wan Xiaoxin. Although they've never clashed, it's generally believed he's stronger than Wan Xiaoxin, Chu Tianchu said. Oh, I shouldn't have any grudges with the Su family. Why is he challenging me? Li Shu said, staring at Su Bancheng on the stage. That I don't know, but since he's come on stage to challenge, Commander, you can only respond. What's your plan? Do you want to use the magic armor? Chu Tianyu asked. Hand me the divine spirit. Li Shu reached his hand towards Lei Qingfeng. As commander, attending such a ceremony, Li Shu naturally couldn't carry his magic armor himself. The divine spirit magic armor was carried by Lei Qingfeng, while the demon eye magic armor taken from the demon eye had been privately stashed away by Li Shu. One can only apply for one set of magic armor. Those taken don't count. The Demon Eye magic armor uses the Super Spirit Demon Core and Super Spirit Gemstone as energy. Li Shu planned to dig them out for his magic spirit to use, so he couldn't return them. Of course, now no one dared to ask him for it. Li Shu took the Divine Spirit magic armor box, carrying it with one hand, and walked onto the stage, activating the Divine Spirit magic armor as he moved. The magic armor box disassembled into pieces onto Li Shu's body, quickly encasing him entirely. Hey, that Li Shu is actually a magic armor master too? No wonder he was appointed commander to take over the magic armor group. Turns out he's a magic armor master. I was wondering, how could he be appointed commander as a low-level trial taker? Turns out he also has the magic armor master identity. It's a pity, though. Even a top-notch magic armor master finds it hard to compete with a trial taker of Su Bancheng's caliber. Who knows what level of magic armor master Li Shu is? Most magic armor masters in the magic armor group, except for a few, would be easily beaten by a super spirit tester. I reckon his magic armor is probably just for defense. The real force behind the battle with Su Bancheng should be his super spirit magic spirit. As people discussed, Li Shu had already walked onto the stage, standing opposite Su Bancheng. The divine spirit magic armor had a black and white scheme, looking as cool as a demon god, but not many had seen the divine spirit magic armor, so they couldn't judge Li Shu's skill level as a magic armor master from the appearance of the armor. I didn't expect Commander Li to also be a magic armor master, and he can actually control the divine spirit magic armor. Su Bancheng recognized it with just one glance after seeing the armor on Li Shu. As the commander of the technician group, it's normal to be able to control magic armor. Li Shu said lightly. 516. Chapter 516, 223, as you wish to. The Divine Spirit magic armor is not an ordinary demon armor. It uses the Super Spirit Demon Core and Super Spirit Gemstone as its energy source. It's one of the few armors capable of contending with the Super Spirit Tester. Your ability to wield it truly lives up to the name of Commander. Among all the magic armor masters in the city, it seems you alone can manage this set of Divine Spirit magic armor, Su Bancheng continued. As soon as these words were spoken, many people showed expressions of surprise, not expecting the demon armor on Li Shu to be so powerful. Li Shu frowned slightly. This Su Bancheng did seem to be praising him. But given his understanding of the Divine Spirit magic armor, he couldn't possibly be unaware of its drawbacks. Su Bancheng spoke only of the might of the Divine Spirit magic armor, never once mentioning its flaws and issues. Li Shu had seen many like him. Su Bancheng was indeed exalting him, but not because he genuinely thought he was strong. Rather, he intended to use Li Shu as a stepping stone. Defeating an insignificant opponent counts for nothing, yet defeating a renowned adversary is different altogether. By placing Li Shu at the top of magic armor masters, his victory over Li Shu would mean defeating the strongest magic armor master, presenting a vastly different impression. Are you wanting to challenge me, or are you interested in studying magic armor? If you wish to study magic armor, you may take the assessment of my technician group. Should you pass, I'll grant you membership, where you may learn freely, Li Shu said calmly. Su Bancheng responded with a smile. Commander Li, thank you for your kind offer, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Once I become the commander, I'll naturally study magic armor. In that case, let's not waste words. Li Shu showed no interest in prolonging the conversation with Su Bancheng. However, Su Bancheng didn't seem ready to act immediately. Instead, he said with a smile, Commander Li, there's no rush. I'm only here to compete for the position of commander. There's no enmity between us, so there's no need for a fight to the death. How about we battle in a different manner? What manner? Li Shu asked as he began to smile. He had seen these tricks many times before. Those magic armor masters who challenged him had used such ploys often. Su Bancheng, wanting to change the battle method, surely wasn't out of a desire to avoid causing harm. He merely wished to make Li Shu's defeat more humiliating. Many magic armor masters intended to ascend by stepping on the likes of himself. Tricks like this were hardly new. Indeed, Su Bancheng stood with hands behind his back, displaying an air of disdain for the world, though he wasn't taller than Li Shu. He spoke with condescension. I will stand here and receive 10 blows from you. If you can injure me, you win this fight. You'll continue as the commander of the technician group. If, after 10 blows, you fail to harm me, I won't bear to injure you. Instead, I'll ask you to willingly yield your position as commander. Hearing this, many were impressed by Su Bancheng's audacity. Voluntarily taking 10 hits displayed immense confidence and boldness. Su Bancheng intended to show everyone that he could easily defeat Li Shu, but desired merely to claim the position of commander without causing harm. Li Shu was likely to be deceived, remarked Wan Chaoshen with a frown. Deceived how? Wan Chaozhui asked, puzzled. That Su Bancheng possesses a parasitic contract known as karma armor. Bluntly put, it's an inner armor capable of reflecting damage. He volunteered before to guard the gate of extreme evil, likely to super spirit the karma armor. Now that he's back, I reckon the karma armor has indeed achieved super spirit status. After a glance at Su Bancheng, Wan Shaoxin continued. He deliberately suggested such a strategy to provoke Li Shu. Standing still to receive 10 hits is a sheer insult. Any man with a bit of spirit would unlikely wait for all 10 hits, probably giving his all on the first blow, determined to down Su Bancheng immediately so that he loses face. Wan Chaozhui suddenly understood, but because of Su Bancheng's karma armor, the stronger Li Shu's strike, the more significant the damage reflected back. That first strike might cause Li Shu substantial harm or even kill him outright through his strength. Su Bancheng is indeed cunning and ruthless. Isn't such a parasitic contract essentially rendering Su Bancheng invincible? Others may hurt him, but he remains unscathed, Wan Chaohua questioned, frowning. Not invincible. If it were me, I would have a way to break his karma armor, replied Wan Chaoxin nonchalantly. How would you break it? Wan Chaozhui asked curiously. Must you ask everything instead of thinking on your own? If you always need to ask before confronting enemies in the future, will you even be able to fight? Wan Chaoxin gave him a stern look. Wan Chaozhou scratched his head sheepishly. I honestly can't think of it. You know I'm not great at thinking. Wan Chaoxin replied helplessly. Can't you think why Su Bancheng would try to humiliate and provoke Li Shu so hard? After a moment, Wan Chaohui slapped his leg with realization. Is it that the karma armor can only be used once, so he wants to provoke Li Shu to unleash his full power in the first strike? While not entirely accurate, your reasoning isn't wrong, nodded Wan Chaohui. Karma armor isn't limited to a single use. However, the skill cannot be continuously used without interruption. If the first strike is used to trigger the karma armor's skill, then a quick second strike to break through it would make breaking the karma armor as easy as pie. 1517, Chapter 517, 23, As You Wish 3. Hee, given that, the karma armor isn't so formidable after all. Wan Chaozhui laughed. You're wrong, the karma armor is still very strong. Even if you know about its flaw, how can you be sure when he'll use the skill? If he never uses it, you won't dare to attack with all your might, fearing the consequences, and that's a huge advantage for him. Those who might originally defeat him could lose because of it. So, when the skill isn't used, it's at its strongest. If used recklessly, it's not as powerful, Wan Chaoxin explained. In the end, no matter the skills or techniques, it all comes down to a battle of wits. Wan Chaohua nodded. Li Qingyi also knew about the karma armor and was a bit worried that Li Shu might be provoked by Su Bancheng and fall into his trap. All right. On stage, Li Shu glanced at Su Bancheng and agreed directly. Then let's begin. I'll stand here and take your 10 strikes. If you can harm me within 10 strikes, you win, Su Bancheng said briskly. This move made those unaware of the truth feel Su Bancheng's unparalleled strength and confidence even more. A radiant brilliance rose from Su Bancheng's body, like transparent glass enveloping him. Li Shu slowly walked towards Su Bancheng, with black light patterns shimmering on the divine spirit magic armor and terrifying demonic light gathering on the demon armor. Li Qingyi saw that Li Shu seemed to really want to unleash the full power of the demon armor and became even more worried. Su Bancheng was pleased upon seeing this, knowing his plan had succeeded, still too young. A commander shook his head and sighed, seeing through Su Bancheng's ruse. Alas, Professor Shu also shook his head. Those truly understanding Su Bancheng all knew Li Shu was likely falling for it. You're trying to make me put everything into one strike, aren't you? Li Shu's sudden question stunned Su Bancheng. Li Qingyi, Wan Chaoxin, and others then realized Li Shu had noticed the issue. However, not knowing about the karma armor, he was unaware of Su Bancheng's exact motives. Su Banqing smiled slightly, about to say something, but Li Shu cut him off directly. Since you've gone to such lengths for this punch, let it be as you wish. As he spoke, the light energy on Li Shu's divine spirit magic armor gathered. The terrifying black demonic light explosively burst forth, dyeing the whole armor abyss black, with his fist like a black hole seemingly absorbing all energy. Boom. Li Shu's punch blasted towards Su Banqing, the speed breaking sound barriers and tearing the air, with the sonic boom resembling thunder, as if the space itself twisted under the force. Without a doubt, it was an all-out strike, impossible to feign. Young people never turn back until they hit a dead end. Someone shook their head and sighed. Without experiencing a beating, they won't understand to step back for a wider view. This Li Shu is just too reckless. Professor Shu couldn't help but shake his head. Li Qingyi was also confused. Even after noticing the problem, why charge straight into it? Wan Chaoxin sneered. This man is too arrogant. He'll pay for his arrogance. Seeing Li Shu truly unleash full force at him, Su Banqing was thrilled. When Li Shu exposed his intent, Su Banqing was preparing to engage in mind games, unexpectedly finding the other party so reckless, knowing what he wanted yet walking right into it. He activated the karma armor without hesitation. Pung! Li Shu's punch landed directly on Su Banqing's chest. Li Qingyi couldn't bear to watch. Such a powerful strike against the karma armor would rebound back, and Li Shu's demon armor might not withstand such demonic light, possibly being destroyed and putting his life at risk. The majority shared Li Qingyi's thought, believing Li Shu might not escape grave injury, if not death. But the next second, everyone's eyes turned blank. Under Li Shu's fist, the glass-like light shield shattered, and the divine spirit magic armor hit Su Banqing's chest directly. Only a cracking sound like jade shattering followed, then Su Banqing's body flew back. Under the terrifying demonic light, Su Banqing's clothes turned to dust instantly, revealing a jade-like inner armor, with jade light flowing and concentrating on the chest. The jade armor's chest area was punctured with a fist-sized hole, with black demonic light spreading rapidly through it. The jade armor crumbled. Su Banqing's entire body, stark naked, flew back, striking the invisible shield of the Temple of Heaven. The incessant force of the demonic light pressed Su Banqing against the shield, nearly crushing his chest. Puff. Blood spurted wildly from Su Banqing's mouth, and a copper mirror appeared on his chest, blocking the remaining demonic light. Though the symbiotic contract copper mirror deflected the latter demonic light, Su Banqing was already gravely injured, unconscious, and fell heavily to the ground. The entire Temple of Heaven was deathly silent, with everyone incredulously watching. A single punch from the demon armor nearly killed the super spirit level Su Banqing. When had the demon armor's power become so frightening? When had the magic armor master grown so strong? Those knowing the truth were even more shocked than the others. Li Shu's punch shattered the super spirit level karma armor. Such terrifying power was unbelievable, unfathomable for a magic armor master. How can that demon armor be so strong? Li Qingyi looked uncertainly at Li Shu on stage and the divine spirit magic armor on him. What's the explanation for this? Wasn't the karma armor said to reflect damage, invincible to force? Wan Chaojie looked questioningly at Wan Chaoxin. 518 Chapter 518, 224. Someone comes to visit. The shock those magic armor masters felt in their hearts was even greater than that of the trial takers. Besides being horrified, they also felt an indescribable joy. For a long time, the status of magic armor masters in Longevity City has been very low. Many with the talent of a magic armor master would rather mingle in Wansheng Town than become a magic armor master in Longevity City. It is generally believed within Longevity City that magic armor masters are inferior to trial takers. Even most magic armor masters think this way themselves. Among the top-tier combat forces, magic armor masters can hardly compete with trial takers. A few magic armor masters can contend with super spirit testers, but they can only contend and not against the top-line trial takers. Many magic armor masters themselves feel inferior, as if this has become an indisputable fact within Longevity City. But that punch from Li Shu swept everything away like a storm. This notion that magic armor masters are inferior to trial takers, that they don't qualify as top-tier combat strength, and that they are naturally beneath others, non-existent. So what if they are top-tier trial takers? Aren't they also killed by a magic armor master with one punch? The talents of Longevity City, where Su Xuan claimed half, even a powerful trial taker like Su Xuan is left uncertain between life and death by a single punch. Who says magic armor masters are inferior to trial takers? At this moment, there was an irrepressible emotion surging within the magic armor masters participating in the ceremony. It almost burst out from their chests, yet they didn't know how to vent it. Their faces flushed, and they clutched their hands tightly. The person who seemed like a demon to them just a moment ago doesn't appear so detestable anymore, and they even feel an urge to get closer. Of course, what they want to approach is not Li Shu himself, but the prospect of becoming a magic armor master like him. Though both are magic armor masters, if Li Shu could reach this point, then perhaps they can also become such powerful magic armor masters. Li Shu didn't even glance at the motionless Su Bancheng lying on the ground and directly stepped off the stage. Someone had already gone up to check Su Bancheng's condition. Upon returning to the technician group's camp, Li Shu was met with a slightly different expression from the other magic armor masters. Once Su Bancheng was carried away, the commander came out to declare the end of this divining celestial secret. Escorted by numerous trial takers, the last entered technician group was the first to leave. Not knowing why, the lifeless magic armor masters had now straightened their backs, exuding some sense of confidence. "Commander, could you please visit the Research Institute once?" Professor Shu hurriedly invited Li Shu to the Research Institute after they left the Temple of Heaven. He wanted to find out how Li Shu could unleash such terrifying power with the Divine Spirit magic armor. Before, others had worn the Divine Spirit magic armor but never managed to unleash such terrifying might. Moreover, given the inherent issues with the Divine Spirit magic armor, no magic armor master was willing to use it anymore. But today, Professor Su suddenly realized the Divine Spirit magic armor might be much more potent than he imagined, leaving him puzzled and keen to uncover the reason. All right. Li Shu nodded in agreement, not to have a chat with Professor Shu, but to ask him to repair his magic armor. The strength of the Divine Spirit magic armor was somewhat greater than that of Lightspeed 2, and had basically reached the strength standard of the Lightspeed Spear. Nevertheless, even with the Lightspeed Spear's strength standard, it could not fully withstand such a level of overload. An issue had already arisen internally, though not as disastrous as Lightspeed 1 and 2. After the technician group left, the trial takers began to discuss among themselves. Taking down Su Bancheng with a single punch, although it was Su Bancheng's own doing, it was enough to demonstrate that magic armor masters now possess the capability to kill super spirit testers. Longevity City is going to be in turmoil. The commander glanced at the leaders of various families and group leaders of varying expressions and sighed inwardly. The fourth is really impatient, causing such a scene now. Without Wan Keo-kun supporting him, there might be significant trouble. Wan Keo-sin, however, was staring intently in the direction from which the technician group had left. Li Shu's punch indeed surprised him greatly, but right now, this was not what he was pondering over. That bastard Li Shu is precisely the magic armor master who stole the super spirit gemstone. Wan Chaoxin had already concluded firmly that Li Shu was that magic armor master. Although the magic armors worn were different, and the magic armor skills used were not the same, seemingly with no commonality, Wan Chaoxin sensed that Li Shu was indeed the magic armor master. This was not a guess, nor was it a random groping, but a type of heavily tempered experience and intuition. Li Qingyi's expression was also somewhat complicated. At the first moment, she had the same feeling as Wan Chaoxin. She too thought Li Shu was that magic armor master. In less than a day, the name of Li Shu, the commander of the technician group, once again spread throughout Longevity City. Even the people in Wansheng Town had heard about Li Shu using magic armor to take down Su Bancheng with one punch. The sea demon was now looking at the information in his hand with a complicated expression. He initially thought that Li Shu's arrival might allow his fellow fishmen to completely escape their current predicament. Still, he hadn't expected that Li Shu turned out to be a magic armor master, and the situation was unfolding in an entirely different direction from what he anticipated. Whether it's a blessing or a curse is unknown after all, sighed the sea demon. He crumpled the slip of paper into a ball and stuffed it directly into his mouth to eat. 519, Chapter 519, 224, Someone Comes to Visit Too. The entire Changsheng Tian is filled with legends about Li Shu and the Divine Spirit Demon Armor, which has moved many people who originally had talent for being a magic armor master but were unwilling to pursue it. Commander, how did you manage to control the Divine Spirit Demon Armor and unleash such formidable power? After arriving at the Institute, Professor Shu couldn't wait to ask about Li Shu's situation. This set of demon armor has some problems. You should research it. Maybe you'll find what's wrong. Li Shu handed the damaged Divine Spirit Demon Armor to Professor Shu. Professor Shu naturally didn't believe this excuse, but after testing, he found numerous faults within the Divine Spirit Demon Armor, making him puzzled, so he decided to study it further. After dismissing Professor Shu, Li Shu, and Sha Chu returned directly to Courtyard Number 7. With that punch, you've secured your position as commander, but I fear you'll face countless troubles in the future. Sha Chu laughed. Since I've come to Changsheng Tian, I'm not afraid of any trouble, Li Shu replied. That's true. What do you plan to do? The blood seal stones from the magic armor group must be retrieved, otherwise they will eventually become a hidden threat. Sha Chu said. Let me think of a way. It's indeed a bit troublesome to retrieve the blood seal stones from Bai Wanli. Li Shu felt somewhat troubled. Although he could temporarily suppress those magic armor masters, this was not a long-term solution. He had to find a way to take back the blood seal stones. While the two were discussing, they suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Sha Chu went out of the courtyard and opened the gate, finding that the person standing outside was Li Qingyi. I came to deliver gemstones to Li Shu. Li Qingyi said, holding a box. Sha Chu brought Li Qingyi into the hall. Li Qingyi placed the box in front of Li Shu and said, These are the spinels we agreed on before. Use them to enhance the super spirit limit of the Jedi Knight, then we'll go to Tianmen. Isn't it said that Tianmen is shaking and there's a demon spirit trying to come out? Aren't you afraid to go to Tianmen now? Li Shu asked in surprise. Since my father has gone, then the issue at Tianmen is not a problem anymore. Besides, your demon spirit also needs time to absorb these spinels, by which time the issue at Tianmen should be resolved. Li Qingyi smiled. Can you tell me what exactly you want to do by going to Tianmen? Li Shu asked. Can I choose not to answer that question? Li Qingyi hesitated before speaking. Sure, but you should at least tell me what you want my help with, right? Li Chu laughed. What you need to do is simple. Once inside a certain place within Tianmen, use your Jedi Knight to attack me, Li Qingyi stated. Attack you? Li Chu thought he misheard. That's right, attack me. Li Qingyi confirmed that Li Shu hadn't misheard. Why is that? Li Shu was greatly puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. It's hard to explain now. Li Qingyi smiled and said, Don't worry, there shouldn't be much danger, otherwise I wouldn't go. All right. Li Shu didn't ask any more questions. He opened the box to see it filled with red spinels. Judging by the color, although most of them might not reach the Jedi Knight's color grade, they were certainly top-quality red spinels. These red spinels weren't very large, ranging from 1 carat to several, but their quality was truly outstanding. Considering the gemstones, he could only follow Qingyi for a trip. As long as your Jedi Knight has sufficient potential, these red spinels should boost its super spirit limit to above 90, but absorbing these red spinels requires some time, so I hope you can quickly raise the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit. Li Qingyi paused, looking at Li Shu with a somewhat complex expression. Recently, you better be careful. Wan Chaoxin might come looking for trouble. Why would he trouble me? Li Shu feigned ignorance. Isn't it because you took that super spirit gem? Li Qingyi stared at Li Shu and asked, Can I choose not to answer this question? Li Shu laughed. Sure. Li Qingyi gave him a look. It's fine if you don't answer, I won't trouble you, but Wan Chaoxin is not so easygoing. Let him come, it's not a big deal. Li Shu responded nonchalantly. Don't think your demon armor is powerful enough to do as you please. Aren't you going to the land of trial? Demon armor can't be brought into the land of trial, Li Qingyi reminded him. I might as well not go then. Li Shu laughed. That's fine too. Focus on enhancing the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit at home. When the time comes, even without demon armor, you'll have some ability to protect yourself. Li Qingyi nodded. By the way, have you any clues about those signing words? Li Shu cautiously asked. Although 8th Master had said the divining celestial secret was measuring Li Qingyi's marriage fate this time, Li Shu knew the matter might not be so simple. The character's spirit was so peculiarly measured, combined with what 8th Master had previously told Zhou Wen, Li Shu was highly suspicious that the divining celestial secret wasn't measuring Li Qingyi's marriage fate, but someone related to that spirit character. The claim of measuring Li Qingyi's marriage fate might just be a cover to confuse people. I've never believed in any signing words. Li Qingyi stared at Li Shu. Why? Do you have any thoughts on those signing words? 520, Chapter 520, 2024, Someone Visits 3. No, I have no opinion on it. Those predictions have nothing to do with me. Li Shu quickly distanced himself. Oh, they have nothing to do with you? Qingyi said flatly. Those 4 predictions don't relate to me, definitely have nothing to do with me. Li Shu said without hesitation. He didn't want to be associated with that spirit word. Should the president think he is connected to it, it would be a huge problem. Longevity City's power shouldn't be underestimated. Figures like Wan Chaoxin, Han Mingshu, and Su Bancheng are already quite formidable. Who knows how strong those old guys are? The president is even more terrifying. Without the demon armor to sustain long battles, Li Shu didn't want to find himself in such a passive situation. Is it so intolerable to be associated with me? Qingyi felt a bit annoyed seeing Li Shu eager to distance himself. Do you want me to associate with you? Li Shu asked with a mischievous smile. Qingyi was slightly stunned, then annoyed and embarrassed. Who would want to associate with you? With that said, Qingyi got up and left. Hurry up and raise the super spirit limit of your Jedi Knight, so we can go to Tianmen as soon as possible. After watching Qingyi leave, Li Shu picked up the box of crystals on the table, summoned the Jedi Knight, and fed him one gemstone after another. Looks like that young lady still has some interest in you. Here's your chance to live off someone else. Seize it well. Shachu chuckled as she walked over. You can't say things like that carelessly. If others hear it, I might become the public enemy of Longevity City. Li Shu said casually. Do you think you're not the public enemy of Longevity City already? Shachu curled her lips. That's true. Be careful when you go out recently. Don't let anything go wrong. Li Shu admonished Shachu. He himself wasn't afraid, but Shachu's abilities were much weaker. If someone targeted her first, she would be in trouble. I know. Shachu watched the Jedi Knight eating crystals and said, Are you really planning to go to Tianmen with her? Since I agreed and received benefits, I definitely have to go. Li Shu nodded. I haven't been to Tianmen, but I've heard it's extremely dangerous inside. Many guardians of Tianmen have died tragically. A former Grand Elder who guarded Tianmen had strength only under the president and yet died there. You should be careful in such a dangerous place. Don't get blinded by beauty, Shachu said. With you around training my will daily, my resistance to beauty is still quite strong. Li Shu laughed. How about I further train you? Shachu swayed her long hair. As long as you're not afraid of my weak will. Li Shu stared boldly at Shachu. If a man's will was reliable, even pigs could climb trees, Shachu said, twisting her way while walking fast, clearly a bit intimidated. both timid and playful. That must be about people like Sha Chu. Li Shu shook his head and continued feeding gemstones to the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight's stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many gems Li Shu gave him, it seemed his stomach couldn't be filled. Having an evil parasite is good. Isn't it said that the Longevity City also has evil? Find a chance to get a few more and let the White Knight female demon and others host them. Upgrading will be easier in the future. Li Shu had many demon spirits to nurture now. The main issue was insufficient resources. The main problem was those demon spirits must consume gemstones and demon cores of corresponding attributes, making it quite troublesome. If they could consume any demon core, awakening talent skills would be difficult. The Jedi Knight ate red apatite one by one. Under the large accumulation, the super spirit limit kept growing. Hey, why does eating gemstones increase faster than eating demon cores, even though their energy is weaker? He vaguely felt before that gemstones and demon cores are quite different. Gemstones seem to promote demon spirits levels more readily. Unexpectedly, even the super spirit limit increases more effectively with gemstones. It's not just about energy strength. There must be some substance in gemstones enabling faster super spirit limit growth. Because the Jedi Knight could endlessly consume gemstones, his super spirit limit kept increasing until all red appetites were consumed, only reaching 81%, much less than King Yi's expectation of over 90%. Li Shu realized it wasn't due to the Jedi Knight's insufficient potential, but because his body was infested by the evil parasite, energy was definitely being divided by it, causing this deviation. 81% super spirit limit. I wonder how much stronger this is than before. Li Shu was planning to find a place to test when Sha Chu returned. Li Shu, someone is at the front gate wanting to see you, Sha Chu said. Who is it? Li Shu asked curiously. Who could it be wanting to see him at this time? The person only said their surname is Li, Sha Chu added. I haven't seen this person before, but they should be someone from the Li family, and quite significant. Li family? Let him in. Li Shu thought for a moment and said. Sha Chu shook her head. I already told him to come in earlier, but he said nothing and waited outside. Is this implying I should go greet him personally? Li Shu sneered. That's probably what it means. Sha Chu thought and said, I guess he might be the patriarch of the Li family or someone important. Isn't the patriarch the president? Li Shu found it puzzling. No, on the surface, the president doesn't involve himself in Li family matters, Sha Chu said. Then let him wait outside. Li Shu said casually, since he wasn't the president, whether he was the patriarch or not didn't matter, no need to accommodate him. 521, Chapter 521, 225, 37 minutes. Li Jingshan stood outside the gates of courtyard number 7, with his hands behind his back, inspecting the entrance. As the Grand Steward of the Li family, visiting a newly appointed commander was nothing. Even visits to those veteran commanders usually saw them coming out to greet him. If it weren't for the matter of the Demon Armor Group, he would never have personally sought out Li Shu, such a new commander. Even though Li Shu thoroughly defeated Su Bancheng in the Divining Celestial Secret, it didn't mean much to Li Jingshan. After all, magic armor masters are just useless dependents of demon armor. He couldn't wear demon armor 24 hours a day. There are simply too many ways to kill a magic armor master. Even a magic armor master wearing demon armor wouldn't be hard to eliminate if the Li family really wanted him dead. Compared to Li Shu's strength, the Li family was more concerned with the interests of the Demon Armor Group. Although the Demon Armor Group was managed by Bai Wanli, the resources taken from the Demon Armor Group included a portion for the Li family, and it was a substantial share at that. Originally, the Li family thought Li Shu would never truly control the Demon Armor Group, but unexpectedly he had such methods, leading the group to participate in the Divining Celestial Secret Ceremony and decisively defeating Su Bancheng with demon armor, thus securing his position as commander. The Li family had already heard Bai Wanli talk about Li Shu's methods. Bai Wanli's operatives within the Demon Armor Group had already revealed Li Shu's details of killing the Demon Eye and seizing the Demon Armor Group. In addition, Li Shu even defeated Su Bancheng as a magic armor master, making it difficult for Bai Wanli to reclaim the Demon Armor Group. Though Bai Wanli held the Blood Seal Stone, since he wasn't the commander of the Demon Armor Group, he couldn't truly use the Blood Seal Stone to kill all those magic armor masters. The Li family didn't care, whether in Li Shu's or Bai Wanli's hands, it made no difference to them, as long as Li Shu handed over the share meant for the Li family in full. The Li family didn't mind Li Shu truly controlling the Demon Armor Group, but these matters couldn't be discussed openly, which is why Li Jingshan had personally come to find Li Shu. The Li family could tolerate Bai Wanli, so naturally, they could also tolerate Li Shu. With another capable person to handle matters for the Li family, why not? Li Jingshan initially believed that once he announced his affiliation with the Li family, Li Shu would immediately come out to greet him. Yet, after waiting and waiting, the gates remained closed. Li Jingshan stood there, maintaining his hands behind back posture, his neck starting to feel a bit sore. After waiting a while longer with absolutely no movement, Li Jingshan couldn't resist and knocked on the door again. Hello. Sha Chu soon opened the door and stepped out. I told you to inform Li Shu. Did you relay my message? Li Jingshan said, suppressing his anger. I did. The commander has some important work. Please wait in the living room, Shachu replied with a smile. Did you tell him I'm from the Li family? Li Jingshan said with a frown. I did. The commander asks that you wait in the living room, Shachu still smiled. Li Jingshan twitched his lips, but ultimately said nothing more, only uttering, lead the way, utterly foolish. Does he not realize that someone who would come looking for him at this time absolutely wouldn't be an insignificant member of the Li family? Li Jingshan thought to himself, assuming Li Shu was unaware that a prominent Li family person had come, temporarily tolerating the situation. After all, money was important, and he could bear a bit for money. If the resources from the Demon Armor Group were lost, the Li family might suffer a nearly 50% loss in income, which was not a trivial amount. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it wouldn't be easy to explain to the patriarch. Li Jingshan arrived in the living room and sat down loudly. Shachu brought a pot of brewed tea for him and then went off to attend to other affairs. Li Jingshan pretended to leisurely sip tea, but after cup with his mouth turning bitter, he still hadn't seen Li Shu come over. While Li Jingshan was feeling annoyed, he saw someone walking in from outside. Looking up, it was Li Shu. Apologies, I had some matters needing attention. Sorry for keeping you waiting. May I know how to address you? Li Shu said with a smile. Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan directly gave his name, knowing that hearing it would naturally reveal his identity. So it is the Grand Steward of the Li family. What guidance might I receive? Li Shu really had heard of Li Jingshan's name. Since Li family matters were mostly handled by this Grand Steward, although merely the steward of a family, the power of the Li family's Grand Steward was not inferior to that of a commander. Commander Li, young and talented, assuming the role of commander at such a young age, is rare in the history of Changshengtian. I am here, firstly, to congratulate you on taking over the Demon Armor Group, and secondly, to inform you of some rules of the Demon Armor Group, Li Jingshan said lightly. I wonder what rules govern the Demon Armor Group. I am all ears, Li Shu said with a smile. 70-30 resource allocation from Changshengtian to the Demon Armor Group, 30% goes to storage, and 70% requires redistribution, Li Jingshan said, looking at Li Shu. How should these 70% be redistributed? Li Shu asked. Previously, when Vice President Bai managed the Demon Armor Group, he worked hard and could take 20%. The remaining 50%, taken from Changshengtian, naturally also needs to be returned to Changshengtian, Li Jingshan said. Li Shu understood from Li Jingshan's words that Changshengtian was Li Famli's, so that 50% naturally had to be given to the Li Famli. And how does the Grand Steward plan to divide it now? Li Shu asked calmly. 522, Chapter 522, 2025, 37 minutes 2. Now he realized just how ruthless the Li family could be. They actually took 50% of the resources from the Demon Armor Group, while Bai Wanli only got 20%. The Demon Armor Group only got 30% of the resources. But just with this 30%, they managed to create so many high-level demon armors. It shows how vast these resources truly were. Li Shu was already calculating in his mind. If he obtained those resources, then his magic spirits wouldn't have to worry about not having enough resources to level up. Commander Li, overseeing the Demon Armor Group, has also worked hard and naturally deserves a share. Li Jingshan said before coming, the Patriarch had already instructed that at most 2/10 could be allocated to Li Shu. Bai Wanli would allocate 10% to Li Shu, and if Li Shu was still not satisfied, the Li family could also give him another 10%. 2/10 were the final bottom line. Does the Grand Steward mean I can take 10%? Li Shu asked with deliberate surprise. These resources need to be distributed by Vice President Bai, so he naturally needs a share too, Li Jingshan said. Li Shu laughed. The Demon Armor Group has 70% of the resources, and I can only take 10%? 10% is not a small amount. You need to know to whom the remaining 50% belongs, Li Jingshan said calmly. I really don't know to whom those 50% of resources belong, Li Shu said. The name Li of the Eternal Sky, Li Jingshan pronounced each word clearly. You mean those 50% of resources are for the president? Li Shu pursed his lips. Although Old 8 had also said that these resources from the Demon Armor Group might be related to the president, after meeting Li Jingshan today, Li Shu felt things might not be that simple. I didn't say that. I just said these 50% resources are for use by the Eternal Sky. Li Jingshan sensed Li Shu's displeasure and added, Commander Li just arrived at the Eternal Sky and has just taken office. Various aspects need money and indeed require resources. The Li family isn't unreasonable. How about this? I'll take charge and give you another 10%, and I'll explain to the Patriarch myself. Then should I thank you, Grand Steward? Li Shu asked. No need to thank me. Just remember the kindness of the Li family in the future, Li Jingshan said, as if bestowing an enormous favor upon Li Shu. I've remembered the kindness of the Li family, but I still have one more question. Li Shu sighed. Speak, Li Jingshan said openly, as if whatever Li Shu's question was, he could settle it all the same. Now there is no longer a Demon Armor Group, so where should I collect my 20%? Is it from Vice President Bai or from the Li family? Li Shu said with a smile. Commander Li, what do you mean by this? Li Jingshan's face turned cold. Of course, I am grateful to the Li family. I, as the commander of the technician group, can not only take resources from the technician group, but the Grand Steward wants to give me an additional 20%. I am extremely grateful, Li Shu said with a smile. Li Shu, do you know what you're saying? Li Xingshan got angry. Of course, I know what I'm saying. Do you know what you're saying? Li Shu's face turned cold as well. Li Shu, you better think it through. If you speak like this, you will not receive any of those resources. Li Xingshan said with a stern face. Oh, so the Li family doesn't plan to give them to me? That's a bit troublesome. With only the technician group's resources, life is quite tight, but there's no other way. I'm just the commander of the technician group after all. I'll just get by, Li Shu said. Just afraid you won't live to get by. Li Jingshan stood up and left with a wave of his sleeve. After Li Jingshan left, Shachu shut the door and returned to the hall saying, in this situation, why insist on antagonizing the Li family? Getting 2/10 is better than getting nothing at all. If the Li family obstructs, you'll hardly be able to get them. It's not a problem. These are all on the surface. If he dares not to give, I'll smash his general affairs department, Li Shu said calmly. Aren't you afraid that the president's share might be involved as well? Shachu asked worriedly. I doubt it, Li Shu laughed. You're too aggressive in doing things. Aren't you afraid of what-ifs? Shachu sighed. Those without ability are called aggressive. Those with ability are called bold, Li Shu said, standing up. Come with me for a trip. You should stay by my side these days to avoid any mishaps. Shachu had no other options. The entire Eternal Sky now knew she was with Li Shu and had to follow him down the path. Li Shu planned to head to the land of trial to see how much stronger the Jedi Knights had become compared to before. With a gloomy expression, Li Jingshan returned to the Li family and went straight to the Patriarch, narrating the entire incident. Patriarch, that Li Shu really doesn't know his place. He actually wants to monopolize the resources of the Demon Armor Group. A lesson must be taught to him. After finishing, Li Jingshan added a sentence. A lesson? How do you plan to teach him? Patriarch Li Changyin didn't lift his head, continuing to practice calligraphy while speaking. I'll notify Bai Wanli to withhold the resources of the Demon Armor Group, not giving a single bit to Li Shu. Without resources for the Research Institute or money for the Magic Armor Masters who will be willing to follow him, let's see how he can continue as a commander. By then, we won't need to act. Li Shu will have to come seeking us, Li Xingshan said. Jingshan, do you know what is most important in writing a good character? Li Shangyin did not comment, continuing to write as he spoke. 5023, Chapter 53, 2537 M3 Jingshan is slow-witted. Please enlighten the Patriarch. Li Jingshan heard the meaning in Li Changyin's words, which seemed to disapprove of his plan. Li Changyin put down the pen and, while examining his own writing, said, the important thing in writing a good character is not the line's flow or the structure of the character. The flow can be practiced, and the structure can be learned, but the essence of the word is something that cannot be practiced or learned. Taking the paper from the table, Li Changyin appreciated his own writing and said, what is called meaning is something unfathomable, but with careful observation, one can still find some clues. The realm of the writer is seen in the brushwork. If the brush flows smoothly, like a startled snake or dragon in flight, if the brush breaks off, like a knife slashing or an axe chopping, when to connect, when to break, break. The essence lies in a single-mindedness. The Patriarch means Li Jingshan seemed to understand Li Changyin's implication. Li Changyin crumpled the paper in his hand and tossed it into the trash bin, saying calmly, Jing Li should have emerged by now, right? Li Jingshan was startled and asked, is it necessary to have Jing Li take action? Seeing Li Changyin remain silent, Li Jingshan hurriedly said, I'll go see if Jing Li has come out. After leaving the Li family, Li Jingshan, feeling somewhat apprehensive, headed towards Wansheng town. If one ranked the people Li Jingshan least wanted to see within Chengsheng-Tian, Jing Li would definitely be among the top 3. Jing Li was not originally part of Chengsheng-Tian, he was later invited to join by a commander. As a result, Jing Li quickly rose from an ordinary member to the position of commander in just a few years. Even more terrifying is that he became the new commander after challenging and killing the one who had invited him into Chengsheng-Tian. This person is fickle and extremely murderous. Even after becoming commander, his murderous nature remained unchanged, eventually causing a significant incident that led to the 4 great families petitioning together, forcing the president to strip him of his commander title. Later, he was imprisoned in a land of trial in Wansheng town for killing the vice president before Han Minghui. This unpredictable and fearless fellow is someone Li Jingshan doesn't wish to meet, as who knows if he might get displeased and chop off his head too. Fortunately, Jing Li wasn't executed at the time because Li Changyin intervened, so Jing Li owes a debt of gratitude to Li Changyin and should not harm the Li family members. Even knowing this, Li Jingshan was still somewhat afraid to see Jing Li. Walking on the muddy road, Li Jingshan arrived at the slum and soon stood in front of a shabby shack. Stabilizing his emotions, Li Jingshan took a deep breath and straightened his attire before stepping forward to knock on the door, saying, Lord Jing Li, are you there? No one answered, not a sound was heard. Li Jingshan dared not continue knocking nor make a sound, just standing outside the door waiting. He had heard that when Jing Li was the commander, there was a team member with urgent business who went to knock on his door. When no one answered, he knocked a few more times, which woke Jing Li from his sleep. Jing Li opened the door without a word and directly chopped off the member's head. Since then, no one dared to knock on Jing Li's door a second time. In fact, few even dared to knock in the first place. Li Jingshan stood outside waiting. Whether Jing Li was home or not, he wasn't going to knock again. He could only wait for Jing Li to either return or come out on his own. After waiting for half a day without any movement, Li Jingshan was not impatient at all, continuing to wait outside silently, not making a single noise. Creak. The shack's wooden door finally opened, and a man draped in a robe and baring his chest came out. The man's figure was lean, but his muscles were extremely solid, seemingly without an ounce of excess fat on his body. His exposed chest was crisscrossed with scars, as if randomly hacked by knives. His clothes were tattered, yet his hair was meticulously groomed. Though it appeared not to have been cut for many years, it was extremely clean and neat, tied back and fastened behind him. The man's face was not handsome, with stubble on his face, a toothpick in his mouth, and a long-sheathed knife slung over his shoulder, his hand casually resting on the hilt. Ordinary knives are at most 3 feet long, but the knife on the man's shoulder exceeded 4 feet. Lord Jing Li. Seeing the man's phoenix eyes looking at him, Li Jingshan hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Who do you want killed? Jing Li's first words left Li Jingshan somewhat startled. The patriarch instructed me, Li Jingshan wanted to explain, but Jing Li interrupted him. I asked who do you want killed, don't waste words, Jing Li said coldly. Li Jingshan shivered and quickly said, Li Shu. Go back and tell Li Chongyin I've repaid his favor, Jing Li said, carrying his knife as he walked away on his own. Watching Jing Li's figure disappear beyond the muddy alley, Li Jingshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned away immediately. He didn't want to stay in this eerie place for even an extra moment. Li Shu and Sha Chu arrived at the trial gate for beasts, and this time Li Shu left with full gear. The Divine Spirit magic armor was still at the Research Institute, so Li Shu brought the stolen Demon Eye magic armor, and the spiritual mace he had previously taken from the wooden house was wrapped and hung at his waist by Li Shu. This being a critical time, he dared not be careless. Having exchanged for plenty of resources before, they didn't need to rely on luck this time, opening the door directly with the trial badge they had exchanged for using the demon core. Using gems to open the door requires luck, but using a trial badge allows one to determine whether an admission ticket will appear through the light pattern on it. After using 3 trial badges in succession, they finally hit upon a trial gate that issued an admission ticket, and the two immediately entered. As soon as he entered the trial ground, Li Shu noticed something was amiss. The ordinary clothes and magic armor he had on were gone, and the fabric wrapping the spiritual mace was also missing, yet the mace itself still remained, not disappearing. Could it be that this spiritual mace too is a pact? But why can't I form a pact with it? Li Shu's heart was full of confusion. He had tried many times before, and there was no way to form a pact with the spiritual mace. It shouldn't be something to form a pact with. 5024, Chapter 5024, 226. Big Bird, that's strange. It's obviously not a contract, yet it can be brought into the trial gate. What could be the reason? Did I judge it wrong? Could it be that the spiritual mace itself is a contract, but for some reason I can't forge a contract with it? Or is it that the spiritual mace, once made, already has intelligence, and the trial gate considers it a creature so it can be brought in? If it's the latter, perhaps old Guan can use the principle of the spiritual mace to create demon armor that can be brought into the trial gate, Li Shu pondered to himself. The sea-level trial was not difficult for both of them, but unfortunately the final trial only allowed one reward selection. Li Shu chose an entry ticket, while Sha Chu chose an attribute, then used a trial badge to follow Li Shu into the land of beasts. They appeared on the prairie, surrounded by those white ball beasts. Li Shu summoned his own white ball beast, then summoned the masked emperor and, together with Sha Chu, sped towards the depths of the prairie. Unfortunately, they didn't find a herd of Pegasus beasts, only encountered a pack of double-pupil wolves. The Jedi Knight unleashed its full firepower, sweeping away a large number of double-pupil wolves with a single strike. This kind of low-level demon spirit couldn't even test the true power of the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight is truly formidable. Sha Chu admired as the Jedi Knight wiped out a pack of double-pupil wolves with just a few strikes. Once we get our hands on the resources from the Demon Armor group, we'll have the money to level up our demon spirits. Super spirit is not a dream. Li Shu laughed. Let's talk after we get them. The Li family isn't so easy to deal with. I'm afraid they are already thinking of ways to deal with us now. Sha Chu said. Then let them come. Li Shu twisted the throttle, and the masked emperor roared and dashed off, speeding through the prairie, searching for other demon spirit groups. As they raced on, the masked emperor's body suddenly burst into a great light flame, apparently advancing in level. Li Shu wasn't interested in watching it advance, riding the masked emperor forward, going faster and faster. Sitting behind Li Shu, Sha Chu could only hold on to him tightly, her whole body pressed against his back. The seat on the masked emperor was actually only meant for one person, but because it was large and long, it could carry one more person, though it wasn't as spacious with 2 people. The golden light on the masked emperor blazed fiercely, appearing from afar like a golden meteor streaking across the horizon. In the rapid drive, the Masked Emperor completed the level advancement. Masked Emperor, capable of evolution, can summon the Masked Emperor Demon Spirit. Level, A-Class. Quality, Radiant. Talent skills, Emperor's Mask, Super Acceleration, Deadly Curve. Unexpectedly, the Masked Emperor awakened another new talent skill, though it was sadly not an offensive talent skill, but still related to speed. Li Shu tried using Deadly Curve, and on either side of the Masked Emperor, beneath it, ports similar to exhaust pipes appeared. The golden flames they sprayed allowed the Masked Emperor to execute a nearly 90-degree turn while speeding along, its tilted body almost touching the ground but not falling over, carried through by the flames on either side, continuing to charge ahead at full speed. So, it's a skill for turning. Li Shu wasn't disappointed and was quite pleased with this skill. As the saying goes, the one who's fast in curves is truly fast. The Masked Emperor can use skills to turn without reducing speed, without worrying about falling or failing the turn, which is already a very effective ability. When escaping or chasing an enemy, utilizing turns can effectively widen or close the distance. The Masked Emperor indeed reached the pinnacle in terms of speed. Only the last S-Class remains. I wonder if the Masked Emperor can awaken another talent skill. Another offensive talent skill would be perfect. Li Shu tested for a while and found that the Deadly Curve skill was useful even beyond turning. In normal straight-line travel, the flames sprayed from both sides also improve the Masked Emperor's stability. Even at extremely high speeds on rough roads, it's not so easy to fall. Li Shu was testing the Masked Emperor's speed limit when the sky suddenly blazed with light, as if a golden sun was casting its rays. Looking up, he was astonished to see a large golden bird, like an eagle or a hawk, appearing over their heads without notice. The imposing bird was flying high in the sky, still looking quite large, its entire body covered with feathers radiating intense golden light, like a huge golden sun. The bird's flying direction was unexpectedly in harmony with the Masked Emperor's path, and it grew faster, having already overtaken the Masked Emperor. What demon spirit is that? Li Shu could tell just from the light on that bird's body that it must be a radiant demon spirit, but he didn't know its name or level. I've never seen it before, don't know what demon spirit it is, but judging by its speed, it must be S-Class without doubt. Shachu also gazed at the bird in the sky and spoke. Li Shu's mind stirred, and he continued to speed up the Masked Emperor. In the endless prairie, the Masked Emperor continuously accelerated, flames spurting from its exhaust, pushing its speed higher and higher. The A-Class Masked Emperor's speed could already rival ordinary S-Class demon spirits, and with the Super Acceleration skill, its speed was capable of competing with top-tier speed-type demon spirits. 525, Chapter 525, 26 Big Bird 2. Even so, they still couldn't catch up with the large bird, and could only watch as it flew farther and farther away, gradually pulling away. After the large bird distanced itself, it actually turned to look at the Masked Emperor below, emitting a call that sounded incredibly disdainful. Then it flapped its wings again, increasing its speed, and soon even its shadow was out of sight. So fast, Li Shu felt a bit disappointed. He had thought the large bird might come down to attack them, but to his surprise, it just mockingly called out and then flew away. If it had come to attack, relying on the Jedi Knight and Dragonvine spirit, perhaps they could have kept it here to kill it. But it just flew away, leaving two super spirits unable to catch up. If I could get the magic spirit of that bird, who could ever catch up with me again? Escaping would be top-notch, Li Shu sighed. Why are you always thinking about escaping? Shachu chuckled. Li Shao smiled and said nothing, riding the Masked Emperor to continue searching for groups of magic spirits to slaughter. Today's luck seemed not that great. The magic spirit groups found were mostly low-level. The highest level was only grade A, and very few were of quality. After killing several groups of magic spirits, they only obtained one talent gemstone. Li Shu wasn't interested in such ordinary talent gemstones, so he asked Shachu to keep it for exchange money. Along the way, they killed many magic spirits but gained little worthwhile, not a single remarkable thing that caught Li Shu's eye. Li Shu had no choice but to keep moving forward, hoping to earn back the cost of the 4 trial badges he used to come in. As they walked further, Li Shu discovered a towering mountain up ahead. The mountain was extremely peculiar, standing solitary on the grassland. Looking around, there wasn't even a small hill nearby, just an endless expanse of grassland. As the Masked Emperor approached the mountain, Li Shu and Shachu found that the mountain was shockingly high, probably over 10,000 meters tall. From a distance, it looked like a black sword stabbed into the grassland, with clouds and mist swirling around its blade. The tip of the sword was white. The closer they got, the more they felt the mountain was insurmountable, with the white on the summit likely caused by snow cover. Could it be that the large bird lives on that mountain? Li Shu's mind raced, urging the Masked Emperor to speed toward the mountain. The Masked Emperor sprinted like lightning, and when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Li Shu realized he had underestimated the mountain's majestic grandeur. Looking up from the base, all he could see was the mountain enveloped in clouds, making it impossible to see the summit or know its height. The black mountainsides were steep, at a 90-degree angle, so smooth that not even a cat could climb them. What kind of mountain is this? Li Shu stopped the car and touched the mountain rocks. I can't be certain what mountain this is, but I remember hearing from the old commander about a mountain called Kitian that resembles this one. But I only heard bits while passing by without details, so I don't know if Kitian Mountain is in the land of beasts, Shachu mused. Tell me about it, Li Shu said while inspecting the higher areas of the mountain. I heard the old commander say Kitian Mountain hosts extremely terrifying magic spirits, requiring extra manpower to monitor to prevent the spirits from breaking through the trial gate. Shachu looked around. There are no signs of people stationed here. Maybe this isn't Kitian Mountain? You wait down here, I'll go take a look. Li Shu left the masked emperor below and found a less smooth mountain wall to climb up. His physical fitness was good enough that even such steep walls didn't pose much of a challenge. Shachu watched him from below, seeing Li Shu move swiftly like a spiritual ape on the mountain wall, reaching halfway up the mountain in no time. As he climbed higher, Shachu could hardly see him, as clouds and mist obscured the view. Moreover, Li Shu's figure had become so small it was hard to see clearly, even without the mist. Li Shu felt it getting colder as he ascended, but fortunately he had the Ice Heart talent and Ice Ashes skill, making him more adept in colder conditions. Upon reaching the middle of the mountain, clouds enveloped both below and above, the mist so thick it was hard to see anything ahead. Li Shu climbed upward while listening carefully, hoping to discover something but heard not even the wind. Wondering how that guy, Chu Jun, is doing now, if his level has improved. His inspiration skill would be most effective in a place like this. Li Shu missed the days when Chu Jun was a pathfinder, considering whether he could bring Chu Jun and a Fey in once he is stable in the Heavenly Immortal. A Fey surely wouldn't be a problem, but whether Chu Jun could join was uncertain. Given how the Chu family avoided associating with Heavenly Immortal, they might not let Chu Jun enter. Thinking as he climbed, after more than an hour, suddenly, the sky cleared, and sunlight poured down like clear golden springs. Beneath was a sea of clouds rolling, above was an infinite blue sky, a scene of such majesty it made one feel free and delighted. Li Shu looked up, realizing there were several thousand meters to the summit still, with the upper half entirely blanketed by dazzling white snow. 2526. Chapter 526, 226 Big Bird 3. At the border between the black mountain wall and the white snow, a strange serpentine tree grew on the 90-degree mountain wall. The strange tree was rooted in the mountain rock, growing in a bizarre fashion. The trunk was about as thick as a water tank, and the branches were as thick as a bucket. The trunk and branches twisted around each other, and the leaves looked like silver sheets. As sunlight scattered over them, the silver leaves swayed as if ripples were moving through them. Li Shu examined it carefully for a while and suddenly felt a wave of joy in his heart. Although he didn't see the golden bird, he did find a huge nest on the strange silver tree. The nest was probably as large as a room, wedged between the entwined trunk and numerous branches, supported by the strange tree, woven from strands of dry grass. I didn't expect to find the right place. There's an 80 to 90% chance this is the golden bird's nest. Li Shu felt delighted and quickened his pace, climbing further upwards. With a goal in mind, time seemed to pass much faster. Li Shu felt that not much time had gone by before he was nearly at the vicinity of the strange tree. To his disappointment, he didn't see any sign of the golden bird, likely because it hadn't returned. Since it hasn't returned, I'll hide in its nest and surprise it when it comes back. Maybe there are bird eggs in the nest. A demon spirit egg would be a great supplement, Li Shu thought as he climbed, soon reaching the strange tree. He climbed along the branches to the nest, and when he reached out and looked inside, his pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the room-sized nest, there weren't any bird eggs, but instead, many human bones and torn clothing scattered all around. Judging by the bones with no flesh, they must have been gnawed very cleanly. Li Shu felt somewhat disappointed initially, but after a closer look, he was pleasantly surprised. Among the torn clothing, there were some strange items. In the area he examined, he found swords, boots, hats, and jewelry. These were real trial takers. They died here and certainly left behind many parasitic contracts and demon spirit rings. That's money. Li Shu entered without hesitation and began rummaging through the torn armor. These armors were all contracts, but they were severely damaged, having lost their spirituality and unable to be used further. Li Shu pulled out a sword from the chaotic bones and found it was half broken, lacking any shine, and sensing no light energy or spiritual oscillation. It was a damaged contract. Li Shu casually threw the broken sword aside and pulled out a sword from the torn armor. Even worse, the sword was twisted into a question mark shape, rusted all over, with a missing tip. It was another ruined contract. Li Shu rummaged for quite a while. All the armors were broken, not a single one intact. The hat was torn in half, but a golden bracelet and a golden necklace were still whole, with some light energy fluctuations, though weak. They were likely low-level contracts and seemed to be of poor quality. Why haven't I seen a demon spirit ring? Li Shu wasn't willing to give up and continued digging through. After pulling aside a torn robe, Li Shu was startled to find a mummified face staring back at him. Skull heads were scattered all around, but this face wasn't a skull. It still had flesh, though dried, resembling jerky stuck onto the skull, with dried eyes, looking eerie and terrifying. Ah! Li Shu exclaimed softly. The other people's remains were torn and consumed by the nest's owner, as indicated by their severely torn clothing. Yet the mummy, despite its terrifying appearance, seemed complete. Its facial muscles might have turned into jerky but hadn't been damaged. It still wore clothes. Li Shu cleared away the dried grass and torn clothes from the mummy, and as he expected, the mummy's clothes were unharmed, completely intact without a single tear. Silver silk robes enveloped the mummy, with matching silver silk boots on its feet and silver silk gloves on its hands. These items looked silver-colored, but upon closer examination, the silk threads were actually transparent, containing a silver substance that appeared silver under sunlight. Is this an entire set of contracts? Strange. Typically, each trial ground only grants one contract per person. Such complete sets shouldn't appear on one individual unless this person seized others' contracts. Li Shu checked the mummy's fingers but found no demon spirit ring, growing increasingly puzzled. Why did these trial takers die without leaving their demon spirit rings behind? And why were the other trial takers devoured, yet this one remains untouched? Are the contracts too resilient for the bird to tear through? That doesn't make sense. Even with contract protection, the face shouldn't be this intact. Li Shu thought and thought but couldn't figure it out. He reached out to search the mummy, hoping to find something. After feeling around a bit, he indeed found something. Taking it out to see, it was a harmonica with a manufacturing mark, evidently a human-made item. He turned the mummy over entirely, also finding some wet wipes, car keys, but none of the useful items like wallets or gemstone pouches. You dared to go out without money or gemstones. Really unlucky, no wonder you ended up like this. Li Shu, finding nothing else, reached to remove the mummy's clothes, gloves, and boots. These were contracts that could be sold for money. Li Shu felt uneasy about wearing a dead man's clothes, but planned to sell them for resources, expecting them to fetch a high price. Buddy, you're dead already. These items are useless to you now. Consider them a burial fee. I'll keep the stuff and bury the body. Li Shu tugged several times, but couldn't loosen the gloves. The mummy moved with his force, its head turned, and its mouth opened, dropping something out. 527. Chapter 527, quick. What is this thing? Li Shu scrutinized the object that had fallen out of the dried corpse's mouth. It was a black cylindrical object, about 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter and around 10 centimeters long. It was as dark as ink jade, and its surface was not smooth, resembling the cratered surface of the moon. Why would someone, even in death, hold such a thing in their mouth? Li Shu had thought that whatever was in the person's mouth might be some valuable item like a high-level demon core or a super spirit gemstone, but it turned out to be this thing instead. Since it wasn't a demon core or gemstone-like object, there was a high chance it was a contract, but Li Shu couldn't discern what type of contract it might be. He tore a piece of cloth from nearby and picked it up. Li Shu noticed that the ends of this object were smooth and polished, completely different from the uneven tube body, and more crystal-like, like meticulously crafted black crystal. A tube like ink jade with ends like crystal, yet there was no visible seam connecting the two, making it seem as if they were naturally grown together, possessing a touch of divine craftsmanship. It was unclear whether it was man-made or naturally formed. Li Shu shook the object vigorously. There was no sound from within, and it felt heavy in hand, seemingly not hollow. Is this a contract? Li Shu was uncertain. It didn't appear to be damaged, at least apart from those uneven crannies on the surface, there were no other damages. Li Shu directly tried a blood contract, letting a drop of blood fall on the object. It simply rolled off like raindrops on a lotus leaf, showing no sign of absorption. Isn't it a contract? Then what is this thing? Something from the demon kingdom? Li Shu pondered over the object for a while to no avail, so he put it away and continued to search the dried corpse's clothing. The garment was quite complex in construction. After examining it for a while, just as he unbuttoned one side of the jacket, a sound resembling a cow's bellow suddenly echoed. Where could a cow come from in this place? Li Shu noticed that golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, sending an alarm through him. Looking up, he saw the golden bird angrily diving from the heights, its entire body blazing with a radiance more intense than the sun. Li Shu would not give it a chance to dive in and quickly summoned the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight entered the super spirit state, transforming into a warrior resembling a fierce ghost, wielding dual blades as it directly leaped into the air to confront the descending threat. The golden light clashed with the red light in the sky, producing a tremendous noise. The shockwave swept downward from the sky, causing the cloud sea to churn and scatter. The strange tree on the mountain wall shook violently, nearly tossing Li Shu off. Not good. Li Shu observed that after a single strike with the Jedi Knight, the large bird turned its attention towards him, evidently having no intention of a deathmatch with the Jedi Knight. Instead, it had marked him as its primary target. The Jedi Knight unleashed arcs of blood-colored blade energy, trying to block the bird, but the bird's form shifted with eerie fluidity, dodging all of the Jedi Knight's attacks mid-air, hardly faltering as it continued its charge towards Li Shu. The Jedi Knight tried to pursue it, but couldn't keep up. In just an instant, the bird was already above Li Shu, its talons shining with a golden hue descending directly towards his head. If it were to grab him, his head would likely explode on the spot. Without hesitation, Li Shu summoned the Dragon Vein Spirit. The dragon vein spirit's massive body appeared on the strange tree, coiling around the trunk, its mouth spewing white demonic light, clashing with the golden radiance of the bird's talons. Li Shu quickly darted to the center of the dragon vein spirit's coiled body, using its form to block the shockwaves and scattered demonic light shrapnel caused by the energy clash. With his current level and physical condition, even the shockwaves alone could kill him. And even if they didn't, being knocked off the tree from such a height would certainly be fatal. Entwined on the strange tree, the dragon vein spirit battled the great bird. Demonic light repeatedly collided, with their bodies and talons constantly engaging. Li Shu was horrified to find that even in its super spirit state, the dragon vein spirit's scales were being torn open by the bird's talons. The dragon vein spirit couldn't keep pace with the bird's speed, only managing to strike at the bird's fading afterimages. The Jedi Knight arrived late to the battle, flanking the bird alongside the dragon vein spirit. Blade lights slashed wildly, while demonic light shot from dragon vein spirit's eyes in a continual barrage. Despite being outnumbered, the bird managed to dodge every attack from the two super spirits. It moved like a phantom in the sky, its wings fluttering like a dancing butterfly, leaving behind a trail of spectral shadows. The dragon vein spirit and Jedi Knight's attacks couldn't touch even a feather of it. Conversely, the bird's wings slashed through the air like blades, accompanied by malevolent, sword-like demonic light, putting the Jedi Knight and dragon vein spirit through no small amount of suffering. This creature's speed is too fast. Li Shu knew that continuing like this was not a viable solution. The sky was naturally the creature's domain. With its incredible speed, the equally ranked Dragon Vein Spirit and Jedi Knight could not harm it at all. Throughout the battle, the bird kept its gaze locked on Li Shu, always seeking an opportunity to pounce on him. Fortunately, the Dragon Vein Spirit possessed a certain hit/slash ability, several times using its body to shield Li Shu from attacks, its scales shredded by the demonic light on multiple occasions. 528. Chapter 528, 27. Fast 2 Li Shu didn't have time to strip the clothes off the dry corpse. He directly flipped over and jumped towards the mountain wall, climbing down it. Survival is the most important now. Everything else is just external possessions. Li Shu had just climbed a short distance when the giant bird abandoned the Dragon Vein Spirit and the Jedi Knight and charged at him, its wings releasing countless light feathers, enveloping Li Shu like a torrential rain. Almost the entire mountain wall was covered, leaving Li Shu no room to dodge or avoid. The Dragon Vein Spirit's body bounced up, surprisingly levitating into the air, shielding Li Shu once more as the light feathers shot into its body, appearing like acupuncture needles filling its entire form. A white light surged from the Dragon Vein Spirit's body, forcibly shattering all the light feathers embedded into it. The Jedi Knight also charged in, protecting Li Shu from the front, furiously hacking the golden bird with blade lights, temporarily stalling the bird's attack. "So you can fly!" Li Shu gritted his teeth and leapt onto the Dragon Vein Spirit's back, grabbing its two horns. The Dragon Vein Spirit let out a long cry, carrying Li Shu's body speedily downward, flying towards the ground. Li Shu's body was floating, forced to tightly grasp the dragon horns to keep from being tossed off. The golden bird was relentlessly pursuing, its speed even faster than the Dragon Vein Spirit, encircling Li Shu from all directions like a phantom while he rode the Dragon Vein Spirit. Thankfully, the claw rays and feather lights were all blocked by the Dragon Vein Spirit, though its jade-like crystalline body was already covered in scars. The Jedi Knight also descended, trying his best to attack the golden bird to stop its pursuit, but his speed was too slow, only able to have some restraining effect and unable to completely halt the golden bird. If not for the Dragon Vein Spirit's skill of certain death, Li Shu would have died countless times by now. Finally, as the Dragon Vein Spirit approached the ground, Li Shu issued a command, and the masked emperor on the ground charged forward with Sha Chu. Li Shu jumped down, landing on the masked emperor's back, grabbing the handlebars and rode it as he charged towards the path he came from. Entangled with such a persistent bird, he had to return to the grassland he just came from, extinguish his longevity lamp, and leave this eerie place, or else his fate would be dire. The golden bird had pushed its speed to the limit. Although the Jedi Knight and Dragon Vein Spirit's power were not less than its own, they could neither injure it nor stop it, leaving Li Shu, as the weak point owner, quite frustrated. Thankfully, after mounting the masked emperor, Li Shu gained some speed, with the masked emperor tilting left and right, occasionally turning on the grassy terrain. Beside the masked emperor, golden light occasionally exploded, allowing Li Shu to barely avoid being hit under the protection of the Dragon Vein Spirit and Jedi Knight. Li Shu dashed left and right on the motorcycle, with Sha Chu holding his waist tightly from behind, sticking to him with all her might to avoid being flung off. The grassland was covered with giant marks, leftovers of claw rays and wing lights. Li Shu could only appreciate the usefulness of the Dragon Vein Spirit, without which this journey would be perilous. Ahead, traces of the white ball beast were visible. The longevity lamp could not leave that area, only by returning there could he extinguish it and leave. The golden bird seemed aware of Li Shu's intentions, flapping its wings and circling past the Dragon Vein Spirit and Jedi Knight, blocking Li Shu from heading towards the longevity lamp. Flying low, the bird's wings emitted strong golden light, sweeping close to the ground like enormous golden sickle blades. This guy is really tricky. Li Shu tugged the handlebars, unleashing the masked emperor's full power, with light flames spraying from both sides and the exhaust pipe, propelling the vehicle to leap over the golden bird's back, continuing towards the longevity lamp's location. The golden bird seemed furious, flying up, and with a flap, reached above Li Shu. Its wings spread out, surprisingly hovering mid-air, its golden light growing stronger, resembling a golden sun. Golden light turned into omnipresent sword light, enveloping everything around. The surrounding grassland was instantly blasted into pits, and the Jedi Knight appeared to be pierced by thousands of swords, his body directly blasted down. The dragon vein spirit coiled around the masked emperor, Li Shu, and Sha Chu, using its body to shield them from the omnipresent golden light. Boom! The golden light continuously bombarded the dragon vein spirit's body. The incessant exploding golden light left Li Shu and Sha Chu terrified. Such terrifying range attacks left Li Shu with no chance to continue towards the longevity lamp. Leaving the dragon vein spirit's protection would mean imminent death. Scars on the dragon vein spirit's scales multiplied, nearly cracking open. The Jedi Knight was blasted into the ground, even his armor showing fractures. Silently enraged, the Jedi Knight suddenly soared into the sky, combining his dual blades into one, emitting radiant glows, forcibly leaping amid the omnipresent golden light, carrying a massive red blade light slicing towards the glowing golden bird. Unrivaled national hero strike. The blade light, capable of cleaving everything, swept through the sky, targeting the golden bird. As the blade light neared the golden bird, shockingly, despite executing such terrifying large-scale demonic light skill, the golden bird was still able to move swiftly, dodging the Jedi Knight's unrivaled national hero strike with a mere lateral move. 529, Chapter 529, 2027, Quick 3. The omnipresent golden light continued its bombardment, knocking the Jedi Knight out of the sky. Li Shu hurriedly retrieved the Jedi Knight. After using unrivaled national hero, the Jedi Knight had entered a weakened state, unable to maintain the super spirit state, and continued attacks might result in obliteration. The Jedi Knight transformed into a beam of light, returning to Li Shu's finger where the red crystal ring it formed dimmed, with noticeable fine cracks. Luckily, he retrieved it in time. A little later, and it might have shattered. Looks like I have no choice but to fight desperately. Li Shu gripped the spiritual mace. Suddenly, Li Shu heard mystical sounds. Looking through the gaps between dragon vein spirits' bodies, he saw the source of the sounds. Under the golden light, a figure moved forward step by step as if walking through rain. The figure was tall and slender, but didn't appear fragile, instead exuding an aura of terrifying power. A long sword rested on his shoulder, moving through the golden light, surrounded by countless spirits emitting black-purple smoke, repelling the golden light. The golden light fell upon the black-purple smoke like raindrops, scattering as if hitting stone. The man stood amidst the rain-like golden light, glanced at the golden bird in the sky, and cracked a sinister smile. In the next instant, his hand on the sword hilt suddenly moved. Long fingers clasped the hilt, drawing the sword swiftly. Li Shu saw a flash of eerie purple light. The golden bird in the sky emitted a cry. Its golden light dissipated, showering golden rain mixed with remnants of gold feathers. The golden bird flapped its wings, transformed into golden light, and vanished into the clouds, leaving a mess and scattered gold blood. Somehow, the sword was back in its sheath in the man's hand. Li Shu hadn't seen clearly what the sword looked like. It was too fast. The battered dragon vein spirit loosened its body, lying next to Li Shu to rest. Its injuries weren't severe, but the area was large. Scales hit by golden light bore numerous marks. Li Shu observed the man carrying the sword. He wore a robe, with purple smoke rising around him, scars crisscrossing his bare upper body. He didn't believe his luck was so good that a powerful trial taker would suddenly appear to rescue him. Li Shu? Jing Li asked, looking at Li Shu. Yes, who are you? Li Shu inquired. Someone who'll kill you, Jing Li said, grasping the sword hilt again, drawing it violently. Splatter. Blood sprayed everywhere. A massive wound appeared on Dragon Vein Spirit. Blood like smoke and liquid spurted out, resembling a fountain in a small square. Jing Li glanced at Dragon Vein Spirit with a hint of surprise. Li Shu's gaze was cold. Activating the masked emperor, he sprinted toward the longevity lamp, with the injured Dragon Vein Spirit following, trailing blood. Li Shu clenched the handlebar and the spiritual mace, prepared to fight desperately. That's Jing Li. Sha Chu trembled against Li Shu's body, her voice quivering. Li Shu didn't care who Jing Li was. He only wanted to escape the land of trial for a chance at survival. The masked emperor was only a few hundred meters from the longevity lamp. For the masked emperor, it was a mere moment's reach. Yet, this brief period was enough for Jing Li to unleash countless sword strikes. His sword was incredibly fast. But Jing Li merely watched Li Shu rush toward the longevity lamp, neither stopping nor striking. Until Li Shu reached the longevity lamp, extinguishing it, Jing Li merely coldly observed without striking. When the longevity lamp went out, Li Shu and Sha Chu felt a sudden darkness, and upon regaining sight found themselves before the Gate of Beasts. Li Shu immediately grasped the demon eye magic armor that reappeared on him, merging with it. Purple light patterns enveloped him. Li Shu looked toward the other side of the trial gate. Jing Li stood there with his sword, still staring expressionlessly at Li Shu. Sha Chu, keep your distance, Li Shu said calmly. Sha Chu nodded, retreating silently. Nearby trial takers had fled far upon seeing Jing Li. Why didn't you strike before? Li Shu asked, looking at Jing Li. Your magic spirit is good. It's a pity to kill it, Jing Li said indifferently. Since you're a magic armor master, retrieve your magic spirit, fight me with your armor, and don't let the magic spirit die in vain. You want my magic spirit? Li Shu asked calmly. I never use magic spirits, Jing Li replied. Li Shu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Jing Li to say that. If you don't use magic spirits, why is it a pity to kill it? Li Shu curiously asked. A pity is a pity. Does it need a reason? Jing Li answered. Li Shu nodded. Well said. Indeed, it doesn't need a reason. But why do you want to kill me? Surely this has a reason. If I tell you the reason, will you retrieve it and only fight me with magic armor? Jing Li glanced sideways at the dragon vein spirit near Li Shu. Li Shu summoned the dragon vein spirit back, calmly looking at Jing Li. Now can you share your reason? Someone wants to kill you. I owe them a favor, so I'm here to kill you, Jing Li said slowly, glancing unexpectedly at Li Shu. Who is that person? Li Shu continued asking. This is a second question. Jing Li didn't answer, grasping the sword hilt again, staring at Li Shu like a knife edge. Turn your magic armor's power to the max. I'll be waiting. Li Shu hooked the psychic mace back to his waist, gazing at Jing Li. Anytime, draw your sword. Jing Li said nothing more, flexed his fingers, and swiftly drew the long sword, phantom-like purple-black sword light flickered. 530, Chapter 530, 228 combination. When Li Shu and Jing Li had just emerged from the trial gate, two people were watching them from afar in the shadows. I never thought the Li family would even bring Jing Li over. Aren't they afraid of something going wrong? Said an old man in a flower-patterned cotton-padded jacket, squinting his eyes. The cotton-padded jacket looked obviously made from old-style cotton, appearing a bit too thick and bulky, unlike the lighter down jackets. However, it seemed quite warm and comfortable. But the old man should be a male, and such a floral pattern should be worn by an elderly woman. Wearing this floral cotton-padded jacket and pants, he looked a bit odd. Moreover, although the weather wasn't hot or cool, everyone else just wore single pants and jackets. Yet he wore cotton-padded pants and a jacket, seemed afraid of the cold, and tucked his hands into the sleeves, huddling. Old fool, you have been a commander for so many years, how could you still say such naive things? The Li family wouldn't give up such a huge piece of cake like the Demon Armor Group. As long as they can secure those resources, never mind using Jing Li if the chairman is willing to take money to do things, I'm sure Li Changyan would dare to send money to the chairman, the elder beside him said with a smile. Compared to the floral cotton-padded pants and jacket of the old fool, this elder looked much more normal. He wore a suit, leather shoes, and a white shirt with hair slicked back. Its curls looked permed. Hiring the chairman as an assassin, only the commander of your longevity group would dare think of such a thing. I, the old fool, wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. The old fool rolled his strange eyes and spoke weakly. Mo Wuya laughed and said, Aside from the chairman who has longevity like that old fool of yours, you've lived so many years, what's there to fear? Dying is worth it. Nonsense, this old man is maintaining health so well that living another century or so isn't a problem. If anyone's going to die, let it be you. I want to live many more years. Perhaps next year I'll marry again and have a big fat son to inherit my wealth, the old fool snorted coldly. Inherit your wealth? It's not like your son or even grandson has outlived you. Waiting to inherit your wealth, why not just lie down and call it quits? If I were your son, I'd have taken you out long ago, Mo Wuya said. The old fool chuckled and said, If you're willing to be my son and call me dad, I'd immediately transfer my wealth to you. Get lost. Mo Wuya laughed and cursed. Hey, that Li kid actually gave up using his super spirit, truly intending to fight Jing Li with the demon armor. Isn't this courting death? The old fool was surprised by the changing situation over there. Using the super spirit won't prevent death, will it? Mo Wuya laughed. That's true. Amongst the younger generation, there shouldn't be anyone who can battle Jing Li. If Li Qingyi and Wan Chaoexin could take that step, they might stand a chance. If both are in their super spirit state, Jing Li probably has no match. The old fool nodded. It's difficult. Taking that step has only a less than 20% success rate at 90% super spirit limit, and only 30 to 40% at 95%. For the two of them to take that step, they'd need to risk their lives. Even with some fear, they wouldn't maintain even a 30 to 40% chance. Mo Wuya sighed. We all struggled similarly, and if we succeeded, they could too. Why worry about it? The old fool rolled his strange eyes. True. Mo Wuya, looking over at Li Shu and Jing Li, said that Jing Li is quite a freak. 100% super spirit limit. How many years has it been since such appeared? He'll certainly take that step. If not suppressed by the 4 major families, he wouldn't have remained stuck so long. That's better. Someone with such a heavy inclination to kill, if he truly matured, who knows how many would die by his blade. Even his mentor can be beheaded without hesitation. Such a person doesn't deserve to live in this world, the old fool sneered. Speaking of this incident, I always felt something fishy. The longevity group's commander being killed maybe isn't as simple as it seems. Jing Li, although strong, hasn't yet taken that step. We don't know much about that commander's interactions with us, but his strength you should be aware of, not inferior to ours. Could Jingli really kill him? Mo Wuya pondered. Have you never heard the old saying? It's hard to guard against family traitors. He treated Jingli like a son, and was bitten back. Dying is only normal. The old fool's eyes suddenly lit up. He's about to make a move. Even though Jingli is a beast, his handling of the blade is truly a sight for sore eyes. Besides Old Blade's magic blade technique, Jingli's swift blade might be king within this realm. Ever since Old Blade got injured, he's been half ruined. Now transferred to guard the Heavenly Gate, his days are probably numbered. Mo Wuya sighed. While talking, the two observed the situation over there but didn't focus intently on the battle. They both knew the outcome was already decided. Li Shu, though blasting Su Bancheng half to death with a punch, Su Bancheng amounted to nothing more than a scheming and opportunistic guy. His contracts were peculiar, but in terms of true abilities, not only couldn't he compare with Jing Li, he was far inferior even to Wan Xiaoxin. 531, Chapter 531, 228, Combination 2, Mo Wuya and the Undying. Both believed that a magic armor master couldn't possibly compete with a trial taker like Jing Li. They were destined to be slain by Jing Li. Just as they were speaking, Jing Li moved his palm. At the instant Jing Li unsheathed his blade, the demon eye magic armor simultaneously erupted with an unparalleled radiance, while demonic light gleamed like a beacon within his eyes. In the next moment, Mo Wuya and the Undying widened their eyes in surprise. All they heard was a snapping sound as Li Shu, donning the demon eye magic armor, actually clasped his hands together to catch the long blade swung by Jing Li. Such bad luck, managing to catch Jing Li's blade, was it coincidence or luck? The Undying didn't believe this was a premeditated calculation. That blade moved so quickly, who would dare intercept it like this? Anyone with proper sense wouldn't attempt such a thing. Not sure, Mo Wuya was equally astonished. Li Shu's ability to catch Jing Li's blade was already shocking enough, but the fact that Jing Li's blade was indeed caught, unable to move further, was even more astonishing. Jing Li was a fully fledged super spirit, an unmatched existence among super spirits, and yet his blade was blocked by a piece of demon armor, which seemed utterly inconceivable. Could it be that the magic armor team has recently achieved a massive breakthrough, having developed magic armor capable of perfectly contending with super spirit testers? Both men looked on in disbelief, while Li Shu and Jing Li remained in stalemate. Li Shu clamped Jing Li's blade with his hands, and the demon eye was already overloaded. White smoke began to rise from his body, as the internal energy source was being squeezed to the point of melting. Yet he still felt the power on the blade constantly intensifying, and the demon eye magic armor was nearly unable to withstand it. Even if Li Shu could enforce overload, the energy source was ultimately finite, and the strength of the magic armor was also limited. Although he had never encountered opponents able to challenge the magic armor beyond overload before, Li Shu now clearly understood that even if the demon eye magic armor were to explode, it couldn't defeat the formidable Jing Li standing before him. Jing Li's lips slightly twisted upward, revealing a sinister grin akin to a demon, as he pressed the blade downward with one hand, and streamed violet-black smoke roared upward like countless wailing spirits. A little more strength, let me feel your power. Jing Li pressed the blade and grinned demonically, greedily saying. Li Shu remained expressionless, his gaze cold and sharp, as a strange transformation began occurring between his hands. The violet-black smoke on the blade seemed to seep into the demon eye magic armor, staining the arm guards the same color. Moreover, that color spread rapidly, soon dyeing the arm armor of the demon eye magic armor the same hue. The color swiftly spread across the demon eye magic armor, causing the demon patterns on it to undergo peculiar changes. An almost crazy Jing Li hesitated slightly, as he felt his own light energy pouring into Li Shu like a breached dam. Not only was this light energy unable to harm Li Shu, it seemed to be absorbed by him. What is this? Rather than fear, excitement gleamed in Jing Li's eyes as he gazed intently at Li Shu. Li Shu did not respond, as it was his first time combining the magic armor skill with the trial taker's super spirit skill. The Hand of God combined with bottle suction forcibly absorbed Jing Li's light energy into the magic armor, controlling this light energy to merge with the demon eye magic armor's own light energy. If the magic armor were strong enough, Li Shu could perfectly combine these dual energies. Unfortunately, the demon eye magic armor was not strong enough. Just enduring its own light energy overload explosion was already overwhelming enough, and now with the absorbed light energy, the demon eye magic armor was seriously damaged. Not only was white smoke escaping, but cracks had begun appearing in some areas. Li Shu knew he couldn't wait any longer. He coldly eyed Jing Li, and suddenly, light burst from the hands clasping the long blade. A terrifying burst of light energy emanated from both hands simultaneously, one energy originating from the demon eye magic armor itself, and the other absorbed from Jing Li. The two bursts of light energy stood opposite to each other, one positive, one negative, one yin, one yang, one firm, one gentle, yet remarkably harmonious under Li Shu's control. The spiraling bursts of light energy surprisingly caused Jing Li's blade to rotate as well. Boom! In the instant the spiraling energies combined, a light energy explosion occurred, akin to a miniature hydrogen bomb, forming a purple-black spherical light burst in front of the trial gate. The light burst only lasted a moment. Yet in that brief moment, the brilliance forced both the Undying and Mawuya to narrow their eyes and shield themselves with their hands. When the light faded, they were astonished to find that both Li Shu and Jing Li were no longer in their original positions. One was 100 meters to the left of the trial gate, and the other 100 meters to the right. The two now stood several hundred meters apart from each other. Li Shu's demon eye magic armor was shattered, with fragments falling off his body, revealing the scholar's robe underneath in many places. Jing Li wasn't much better off. His cloak had disappeared, leaving his bare upper body bleeding profusely, covered in wounds that stained his pants red. Yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Li Shu. Though his hand gripping the blade trembled incessantly, he held it firmly, showing no intention of letting go. The magic armor team's research must have become incredibly advanced, hasn't it? The Undying and Mo Wuya exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The ability to injure Jing Li so severely marked an undeniably formidable accomplishment for the magic armor. 532. Chapter 532, 228, Union 3. You, go get him a set of demon armor. No one expected that Jing Li would point his knife towards the distant Shachu and shout, "No need." Li Shu tore off the already ragged demon eye magic armor from his body and gripped the spiritual mace in his hand. "I want to kill you wearing demon armor as you are now. I'm not interested." Jing Li suddenly swung his knife at Shachu. The sword-light slash landed on the ground in front of Shachu, carving a deep trench. "Did you not hear me tell you to get the demon armor? It doesn't matter whether I have the demon armor or not. There's no need for such a fuss." Li Shu spoke as he gripped the spiritual mace and walked towards Jing Li. Jing Li frowned as he watched Li Shu approach, and just as Li Shu was about to reach him, Jing Li suddenly turned, sheathed his knife, and walked away. "Next time, when you're wearing demon armor, I will come to kill you." With that, Jing Li left without looking back. This guy is really strange, picking and choosing who to kill. Li Shu glanced at the already tattered demon eye magic armor on the ground. "This actually saves me the trouble. No need to repair it now. It's quite a miracle you survived under Jing Li's blade." Shachu walked over and said, watching Jing Li's retreating figure, "Who is he exactly?" "I've never heard of anyone like him in the 4 great families or the 6 groups. With abilities like his, he should be at the commander level, yet he's so unknown." Li Shu now questioned about Jing Li's background. "He was a commander for a few days before, but it was brief, and now he's not." Shachu explained Jing Li's background. "He's really a ruthless character." Li Shu shook his head. "Take those scraps with you. Let's head to the demon armor group. I need to get another set of demon armor." "You'll need to get another set. Changsheng Tian's demon armor is quite formidable. Being able to contend with someone at Jing Li's level, you should carry several sets with you." Shachu commented while picking up the scraps on the ground. "Jing Li will be back, and next time he won't leave so easily." Things always need to be resolved. Li Shu didn't say anything more, and, after Shachu gathered the scraps, mounted the Pegasus and headed straight to the research institute. The demon eye magic armor is still not strong enough, inferior to the divine spirit magic armor. If it were the divine spirit magic armor, it might hold out until he could kill Jing Li. Of course, using that spiritual mace might make it a bit simpler. The reason Li Shu is reluctant to use the spiritual mace easily is not because he doesn't want to, but because when using the spiritual mace, the spiritual character on it is certain to shine. And if the president of Changsheng Tian found out, Li Shu worried he might be mistaken for the spiritual character in the divining celestial secret. Moreover, this thing doesn't have demonic light and can only be used in close-range combat, which is quite inconvenient to use. Therefore, unless it's a matter of life and death, Li Shu prefers not to use the spiritual mace in front of others. Upon arriving at the research institute, Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu immediately came up to him. "Commander, Professor Shu has been eagerly anticipating your visit. There are some issues with the divine spirit magic armor that need your input to resolve," Chu Tianyu said. "Let's not talk about that now. I need to change into a new set of armor." Li Shu gestured for Sha Chu to place the pile of scraps on the floor. "What is this?" Chu Tianyu and Lei Qingfeng were both taken aback, not knowing what this pile of ragged things was. "Demon eye magic armor," Li Shu stated. Chu Tianyu and Lei Qingfeng's eyes widened immediately. "This is demon eye magic armor." They couldn't believe this pile of trash could be demon eye magic armor, thinking Li Shu was joking. "Yes, it's the demon eye magic armor. It's damaged, and I need to replace it with a new set," Li Shu said. Seeing Li Shu wasn't joking, the two quickly rummaged through the pile of scraps, finally recognizing it and truly realizing it was the demon eye magic armor. "Commander, how did the demon eye magic armor become like this?" Chu Tianyu cautiously asked. "I had a fight with someone, and the armor got damaged," Li Shu said while walking towards the Research Institute's warehouse. He had already decided which set of armor he wanted. That particular set might allow him to last longer in battle. A fight with someone could damage the armor this badly? Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu could hardly believe it, but dared only to think about it silently. "Commander, who did you fight with?" Lei Qingfeng asked. "Jing Li," Li Shu casually replied. Jing Li. Lei Qingfeng and Xu Tianyu's eyes widened, looking at Li Shu in disbelief. You fought Jing Li and came back alive? Nonsense. Can I come back if I'm dead? Li Shu pointed at the warehouse door and said, Open the door. Commander, isn't this inappropriate? The demon eye magic armor isn't even yours. Changing it like this doesn't seem right, Chu Tianyu said with a wry smile. I'm still the commander of the technician group. You took the divine spirit magic armor for research, and the demon eye magic armor is damaged. I don't even have a set of armor on me. Is that reasonable? Li Shu glared at him. Chu Tianyu helplessly opened the warehouse door and walked in with Li Shu. Without hesitation, Li Shu walked to the innermost row of armors, grabbed one of them, and turned to leave. Previously, when they introduced these armors, Li Shu hesitated between divine spirit magic armor and this set. Now was the perfect time to choose this one. Those other ones like the thousand-handed Guanyin, suicide bomber, and artificial number 13 didn't seem reliable. The Furnace Guardian seemed more dependable. The Furnace Guardian didn't have remarkable other features, but its material was incredibly resilient. It was said to be made of some nearly uncuttable super spirit material, forged in a high-temperature furnace. The entire molding process of this set of armor was completed in that high-temperature furnace, resulting in the Furnace Guardian being like a solid block of iron after being forged, unable to be activated or dismantled, not even smashed open, which is why the Super Spirit Demon Core and Super Spirit Gemstone inside haven't been extracted yet. Li Shu intended to use this armor to battle Jing Li once again. Not dealing with Jing Li is an ongoing problem. 5.533, Chapter 533, 22.9, Cylinder Text, bringing the Furnace Guardian back to Courtyard Number 7. First, he summoned the injured Jedi Knight and the Dragon Vein Spirit to check their injuries. The Jedi Knight's injuries were not light, but they weren't fatal either. With resources, recovery shouldn't be difficult. The Dragon Vein Spirit had numerous injuries, but the wounds inflicted by the large bird weren't too serious and should recover easily. The more severe injury was the slash by Jing Li, which was quite serious. To fully recover, it likely requires a large amount of resources. Moreover, Li Shu didn't know which gemstone the Dragon Vein Spirit needed for its attributes, which was quite troublesome. Without the corresponding gemstone or resources on hand, Li Shu could only gather them back first and wait until he obtained resources to exchange for the gemstone they needed and then treat their injuries. Placing the Furnace Guardian to the side, Li Shu took out the items he picked up in the bird's nest and gave the golden bracelet and collar to Sha Chu, asking her to exchange them for resources first. In Longevity City, Jing Li couldn't act recklessly, and his target was Li Shu, having nothing to do with Sha Chu. After Sha Chu left, Li Shu took out the ink jade short tube, holding it in his hand for study. After studying it for a good while, he still couldn't figure out what this thing was. Could it be a telescope? Li Shu placed his eyes against the black crystals on both ends, looking into the sun, but all he saw was darkness, completely non-transparent. Taking such great risks and even destroying the Demon Eye magic armor, only to end up with such an unknown object, this is a huge loss. Unwilling to give up, Li Shu continued his research. He wanted to find a flashlight to see if he could shine light into it, perhaps to discover something. After looking around, he couldn't find a flashlight, and feeling too lazy to buy one, he directly released the light energy of the Forbidden Spear, illuminating it from one end of the black crystal. The fluorescent white light did shine in, but it could only enter a little before disappearing without penetrating through the other end, and nothing could be seen inside. However, the tip of the black crystal illuminated appeared clean and transparent. It was unclear why the light disappeared shortly after entering. Is the light not strong enough? Li Shu pondered, changing the light energy of the Forbidden Spear to his own ultimate light, shining the transparent light on one end of the black crystal. Li Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that the black crystals on both ends of the short tube lit up, and the black crystal became transparent, while the outer ink-like jade tube still remained non-transparent. Li Shu leaned close to take a look inside, curious to see whether the short tube was hollow and if there was anything inside. Is this a kaleidoscope? Under the illumination of the ultimate light, Li Shu discovered it wasn't hollow inside, but a solid crystal. Oddly, looking through the crystal from this side, he saw many colors shifting, resembling a kaleidoscope but far more complex. However, Li Shu remembered that the principle of a kaleidoscope should be equilateral triangular mirrors mutually reflecting, yet this cylinder contained no triangular mirror structures, only a solid cylindrical crystal. How could there be such color variations? Li Shu rotated the short tube to look from the other end, and surprisingly still saw many colors changing. Those colors were like countless mosaics, constantly shifting, becoming more like a complex kaleidoscope the longer he looked. What exactly is this thing? Li Shu contemplated, gazing at the short tube. A moment later, Li Shu picked up the short tube again for research, once more using ultimate light to illuminate it, then watching the shifting colors inside. After observing for over an hour, only then did Li Shu turn the short tube to view the changing colors from the other end. The reason for spending so much time was because Li Shu discovered that the color variations beforehand weren't repetitive, and not until over an hour later did the variations begin repeating, identical to previous variations. This kaleidoscope-like object inside probably contained thousands of mosaic-sized color blocks. Some colors changed while others did not, with changes occurring almost every second. If it were an ordinary person, they couldn't possibly remember the color shifts, let alone endure the visual strain after a short time. Yet Li Shu forcibly memorized all the color block changes, even discerning a pattern of repetitive variations. Looking from the other end, despite being the same crystal, the color block quantity and distribution appeared identical, but the colors differed. Li Shu observed for another hour before setting the short tube down. The quantity and arrangement of the color blocks are identical, and the frequency of color changes is the same. The difference lies in some color blocks changing colors differently. Li Shu closed his eyes, visualizing numerous color block diagrams. From the center of his brow, a faint white light emanated, indicating the rise of his spiritual sense. Countless color block diagrams surfaced in his mind, arranged in 2 rows. The upper row was viewed from one end, and the lower row from the other. 534, Chapter 534, 229, Tube Text 2. Every time the color blocks change, a new color block image is generated. 2 rows of color block images are arranged from the first to the last, and the number is exactly the same. Suddenly, Li Shu seemed to have discovered something, and he overlapped the corresponding color block images, then immediately made a startling discovery. Demon text. Li Shu was surprised to find that by overlapping the corresponding color block images from both ends, the overlapping colors formed complete Demon Kingdom script. This was because Li Shu recognized the demon text. If he didn't, even if they were overlapped, nothing could be discerned. With a thought, all the color block images in Li Shu's mind overlapped in pairs, and each overlapped color block image revealed varying amounts of Demon Kingdom script. As many as a dozen, as few as 2 or 3, all were Demon Kingdom characters. However, when Li Shu tried to connect the text from the first color block image in sequence with the text of those that followed, it seemingly made no sense. It was even laborious to read, as if it was just randomly put together, not a meaningful passage. Li Shu frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, seemed to have thought of something. He changed his approach, reading the text from the last image backward. This look immediately made more sense. It was fundamentally a reverse article, only readable backward from the end to the beginning. What secret art? Li Shu found it frustrating that among the first 3 characters, he couldn't recognize 2. Skipping the unrecognized characters, he continued to study the following text. Many Demon Kingdom characters were unfamiliar to Li Shu. At least 1/4 of the characters were obscure words he hadn't encountered before, and some he had seen but hadn't yet deduced the accurate meaning. However, from the characters he did recognize, Li Shu roughly gathered what this text was about. As he read, Li Shu grew more and more astonished. This piece of Demon Kingdom text recorded a method of exercising to solidify light. Because there were some words he couldn't understand, Li Shu's speculation and guesses allowed him to sketch an outline. It talked about how to use light energy to transform the body, making it stronger. It sounded somewhat similar to the enhancements in the trial ground, but it was different. From a passage Li Shu could comprehend, this transformation, if achievable, could theoretically enable the body to function like a solar panel, just needing light to acquire sufficient energy to sustain life. Due to many incomprehensible words, Li Shu couldn't determine whether this method was genuine or not, nor did he understand if it was reasonable. Anyway, that's how it was written. However, Li Shu found the idea somewhat far-fetched because, from what he could understand, there was a fundamental precondition that humans probably couldn't achieve. This condition was the foundational practice throughout the text, though not explicitly written down, it was necessary. The body must directly absorb light energy to use this method for exercise. The human body isn't a solar panel. How could it directly absorb light energy? It seems that even if this thing is real, it's meant for the creatures of the Demon Kingdom, and humans can't use it at all. Li Shu muttered to himself. No, wait, maybe I really could use it. Li Shu thought of the super spirit technique bottle suction. Bottle suction could absorb light energy from other creatures for his own use. If bottle suction could be combined with this text, perhaps it could be transformed into a usable exercise method for humans. It's just a pity that there are too many characters I don't recognize. To know if it can really be used, I must first decipher all these characters. Li Shu quietly pondered. There should be some research on Demon Kingdom script within the Land of Long Life, but I don't know where. Li Shu put away the short tube and was about to go out to find out where to research the Demon Kingdom script when he opened the door and saw Li Qingyi about to knock. Fortunately, Li Qingyi reacted quickly, or his finger would have knocked on Li Shu's forehead. What's this? Coming to hit me right at my door? Li Shu said with a smile. Shouldn't I hit you? Li Qingyi didn't wait for Li Shu to invite her in. She directly walked into the courtyard, sat down on the jade stool inside, and gestured for Li Shu to close the door. Li Shu had no choice but to close the door and sat down opposite Li Qingyi. Why should I be hit? Li Shu asked with a smile. Didn't I tell you to be careful lately? Why did you go to the trial gate again? Li Qingyi asked. Elder sister, I need to live, I need to eat, I need clothes, I need to feed the magic spirit. All these require money. If I don't go to the land of trial, where do I get money? Li Shu said, spreading his hands. You are now a commander, and every month you can receive some resources, enough for your usual needs. Can't you wait a bit to feed the magic spirit? Li Qingyi paused and then continued. And when you became a commander, there was a batch of commander benefits. Should be enough for you for a while. Do you really have to go to the land of trial right now? Commander benefits? What commander benefits? Li Shu had only been a commander for a few days and hadn't yet received the monthly resources, which he knew about, but he had never heard of any commander benefits. W535, Chapter 535, 229, Tube Text 3, Didn't you receive the commander's welfare? Li Qingyi was slightly taken aback, then seemed to understand and said, No wonder, these matters are all overseen by Vice President Bai. It's quite normal for him not to notify you to collect it. That fat guy is trying to pocket my money again. I can't let him get away with that. I'll go to him later. What does the commander's welfare include? Li Shu asked with a smile. Generally, it's a super spirit demon core and a super spirit gemstone, along with some regular demon cores and gemstones. These are the benefits of becoming a commander. But some commanders are willing to exchange these resources for a demon spirit ring or a contract, choosing one of the two. The dragon-slaying dagger that Han Mingshou used was obtained by exchanging his commander's welfare, Li Qingyi explained. Such good things exist. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Shu immediately became excited. He was worried about not having resources to heal the injuries of the Jedi Knight and the Dragon Vein spirit. With such a batch of resources, all problems would be solved. Don't rush this matter. If you go by yourself, Vice President Bai might not readily give them to you and might have various excuses lined up. I'll go with you later. Li Qingyi paused and then continued. I heard you had a bout with Jing Li and it ended without a clear winner? Actually, Jing Li had the upper hand. My demon armor was already damaged beyond further combat capability, while he could still fight. Li Shu was honest. Li Qingyi nodded. That's pretty much what I suspected. But it's impressive that you managed to fight against Jing Li using demon armor and survived. Jing Li is very powerful, and his symbiotic contract is terrifyingly strong. It's exceedingly rare to reach the 100% super spirit limit. At the super spirit stage, he is undoubtedly the top, and even I am not confident I could withstand his blade. Li Qingyi said this not to boost herself, but because she excelled at defense, and if even she couldn't withstand it, it would be even harder for those super spirit testers who were not skilled in defense. No wonder he's so strong. It turns out he has a 100% super spirit, Li Shu noted. If it weren't for the four great families jointly suppressing him, he'd be more than just super spirit. That person is truly fearsome. You shouldn't leave Longevity City for now to avoid giving him another chance, Li Qingyi advised. I can't stay in Longevity City forever, can I? Li Shu replied. I heard you have a good relationship with Eighth Master. Why not ask him to mediate and dissolve the grudge between you and our Li family's patriarch? That would naturally eliminate the trouble, Li Qingyi suggested. You're also part of the Li family. Isn't it risky for you to be so close to me? Aren't you afraid your family will call you a traitor? Li Shu said with a smile, looking at Li Qingyi. He wasn't surprised that Li Qingyi knew about Eighth Master. Previously, she was close to Molu and the others, so it wasn't surprising that she knew about this matter. I am me, and the Li family is the Li family. They are not to be confused. Li Qingyi shook her head. That's good, otherwise I'd truly feel a bit troubled, Li Shu said calmly. You're not planning to reconcile? Li Qingyi saw through Li Shu's intentions. Others want to fight and kill me, and I'm supposed to go begging for reconciliation? That's something I can't do, Li Shu said coolly. What are your plans then? Stay in Longevity City your whole life? How will you level up? How will you surpass Super Spirit? Without surpassing Super Spirit, you'll always only be a Magic Armor Master Commander, and ultimately will not be able to contend with truly powerful adversaries, Li Qingyi sighed. Why can't a Magic Armor Master contend with truly powerful adversaries? Li Shu retorted. You yourself said your demon armor was broken, yet Jing Li still had the strength to fight on. How many sets of demon armor can you carry with you? Jing Li is only strong in the Super Spirit stage. What if you run into a tester stronger than him? Li Qingyi said, looking at Li Shu slowly. Are there testers stronger than him? Li Shu inquired. Super Spirit, after all, is still just S level. Super Spirit is a precursor to advancing to the next level of S level. Only when Super Spirit power reaches a certain extent is there a chance to truly surpass S level. I asked you to accompany me to Tianmen to surpass S level, Li Qingyi advised. Jing Li is always on the verge of surpassing S level, missing only the opportunity, and such a person is of no benefit if you continue to contend with him. It's not that I want to contend, it's that I have to. If I retreat now, it will only lead to endless retreats in the future. I don't have eyes on the back of my head, and am not accustomed to walking backwards, so I won't retreat, Li Shu resolved. Then you need to be mentally prepared. Jing Li is the hurdle you must cross. How do you plan to cross it? Li Qingyi stared at Li Shu and asked. I've already taken a new set of demon armor from the Institute. The next time I encounter him, the problem will naturally be solved. Li Shu smiled. Li Qingyi was exasperated. I've been talking for so long, and you haven't taken in a word, have you? Unless the Magic Armor Research Institute creates even stronger demon armor, the current stage of Magic Armor Masters won't possibly be a match for Jing Li. Being able to come back alive from a duel with Jing Li is already not easy, and if there's a second time, Jing Li surely won't give you another chance to live. Why risk your life out of spite? Take a step back and open up a broader sky. A true man can yield or stand tall. Li Shu quietly listened to Li Qingyi finish before sighing. I've stood for too long. My legs are numb. I can't kneel down. I think it's your heart that's numb, Li Qingyi chuckled. Anyway, this is the Li Shu I know, Lord of Light City. Since you're not willing to take a step back, then don't leave the city for now. I'll try to come up with a solution. Thank you. Li Shu expressed his genuine gratitude. No need for thanks. Just quickly increase the super spirit limit of the Jedi Knight, and then accompany me to Tianmen, Li Qingyi instructed. The Jedi Knight was wounded, and the red appetite is already used up. I need to get some more red appetite first, Li Shu stated. So quickly? What's the super spirit limit of the Jedi Knight now? Li Qingyi was somewhat surprised. 81%, Li Shu answered truthfully. After hearing this, Li Qingyi pondered. Then don't run around. I'll figure something out about the red appetite, and you should definitely not leave Longevity City for now. Understood, Li Shu replied, then asked, do you know anyone in Longevity Sky researching demon text? There's a dedicated demon text institute in Longevity Sky. Why do you ask? Li Qingyi queried in confusion. I want to study demon text, Li Shu answered. Li Qingyi regarded Li Shu with an unusual expression but didn't say anything, making Li Shu feel slightly uneasy before she finally spoke. I didn't see it before. You actually have such grand schemes, already preparing for refining light? 5th Chapter 536, 230 Demon Text Institute. What is refining light? Li Shu, sensing there was more to it, hurriedly asked. You don't know about refining light? Then what are you studying demon text for? Li Qingyi looked at Li Shu with a puzzled expression. I'm only studying demon text to understand some of the writings from the Demon Kingdom. What does that have to do with refining light? Li Shu asked. Fine, I'll explain it in detail for you. After S level, the next rank is called Light Base. It's about condensing void into reality, taking light as the vein and light vein as the base, transforming the body into a light energy body. This requires special techniques, and these techniques are not found on Earth. The light condensation technique used at the light base level is discovered from Demon Kingdom relics. Once you advance to the light base level, the trial ground enhancements are useless to you, and you'll need a light condensation technique to continue growing. But you don't need to learn those complex demon text yourself. The Demon Text Institute has translated copies of various light condensation techniques. As a commander, once you advance to the light base level, you have the authority to obtain the translated versions. I see, the light base level, huh? Li Shu's expression was strange. He thought the name of this level sounded a bit odd. You rest, I'll go prepare some red appetite, Qingyi said as she got up and left the room. Li Shu also followed her out of the room, heading directly to the Demon Text Institute. On the way, many trial takers gave Li Shu strange looks upon seeing him. Li Shu knew that the news of Jing Li wanting to kill him had spread, but he didn't care and walked on unperturbed. Before reaching the Demon Text Institute, he saw someone as round as a ball walking towards him, smiling with eyes squinted almost into slits. Where is Commander Li headed? Bai Wanli approached with no intention of moving out of the way, greeting him with a beaming smile. Just wandering around. Does Vice President Bai have any business? Li Shu casually replied. What business could I have? But Commander Li, you've got yourself in such a big mess, yet still have the mood to stroll about. That's indeed something only extraordinary people can manage. I'm very impressed. Bai Wanli said with a smile that seemed both genuine and veiled. It seems Vice President Bai cares quite a bit about me, Li Shu sneered. Of course, I used to manage the Demon Armor Group, which you've taken over now. You could say, I'm your senior, so it's only natural to care about you, my junior. If things really get tough, come to me any time. Although I can't be of much assistance, small matters like buying a coffin or collecting a corpse are doable, Bai Wanli said, squinting. Since Vice President Bai is so concerned, why not issue me my commander benefits, Li Shu said. The warehouse is currently being inventoried. Once it's done, Commander Li can come to collect. I'm truly sorry. Bai Wanli was not flustered at all, still smiling broadly. When will the inventory be completed? Li Shu asked. Well, the warehouse hasn't been thoroughly inventoried in years. There's just too much stuff that needs organizing. But rest assured, Commander Li, I will do my utmost to finish the inventory as soon as possible. It might take 2 or 3 months quickly, or maybe 1 or 2 years slowly. I'll notify you immediately once it's done, Bai Wanli said proudly. So, does this mean the supplies for our technician group will also have to wait until the inventory is completed? Li Shu looked at Bai Wanli and asked. Commander Li is truly smart. You've guessed it right. Bai Wanli was even more pleased. All right, take your time with the inventory. I'm in no rush. Li Shu said as he bypassed Bai Wanli and continued heading towards the Demon Text Institute. Humph. Bai Wanli watched Li Shu's departing figure and snorted coldly, then hummed a tune to himself as he walked away. Li Shu knew it wasn't the time for demanding things, so he ignored Bai Wanli, deciding to wait for the right moment. Li Shu arrived at the Demon Text Institute. Despite being on the same level as the Magic Armor Research Institute, just looking at the front, it was clear the Demon Text Institute had more prestige. The entrance had a golden plaque, flanked by stone lions, golden couplets hanging on either side, and a gatekeeper watching amusingly. The gatekeeper sat by the door, cradling a small teapot in one hand and holding a long smoking pipe in the other, sipping tea and puffing smoke, living a cozy life. Even a guard was living so well, indicating the Demon Text Institute had a status far above the Research Institute. "Young man, where's your pass?" As soon as Li Shu reached the door, the gatekeeper stopped him. "What pass?" Li Shu asked. "Don't play dumb. Without a pass issued by the city lord, no one is allowed into the Demon Text Institute." The old man sat in his chair, not bothering to stand up, only gesturing towards a sign nearby with his pipe. The sign read, "No entry for unauthorized personnel," in 4 large characters. "I'm here to consult the head of the Demon Text Institute regarding issues in demon text research. Would you please let him know?" Li Shu requested. "Research demon text? At your age, and you're researching demon text?" The old man curled his lip, pointing at the golden couplets on both sides of the door. "Do you recognize these characters?" Li Shu had noticed the couplets earlier, written in demon text and asymmetrical, 6 demon text symbols on the right and 8 on the left. It looked quite awkward, one long and one short. If someone didn't recognize demon text, they might think something was missing. In fact, demon text symbols represent meanings differently than Earth's known languages, where a single symbol could express various meanings. It's common for the symbols to be unevenly matched when translating couplets into demon text. 5037, Chapter 5037, 230 Demon Text Institute 2. Li Shu glanced at it. Although there were 2 symbols he didn't recognize, he already knew what was written there. Because it was a very famous couplet, knowing the meanings of the other demon text characters, he understood which couplet it was. "Young phoenix learns to fly. Thousands of miles of wind and cloud rise from this. Hidden dragon leaps up. Thunder and rain of the 9 heavens arrive in time." Li Shu recited both lines of the couplet. "Where did you hear that from? You recited it quite well." The old man assumed Li Shu had heard it elsewhere, after all. This couplet from the Demon Text Institute was widely known throughout Longevity City. "If you don't believe me, you can test me on something else." Li Shu wasn't upset and said with a smile, "All right, then read this." The old man put down the teapot in his hand, took a book from his coat, and tossed it to Li Shu. Li Shu caught the book and saw the words, "Buddha's light shines on all," written on the cover, which he recited aloud. "Don't read those words. Who doesn't know the common script? Read the content inside," the old man said with a pout. Li Shu opened the book and saw that it contained elegantly printed text, presumably printed copies of demon text transcribed from somewhere. Absorbing light, gathering luminescence, coagulating veins into networks, using light as a base, Li Shu read a few sentences and realized that this must be the light condensation technique Li Qingyi mentioned, somewhat similar to the technique he'd seen in the short cylinder. "Oh, you really can understand demon text?" The old man looked at Li Shu with surprise after hearing a few sentences. "I understand some, but there are many characters I don't know, which is why I want to visit the Demon Text Institute for guidance. Please do me the favor of conveying my visit, saying that Li Shu is here," Li Shu said. "So you're the newly appointed commander of the technician group, Li Shu. I must admit my old eyes have failed me." The old man stood up and said, "I didn't expect Commander Li to be proficient in demon text as well. The director isn't here, but perhaps I can discuss it with you. Would Commander Li be interested? I'd be delighted." Li Shu replied with a smile. He just wanted to look at some research materials from the Demon Text Institute. If none were available, comparing original texts and translations would suffice, as deciphering the meanings of demon text was not difficult for him. "Follow me." The old man led Li Shu through the door and towards a 2-story jade tower in the courtyard. This courtyard was much more grandiose than the Research Institute. With all the pavilions and towers, however, it seemed rather deserted. It seemed the old man had read Li Shu's mind, for he smiled and said, "Our researchers at the Demon Text Institute have a lot of work every day, researching and translating demon texts, with no time to sit in the courtyard basking in the sun." Li Shu smiled without saying anything, evidently aware of the situation at the Magic Armor Research Institute, known to everyone in Longevity City. The old man took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, unlocked the door to the Jade Tower, and walked straight inside. "Everything here is printed material. Feel free to look at whatever you want." The old man sat down after pulling up a chair. Li Shu saw rows of bookshelves filled with books, scanned them briefly, and found that they were mostly storybooks, not containing the light condensation technique like the Buddha's light shines on all the old man had shown him earlier. Li Shu was unconcerned. He browsed through the titles on the shelves and, as he had guessed, they were miscellaneous books with none related to the light condensation technique. Li Shu wasn't worried. Among the demon language books here, some had translations. He casually picked a few with translations and began leafing through them. "How's the translation?" The old man watched as Li Shu quickly scanned through, seemingly taking in entire pages at once, and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Beginner level, I'd say," Li Shu remarked casually. The old man's eyes turned red as soon as Li Shu made this statement. Originally, he felt a sense of pride when he saw Li Shu had picked out a book he had translated. He considered his translations as top-tier selections, combining accuracy and literary charm. Yet Li Shu's blunt assessment of it as beginner level felt like a stab to the heart. The old man suppressed his anger and sneered, "What makes you say that?" The translator of this book lacks a solid literary foundation but likes to be pretentious, translating originally concise text into a flowery style, which creates confusion about its meaning. For instance, the original phrase meant to describe flowing water and fallen flowers. They translated it into "falling flowers have intent, flowing water is ruthless," making it seem more aesthetically pleasing. But this misleads the reader into thinking the author is being sentimental when the author's intent was merely to describe that place's scenery. Li Shu said while flipping through the pages. "How do you know the author wasn't expressing sentimentality? Perhaps you simply didn't understand the author's deeper meaning and intention." The old man countered. "I don't know what deeper meaning the author might have had. All I know is that translation should take into account the historical context of the text. The context of this book should be the most prosperous period of the Demon Kingdom, with the author consistently praising the magnificent landscapes during his spring outing. Starting to translate with a phrase like, 'falling flowers have intent, flowing water is ruthless,' suddenly seems inappropriate and clearly a novice's mistake." The blue veins on the old man's forehead bulged violently, and he replied defiantly, "Haven't you heard of the phrase, 'In this world, how can one achieve both, to not fail Buddha or the beloved?' According to your translation style, it would have been, 'How can one do both perfectly in this world, not disappointing the girl one loves while not neglecting one's spiritual practice?' Such a translation is verbose and lacks artistic beauty. It is only through the translator's artistic refinement that such a beautiful quote emerges. The artistic enhancement by the translator is very important, don't you understand? SIFT 38, Chapter 5038, 230 Demon Text Institute 3. I really don't understand this. I just want a clear translation of the demon text. These kinds of translations with confusing meanings make it difficult to understand and prone to errors. Personally, I don't like them." Li Shu directly put the book back, not arguing with the old man. The old man was still quite displeased internally. "You're speaking so easily, as if you could translate them simply and understandably." Li Shu ignored him, thinking the old man was a bit strange. He brought him here to read books, yet continued to antagonize him, which was truly perplexing. Li Shu continued to read by himself, finding it easier to learn with both the translated and original texts side by side. However, most of the words and terms in these books were quite common. After a long period of flipping through, he didn't come across many rare characters. Li Shu was already familiar with most of the commonly used demon text, and reading these kinds of books no longer provided much help. After putting the book down, Li Shu continued searching through the rows of bookshelves. There were too many books, but most turned out to be storybooks. The words and phrases used in such books were generally quite common, offering little help to Li Shu. "Old man, is there anything like a dictionary or reference book?" Li Shu asked the grumpy old man beside him. "Those confidential items, even if they exist, cannot be simply shown to outsiders," the old man coldly replied. "Then there's nothing worth seeing. Thank you, old man. I'll be leaving now." Li Shu turned, ready to go. The old man snickered coldly at Li Shu's words. "You want to see the light condensation technique, right? Such books can only be viewed with the commander's approval, and you're just a magic armor master. Those things are useless to you." "I am a magic armor master, but I am also a trial taker," Li Shu said with a smile. "Can a C-level trial taker even count as a trial taker?" The old man directly pointed out Li Shu's level with a face full of disdain, as if a C-level trial taker barely counted as human. "Why can't a C-level trial taker count as a trial taker?" Li Shu frowned, saying. Ever since the start, the old man had been sarcastic, and Li Shu was unwilling to bother with him, but the old man was relentless. "In our Demon Text Institute, a C-level trial taker isn't any different from a regular person. Those who can use our translated light condensation techniques must be at least light base level. Below light base level, unable to practice the light condensation technique, they can't be considered a trial taker." The old man further belittled Li Shu. "Who said you must be light base level to practice the light condensation technique?" Li Shu said calmly. The old man burst into laughter. "You don't even know that the light condensation technique requires light base level for training, yet you come here wanting to see the technique. Isn't that a bit too comical? Today, I'm giving you a free lesson. Without reaching light base level, the body can't actively absorb light energy. It can only rely on shared light energy provided by the symbiotic contract. Such a trial taker indeed doesn't count as a trial taker, at most just half a trial taker. Light-based level trial takers are different. They can absorb light energy independently, even without the symbiotic contract's light energy. This is a completely different concept. Is there no light condensation technique that can be practiced before reaching light-based level? Li Shu asked. Absolutely not. Without reaching light-based level, the body lacks the conditions to actively absorb light energy. This is a necessary prerequisite for all light condensation techniques, the old man affirmed. Isn't there a light condensation technique that doesn't require this prerequisite? Li Shu asked again. Of course not. All light condensation techniques discovered in the Demon Kingdom require this prerequisite to practice, the old man replied. Just because the Demon Kingdom doesn't have such a light condensation technique doesn't mean the world does not have one. Even if it truly doesn't exist, it can still be researched and developed. Li Shu pondered aloud. The old man listened, feeling both angry and amused. It seems you truly don't understand anything. Arguing with a naive kid like you just embarrasses me. Enough, leave now. Don't spout such nonsensical words outside, it'll only make people laugh. I am determined to develop a light condensation technique that can be practiced before reaching light-base level. If possible, could you lend me some materials? Li Shu asked. Unless you reach light-base level, you cannot borrow the light condensation technique. You'd better leave quickly. Earlier, seeing Li Shu understand the demon text, he had some goodwill towards Li Shu, but now all goodwill was gone, with no patience left. I don't wish to see those light condensation techniques. I just hope to borrow a dictionary. If you're not in charge, may I meet with the director? Li Shu requested. What do you want the dictionary for? The old man asked, staring at Li Shu. Didn't I just say, I want to develop a light condensation technique that can be practiced before reaching light-base level? Li Shu replied calmly. Do you really think we at the Demon Text Institute are all fools? If such a thing existed, would it be waiting for you to discover? The old man said angrily. Just because the Demon Text Institute couldn't develop it doesn't mean I won't be able to. Will you lend me the dictionary or not? Li Shu asked, losing his patience. I can lend you the dictionary. If you manage to create such a thing, I, Dong Tianjun, will kneel and acknowledge you as my master. The old man coldly stared at Li Shu. Commander Li, if you fail to develop such a light condensation technique, what then? So you are the director of the Demon Text Institute, Dong Tianjun. Pardon my oversight, Li Shu said with a smile. Director Dong, as long as you lend me the dictionary, I assure you I can develop it. If unsuccessful, I would also be willing to kneel and acknowledge you as my master. I wouldn't dare to accept a disciple like you. If you fail to develop it, how about giving Magic Armor Group resources to our Demon Text Institute? Dong Tianjun was quick to make a clever proposal. Agreed, go fetch the dictionary then. Li Shu nodded. Wait, let's set a time frame first. We can't have you researching your whole life while I wait forever, right? Dong Tianjun stated. 3 months then. If after 3 months I fail to develop it, the dictionary and resources will be yours. Li Shu agreed. All right, then let's make a contract. Dong Tianjun, somehow producing paper and pen, immediately drafted the contract, with both parties signing and sealing it in duplicate. 539, Chapter 539, 231, Zibu Yu's technique of avoiding supernatural forces and chaotic spirits. Li Shu had just obtained the dictionary and was ready to leave, but was stopped by Dong Tianjun. What's up? Li Shu asked in confusion. Dong Tianjun frowned and said, You're not even taking the light condensation technique. What are you going back to study? As he spoke, Dong Tianjun tossed a book to Li Shu, the very same Universal Buddha Light he had previously asked Li Shu to read. This is my own book. Take it back and study it. See you in 3 months. Li Shu thanked him as he accepted the book and left the Demon Text Institute. He really hadn't expected Dong Tianjun to give him a light condensation technique. Wasn't it said that such things were not to be casually shown to others? After returning home, Li Shu opened the thick Demon Text dictionary and compared the text with the Universal Buddha Light for a preliminary review. The incantation in the simplified text, Li Shu had already memorized and could automatically compare during his study. He continued reading while consulting the dictionary, clarifying the unknown words made reading much easier. However, Li Shu found some definitions in this Demon Text dictionary to be inaccurate, and after researching, made new annotations. Li Shu didn't leave the house all day, immersing himself in researching these demon words. By the time Shachu returned, it was already around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone outside is debating whether you still dare to leave Longevity City. Most people think you're definitely playing turtle, Shachu said with a smile. That's not a nice way to put it. Li Shu replied, flipping through the dictionary. That's not what I said, it's what those people outside are saying. Shachu walked over to Li Shu, glanced at the dictionary and the Universal Buddha Light, and said in surprise, This is demon text, isn't it? You understand this? A little bit, Li Shu replied. Shachu was surprised. Demon text is difficult to learn, and many who wish to learn it have no place to do so. Even within Longevity City, the Demon Text Institute is a unique institution, and not everyone is qualified to learn demon text there. Demon text relates to many things in the Demon Kingdom, like the light condensation technique, which requires translation from demon text. Mastering demon text, even if your rank is not high and you are not a trial taker, you can still achieve considerable status and benefits in Longevity City. Like Dong Tianjun, nominally he and Professor Shu should be at the same level, but their treatment and status are worlds apart. Even the patriarchs of the 4 major families are polite to Dong Tianjun, calling him Sir with respect. After all, those from the 4 families will want to learn the light condensation technique, and they'll rely on people like Dong Tianjun. The books are translated by him, and a single mistranslation can cause serious problems for practitioners. Moreover, the light condensation technique has both good and bad aspects. Even a light-base S-level trial taker may not discern it, needing someone knowledgeable to guide them. Although the four families have long sent people to learn demon text, not everyone has the talent for languages, nor patience and diligence to study dry texts. Most prefer becoming trial takers rather than learning the obscure demon text. Within Longevity City, Dong Tianjun is the expert of experts. His high status is imaginable. If not for Li Shu being the commander, even if Dong Tianjun were angered, he wouldn't have lent the demon text dictionary or allowed him to take the universal Buddha light. If a regular trial taker did the same, Dong Tianjun wouldn't even respond, let alone say a single word more. Of course, even if Li Shu is the commander, without displaying profound demon text mastery, Dong Tianjun wouldn't have lent him the dictionary and the book. What's this book? Sha Chu stood beside Li Shu, lowering her head to look at the universal Buddha light, but she couldn't understand a single word. A light condensation technique, Li Shu said casually. What? A light condensation technique, Sha Chu exclaimed in shock. How do you have a light condensation technique? Borrowed from the Demon Text Institute, Li Shu replied. The Demon Text Institute is willing to lend you a light condensation technique? I thought this was impossible to take out, right? I heard only beings surpassing S-level have the right to access it, and it must be studied only inside the Institute, not taken out. Sha Chu said in astonishment. Well, I am a commander, naturally different from others. Li Shu smiled. Sha Chu nodded. That's true, but why is the book all in demon text? Is there no translation? No need for a translation, I have the dictionary right here. Just check the dictionary yourself, Li Shu said, patting the dictionary beside him. The Demon Text Institute actually lent such an important thing like the dictionary to you? Sha Chu was even more surprised, knowing how crucial a dictionary is to a language. It said that the core results of many years of research by the Demon Text Institute are in this dictionary. Even with the dictionary, translating demon text's light condensation technique is not easy. Don't just look at it yourself and get it wrong. And I heard this technique can only be cultivated by trial takers surpassing S-level, Sha Chu said. You're right. The previous light condensation technique indeed could only be practiced by trial takers of light-based level above S-level, so I borrowed the dictionary and universal Buddha light, planning to research a version of the light condensation technique that ordinary trial takers can cultivate. Li Shu said, 5040, Chapter 540, 231, Zebu Yu's Strange Power and Chaotic Spirit Technique 2. Is this possible? Sha Chu widened her eyes. Longevity City has been around for so many years, and I've never heard of anything like this. If it were possible, someone should have already figured it out, right? Anything is possible with effort. Maybe they failed because they took the wrong approach, limited by existing systems, whereas someone like me, who doesn't adhere to these systems, might be able to forge a new path, Li Shu chuckled. Once I develop a suitable light condensation technique, you can try it out. It might allow you to advance faster than regular trial takers. All right, I'll wait for your light condensation technique. Sha Chu looked at Li Shu with a complicated expression. She felt as if her understanding was repeatedly reshaped by Li Shu. Initially, she thought Li Shu was just someone with a knack for football. Then, she discovered he was a magic armor master with extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, she found out he possessed multiple top-grade demon spirits and advanced quickly. Now, he was delving into demon texts to develop a light condensation technique, almost inhuman. Humans naturally have limited energy and intellect, yet somehow Li Shu was excelling in everything he attempted. If he really can develop a light condensation technique suitable for low-level practitioners, it would be an upheaval more frightening than the magical tournament. This storm would alter not just the outside world, but inevitably shake the very foundations of Longevity City. Sha Chu looked at Li Shu, her expression complex. Feeling a bit hungry, could you get me something to eat? Li Shu stretched and said, I bought some vegetables and canned food. How about I make you a stir-fry with canned vegetables? Sha Chu suggested. Is that edible? Li Shu had never heard of such a dish. Of course it is. Underestimating me, huh? Once I make it, you'll be craving it again, Sha Chu said as she left Li Shu's study. For several days, Li Shu stayed home researching demon texts. The entire Longevity City awaited Li Shu's departure from Longevity City, but he remained indoors, leading many to believe he was afraid and dared not face Jingli again. Li Shu ignored these assumptions, focusing on his research into demon texts and the light condensation technique. The reason for his intense focus on the light condensation technique wasn't a purely altruistic desire to benefit society, but a personal issue. He struggled with leveling up. Each attempt to advance to the next level was hindered, and perhaps the light condensation technique could resolve this. Before long, Li Shu had deciphered teachings from various texts, one of which was named The Technique of Silent Disbelief in Mystical Forces. Of course, this was Li Shu's translation, and the original meaning likely pointed to a technique created by a skeptic of gods. Li Shu had translated it into The Technique of Silent Disbelief in Mystical Forces, as it was easier to remember. Through his research, Li Shu realized that the technique of silent disbelief in mystical forces and universal illumination were essentially the same, both utilizing light energy to construct organ-like structures within the body similar to meridians. With these light veins, humans would truly possess their own light energy system, rather than relying entirely on symbiotic contracts. To construct light veins, the primary requirement is a light base level body, capable of absorbing light energy autonomously. Without this condition, any light condensation technique is purely hypothetical, not feasibly trainable. It's similar to how a mage cannot sense magic elements. Practicing magic is futile. Ordinary people can sense demonic light, but without the ability to absorb it, it's useless. To enable low-level trial takers to practice the light condensation technique, this issue must be addressed first. Li Shu had previously considered this, proposing to use the bottle suction super spirit skill to solve the dilemma. However, upon further reflection, even if the bottle suction skill could resolve this issue, only Li Shu could utilize it. Others lacked access to bottle suction, leaving the problem unsolved. The solution remained elusive and required practical experimentation by Li Shu. It was still at a research stage with no clear resolution yet. The two light condensation techniques differed slightly in the placement and quantity of condensed light veins. Universal illumination could ultimately condense 8 light veins, whereas the technique of silent disbelief in mystical forces could condense 14. The 8 light veins of universal illumination and the 14 light veins of the technique of silent disbelief in mystical forces did not overlap in location. All 22 light veins occupied distinct positions. When Li Shu aligned them, there were barely any overlaps. Why does this look so familiar? Li Shu pondered, correlating the light vein map with the human anatomy chart and noticing a certain familiarity. The thought struck Li Shu to summon the evil spirit token, then compare the blue line humanoid diagram on the face and the red line diagram on the reverse. He quickly identified the 8 light veins of universal illumination on the blue line diagram and the 12 light veins of the technique of silent disbelief in mystical forces on the red line diagram. Could it be that the blue and red lines on the evil spirit token are actually light veins? The longer Li Shu examined them, the more convinced he became. Whether considering the 8 light veins of universal illumination or the 12 light veins of the technique of silent disbelief in mystical forces, they constitute only parts of the light veins on the evil spirit token. 2541, Chapter 541, 231, Zebu Yu's technique of avoiding supernatural forces and chaotic spirits. 3. This is interesting, according to the introduction in these two light condensation techniques. The more light veins one condenses, the faster one's absorption of demonic light becomes, the more light energy they can store, and the greater the power. If the diagram on the evil spirit token is indeed a light vein map, what would happen if all the light veins from the red and blue maps were fully constructed? Li Shu pondered as he looked at the dense red and blue lines on the evil spirit token. Of course, this is a matter for the future. For now, Li Shu needs to resolve the issue of how to absorb light energy and keep it within his body. Li Shu tried following the cultivation method of the words unspoken, secret techniques of strange forces, and upon attempting, he immediately felt the light energy in his body begin to condense, gathering toward the position of the first light vein. Wasn't it said that one can't condense light energy without reaching light base level? What's going on? Li Shu was surprised to find that he could directly cultivate words unspoken, secret techniques of strange forces, without needing any special methods. Li Shu swiftly stopped practicing words unspoken, secret techniques of strange forces, and picked up Buddha Light's omniscience instead. The outcome was the same. He could practice it directly with no limitation whatsoever. Could it be that because my body already has the ultimate light formed by the trio of lights, there's already light energy within, sparing the need for so-called light base? Li Shu pondered to himself. Either way, this was good news for Li Shu. His wager with the Eastern Lord could be considered won. Although he was a low-level trial taker, his ability to cultivate light condensation techniques theoretically meant he had already won the wager. However, Li Shu didn't want to win against the Eastern Lord like this. He still wanted to experiment further in hopes of discovering a way for ordinary low-level trial takers to cultivate light condensation techniques. For Li Shu, he didn't fear other trial takers being strong, only feared them being too weak. The stronger other trial takers were, the more interesting he found it, providing him motivation to advance further. If other trial takers were all weaklings, just like his situation among magic armor masters, he wouldn't be interested in continuing. Li Shu wished all the trial takers in the world could be as strong as Jing Li, or even stronger than Jing Li, so surpassing them would give him a sense of accomplishment. If Li Shu truly discovered a light condensation technique that ordinary low-level trial takers could cultivate, he would undoubtedly share it with the world, allowing those trial takers to become stronger. Of course, there's also consideration of resisting the evil spirits. The Eternal Heaven has sacrificed so many people to guard the trial gate. If one day the Eternal Heaven could no longer hold it, humanity would face an existential crisis. Li Shu didn't want to be playing Earth as a single-player game, without anyone to talk to, no one to produce various delicious foods, no beautiful clothing, no beauties to admire, facing a world full of evil spirits. Even procreation would be a problem. For the sake of his own happiness, humanity needs saving. These days, Li Shu has been researching the condensing light technique. and he quickly confirmed that the red-blue diagram on the evil spirit token was indeed a light vein map. However, light veins in different positions require different methods to construct them, and those methods are, in fact, light condensation techniques. If I want to condense all the light veins on the evil spirit token's light vein map, I need more light condensation techniques. Li Shu considered targeting the Demon Text Institute, although there's no immediate need to go there. Because with the little light energy Li Shu has now, he cannot even condense a single light vein, so even if a method to condense all light veins was found, he wouldn't have enough light energy to use. For ordinary trial takers, aside from the light-based condition, the lack of light energy is also a problem. In fact, ordinary trial takers don't need to condense light veins so early, they only need to use the light condensation technique's condensing light technique to lay down some groundwork ahead of time. Li Shu thought about how to proceed. Now he needs to conduct some experiments. Li Shu couldn't experiment on himself, as his body was unique, having no experimental value. Success on him wouldn't necessarily apply to ordinary people. Li Shu would not experiment on Shachu either. If anything went wrong, it would ruin Shachu's life. Who should I find as a test subject? Li Shu ran through the people he had seen in Eternal Heaven. Such matters can't involve close acquaintances. Instead, someone with distant relations should be chosen, so if any problems arise, there's no need for guilt. Li Qingyi was naturally not an option. Bai Ying seemed suitable. Li Chu had long found her disagreeable. However, Bai Ying was Bai Wanli's daughter, certainly wary of him, making it unlikely that she'd be used as his test subject. After much thought, Li Shu decided the most suitable test subject he could find now would be Jing Li. Being ostracized by the four families, Jing Li wasn't granted the opportunity to advance to light-base level, remaining at 100% super spirit stage indefinitely. As per normal procedures, Jing Li would need a light condensation technique and a catalyst for a super spirit state explosion to cause quantitative change leading to qualitative change, forming light veins. He could also advance to light base level first and then cultivate light condensation techniques to form light veins, which is the standard procedure. Unfortunately, the four families weren't giving Jing Li this opportunity. Li Shu's experiment could perfectly reverse this process. He could have Jing Li cultivate light condensation techniques to form light veins, using the light vein body directly to break through to the light base level, without needing any catalyst. Li Shu believed that if he were Jing Li, he certainly wouldn't refuse such an experiment. If the experiment failed, it would be considered Jing Li's bad luck. Li Shu packed up the Furnace Guardian's magic armor and prepared to head out. Before discussing the experiment with Jing Li, he preferred to subdue his negotiating opponent first, which could save a lot of unnecessary trouble and arguments. 542, Chapter 542, 23rd 2, Battle with Jing Li, again. Where are you going? Sha Chu saw Li Shu heading out with the demon armor, knowing something was up. To find Jing Li, Li Shu said. I'll go with you, Sha Chu replied. No need, just make dinner and wait for me to come back. Make a bit extra, Li Shu smiled. Okay, Sha Chu didn't say more, just watched Li Shu leave. As soon as Li Shu stepped out of Courtyard 7, he attracted much attention. By the time he left Longevity City and rode the Pegasus Beast toward Wansheng Town, many people were already standing by the cliff, watching the excitement. Li Shu dares to go to Wansheng Town again. Isn't he courting death? What choice does he have? He can't hide inside Longevity City forever, can he? If he doesn't enter the trial ground, how will he advance his rank? Being a magic armor master, rank isn't that important. If it were me, I'd stay in Longevity City forever. Why torture myself? You don't understand the heart of a strong person. What heart of a strong person sounds more like a heart courting death. The rumors spread widely. When Li Qingyi heard the news, she was so frustrated she nearly spat blood. She had clearly warned Li Shu not to leave Longevity City anytime soon, yet just days later, he was out. Qingyi, let's go see. I want to watch how Li Shu dies. Bai Ying pulled Li Qingyi toward the city gates. Don't forget, you haven't drunk your glass of wine yet. If Li Shu dies, you may face issues with advancing to Super Spirit, Li Qingyi frowned. Doesn't matter, as long as I can watch him die. I don't care about advancing to Super Spirit, Bai Ying said. Li Qingyi shook her head, said no more, and followed Bai Ying to the edge of the cliff. Mo Li Yu and Sun Gang were looking down. Seeing Li Qingyi and Bai Ying coming over, they waved them closer. What's going on? Has Jing Li made a move yet? Bai Ying asked. Jing Li hasn't come out yet. Li Shu is waiting over there, Mo Liu was saying when Sun Gang suddenly shouted beside him. Jing Li is out. Sun Gang was looking down at Wansheng Town. Everyone quickly bowed their heads to look, and sure enough, saw Jing Li with bare upper body heading toward an open area. The clearing was next to the Land of Beasts, where Li Shu and Jing Li had battled before. Is the demon armor repaired? Jing Li walked up to Li Shu, staring intently. Can't be repaired. I switched it out. Li Shu placed the Furnace Guardian in front of him. The Furnace Guardian had shifted to the magic armor box state during Li Shu's testing. It would have been awkward to bring a humanoid armor out. Many magic armor masters were watching the battle. After all, Li Shu was their commander and was using demon armor to fight Jing Li. Even many stationed at the trial gate were silently observing. This commander has guts, really challenging Jing Li, a magic armor master at the trial gate commented, smiling as he looked toward the direction of the land of beasts. Why do I feel this commander is lackluster? Already doing what you wanted? A magic armor master standing on the gate frame joked. Doesn't matter, I'll step in after he's defeated, the seated magic armor master smiled. True, considering Jing Li's strength, except for your sword saint armor, probably no other armor can compete. Seems like our dear commander will cool down soon. Poor us magic armor masters just got a commander and will soon be orphans again, the standing magic armor master chuckled. Your whole family is orphaned by the gun magic. The sword saint raised a middle finger at the magic armor master. That's strange. What armor is that? Looks familiar yet unfamiliar, the driver of the gun magic armor murmured. The sword saint stood up, staring at the magic armor box in front of Li Shu from a distance, his expression also surprised. Could that armor be the Furnace Guardian? Indeed, I thought the material looked familiar. Turns out it's the Furnace Guardian. He actually activated it. I remember not even you could, the gun magic commented. As if you could activate it, the sword saint rolled his eyes. This is getting interesting. This commander can activate both Divine Spirit and Demon Eye, and now also the Furnace Guardian. What's his background? Is his spiritual sense that unique? Gun Magic watched Li Shu with interest. Being able to activate it doesn't mean anything. No one knows the battle power of the Furnace Guardian yet, the Sword Saint pondered. Now, it's just right to see what its performance is like. Surely the Research Institute is curious too. On the battlefield, Jing Li glanced briefly at Li Shu's magic armor box. Stronger than the previous set? It should be stronger, Li Shu smiled. Then let's not waste time. Put on your armor. Jing Li gripped the hilt of his blade. Before we fight, are you interested in a bet? Li Shu did not activate the armor, smiling at Jing Li. Not interested, Jing Li replied coldly. If you win, I'll give you a chance to advance to light base. If you lose, join my technician group, Li Shu offered. 543, Chapter 543, 232, Battle Jing Li, again. 2, you won't survive. Jing Li only said these 4 words. His meaning was clear. Li Shu could not survive, so there was no way for him to live and give him any opportunity to advance to the light base level. Li Shu reached into his pocket and took out the book titled Universal Buddhist Radiance. The key to the light condensation technique and your advancement to the light base level is with me. Kill me, and you can take it. Jing Li was slightly taken aback, not expecting Li Shu to actually carry such items on him. All right, I agree. Jing Li's gaze burned as he stared at Li Shu, sensing Li Shu's confidence, which fueled his fighting spirit even more intensely. Even if he didn't agree with Li Shu, he could still take the items after killing him. Li Shu knew this, yet he still carried them on him, indicating that Li Shu had absolute confidence in victory. This kind of confidence satisfied Jing Li greatly. He wanted this kind of person. Only such a person was worthy to die by his blade. Li Shu stopped wasting words, placing one hand on the magic armor box. On the box, which was like wrought iron, glowing patterns like magma immediately appeared, covering the entire casing in an instant. In the next second, the magic armor box split apart from the magma-like glow, transforming into parts that enveloped Li Shu's body. The armor, the color of wrought iron, emitted crimson lava-like glowing patterns, making Li Shu appear like a demon emerging from molten lava. Everyone's attention was captured by the magic armor. Except for the magic armor group, no one knew the name of this armor, nor had anyone seen it before. The commander can actually use the Furnace Guardian. Lei Qingfeng looked astonished. Didn't you see that the Furnace Guardian had already transformed into the state of a magic armor box? Did you just realize now? Where's your brain? Qiu Tianyu laughed. No. I mean, he can simultaneously activate 3 magic armors, Divine Spirit, Demon Eye, and Furnace Guardian. Have you ever seen such spiritual sense? Lei Qingfeng said solemnly. No, that's why he's the commander. Qiu Tianyu shrugged. Let's wait and see the result. I hope the commander wins, although the chances aren't great. In the battlefield, Jing Li stared intently at Li Shu, gripping his sword hilt, and the light energy on his body erupted continuously, soaring skyward like flames. Strangely, even though Jing Li had already entered the super spirit state, there was no change to the sword in his hand. Generally, when a symbiotic contract enters the super spirit state, peculiar changes occur. Just like how Li Qingyi's shield became armor and Wan Chaoshen's bow and arrow transformed to resemble a phoenix, these are the changes after the super spirit transformation of a symbiotic contract. But after entering the super spirit state, the sword resting on Jing Li's shoulder showed no changes, which was quite odd. On Li Shu, the Furnace Guardian's demonic light continued to condense, and the magic armor seemed as though it was about to melt, turning glowing red like molten iron, the flowing light flame resembling dripping molten metal. Li Shu extended his hand, and the crimson demonic light coalesced into a demon light blade, bright red and crystalline throughout. Come on, let me see just how fast your sword really is. Li Shu held the demon light blade, his whites of the eyes gradually being overcome by the black pupils. This was the fly's eye skill. Although not of a high level, it nonetheless enhanced Li Shu's dynamic vision. Buzz. Jing Li said nothing, suddenly drawing his long sword, which flashed like black-purple lightning. Clang. The demon light blade in Li Shu's hand flashed, amazingly blocking the slash from Jing Li's longsword. He actually blocked it. Everyone was taken aback. Being able to block Jing Li's incredibly fast sword was not an easy task. Crack. Though it was blocked, the demon light blade was shattered by Jing Li's long sword. The first strike had just passed, and the second had already arrived. Jing Li's sword unbelievably fast. Li Shu's hand had already formed a second demon light blade, once again meeting Jing Li's longsword. Crack. The demon light blade shattered again, but Jing Li's second slash was blocked. Jing Li's eyes glowed with purple light, frenzied like a demon, as swipe after swipe, his long sword rained down like black-purple lightning, continuously pounding Li Shu. Li Shu's hand repeatedly formed demon light blades, blocking the sword's chaotic lightning-like onslaught. Only flashes of purple and flying magma could be seen, with craters everywhere blasted by the demonic light as the terrifying battle finally commenced. How can it be so fast? Almost at the same time, Professor Shu, Lei Qingfeng, Chu Tianyu, the Sword Saint, and Gun Demon said in chorus from different places. The speed they referred to wasn't Jing Li's blade. Jing Li's sword speed was known by everyone in Changsheng Tian, and under such attacks, Li Shu keeping up with Jing Li's tempo was already remarkable. However, for each strike, a new demon light blade had to be formed. Creating a demon light blade itself required time, and even the S-class magic armor masters, known for their instant activation of demonic light, needed at least 1 to several seconds to form a sufficiently strong demon light blade. Li Shu's current rate of creation exceeded imagination, and what's more, it was still accelerating. Because Jing Li's sword kept getting faster, the time allowed for Li Shu to gather a demon light blade became ever shorter, forcing him to accelerate the pace. What a formidable fellow! Can you manage such a demon light blade formation speed? Gun Demon asked the Sword Saint beside him. No, my Sword Saint magic armor can't manage it this quickly. The Sword Saint shook his head. Perhaps the Furnace Guardian itself has a design for rapid demonic light condensation, or maybe Li Shu's spiritual sense is exceptional, able to trigger the demonic light flow within the armor. I really want to know the reason. WS 544, Chapter 544, 23-2, Rematch with Jing Li 3. It could also be due to both reasons, said the Gun Demon. That's possible. In any case, we mustn't underestimate this commander. If he survives this battle, perhaps we magic armor masters might finally have a chance to rise in Changsheng Heaven, the Sword Saint pondered and said. Who wouldn't want that? I hope he can win. With such a commander, our days would be much better. But winning against Jing Li is incredibly difficult. It seems he hasn't actually exerted his full strength yet, the Gun Demon sighed. The moment the Gun Demon finished speaking, the battle over there changed. Jing Li suddenly switched the sword from his right hand to his left, and with his left hand, the speed and power of using the sword increased once more. The moment the blade flashed, it was almost mistaken for an illusion. Boom! The demon light blade was directly shattered into pieces, scattering like countless steel sparks. Amidst the sea of sparks, the blade relentlessly slashed towards Li Shu's chest. Jing Li's left-handed sword is faster and more ruthless than the right. Li Qingyi automatically felt her heart in her throat. Bai Ying beside her wore a face full of excitement, as if eagerly anticipating the moment when Li Shu would be slashed. So close, so fast, Li Shu didn't even have a chance to dodge. Clang! Just as the sword was about to cleave into Li Shu's chest, it was blocked again. In Li Shu's left hand, a demon light blade was also condensed, stopping a subsequent attack. The demon light blade in his left hand shattered, but his left-handed strike had also run out of power. Clang, clang, clang. Jing Li fiercely attacked with his left hand. The sword moves were as swift as lightning and as heavy as a mountain. However, they were continuously blocked by the demon light blades that Li Shu formed with both hands, over and over again. Until now, Li Shu had not moved even a single step. The strength of the Furnace Guardian is indeed slightly stronger than the Divine Spirit magic armor. This level of demonic light outbreak does not harm it in the slightest. Li Shu was very satisfied with this set of Furnace magic armor. It is the best performing and most durable set of magic armor he has ever used, able to withstand the recent over-threshold spiritual sense stimulation. Suddenly, Jing Li sheathed his sword and retreated, ceasing his continuous attack. Very well, this is exactly what I wanted. Jing Li's eyes seemed like candlelight, glowing with frenzy as he stared at Li Shu. His left hand, holding the sword, slowly rose, his right hand following to grip it as well. You are the second person who has forced me to wield a double-handed sword in battle. Who was the first? Li Shu asked. My Shifu, who has already died under my blade, Jing Li slowly said, as if speaking of a most ordinary affair, without a trace of guilt. I hope I am not the second to die under your double-handed sword, Li Shu said with a smile. My double-handed sword has only one form, and I call it self-mutilation. Jing Li's expression was frenzied to the extreme, even his words increased. Self-mutilation? Does that mean suicide? That name is quite ominous. Li Shu shook his head and said, Indeed, it's not auspicious, but I like it. The demonic light on Jing Li grew more intense, like flowing water ablaze, surging towards the sword held in both hands. However, the glow on the blade grew dimmer. Li Shu quietly waited, not interrupting Jing Li's demonic light condensation actively. In fact, he had never actively attacked until now. Only when the light on the blade completely disappeared did Jing Li lower his head to look at the sword. The sword was more than 4 feet long, of a dark purple hue throughout. It was styled as a double-handed tang blade with an unsharpened edge, and on one side of the blade there was a dark red streak like dried blood. This was a bloodstain left when he slew his Shifu, the previous commander of the Forgetfulness lineage, which had never been wiped away. Jing Li could still clearly remember that battle. The old commander stood before him just like Li Shu now, waiting as he prepared self-mutilation. Before then, the old commander nearly shattered Jing Li's confidence entirely. Jing Li used every ounce of his power, utilizing various super spirit skills to their utmost limits, but they were all suppressed with ease by the old commander with one hand. What seemed like overpowering super spirit skills to Jing Li were no more than candle flames that could be extinguished at any moment before the old commander. How can candlelight compete with the bright moon? To Jing Li, the old commander was that bright moon in the sky, someone he would need a lifetime to look up to, until he wielded the double-handed sword for that single strike, splitting the bright moon in the sky in half, and from then on, there was no more light to illuminate his heart. Jing Li named that strike self-mutilation, and he hadn't used it ever since. That strike kills others while wounding oneself. I also hope you won't be the second to die under this strike. It seemed that as the light on the blade dimmed, the frenzy in Jing Li's eyes also dissipated. His eyes became increasingly clear, his expression more and more composed, even somewhat ruthless. Forgetting emotions and cutting off desires, it seems Jing Li has truly inherited that person's philosophy. The immortal wearing a flowery jacket sighed. It's been the way of the Forgetfulness lineage throughout history, only that person was more extreme, achieving Jing Li with his own life. In the future, as Jing Li practices the Julie scripture, he will undoubtedly be twice as effective with half the effort. He might even become the top sword of Chongsheng Heaven, surpassing old Dao. Mo Wuya paused, sighed, and said, but it's a pity for Li Shu. A magic armor master reaching this level is truly rare. It's unlikely we will see such a magic armor master again for centuries. Dying under Jing Li's sword is a significant loss. What's there to pity? Magic armor masters feed on talent, making little progress in a lifetime. To put it bluntly, their achievements depend on the heavens' favor. They are born at their peak, and later, they lie down. Getting phased out is only a matter of time. The immortal dismissed with indifference. As they spoke, Jing Li raised his head, calmly gazing at Li Shu, slowly lifting the sword above his head and then closing his eyes. Some lose the whole world when they close their eyes, while others already have the world under their blade. When the sword in Jing Li's hands cleaved down, it seemed as if the entire world was reduced to that one sword. 545. Chapter 545, 233, Defeated. Even those watching from the mountain edge felt a chill across their spine at this moment, their hearts involuntarily trembling with suppression, as if that blade were cleaving down upon them. Everyone felt as though they were alone, facing that blade, with nowhere to hide, about to be split in two by it. This feeling was indescribable. Knowing full well the blade wasn't targeting them, those with weak wills couldn't help but retreat. Li Shu did not retreat. He still stood in place watching that blade descend. Just as the blade was about to strike his head, his hands once again clasped together to trap Jing Li's blade, as if replicating the previous battle. In Li Shu's palms, the demonic light turned into a mysterious suction cup-like form, firmly gripping Jing Li's blade. To Li Shu's surprise, the bottle suction's power couldn't extract even a bit of light energy from Jing Li's blade this time. The same technique won't work on me. Jing Li still had his eyes closed, expressionless, as the long blade continued its descent, seemingly ignoring all obstructive forces. But the next moment, Jing Li's expression changed. His blade was still firmly trapped between Li Shu's hands. Despite his efforts, the long blade remained completely immobile. Li Shu looked at Jing Li, the magma patterns on the demon armor increasingly visible, while the hands gripping the long blade seemed to turn into sizzling iron blocks. The hand of God paired with bottle suction, each hand generating alternating push and pull forces, the terrifying demonic light oscillating swiftly between Li Shu's hands, causing the long blade to vibrate at high speed as well, forcibly shaking Jing Li's grip on the blade. Jing Li's blade astonishingly fell into Li Shu's hands. This, Li Qingyi and the others watched in shock. Jing Li's all-out blade executed with full force had been caught empty-handed by Li Shu and even wrested away. This was simply unimaginable. Jing Li opened his eyes, equally incredulous as he looked at Li Shu. He had concentrated the light energy to its peak, making it impossible for Li Shu to absorb his light energy, yet still couldn't withstand the power of Li Shu's hands. Li Shu grasped the blade tip with one hand, returning the incessantly trembling long blade to Jing Li, slowly saying, "What are you afraid of? You don't need to restrain yourself. Unleash your power. Let me see how strong your true strength really is." Jing Li stared blankly at Li Shu, his originally cold and merciless gaze gradually becoming intense once again. "As you wish, as you desire. Jing Li grasped the hilt, took the blade back from Li Shu. The blade's light re-emerged, making Jing Li's entire being glow exuberantly, unlike the restrained appearance earlier. That's right, young people should be bold and uninhibited. To be detached and indifferent is for old men with half their bodies buried in the ground. Young people should burn themselves at the most beautiful age and radiate the most brilliant light. Li Shu looked at Jing Li and slowly spoke. This is bad. Jing Li's state of forgetful mind has been broken. The opportunity the old commander sacrificed himself to give Jing Li is lost. The forgetfulness lineage might lose its legacy, Old Immortal said, changing color. Not necessarily. Haven't you noticed? Jing Li's will hasn't diminished but has grown stronger? Mo Wuya stared at Jing Li and spoke. Even if he became stronger, can he still cultivate the Julie scripture with that state of mind? Old Immortal questioned. I don't know. Mo Wuya also didn't know where Jing Li would head following this. Buzz. The long blade in Jing Li's hand, unchanged in the super spirit state, finally transformed in the baptism of powerful light energy. The long blade gradually became more ferocious and terrifying. The originally tongue blade style long blade unexpectedly grew wider, transforming from the tongue blade into a ghost-headed blade, fierce as ghostly fangs. The black-purple light energy on the blade swirled like smoke and mist, as if countless resentful spirits entwined within, roaring and shrieking, accompanying Jing Li's whole person, burdened with numerous grievances. The terrifying light energy fluctuation even moved Old Immortal and Mo Wuya. What's going on? Wasn't he already at 100% super spirit? How did light energy once again elevate, and the symbiotic contract mutate again? What's happening? Old Immortal's face was full of surprise. Mo Wuya pondered deeply. Perhaps there's only one possibility. Jing Li was walking the wrong path before. The old commander had been intentionally suppressing and erasing Jing Li's emotions and desires, hoping to lead him on the path of detachment and indifference. He succeeded. Jing Li indeed grasped the state of forgetful mind, but the old commander never imagined that Jing Li's own state had already transcended beyond the state of forgetful mind. The sacrifice he made to impart the state of forgetful mind to Jing Li instead became Jing Li's shackle. What is this? Sacrificing oneself to instead imprison his own disciple? Is this fortunate or unfortunate for the forgetfulness lineage? Old Immortal smiles bitterly. If the old commander is watching over from the heavens, he might still not be able to answer that question. We aren't qualified to judge fortune or misfortune, but Li Shu is probably in trouble. That earlier blade deflected. Instead of a killer blade, it was more like a suicidal blade. That was his only chance to defeat Jing Li, and he did seize it. But he was too young, too arrogant, too confident, and returned the blade to Jing Li, inadvertently awakening Jing Li, allowing him to reclaim his true self, completely unleashing the power long suppressed. Now Jing Li might truly be an invincible super spirit. Even you and I back in our super spirit state might not be his match. 546, Chapter 546, 233 defeated 2. Haha, that kid Li Shu must be regretting his decision now, but it's too late. Trading his life for Jing Li's supernatural invincibility. Who knows if this deal is a loss or a gain? The old Undying laughed. It's hard to say. Such a magic armor master is a rare occurrence in a millennium. If he's killed, it's a tremendous loss for our longevity city. Should we intervene to stop this battle from continuing? Mo Wuya hesitated. It's already too late. The old Undying shook his head. On the battlefield, the light energy fluctuations from Jing Li's body erupted like a volcano. Even Li Qingyi and others standing on the mountain's edge were shocked by the light energy waves. What terrifying light energy! Is this really the light energy fluctuation in the super spirit state? Li Qingyi and others looked at Jing Li in stunned disbelief. Jing Li was staring intently at Li Shu and said fiercely, "As repayment to you, I will send you off with this saber. In dedication to you, I'll call this strike farewell." With that, Jing Li raised his ghost light saber with both hands and suddenly slashed down like an executioner delivering a beheading. This saber strike was fast but carried a sense of weight. Although it was swift, it was clear enough for everyone to see, making it seem as if anyone could dodge it. Yet despite being visible, one felt as if their body was bound, unable to move, as if shackled like a condemned person, or entangled by a resentful spirit, unable to evade, only able to watch helplessly as the saber fell. Anyone who truly understood this strike knew that in fact, it wasn't the body being restrained, but the saber's extraordinary speed. It was so fast that the body couldn't keep up with the brain's reaction, so despite seeing it, one felt as though the body was being constrained, unable to dodge. Li Shu, it's over. Li Qingyi wanted to close her eyes, unwilling to witness the moment Li Shu was decapitated, but Jing Li's saber was so fast she couldn't even close her eyes, only watching helplessly as if time had paused, everything frozen except for Jing Li's saber falling. Li Shu stood there motionless, the saber with its shocking saber flare about to slice diagonally onto his neck. Suddenly, everyone saw Li Shu's body move. In that seemingly time-frozen high-speed moment, Li Shu's body quickly moved. It was like a super sports car speeding by, leaving all other vehicles far behind as if they were stationary. But then another vehicle traveled by even faster, surpassing the super sports car, making the latter appear stationary. More terrifyingly, the vehicle overtaking the super sports car was actually a big truck. On Li Shu's body, the Furnace Guardian had entirely transformed into a radiant crimson state, the intense light energy illuminating the originally iron-like demon armor completely. Jing Li's saber, despite being heavy, was ultimately just a saber. Compared to Li Shu's body clad in demon armor, it was like a small sports car. Li Shu's entire speed surpassed that of the saber, like a heavy truck surpassing a super sports car, providing an unparalleled visual impact. In front of Li Shu, the seemingly impossibly fast saber in Jing Li's hand appeared to be frozen. Li Shu's body, like that of a flame demon god, passed by Jing Li's saber, almost standing face to face with Jing Li in his incredible expression. One hand grabbed the back of the saber, the other pressed on Jing Li's chest, directly blasting him flying backwards. Bang! Jing Li's body flew back dozens of meters, crashing against the beast gate, spewing blood from his mouth, eyes constricting intensely, focusing on Li Shu, who stood gripping the ghost lightsaber with one hand, full of disbelief, sliding down from the gate, heavily sitting on the ground, momentarily unable to react, just sitting there staring dazedly at Li Shu. Everyone's expressions mirrored Jing Li's, all wide-eyed staring fixedly at the demonic-like figure. Even the old Undying and Mo Wuya were speechless. Do you want to continue? Li Shu walked up before Jing Li, handing the saber over to him again and asked, "I've lost." Jing Li closed his eyes, appearing pained yet relieved. This battle shocked all of Longevity City. The Magic Armor Master defeated the nearly super spirit pinnacle Jing Li, which wasn't just about defeating one Jing Li, but rather that the Magic Armor Master's profession would be reassessed. Is the peak combat power of a Magic Armor Master truly inferior to a trial taker? Many who previously firmly believed this now found a question mark in their hearts. At least at the Super Spirit stage, there is already a Magic Armor Master capable of defeating the top trial taker. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu, among the group of Magic Armor Masters, walking down the streets of Longevity City, felt their outlook lifted compared to before. It might be an illusion. Those trial takers who used to seem quite tall today appear smaller. As they walked, their heads naturally lifted high, their spirits elated. What counts as a trial taker? I'm a Magic Armor Master. How many years had it been since such thoughts emerged in these Magic Armor Masters' minds? This sensation was new and thrilling, an utterly wonderful feeling never experienced before. 547, Chapter 547, 233, Defeated 3. The trial takers on the street looked at these Magic Armor Masters with eyes that seemed somewhat different from usual. Sha Chu heard a knock at the door, opened it, and found Li Shu standing outside with another person standing behind him. Upon seeing who it was, Sha Chu was slightly taken aback. The person following Li Shu was Jing Li. "Is the meal ready?" Li Shu asked with a smile. "It's ready," Sha Chu replied, a bit dazed. "Is there enough for 3 people?" Li Shu asked as he walked into the courtyard. "It should be enough." Sha Chu's expression grew more complex. It was then she realized why Li Shu told her to prepare more food before he left. So, this was the reason he had planned to bring Jing Li back all along? Sha Chu found it hard to imagine what Li Shu had done to make Jing Li appear so dejected, like a little wife who had been wronged. "Then, let's eat. After moving around for so long, I'm quite hungry," Li Shu said with a smile. Sha Chu closed the door and rushed to the kitchen to bring out the food. Jing Li said nothing, sat down, picked up a bowl, and began eating, shoveling large mouthfuls into his mouth without lifting his head once. "Shao Li, take your time. There's no need to rush," Li Shu said with a smile. Shao Li? Shao Chu's expression was strange. She couldn't quite associate the fiercely notorious Jing Li with the word Shao Li. Jing Li's eye twitched, but he said nothing, just paused slightly before quickly continuing to shovel food into his mouth as though he hadn't heard Li Shu speaking. "Go ahead and eat more. Once you're full, you can serve as my experiment subject." Li Shu was not at all heartbroken seeing how much Jing Li could eat. In fact, he was quite pleased. Even though food was expensive in Longevity City, Li Shu didn't mind at all. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Jing Li couldn't stand Li Shu staring at him with that constant smile, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks and frowned. "Wasn't it agreed that if you lost, you'd join the technician team?" Li Shu continued with a smile. "In fact, you could be considered the first to be personally recruited by me into my technician team, and from now on, you're the #1 technician." Jing Li's eye couldn't help but twitch again. He stared at Li Shu for a long moment before saying, "Just say who you want me to kill. No need for so much talk. Killing is such a simple task. No need for you to handle it." "You have more important work to do," Li Shu said with a grin. Jing Li's expression was strange. It was the first time someone sought him out not to kill. But thinking about it, Li Shu indeed didn't need him to kill. "What exactly do you want me to do?" Jing Li asked for the 3rd time, clearly showing some unease. "Your task is quite simple. I have a light condensation technique for you. Just take it and practice it." As Li Shu spoke, he took out a handwritten light condensation technique. This was his modified, unspoken monster technique, and he needed Jing Li to help test whether his concept was correct. "I'm not yet at the light base level, and I can't practice the light condensation technique. Even if I were light base level, I already have a light condensation technique and don't need yours." Jing Li frowned. My light condensation technique is different. You can practice it without being at the light base level, Li Shu said. Impossible. Jingli couldn't believe Li Shu's nonsense. He had previously heard from the commander about the principles of the light condensation technique, and the commander had even recited the Jueli scripture to him. The Jueli scripture was already in his mind. He only needed to advance to light base level to practice it. Based on his understanding of the light condensation technique, humans couldn't possibly master it without reaching the light base level. Why not give it a try? You'll know if it's real or not. If it's fake, you certainly won't succeed in practicing now. You can try your own light condensation technique once you reach the light base level. Li Shu squinted his eyes and said. Jingli hesitated. Though he didn't believe in practicing the light condensation technique before reaching the light base level, Li Shu was unpredictable, and if such a thing did exist, he feared he'd have to forgo his mentor's dying wish to practice the Jueli scripture after reaching light base level. What? You can't even manage such a small task? Li Shu frowned at Jingli's hesitation. He had gone to great lengths to bring Jingli over, even risking damage to the Furnace Guardian's magic armor, not just to keep an idle person around. I understand. I will practice it. Jingli said no more, picking up the unspoken monster technique. Li Shu wrote and prepared to leave. Stop, you'll live here from now on. I need to supervise your practice progress, Li Shu stated. What I've agreed to, I'll definitely do. Jingli's expression was slightly unpleasant. It's not about whether you can do it, but I need to observe your practice condition. If you can master it, it means those trial takers not yet at the light base level can practice it too. If there are any issues during your practice, you must promptly report them to me so I can make appropriate modifications. After all, this light condensation technique is meant for all trial takers to practice. It has to be simple enough for everyone, Li Shu explained. Jingli stared blankly at Li Shu, looking at him as if he were a madman. Suddenly, he felt that Li Shu and his mentor seemed very similar. Although their thinking methods and pursuits seemed to be polar opposites, the sense of madness felt very familiar to Jingli. Making the light condensation technique accessible for all trial takers is such a mad idea. No one in Longevity Heaven ever dared to think of this before, and notably, the one doing it was a magic armor master. So, I'm your experiment subject? Jingli asked, clutching the unspoken monster technique as he looked at Li Shu. Yes, Li Shu was frank. This is your own research, unrelated to Longevity Heaven? Yes. If it's indeed successful, will you make it public? Yes. All right, this light condensation technique, I will practice it, Jingli said calmly. 2548, Chapter 548, 234 Chain Manipulation Technique. After arranging for Jingli to stay at Courtyard Number 7, Li Shu carried the magic armor box to the Magic Armor Research Institute. Li Shu originally intended to restrain himself while playing with Jingli, but in that situation, he got carried away. The Furnace Guardian suffered some damage from excessive overload and had to be taken to the researchers to see if it could be repaired. Just as he entered the Research Institute, Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu spotted Li Shu. Their eyes immediately lit up. They rushed over, calling him Commander, bringing chairs and serving tea and water, almost offering to massage his shoulders and back. Where's Dean Shu? Li Shu asked while sitting on the chair and drinking tea. He was surprised not to see the usual old men basking in the sun in the courtyard today. Professor Shu is leading the researchers to urgently repair your divine spirit magic armor. He mentioned upon his return that your Furnace Guardian would inevitably have issues, and they must first prepare your divine spirit magic armor. Other magic armors would be inconvenient for you. Lei Qingfeng beamed with smiles. Indeed, worthy of being the dean of the Research Institute, insightful. Li Shu praised, then said to Chu Tianyu, please take this set of magic armor to Dean Shu to see if it can be repaired. All right, I'll do it right away. Professor Shu also mentioned that the repair of the divine spirit magic armor will take some time. If you need anything, you can first check on that artificial 13 in the warehouse. If you can manage with it temporarily, you can use it. Chu Tianyu replied promptly. All right, since Dean Shu advised so, no need to look. Go and help me bring the artificial 13, Li Shu said, taking a sip of tea. I'll go and fetch artificial 13 for you, Lei Qingfeng said as he dashed to the warehouse, and Chu Tianyu followed by taking the Furnace Guardian to the laboratory. Why have these guys changed so much today? Li Shu felt that the people in the Research Institute were acting somewhat abnormal. In the laboratory, Professor Shu was researching the repair plan for the divine spirit magic armor with a group of old men. The core has suffered damage. Even if the crystal injection technique is used for repair, the core energy output may not be as stable as before. I suggest replacing the core, using better demon core and super spirit gemstone for the core to match Commander Li. Not so, not so. No matter how good ordinary demon core and super spirit gemstone are, they can't match the commander. I think the divine spirit magic armor should be transformed into a dual supercore. Commander Li should have no problem mastering a dual supercore. No matter how strong the core energy, it's useless if the armor material's bearing capacity isn't robust. It's wasting performance. I think strengthening the armor to withstand stronger demonic light transmission is necessary. Otherwise, the powerful core energy is just a show-off, merely good data. The material of the divine spirit magic armor is already quite good. Finding better materials might be difficult. Even if available, melting and casting are challenges. I think using composite materials would be better. Simply abandon the divine spirit magic armor and build a completely new set of magic armor. This junk is unworthy of the commander's use. A group of old men passionately discussed various schemes, while Professor Shu smiled silently beside them. It's been years. The research institute finally has a bit of vitality again. Professor Shu sighed inwardly. If not for Li Shu's battle, the research institute might have turned into a retirement home. Because no magic armor masters could use the new magic armors they researched, the institute had long lost the motivation to continue researching magic armor, and it had been ages since they developed breakthrough new magic armor. Professor Shu, the commander, has brought in the Furnace Guardian. As you said, it suffered damage and needs repair. In the middle of the heated discussion, Chu Tianyu brought the Furnace Guardian. Where is the commander? Upon hearing Li Shu's arrival, the old men immediately gathered around. He is outside in the courtyard, Chu Tianyu replied, startled. I want to see the commander and have a good chat with him, the old men said, wanting to walk outside, but were stopped by Professor Shu. Don't rush. What's the point of seeing the commander now? We've more or less analyzed the key problem already. Building a set of magic armor that the commander can use will surprise him and help him see our institute's capabilities. That's exactly what we need to discuss with the commander, isn't it? Professor Shu explained. Indeed, the dean is right. Without a set of magic armor usable by the commander, outsiders might just think we're a bunch of useless old men. The old men paused. The problem is, our materials are running low, and Vice President Bai's materials have yet to arrive. Creating a set of magic armor usable by the commander with current resources might be difficult. Let's go find that Fat Bai and demand why our resources are delayed. Yes, we must use the dual supercore. Armor also needs to use composite materials. Professor Shu gestured for the old men to quiet down. The materials are unlikely to come soon. We must find a way with the existing materials, and this is also a time to test our skills and technology. But without materials, how can we craft new magic armor? An old man's question immediately garnered agreement. Indeed, we need to have better materials and energy core to craft magic armor worthy of the commander. 549, Chapter 549, 2034, Chain Manipulation Technique. 2 Professor Shu said, There is a way, isn't it? We have both the Divine Spirit and the Furnace sets of magic armor in our hands now. You mean, disassemble the 2 sets of magic armor and reforge a set of magic armor using materials from both sets? The eyes of the old men immediately lit up. Li Shu had just taken a couple of sips of tea when Lei Qingfeng brought along the artificial number 13, looking eagerly at Li Shu and said, Commander, the core of this magic armor is difficult to control due to its complex energy properties. Do you have any good methods to activate it? Want to learn? Li Shu asked with a smile. I do. Lei Qingfeng quickly said, If you accept apprentices, I'll serve you tea and bao to become your student. No need for that. You're already a member of my technician group, so teaching you is only right. Li Shu reached out and pressed the activation device on the artificial number 13, and the light patterns on it instantly lit up. In just a moment, the artificial number 13 wrapped around Li Shu's body, then quickly disassembled, reverting to the state of the magic armor box. Lei Qingfeng's eyes were glued to the scene, as others simply couldn't activate the artificial number 13, yet it changed form in Li Shu's hands as easily as a low-level magic armor, faster and smoother than controlling low-level magic armor. You are also an S-class magic armor master, right? Li Shu put down the artificial number 13 and looked at Lei Qingfeng, asking, Yes, Commander, but my spiritual sense is rather ordinary, unlike the Sword Saint or Gun Demon who possess special spiritual senses. Even with specially designed supercore magic armor, I can't activate it, Lei Qingfeng said helplessly. That's how it is with magic armor masters. Talent is paramount. Without enough spiritual sense talent, there's nothing that can be done. An S-class magic armor master is already considered top talent outside, but in the eternal heaven, only those magic armor masters with special spiritual sense can be considered top-notch. Spiritual sense is indeed an issue, but it doesn't mean that weak spiritual sense renders it completely impossible. For instance, this artificial number 13 and another thousand-handed Guanyin, these 2 magic armors actually only require ordinary S-class spiritual sense to handle, and their performance is not inferior to the Divine Spirit magic armor. As long as you master the method and undergo some training, you too can handle them, Li Shu said. Lei Qingfeng, while massaging Li Shu's shoulder, inquired, Commander, how should I train? Multitasking shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Li Shu asked. No problem, that's basic for us, magic armor masters. Though my spiritual sense is ordinary, I can even manage 4 tasks at once, Lei Qingfeng said. Then there's no problem. I'll teach you a set of chain manipulation technique. Once you learn it, you should be able to control the thousand-handed Guanyin, Li Shu said. Lei Qingfeng listened with a smile. The core of the thousand-handed Guanyin is too numerous, with as many as 36. I can at most manage 4 tasks at once. Can I really control the thousand-handed Guanyin? One-on-one manipulation is not feasible. The chain manipulation technique is actually a kind of command-set manipulation technique, which doesn't require you to divide your mind to control all the cores. Li Shu explained the principles and methods of the chain manipulation technique to Lei Qingfeng. Chu Tianyu returned midway and dared not disturb Li Shu, having to listen from the middle and not understanding very well, yet unable to ask Li Shu to start from the beginning again. Lei Qingfeng became more and more pleased as he listened, finding that Li Shu's method was indeed feasible and it didn't sound too difficult. Some things are like this. They seem difficult and impossible when you don't know them, but once you really understand, they are not that hard. The real difficulty is in discovering these methods. Learning them isn't that hard. Chu Tianyu was feeling restless on the side, like a little cat scratching his heart with its paws, wanting to ask but didn't dare to, regretting not coming back earlier, wishing he had sprinted back right after delivering the magic armor. After Li Shu finished, he glanced at Chu Tianyu and said, "Magic armor also has its personality. In truth, the thousand-handed Guanyin magic armor suits you better." Chu Tianyu felt even more discomforted listening to this, quickly said to Lei Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, since the commander said so, how about you lend me the thousand-handed Guanyin first, and I'll ask Professor Shu to make a suitable set of magic armor for you. Get lost." Lei Qingfeng raised a middle finger at Chu Tianyu. Chu Tianyu looked eagerly at Li Shu, who pondered a moment and then said to Lei Qingfeng, "Actually, your personality doesn't suit using the thousand-handed Guanyin. Just let him have it, and carefully explain the chain manipulation technique I just taught you to him. You two can practice together. This is the foundation of controlling multi-core magic armor. Multi-core magic armor will surely be mainstream in the future, so you must learn it eventually." "Commander, what about me?" Lei Qingfeng was aggrieved, like a concubine who is about to be replaced by another. "This set of artificial number 13 is more suitable for you. Once I develop a suitable manipulation method for it, I'll give you the artificial number 13, Li Shu said with a smile. Li Shu wasn't particularly interested in the artificial number 13. Although its performance was good, it still wasn't enough for him. He needed stronger magic armor. "How could I accept it? This is the magic armor for you to use. Moreover, Professor Shu said you must protect yourself well now. There may be many people in the eternal heaven who want to kill you. I can't accept this magic armor." Lei Qingfeng shook his head and said, 50-50, Chapter 50-50, 234, Chain Manipulation Technique. 3. Li Shu said calmly, "It's not like I'm giving it to you now. By the time I figure out the control method for number 13, the Divine Spirit and Furnace Guardian should be restored, so it won't affect anything." "Thank you, Commander. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Lei Qingfeng was delighted upon hearing this. "Please tell Dean Shu for me that more multi-core magic armors like the thousand-handed Guanyin should be made. With the chain manipulation technique I've taught you, many magic armor masters should be able to use such multi-core magic armors," Li Shu said. "Commander, are you planning to make the chain manipulation technique public?" Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu were both shocked upon hearing this. This kind of technique that could elevate the combat power of an S-class magic armor master by a level was considered a closely guarded secret, and Li Shu was going to announce it casually, which naturally shocked them. "The overall magic armor master community is too weak. Learning a bit is better than nothing," Li Shu said nonchalantly. "You should practice it first. If there's anything you don't understand, come to Sector 7 and find me. Once you've mastered it, write down your experiences with the chain manipulation technique and take them to the Magic Armor Masters main academy. For those Magic Armor Masters who wish to learn, you must teach them with dedication." "Yes, Commander." Chu Tianyu and Lei Qingfeng both respectfully acknowledged with solemn faces. In Li Changyin's study, Wan Chaoxin sat on the sofa, sipping tea leisurely. "The patriarch of the Li family called me here. What instructions do you have?" Wan Chaoxin gradually said after putting down the teacup. "Did you see the fight between Li Shu and Jing Li?" Li Changyin asked with a smile. "I did. Jing Li's defeat was not unmerited. It seems the technician group is set to rise," Wan Chaoxin said. "Li Shu is indeed a talent. Using magic armor to this extent is unprecedented. And now with Jing Li also joining the technician group, they will have a place among the 7 groups." Li Chongyin smiled. "Wan Chao, Commander, what are your thoughts?" "I'm just a newly appointed commander. What thoughts could I have?" Wan Chaoxin said impassively. "As the commander of the Seekers Group, do you intend to forgo the inheritance that should belong to the Seekers Group?" Li Chongyin asked. Wan Chaoxin slightly frowned. "What inheritance?" Li Shu obtained a blood seal stone from a regular female member of the Seekers Group from Bai Wanli. That member, named Sha Chu, was personally introduced by the former commander of the Seekers Group. After the old commander passed away, the parasitic contract and demon spirit ring on him went missing, and he did not leave any inheritance, Li Changyin said. "You mean to say that the old commander's inheritance is in Sha Chu's hands?" Wan Shaoxin frowned. "I can't be certain. I only know that after Han Mingshou became the commander of the Seekers Group, he didn't get anything and has always been targeting that female member," Li Changyin said. After listening, Wan Chaoxin remained silent for a while before standing up and saying, "Patriarch Li, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Judging by the combat power Li Shu displayed today, I'm no match for him either." With that, Wan Chaoxin was about to turn and leave. Is the matter of the super spirit gemstone being stolen going to be left at that? Li Changyin said slowly. It's still uncertain whether it was Li Shu who stole the super spirit gemstone. Wan Chaoxin thought it was Li Shu, but he wouldn't admit it now. If I have a way to separate Li Shu from his magic armor, wouldn't you want to reclaim everything that should belong to you? Li Changyin continued nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wan Chaoshan finally paused, looking at Li Changyin. What does Patriarch Li really mean? Just like our Li family, you don't want the matter of the trial taker to be made public, yet Li Shu has done so. The resources of our Li family have been seized by Li Shu. Your super spirit gemstone was taken by him as well, and the inheritance that should belong to you is now with him. He is our common enemy, isn't he? Li Changyin looked at Wan Chaoxin slowly and said, Kill Li Shu, and our Li family agrees to let the Wan Chao family return to prominence. Is the patriarch of the Li family serious? Wan Chaoxin's expression was slightly moved. Have I, Li Changyin, ever gone back on my word? Li Changyin said earnestly, What plan does the patriarch of the Li family have? Wan Chaoxin still expressed some hesitance. Li Changyin didn't answer but clapped his hands. Several people entered the study through the door. The two leading figures were Bai Wanli and Han Mingshou, followed by Su Bancheng and another person. Upon seeing Han Mingshou, Wan Chaoxin couldn't help but frown. Han Mingshou also looked at Wan Chaoxin and snorted coldly. Li Changyin acted as if he hadn't noticed, let them all sit down, then said, Soon, Li Shu will enter the Heavenly Gate. Inside the Heavenly Gate, he naturally won't be able to use his magic armor. At that time, you all must join forces to kill him, leaving no room for error like with Jing Li, giving Li Shu a chance to escape the land of trial. How does the patriarch of the Li family know that Li Shu is going to the Heavenly Gate? Moreover, how do we know when he will enter the Heavenly Gate and when he will come out? Wan Chaoxin asked. Everything about Li Shu is within our control. You just need to come along with us to kill him, Bai Wanli said with a grin. If that's the case, why do we need so many people to go together? Without his magic armor, wouldn't any of you be able to kill him easily? Wan Chaoxin sensed something was amiss. Li Changyin spoke up. This time, Li Shu is going to the Heavenly Gate with Qingyi. Not only do you need to kill Li Shu, but you must also ensure Qingyi's safety, which is why you must go. Is Li Qingyi going to the Heavenly Gate to advance to the light-base level? Wan Chaoxin immediately understood. Li Changyin nodded. Exactly. That's why we need Commander Wan Chao's assistance. With your Wan Chao family's presence in the Heavenly Gate, Qingyi can be safely supported, ensuring Li Shu's demise. Once the task is complete, the Wan Chao family will undoubtedly return to prominence. I hope the patriarch of the Li family will keep his word. Wan Chaoxin said slowly. Chapter 551, 235 Debt Collection. Li Shu studied the light vein map on the evil spirit token while observing the situation on Jing Li's side. But unfortunately, there wasn't much feedback from Jing Li's side. Jing Li had already begun practicing the Zibu Yu mystical technique, but there wasn't yet any sign of condensing a light vein. Why is the efficiency so slow? Is it really that difficult to condense a light vein? Li Shu thought, and the light energy within his body began to gather in one place, showing faint signs of condensing a light vein. However, before it fully condensed, he dispersed the light energy again. He had tried condensing different light veins and discovered that each light vein caused different reactions in his body during condensing. The way and feeling of condensing a light vein with the universal illumination and Zibu Yu mystical technique are completely different. Although he hadn't truly condensed a light vein, Li Shu already vaguely felt that each light vein condensed by different light condensation techniques carried some special power. Li Shu also discovered a problem. When condensing a light vein with universal illumination, it was relatively small, whereas with the Zibu Yu mystical technique, it was thicker and required more light energy. If light veins are considered as batteries storing electric power, the more light veins there are, the more light energy is stored, and the inherent storage capacity of the light vein also affects the strength of the light energy. In this sense, universal illumination is much weaker than the Zibu Yu mystical technique. I wonder what the other light condensation techniques are like. Li Shu mused while staring at the light vein map on the evil spirit token. If I could condense all light veins, then the amount of light energy stored in my body would far exceed others. But to achieve this plan, I must learn how to condense other light veins, eventually linking all light veins in my body into a whole. To reach that level, I might have to create my own light condensation technique. Nothing can be imagined out of thin air. Using existing knowledge can double the effort with half the work, so Li Shu had his eyes set on the Demon Text Institute. As long as he could defeat that Dong Tianjun, he should be able to access all light condensation techniques at the Demon Text Institute, so this bet was one Li Shu had to win. Jing Li, oh Jing Li, give it your all and quickly master the Zibu Yu mystical technique. Li Shu secretly cheered for Jing Li, regretting that he didn't know any prayer technique. Otherwise, he'd surely throw 7 or 8 blessing auras at Jing Li to help him succeed sooner. Jing Li hadn't left his room for 2 consecutive days, spending every day researching and practicing the Zibu Yu mystical technique, with even his meals delivered to his door by Sha Chu. He'd eat when he remembered, and sometimes, when he forgot, his breakfast would last until noon and his lunch until evening. On the third day, Li Qingyi finally came and handed Li Shu a small box of red apatite. "Did you take the super spirit gemstone from the old mine?" Li Qingyi suddenly asked. "What super spirit gemstone?" Li Shu's face was full of confusion, as if he had no idea whatsoever. "Really? Oh well." Li Qingyi rolled her eyes. "Hurry up and heal the Jedi Knight's injuries and raise his super spirit limit." "At your service," Li Shu saluted. "You really can't be serious, can you?" Li Qingyi laughed. "Sigh, I also want to be serious, but when I do get serious, even I get scared." Li Shu sighed. Li Qingyi was speechless with him. "You're already such a strong magic armor master. Why do you want to become a trial taker? Do you also think trial takers are better than magic armor masters?" "No." Li Shu shook his head. "Then why?" Li Qingyi was very curious about this issue. Li Shu's magic armor skills were strong enough to defeat others like Jing Li, which made him almost invincible outside. Inside the Eternal Heaven, only some top-level experts could pose a threat to Li Shu. Before entering Eternal Heaven, Li Shu shouldn't have known about the existence of light-based level beings. What motivated him to want to become a trial taker? This made Li Qingyi very curious. "Because it's too lonely," Li Shu said with a face full of melancholy. "Lonely? Are magic armor masters bad at finding partners?" Li Qingyi asked, puzzled. "No, it's because I'm invincible and have no adversaries. It really gets to be no fun at all." Li Shu smirked. "I knew you couldn't say a single serious thing." Li Qingyi smiled and said, "Now you've offended so many people. There are people everywhere who want to kill you. You shouldn't be lonely now?" "It's all right." Li Shu eyed Li Qingyi and asked, "Why did you think about finding a partner? Is there news about that prophecy? People outside are saying the person mentioned in the prophecy is Wan Chalcine. What do you think?" Li Qingyi looked at Li Shu and slowly spoke. "I don't think so," Li Shu said definitively. "Why are you so sure? The prophecy did mention the two characters, Wan Chalcine." Li Qingyi stared at Li Shu and asked, "If such a good cabbage gets taken by whichever pig, I feel it's wrong." Li Shu joked. "Oh, so if you take it, then it's right." Li Qingyi blurted out, but after saying it, quickly realized something was amiss and blushed slightly before spitting. "Bah, you're the cabbage. You know, I'm actually quite fair." Li Shu rolled up his sleeves and showed his fair arms to Li Qingyi. "Who cares if you're fair or not? Hurry up and raise the Jedi Knight super spirit limit for me." Li Qingyi saw Li Shu getting more absurd as he spoke, got up and left the 7th courtyard. 5052, Chapter 52, 235 Debt Collection 2. After Li Qingyi left, Li Shu poured out all the red apatite from the box and summoned the injured Jedi Knight. The wounds on the Jedi Knight had surprisingly healed quite a bit. The self-healing ability was quite good. Even without these red apatite, it would likely recover completely after a while. Li Shu, naturally impatient, had him swallow all the red apatite. This time, Li Qingyi brought even more red apatite than the last time, probably because it was needed to heal the Jedi Knight, so more was brought over. Now that most of the wounds on the Jedi Knight were almost healed, only a few red apatite were needed to completely heal. Watching the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit continually increase, Li Shu's current feeling was akin to winning the lottery. Because Li Shu didn't know the true potential of the Jedi Knight, it was hard to determine how high the final super spirit limit would reach. It all depended on fate. 90%, 91%, 92%, after 90%, each jump in the super spirit limit gave Li Shu a thrill similar to betting on a winning gamble. After reaching 95%, there was no sign that the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit was stopping. 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. When all the red apatite was swallowed, the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit reached 99%. It seems that the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit still has a chance to increase. Maybe it could even reach 100%. If the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit reaches 100%, would it automatically upgrade to the light-based level? Li Shu didn't know how a magic spirit advanced exactly, or if it, like humans, needed to cultivate the light condensation technique. Now that the Jedi Knight is almost at its limit, it's time to level up the other magic spirits. Li Shu considered the magic spirits he had. Apart from the Dragon Vein Spirit and the Jedi Knight, there were quite a few magic spirits on Li Shu worth nurturing. Demigod Shayna was, of course, a sure pick. Then there were the Black Death Demon King, Love God Shooter, and White Knight Female Demon, all of which were also worth nurturing. The gemstones needed for the Black Death Demon King and Love God Shooter were relatively cheaper, with Black Apatite being the cheapest, and Tanzanite a bit more expensive. However, the gemstones needed for the White Knight Female Demon were more expensive and particularly rare. Not to mention Chameleon Cobalt Apatite, even ordinary Cobalt Apatite wasn't cheaper than the 5 great gemstones. Although Love God Shooter and White Knight Female Demon weren't top tier in glorious quality, magic spirits aren't necessarily best at top tier quality. The abilities of Love God Shooter and White Knight Female Demon were irreplaceable by other magic spirits, so even if their quality was slightly lacking, it didn't matter much. Li Shu thought it over and realized that even with his benefits as commander, he couldn't level up all the magic spirits. Currently, the Jedi Knight and Demigod Shauna seem to be attack type, and with the Jedi Knight, the nurturing of Demigod Shauna could be delayed. Also, since Demigod Shauna could consume Demon Core, there was no need to buy gemstones specifically for nurturing. Cobalt Appetite was too expensive, so White Knight Female Demon could also wait. As for the bride-to-be, she was of no use at the moment. During fights, she hid behind Li Shu, so naturally he wouldn't waste resources on such a magic spirit. Li Shu planned to first raise the level of Black Death Demon King and Love God Shooter, at least to S level, ideally allowing them to directly go Super Spirit. It's time to get back the benefits that belong to me from that chubby guy. Li Shu had already figured out how to use those benefits, and with the magic armor box number 13 in hand, he went out the door. Li Shu didn't go directly to the General Affairs Department, but first went to the Magic Armor Master's courtyard. For debt collection matters, it's naturally better to have strength in numbers. He planned to take these Magic Armor Masters to collect the debts. Still some distance from the Magic Armor Master's courtyard, two Gatekeeper Magic Armor Masters saw him from afar and unexpectedly turned around and ran inside the courtyard. What's going on? Am I that scary? Li Shu wondered as he quickened his pace toward the Magic Armor Master's courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Li Shu was slightly stunned to see over 100 Magic Armor Masters lined up neatly in formation. Each Magic Armor Master stood tall and straight. Upon seeing Li Shu enter, they immediately shouted in unison, "Commander, hello." Li Shu coughed lightly and said, "Hello, comrades. Thank you for your hard work." "Commander, thank you for your hard work," the Magic Armor Masters shouted in unison again. "What's going on here?" Li Shu was a bit bewildered. The last time he was here, these Magic Armor Masters weren't like this. "Report to Commander. The Technician Group's Magic Armor Master Battalion should be 123 people. Actual attendance 122, please advise, Commander." A Magic Armor Master stepped forward and formally reported in front of Li Shu. "At ease," Li Shu said, and the Magic Armor Masters immediately executed the command in unison. Li Shu looked at the Magic Armor Master in front of him and asked, "What's your code name?" Reporting to Commander, "My Magic Armor Master code name is Qian Zhongshan," the Magic Armor Master shouted. "Very good, Zhongshan. From now on, you are the captain of the Magic Armor Master Battalion. Is that a problem?" Li Shu nodded and said, "No, I follow the commander's arrangement," Qian Zhongshan replied loudly. "Let everyone get back to what they were doing," Li Shu said. Zhongshan turned around and shouted a dismissal order to the Magic Armor Masters, who then went about their ways, although they still watched Li Shu from afar, not actually leaving. 5053, Chapter 53, 235, Collecting Debts 3, Qian Zhongshan. What's going on here? Li Shu looked at Qian Zhongshan and asked, "Commander, we were ignorant in the past and offended you in many ways. We beg your forgiveness, but rest assured, from now on, all of us Magic Armor Masters will recognize only you as our commander. No one else will do," Qian Zhongshan said. "Tell me the reason," Li Shu said. Qian Zhongshan scratched his head, said awkwardly, "You defeated Jing Li with the demon armor, and we greatly admire you. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu also taught us the chain manipulation technique you created. We admire you immensely as our commander. You are truly the king of Magic Armor Masters. Only you deserve to be our commander. We will follow you unconditionally in the future." So that's how it is. Only then did Li Shu understand what was going on. "Who is the Magic Armor Master that didn't come?" Li Shu asked Qian Zhongshan. "His code name is Little Cat. Although he is part of our Magic Armor squad, he belongs to the Sun family among the 4 major families. He is a bit different from us Magic Armor Masters, rarely coming to the squad. It's not intentional to go against you," Qian Zhongshan hastily explained. Li Shu nodded. "You go tell the team members. I'm going to the General Affairs Department to collect our dues. Those willing to go can come with me. Those unwilling don't have to force themselves." Li Shu knew Bai Wanli had managed the Magic Armor Group for many years, and there were certainly those among the Magic Armor Masters who still answered to him. Besides, the blood seal stones of these Magic Armor Masters were still in Bai Wanli's hands. It was understandable if they didn't want to go. Of course, Li Shu would remember those Magic Armor Masters who didn't go, and he would give them extra attention in the future. Soon enough, Qian Zhongshan gathered all the Magic Armor Masters, not a single one unwilling to go. Seeing this, Li Shu didn't say anything further. Leading over 100 Magic Armor Masters, they majestically headed to the General Affairs Department. The guards at the General Affairs Department saw Li Shu leading a group of Magic Armor Masters over. Their legs went weak. The event of Li Shu's recent defeat of Jing Li had spread throughout Longevity City, and now everyone knew how formidable this new Technician Group commander was. "Commander Li, what brings you to the General Affairs Department?" The usually arrogant guards of the department, now plastered smiles on their faces, bowed deeply, afraid of inciting Li Shu's wrath. What's our commander doing in the General Affairs Department? Of course, to collect supplies. Hurry and prepare them. Qian Zhongshan said directly without giving Li Shu a chance to speak. Commander Li, Vice President Bai is out. We can't make the decision. Perhaps you could come back later, the guard said nervously. Since Vice President Bai is not here, let's not trouble him, Li Shu said lightly. The guard felt a moment of happiness in his heart, but before he could respond, Li Shu continued to say, "We'll gather them ourselves." With that, Li Shu headed directly inside. The line of over 100 magic armor masters followed orderly behind him. The guards dared not stop them, merely watching them enter. Li Shu had already found out the location of the warehouse and walked directly over as a grand procession of magic armor masters, like bandits descending the mountain to seize grain. People at the General Affairs Department had never seen such a sight. Before, whoever saw people from the department wasn't polite and respectful, unlike Li Shu leading a group like this as if to rob them. The guards dared not intervene. The one who initially spoke with Li Shu hurriedly ran off. When Li Shu brought the magic armor masters to the warehouse courtyard, he saw Bai Wanli rushing over. "Are you rebelling? Daring to openly rob the General Affairs Department? Do you know the crime you're committing?" Bai Wanli stood in front of Li Shu, angrily rebuking. "We're here to collect our own supplies. How could this be called robbery? Vice President Bai, you're busy, and the General Affairs Department is short-staffed. As a brother unit, we're providing free voluntary assistance. No need to thank us." Li Shu said with a smile. "Li Shu, get it clear, Longevity City is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Don't think defeating one Jingli makes you anything special. You're still nothing. Aren't you here to rob supplies? Go ahead and rob them." Bai Wanli stepped aside, sneering as he continued. "The General Affairs Department is where Longevity City's economic lifeline lies. All supplies from the various families and the 6 groups of Longevity City are stored here. If anything goes missing, not only will the 4 families and 6 groups not let it go, but even the president won't spare you. You want to rob? Go ahead and rob. Break down the door. Vice President Bai has allowed us to move them freely." At Li Shu's command, Qian Zhongshan led the magic armor masters to dash towards the door. With demon light blades materializing in their hands, they truly intended to break the door down. Bai Wanli's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Li Shu to be so unyielding. He had spoken the truth. If Li Shu truly robbed the General Affairs Department's warehouse, Li Shu would be finished. However, if Li Shu was finished, then Bai Wanli, the vice president overseeing the General Affairs Department, would be finished too. If he couldn't even watch over the General Affairs Department, how could he still be vice president? Li Shu was unafraid of a scorched earth policy, but Bai Wanli was. Moreover, he was in the wrong as he did withhold the supplies meant for the technician group. Wait a moment. Bai Wanli suddenly shouted, his terrifying voice causing some magic armor masters to painfully cover their ears. Li Shu stared at Bai Wanli, sneering, "Vice President Bai, what else do you have to instruct?" Bai Wanli suppressed his burning anger, gritting his teeth. "You just want supplies, don't you? I'll give them to you. Come with me, and we'll account for it all piece by piece." "No need to account. I don't care about past due, but for this month, not a needle can be missing. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll take it myself," Li Shu said, expressionless. Bai Wanli, having his thoughts seen through, was both furious and indignant. The accounts made under his management with the Magic Armor Group weren't simple. If Li Shu truly settled accounts with him, the Magic Armor Group might even be owing money to the General Affairs Department. Will you give them or not? Li Shu stared coldly at Bai Wanli. "Fine, I'll give them." Bai Wanli's teeth were nearly gritted to dust. 55-4, Chapter 54, 236 Gem Sword. More than 100 magic armor masters were carrying large and small boxes out, while Li Shu and Bai Wanli passed through multiple doors together and arrived at a small warehouse. "Commander Li, feel free to choose from the items here. This is your Commander Welfare, but you can only pick one," Bai Wanli said coldly, standing aside. "Isn't Commander Welfare supposed to be a Super Spirit Demon Core, a Super Spirit Gemstone, and a batch of ordinary Demon Cores and Gemstones?" Li Shu frowned. "You brought people to move away the excess Demon Cores and Gemstones. Where am I supposed to find those for you? Either wait until we have them again, or pick one item from here. The choice is yours," Bai Wanli replied expressionlessly. "Then I'll reluctantly choose one item, I guess." Li Shu had asked Li Qingyi about it before and knew that the two-choice scenario for resources and items did exist. Today, trying to force Bai Wanli to bring out the Super Spirit Gemstone seemed unlikely to happen. Coming back another day would be even more impossible. This kind of thing can only be done once. Doing it a second time would be more about causing problems for the President of the Everlasting Heaven than giving Bai Wanli a hard time. Nobody would keep a gang of bandits at home. This is something that can be done once, but not again. Li Shu scanned the area and saw that each shelf was stacked with boxes of various sizes, presumably numbering in the thousands. "Where's the catalog?" Li Shu asked Bai Wanli. "I told you before, the General Affairs Department is doing a major inventory count and it hasn't been completed here yet. There's no catalog. You can take your time to choose until you are satisfied," Bai Wanli said with a sneer. "Fine, then I'll take my time choosing." Li Shu was not in a hurry and began opening boxes one by one to examine them. Most of these boxes contained contract and ring items, likely left behind by some trial takers after their death. However, before a contract is made, it's hard to discern the level and quality of contract and demon spirit rings, so picking randomly, who knows what one might end up with. Bai Wanli watched coldly as the contract and rings inside varied in quality, with most not being high in level and quality. The portion of S-level items was barely 1 in 20, and as for super spirit items, the count was already limited. Earlier, Han Ming-shou could choose the dragon-slaying dagger because Bai Wanli specifically pointed it out for him. Choosing without knowing anything, the chance of selecting a super spirit item is about the same as winning the lottery. What's this? Li Shu pointed to a jade token inside a box and asked Bai Wanli. A jade token? You don't even recognize a jade token? Bai Wanli teased. Li Shu said nothing, put down the jade token, and continued to look through each box. It was quite difficult to discern their quality without being activated, as they all looked fairly similar. As Li Shu walked and looked, contemplating how he should choose an item, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Husband, choose the red box on the left. Li Shu was startled and quickly looked around, but he didn't see any sign of the bride, only Bai Wanli following not far behind him. There are outsiders present, and it's inconvenient for me to show myself. Please, husband, choose that red box. The bride's voice echoed again in Li Shu's mind. Li Shu frowned slightly and looked to his left. Indeed, there was a red wooden box there, not very large, about a foot in length and a palm's width, with a thickness of 4 or 5 centimeters. Li Shu picked up the red box, opened it, and to his surprise, found a short sword inside, still in its sheath. The sword sheath and hilt appeared to be made of brass, adorned with many gemstones of various colors. Li Shu glanced over it, and it seemed that the sword had all 5 great gemstones, ruby, sapphire, emerald, and diamond. However, the gemstones embedded on it were relatively small in size, with the largest being only 2 or 3 carats, and many being less than a carat, which were most of them. What's this? Li Shu asked Bai Wanli. A short sword, Bai Wanli said casually. Let's go with it then. Li Shu saw no peculiar expression on Bai Wanli's face and knew he didn't seem to value this short sword. If it were up to Li Shu, he certainly wouldn't pick this short sword. However, the bride had insisted so strongly, she must have her reasons. If Li Shu didn't choose it, he feared the bride might cause trouble for him. Fine, you can take it directly. Bai Wanli showed no expression on his face, but was secretly pleased inside. That short sword wasn't even a contract item, but merely a handcrafted piece embedded with gemstones. Bai Wanli knew the origins of this sword. It was left behind by an elder guarding the trial gate after he passed away. Since the elder had no descendants, all his belongings were placed in the warehouse after his death, and the short sword was one such item. Before being stored, it had been researched, and both the sheath and sword parts were made of brass. Although they contained a bit of gold internally, the proportion was not much. The gemstones on them were not large, and there were no demon spirit gemstones. If Li Shu wanted this short sword for those gemstones, he was undoubtedly at a great loss. The regular welfare Li Shu could obtain was far more valuable than the gemstones embedded on the sword. Compared to them, these gemstones were like a drop in a bucket. 555, Chapter 55236 Gem Sword 2 Bai Wanli didn't make it difficult either. Li Shu smoothly took out the gem short sword. The magic armor masters moved the supplies outside the gate, over 100 of them carrying, lifting, and transporting, following Li Shu in a grand return to the magic armor master's courtyard. Most of the supplies, Li Shu instructed Qian Zhongshan to take people to deliver to the research institute over there. The research institute is the principal consumer of resources. The magic armor masters only require some supplies for living, and their magical armors are also obtained from the research institute. Previously, the resources for the magic armor group actually fell to the research institute and the magic armor master's courtyard, totaling only 30%. Now, all the resources are in Li Shu's hands. He allocated 70% to the research institute and the magic armor masters, doubling their wages, making all these magic armor masters and researchers greatly happy. Actually, their wages aren't much. Most of the resources are used for researching and manufacturing magical armors. Li Shu withheld 30%, consisting of some space-saving gemstones and demon cores, just right for him to use to feed the demon spirit. After organizing everything, Li Shu took the gemstones and demon cores back to number 7 courtyard, placing boxes of multicolored gemstones on the table, dazzling the eyes under the lamplight. Li Shu summoned the wedding dress bride and the love god shooter, giving them ruby and tanzanite to eat. Unfortunately, there wasn't any of the inexpensive black appetite. The Black Death Demon King had nothing to eat for the time being, but later he could exchange some back. That thing was cheap, just casually taking some sapphire could exchange for a heap. Love God Shooter ate a few tanzanites and couldn't eat anymore. He had to wait for her to digest before continuing to feed. The wedding dress bride surprisingly didn't go for the rubies. Her gaze penetrated from the black waterfall-like hair, fixating on the red wooden box containing the gem sword. Seeing this, Li Shu opened the red wooden box, pulled out the gem sword from inside, and handed it to the wedding dress bride. Why do you want it? The wedding dress bride took the gem sword, her slender pale fingers gripping the sheath. In the next second, Li Shu saw the brass sheath turning into copper dust between the wedding dress bride's palms. Clang! Clang! The broken sheath and sword hilt fell to the ground, the embedded gemstones clattering and tinkling down, the wedding dress bride's hand just left with a small pile of copper dust. Li Shu was puzzled about what the wedding dress bride meant when she suddenly lowered her head and blew towards the palm. The copper dust was blown away, revealing a red ruby needle underneath. The wedding dress bride's other hand pinched up the ruby needle from her palm. Li Shu was overjoyed, feeling hunger in his abdomen just looking at the ruby needle, realizing it was a demon spirit gemstone. Li Shu was just about to ask what use the hidden ruby needle in the gem sword had when the wedding dress bride put it into her mouth, crunching it down like eating a candy stick, crushing it and swallowing it. Without waiting for Li Shu to comprehend what happened, the wedding dress bride already swallowed the ruby needle. In the next second, red light surged from the wedding dress bride, quickly enveloping her body like a bonfire. After a while, the red light flame on her body slowly receded, revealing her form. It appeared the wedding dress bride hadn't changed. She still had the Sadako appearance, clothed in red. Under the starry sky, the wedding dress bride, evolving demon spirit. Level, S grade. Quality, Aurora. Talent skill, wedding dress. Li Shu sensed the wedding dress bride's information, discovering she had ascended to S grade, yet her talent skill remained as just the wedding dress. This Aurora quality is like a joke. It's S grade now, yet hasn't awakened even a second talent skill. Li Shu was somewhat helpless. The wedding dress bride was unwilling to fight and had no skills. This demon spirit was the most troublesome one Li Shu had raised. After recalling her, Li Shu summoned the injured dragon vein spirit, putting boxes of multicolored gemstones before it to see which it desired to eat, aiding in healing its wounds. However, the dragon vein spirit merely glanced at the gemstones, not showing any intention to eat. What kind of gemstone do you eat? Li Shu vaguely determined. The dragon vein spirit's preferred gemstone wasn't among the 5 great gemstones. Having no choice, Li Shu recalled the dragon vein spirit, thinking about visiting the gem market of Longevity Heaven. Firstly, to exchange some black apatite for the Black Death Demon King, and secondly, to find out the gemstone the dragon vein spirit prefers. Additionally, Tanzanite needed to be exchanged. The box of Tanzanite was certainly inadequate to support the love god shooter reaching S grade. Upon hearing Li Shu planned to visit the gem market, Shachu surprisingly showed little interest, merely telling Li Shu the location without the slightest intention of accompanying him. Li Shu was left to go alone to the gem market and, upon arrival, was awestruck by the sight before him. The vast market had rows upon rows of gemstone stalls stretching endlessly, each stall topped with boxes of assorted gemstones. In the outside world, the rare Jedi Knight apatite here was sold by the box, each containing 70 to 80 pieces, with consistent sizes within each box. 55-6. Chapter 5-6 Chapter 5-6. 236 Gem Sword 3. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. All kinds of gemstones are available, and many of them are of quite decent quality. Even the owner of a small stall could pull out several top-grade gems over 10 carats. These are just the stalls in the market. On both sides of the market, there are rows of gemstone shops, and the gemstones inside are evidently more high-end. The gem market that Li Shu had seen in Tyrone City before was basically no different from a junkyard compared to this gem market. The Longevity Sky is indeed the Longevity Sky. It's estimated that 80% of the world's gemstones are gathered here. Li Shu observed the boxes of diamonds in all colors imaginable. The blue diamonds and red diamonds that are rare outside are not considered anything special here. If there are enough resources, why worry about demigod Shana not advancing to S tier? Li Shu thought to himself as he looked at the boxes of blue diamonds. Commander Li. Li Shu was admiring the gemstones on the street when he suddenly heard someone from a nearby stall calling him. Li Shu turned his head to look and saw that the person calling him was the stall owner. He scrutinized him for a moment but realized that he didn't recognize him. Hello, Commander Li, I'm Sun Tianlei, from the Sun family among the 4 great families. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to witness your prowess in defeating Jing Li. The middle-aged man came out from behind the stall, ran in front of Li Shu, and said a long opening speech that nearly put Li Shu to sleep. Is Commander Li here to buy gemstones? Please take a look at my stall. I'll give you a 20% discount. Sun Tianlei pointed at his stall and said, Why is someone from the Sun family setting up a stall here? Li Shu glanced at his stall. Although there were quite a few gemstones, they were not much different from the neighboring stalls. It was hard to imagine someone from one of the 4 great families setting up such a small stall here. Sun Tianlei smiled wryly and said, I don't mind if Commander Li laughs at me. The Sun family has been here for millennia, and just the direct blood relatives with the surname Sun number over 10,000, with even more branch families. There are some who do well, and others like me who are average. At least with the Sun family's name, no matter how bad things get, we won't be bullied for no reason. Li Shu nodded and followed Sun Tianlei to his stall. His stall mostly featured diamonds, but there were also plenty of the other 4 major gemstones, as well as tourmaline, olivine, apatite, aquamarine, and others. The selection was diverse, and the quality was good. Why are there so many people selling diamonds here? Li Shu asked, somewhat puzzled. He had looked at so many stalls, and almost every stall had a large quantity of diamonds. Seemingly seeing through Li Shu's thoughts, Sun Tianlei chuckled and said, "Actually, the supply of diamonds is very large. The currently discovered diamond mines are already enough for hundreds or even 1,000 years of mining. The reason you feel that diamonds are sold expensively outside is that most diamond mines are controlled by the longevity sky, and most of the diamonds mined are transported inside the longevity sky." I see. Li Shu roughly guessed that this was the reason. "Commander Li, if you like diamonds, I happen to have a special item here. Would you like to take a look?" Sun Tianlei said, and without waiting for Li Shu to agree, he carefully took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and poured out a pink diamond. "Is this an Argyle pink diamond?" Li Shu originally intended to say he wasn't planning to buy diamonds, but seeing the pink diamond that Sun Tianlei poured out, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The Argyle pink diamond in pink diamonds holds the same standing as the Nemea Jedi Knight in red apatite. Both are synonymous with top quality. Previously, the largest pink diamond in the world was dug out from the Argyle mine of the ancient Australia, with a weight of 1276 carats, and was dubbed the Fancy Man Pink Diamond. In the old world, many tycoons scrambled to purchase pink diamonds from the Argyle mine, so much so that the Argyle mine was sealed off, and the price of Argyle pink diamonds kept rising. Having a diamond certificate from Argyle production can significantly increase a pink diamond's value. The pink diamond in Sun Tianlei's hand, as dreamy as a young girl, is a standard diamond cut. Although it is not as large as the largest Fancy Man pink diamond, it still weighs 7 to 8 carats, which is quite large among Argyle pink diamonds. Outside, Li Shu remembered seeing an auction for an Argyle pink diamond that was only under 6 carats, with a starting price of 500,000 space coins per carat, amounting to 3 million for 6 carats, enough for Li Shu to build a demon spirit arena. Sun Tianlei's Argyle pink diamond is slightly larger than the one Li Shu saw at the auction before, and its color and clarity do not lose to that one at all. The value of such an Argyle pink diamond is inestimable. Even in a place like the longevity sky, where gemstones abound, it could probably fetch a high price, at least tens of millions of space coins upwards. The reason Li Shu paid so much attention to it was not because of the high value of the Argyle pink diamond, but because when he saw it, a strong sense of hunger arose in his abdomen. This Argyle pink diamond is clearly a demon spirit gemstone. "Commander Li, this is my special item, to be honest. If it weren't for trying to buy a demon spirit for my son, I wouldn't have brought it out to sell. This is not something recently mined by diamond companies, but an old piece dug from the ruins of the ancient Australia, where the castle's owner was a great aristocrat." Sun Tianlei narrated the origin of the Argyle pink diamond. Actually, he couldn't explain it very clearly himself. He only knew that a group of gem hunters dug it out from that castle. As for the castle owner's background, he was half guessing. I didn't expect Commander Li to be interested in listening to stories. Li Shu was engrossed in listening when he suddenly heard a familiar and annoying voice behind him. 557, Chapter 57, 237, Argyle Pink Diamond. Li Shu turned his head to look, seeing Li Qingyi and Bai Ying approaching, and it was Bai Ying who was speaking. "Commander Li wants to buy diamonds," Li Qingyi asked, looking at Li Shu. "I have some ideas," Li Shu replied with a smile, without looking directly at Bai Ying at all. "Buying a gemstone is like buying an antique. The biggest taboo is listening to stories. Commander Li should think it through before making a move," Bai Ying said from the side. Li Shu glanced at her, unable to suppress a frown. Bai Ying's expression was normal, without the slightest abnormality, even gentler than usual when she saw him, which made Li Shu dislike her even more. Bai Ying is Baiwan Li's daughter. He just snatched back resources that originally belonged to the technician group from Baiwan Li, leaving Baiwan Li quite upset. Bai Ying couldn't possibly be unaware of this, yet she treated Li Shu like nothing happened, and even reminded him not to easily believe those gemstone stories. If Bai Ying still sneered or mocked like before, it would only mean she's really foolish. Put nicely, she's naive. But seeing her current attitude, Li Shu knew that Bai Ying wasn't foolish, which means she's truly malicious. Li Shu had no intention of bothering with her. He wasn't interested in wasting time and energy on such a person. If Commander Li wants to buy a gemstone, he should examine it carefully, Li Qingyi said thoughtfully. There are many types of diamonds. Many laboratories can use tiny diamond fragments to cultivate lab-grown diamonds identical to natural ones. Lab-grown diamonds have all the same characteristics as natural diamonds, even purer, but the energy inside is far less than natural diamonds, so it's essential to take a closer look when purchasing diamonds. Ladies, I, Sun Tianlei, can swear to heaven, this one is definitely a natural diamond, not lab-grown. If it's a lab-grown diamond, let heaven strike me with thunder 5 times. Sun Tianlei immediately swore an oath. Bai Ying sneered. Sun Tianlei, if your oaths were effective, your family would have died countless times. Who in the market doesn't know you're an expert in selling lab-grown diamonds? How many people have you conned before? Ji Qing from the Divine Pet Group was tricked by you to the point of nearly committing suicide. Do you still want to deny it? Miss Bai, you wrong me. I bought those goods from others. I didn't know the batch of diamonds sold to her were lab-grown from a laboratory, Sun Tianlei quickly pleaded. And this Argyle pink diamond, you know it's not from a lab? Bai Ying said with a smirk. How could I dare deceive Commander Li? This one is genuinely dug up by gem hunters from a castle ruin. Couldn't be lab-grown, right? Sun Tianlei said, somewhat ambiguously. Li Shu naturally could see that Sun Tianlei was probably insincere. It seemed the Argyle pink diamond was likely lab-grown. Li Shu had some understanding of lab-grown diamonds after all. The technology is quite well known. However, lab-grown diamonds aren't fake. They use a tiny amount of real diamond like planting a tree, making that small bit grow larger, so strictly speaking, lab-grown diamonds are real diamonds too. It's just that the energy inside lab-grown diamonds is far less compared to natural diamonds of the same size. So the price of lab-grown diamonds is the price of lab-grown diamonds, and natural diamonds are priced accordingly. Generally, the price of lab-grown diamonds is less than 1/10, even a fraction of 1% of natural diamonds. If clearly priced and lab-grown diamonds are sold as lab-grown, there's no problem whatsoever. But selling lab-grown diamonds as natural diamonds is rather unethical. What intrigued Li Shu was that if this Argyle pink diamond was lab-grown, it turned out to be a demon spirit gemstone, meaning lab-grown diamonds could also give birth to demon spirits, which was very interesting. Sun Tianlei, are you certain this isn't a lab-grown diamond? I heard someone got a batch of Argyle pink lab-grown diamonds from Tianhe Laboratory, Bai Ying said casually. Hearing this, Sun Tianlei's face suddenly changed slightly, and he forced a smile. Ladies, that really has nothing to do with me. I'm selling genuinely. Really a lab-grown diamond, right? Want me to call old Qi to ask? Bai Ying interrupted. Fine, with you here, Miss Bai, I admit defeat. I won't sell the diamond, okay? Sun Tianlei sighed. How much do you want to sell this diamond for? Li Shu asked Sun Tianlei. Sun Tianlei froze slightly. He initially thought not only that he failed today, but he had thoroughly offended Li Shu, losing both the people and the benefits. Though he wasn't concerned about offending or not offending Li Shu, otherwise he wouldn't have tried to trick him. But not obtaining benefits and offending someone wasn't what Sun Tianlei wanted. Commander Li, do you really want it? Sun Tianlei looked at Li Shu skeptically. Even a fool now knew that the Argyle pink diamond in Sun Tianlei's hand was lab-grown, yet Li Shu still wanted to buy it, leaving Sun Tianlei uncertain whether Li Shu was serious or joking. Of course, I really want it, but the price must match the type of diamond, don't you agree? Li Shu said indifferently. Commander Li, didn't you hear what I said earlier? It's a lab-grown diamond with low energy value. Why would you buy it? Bai Ying looked at Li Shu with wide eyes. C558 Chapter 558237 Argyle Pink Diamond 2. Being pretty is enough. Li Shu said indifferently. Yes, Commander Li is right. Such a large and pure diamond is hard to come by. Although I was deceived today, I still feel somewhat apologetic to you, Commander Li. If you really want it, I'll offer you a deep discount, 1 million longevity coins. How does that sound? Sun Tianlei quickly said to Li Shu. Longevity coins can only be used in Longevity City, and their purchasing power is about twice that of space coins, meaning 1 million longevity coins is roughly equivalent to 2 million space coins. For a cultivated diamond, this price isn't considered low. Selling a cultivated diamond for 1 million. Sun Tianlei, you're not greedy at all, Bai Ying mocked. Miss Bai, even though it's a cultivated diamond, it's not easy to cultivate such a large Argyle pink diamond. I have to bear costs when I purchase it. I can't make it myself, Sun Tianlei said bitterly. Li Shu took out a box of emeralds, picked a few small ones out, and placed them in front of Sun Tianlei. Exchange these emeralds for that diamond. Do you think it's suitable? Sun Tianlei picked up the emeralds and examined them, smiling. Commander Li is so straightforward, I have nothing more to say. Take the diamond, and come to me if you need anything in the future. Bai Ying frowned, silent, and Li Qingyi was also somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Li Shu intended by buying this cultivated diamond. Generally speaking, cultivated diamonds have less energy. If used to feed demon spirits, although the demon spirit appears to consume many diamonds, it digests slowly and gains little energy, which isn't beneficial for the growth and advancement of demon spirits. The member of the Divine Pet Group, Ji Qing, suffered slow growth in her demon spirit because she bought a batch of cultivated diamonds, almost causing her to vomit blood from frustration. If used for opening gates, small cultivated diamonds don't have enough energy, and large ones are too expensive, making them unsuitable. Aside from some financially strained trial takers buying cultivated diamonds to feed demon spirits, cultivated diamonds are mostly used for technological purposes. Do you have more diamonds like this? Let me see. After putting away the Argyle pink diamond, Li Shu said to Sun Tianlei, Yes, I'll show them to you now. Sun Tianlei quickly dug out several bags from his pocket. From those bags poured out Argyle pink diamonds, varying in size from small bundles weighing only a few carats to larger ones weighing 2 or 3 carats, 4 or 5 carats, and the largest being as big as a quail egg, weighing at least 15 to 20 carats. No doubt these are cultivated diamonds. If they were natural, this many diamonds would sell for astronomical prices. Even the quail egg-sized Argyle pink diamond would be priceless. Natural argyle pink diamonds, the largest, are just over 12 carats, much smaller than this one. How much does this one cost? Li Shu asked, glancing at the largest argyle pink diamond. He didn't expect to see another demon spirit gemstone, indicating a higher chance of cultivated diamonds producing demon spirit gemstones. Sun Tianlei pondered, I'm not sure about the price. Although theoretically, cultivated gemstones can be infinitely large, currently it's easier to cultivate diamonds under 10 carats. Diamonds of this size exceed most laboratory capabilities. Only Tianhe Laboratory has the skill and technology. I spent a huge sum when I bought it. Li Shu took more emeralds from the box and placed them in Sun Tianlei's hand. Are these enough? Commander Li, these really aren't enough. I won't even recover my costs. You're always so gracious to me. If these covered expenses, I'd definitely give it to you. Why don't you add 2 more, just enough to cover my costs? Li Shu didn't waste words, handing over 2 more emeralds directly. Great, Commander Li is truly generous. From now on, you're my VIP customer. Whatever you take from me, rest assured it's at cost price and you'll never be ripped off, Sun Tianlei said, patting his chest. I appreciate it. Li Shu dared not trust him. Surely he wouldn't come here to buy gemstones in the future without a good reason. After getting rid of Sun Tianlei, Li Shu turned to Li Qingyi. Why are you here, taking such an interest in the gem market? Li Qingyi remained silent, and Bai Ying replied, tomorrow is Qingyi's birthday, so naturally she wants to buy some gemstones to celebrate. If Commander Li has time tomorrow, you can attend Qingyi's birthday banquet. I see. Li Shu thought for a moment, then took out the 7 or 8 carat cultivated argyle pink diamond he bought earlier and handed it to Li Qingyi. Consider this my birthday gift to you. I'll be busy tomorrow, so I won't attend your birthday party. Seeing Li Shu gifting a small cultivated diamond to Li Qingyi as a birthday present, Bai Ying's lips curved slightly, but she said nothing. Li Qingyi accepted the diamond with a smile. I'll gladly accept it. Actually, the large argyle pink diamond you just bought, I saw it at Tianhe Laboratory before. As Sun Tianlei said, cultivating diamonds over 10 carats requires technology, otherwise there might be defects. That one was the first time Tianhe Laboratory successfully cultivated a perfect argyle pink diamond over 20 carats. It's quite valuable, and you didn't actually lose. 2059, Chapter 59, 23-7, Argyle Pink Diamond, 3 Li Shu nodded and smiled. Oh, I see. Learned something new today. Thanks for the tip. I won't disturb your fun any longer. With Bai Ying around, no one could have a good time. It's like enjoying a meal with a fly buzzing around, inevitably affecting your appetite. After Li Shu left, Bai Ying said to Li Qingyi, that Li Shu is so stingy, giving you a lab-grown diamond as a birthday present. I've never seen someone so cheap. Shouldn't he at least get a real one? Doesn't your socialite status merit a real diamond? A birthday gift is about the thought behind it. This diamond was bought with real money, which shows he truly likes it. Giving me something he likes makes it a pretty good gift, Li Qingyi replied. You're a kind person, that's good and all, but you think too much for others' sake. You'll suffer for it someday. Bai Ying sighed dramatically when she saw she couldn't ignite a conflict between them. Li Shu wandered around the market, exchanged for a batch of black apatite and tanzanite, and then headed straight home. The black apatite and tanzanite were to feed the Black Death Demon King and the Love God Shooter. He'd see about leveling them up later. Back home, Li Shu took out the lab-grown argyle pink diamond and directly dripped his blood onto it. The argyle pink diamond instantly emitted a pink glow and then gradually turned into liquid flowing into Li Shu's body. It soon began to solidify into a pink diamond ring on his finger. This pink hue would definitely have any girl seen stars in her eyes. With a thought, Li Shu transformed the diamond ring into a radiant demon spirit that appeared in front of him. What on earth is this? Li Shu stared blankly. Normally, demon spirit gemstones produce humanoid demons. There are special ones like the Masked Emperor, but at least Li Shu knew what the Masked Emperor was. As for this demon in front of him, Li Shu had never seen anything like it and didn't know what it was. If he had to describe it, it looked like a capsule, similar to the shell around medicine pellets, but much larger, taller than Li Shu, with a pink crystalline sheen that seemed as if it were polished from flawless pink diamonds. The giant pink crystal capsule radiated a strong pink glow, unmistakably a radiant demon spirit. Yet, its strange form left its usage a mystery. Synthetic capsule, evolvable demon spirit. Level E quality radiant. Talent skill, synthesis. After seeing the demon's attributes, Li Shu was intrigued and examined the talent skill details. Synthesis can merge multiple gemstones into a single gemstone. Seeing this, Li Shu felt a bit disappointed. Simply merging smaller gemstones into a larger one didn't seem too useful. However, larger gemstones could sell for more money, which could be good for making profits. Li Shu considered this and tossed 2 gemstones at the synthetic capsule. The object split open, swallowing them, with light swirling inside. Moments later, the lights within the synthetic capsule ceased and it spat out a larger gemstone. Li Shu frowned slightly, realizing this larger gemstone was lighter than the combined weight of the 2 smaller ones he had thrown in. It seemed this synthesis came with a cost, not simply 1 + 1 = 2, roughly consuming about a third. Li Shu wanted to test it again, but discovered he couldn't use the synthesis skill temporarily. The skill had a cooldown time restriction, and he wasn't sure how long before it could be used again. A really strange demon spirit, Li Shu could only put the synthetic capsule away temporarily. The gemstone synthesis feature wasn't entirely useless. Li Shu thought about testing if he could synthesize a demon spirit gemstone, but he only had one unprocessed gemstone left, so he couldn't test it yet. Li Shu went to check on Jing Li and found his cultivation of the unspoken strength and oddity arts hadn't progressed much. His body still couldn't gather light energy independently, failing at this crucial stage. After asking him some questions, Li Shu went back to further modify the unspoken strength and oddity arts, having Jing Li start practicing the revised version anew. The next day, as Li Shu was feeding gemstones to the love god shooter at home, a shadow suddenly landed directly in his courtyard. Li Shu looked closely and saw a person in a black cloak, the large and wide cloak tightly wrapping the figure, face obscured by a bronze mask, rendering any identification of looks or even gender impossible. Before Li Shu could speak, the person proactively removed the mask. Seeing the face clearly, Li Shu was taken aback. The visitor was none other than Li Qingyi. Li Shu felt puzzled. Isn't today Li Qingyi's birthday? Why wasn't she preparing for a birthday party at home and instead sneaking over here in a mysterious outfit, even climbing over the wall instead of using the front door? Could it be that the man from the fortune slip appeared, an old and ugly geezer, and Li Qingyi couldn't stand it? After much thought, realized I, being youthful and handsome, was the better choice and picked this moment to elope with me, should I agree? On one hand, eternal resources from the Longsheng heaven, on the other, a fair beauty with long legs. It's such a dilemma, Li Shu mischievously mused. There's no time, come with me. Li Qingyi put her mask back on and said, You really want to elope with me? Li Shu widened his eyes at her, unable to believe his ears. Elope my foot, what are you thinking? We're going to Tianmen now. Li Qingyi rolled her eyes at him. 50-60, Chapter 560, 238, Heavenly Gate, going to the Tianmen, just go. Why are you being so secretive? You almost made me think you wanted to elope with me, Li Shu laughed. Are you really clueless or just pretending? You've managed to thoroughly offend both the Li and Bai families. They might try every possible way to kill you. You're safe inside Longevity City, but it's a different story once you leave. Especially since you're entering the land of trial in Tianmen with me. Without your demon armor, you're much more vulnerable, Li Qingyi said. You mean the Li and Bai families might target us when we head to Tianmen? Li Shu seemed unbothered. Before the Jedi Knight's super spirit limit reached 99%, he was somewhat worried about this. Now, trying to kill him wouldn't be so easy. Of course, if it were any other land of trial instead of Tianmen, Li Shu might hesitate, but Tianmen was different. Old Knife and Wan Kao-kun were there, and with them, what was there to fear? Not many people know about me going to Tianmen with you, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Everyone thinks I'm preparing for the birthday banquet. We'll use this time to go to Tianmen. Ideally, we'll return before the banquet starts, but it wouldn't matter if we're a bit late, Li Qingyi said, looking at Li Shu. Your Jedi Knight's injury should be healed, right? As long as the super spirit limit reaches 90%, that's good enough. No need for it to be any higher. Then there's no problem, Li Shu nodded. All right, put this on, and we'll sneak into Tianmen quietly, Li Qingyi said, handing Li Shu a bundle containing a prepared cloak and a bronze mask. Li Shu donned the cloak and bronze mask and followed Li Qingyi out of the city towards the outskirts of Longevity City. Arriving again at Tianmen, the gatekeepers stopped Li Shu and Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi merely showed a peculiar jade talisman, and they let them through without asking any questions. Tianmen was encased within a massive chimney-like structure. Once inside, Li Shu finally saw the true shape of Tianmen. It was an enormous jade gate, completely transparent and seemingly made of flawless jade. The jade gate towered dozens of meters high, making humans seem even smaller than ants before it. Li Qingyi took down her bundle, retrieved several jade beads, and embedded them onto the jade gate. Li Shu was somewhat surprised that the gemstone used to unlock the Tianmen was a type of jade, not one of the 5 great gemstones. Li Shu had no expertise in jade and could not identify it. To him, all the white jade looked like marble. Typically, only a dozen gemstones were needed to open a trial gate, and even the more gemstone-heavy gates required only a few dozen. But Li Qingyi had already set over 100 jade beads onto the jade gate and continued placing more. When Li Qingyi finally set the entire bundle of jade beads, the jade gate radiated light, majestically opening bit by bit. Smooth, milky white jade light poured out from the gate, its radiance like smoke and mist, transforming the space before the gate into a hazy, immortal realm. No need for a random entry ticket? Li Shu asked, just as Li Qingyi was about to step inside. No need. The Tianmen guarantees entry, Li Qingyi said as she entered. Li Shu followed Li Qingyi in. As the cloud-like misty light faded from his vision, he found himself standing before a waterfall like a silver dragon descending from the sky. The white cliff was steeply cut, and the waterfall cascaded from the sky, seemingly merging with it in a blur, resembling a silver giant dragon descending from the heavens. The mercury water roared as it fell, hitting the stream below, and the splashes touched Li Shu, bringing some coolness. The roaring river of water flowed through the canyon, showcasing the wonder of creation to Li Shu. He and Li Qingyi stood on a stone platform near the waterfall, with the waterfall's flow passing on either side. The roar was deafening. Welcome to the Tianmen trial ground. The S-grade trial to ascend Tianmen is about to commence. The trial rules are as follows. A light screen appeared before them, displaying the trial rules. The trial rules were simple. They needed to climb the waterfall and reach the platform at the cliff's peak to complete the trial. The challenge was to ascend from under the waterfall, climbing directly through the cascading water, which posed immense difficulty for any trial taker. Aside from the daunting force of the waterfall, the cliff itself was smooth as a mirror, offering no footholds or grips. Climbing without wall-crawling abilities seemed impossible. Coupled with the intense water pressure, even Li Shu, an S-grade trial taker, doubted his ability to climb successfully. Since I brought you here, I have a way to help you complete the trial, Li Qingyi confidently told Li Shu. This trial is indeed challenging to pass. It would be great if you could help me through it. Li Shu nodded. 561, Chapter 561, Chapter 561, 238, Heaven's Gate 2. Come over here, Li Qingyi called out to Li Shu. What's up? Li Shu walked over to Li Qingyi, asking in confusion. Li Qingyi suddenly leaped up, wrapping her arms around Li Shu's neck. Her long legs coiled around his waist, sticking herself completely onto him as if not even a strand of hair could fit between them. Li Shu immediately felt the great sensation against his chest, instinctively extending his hand to support Li Qingyi's butt. Li Qingyi immediately jumped down from Li Shu as if electrified, blushing with embarrassment and annoyance. What are you doing? Li Shu cleared his throat. I was just afraid you'd slip down, so I was holding on to you. Li Qingyi glared at him. Just wrap yourself around me like I did with you. I'll take you with me to climb up. Is it possible? Li Shu looked at the smooth mountain wall and the roaring waterfall, concerned that Li Qingyi might not actually be able to climb up with another person. If it's not possible, what's the point of bringing you here? Don't waste time, we must hurry back. Li Qingyi stood up straight, signaling Li Shu not to dawdle. Reluctantly, Li Shu leaped up, wrapping his legs around Li Qingyi's slender waist and his arms around her neck, his entire body pressed against her soft, fragrant figure. Li Qingyi's body slightly trembled, but her expression remained calm as she instructed Li Shu, hold on tight, whatever you do, don't let go. With that, Li Qingyi leapt forward with Li Shu, plunging directly into the waterfall. Li Shu only felt his back slam against the mountain wall, involuntarily letting out a painful grunt, yet the grunt was drowned out by the roaring water as water poured all over him, soaking him completely. This was due to Li Qingyi bracing herself, shielding him from most of the water's impact, so Li Shu endured far less than she did. Li Qingyi's arms and legs seemed to become like suction cups, gripping onto the smooth, jade-like mountain wall, climbing upward against the terrible waterfall. The physical capabilities of a super spirit tester are truly terrifying. I wonder when I'll reach S level, Li Shu marveled to himself. Li Qingyi climbed upward against the water with undiminished speed. Initially, the water felt only slightly cool, but as they ascended, it grew increasingly frigid, as if chilling to the bone. Li Shu quickly realized that this waterfall wasn't just ordinary river water. In terms of absolute temperature, the water wasn't too low. Sub-zero temperatures weren't a problem for trial takers like them. However, the water rapidly drained away their body heat, seemingly possessing a powerful thermal dissipation ability. Most water has this effect, but here it was magnified many times over, quickly leaching away body temperature, causing a continuous drop in warmth. Li Qingyi's physique was incredibly robust, able to withstand the issue of body heat loss. However, having to carry Li Shu against the waterfall made it a bit strenuous. Every so often, Li Qingyi had to bow her head to catch her breath before continuing the climb. Although Li Shu's level was a bit low, he didn't fear this heat loss effect. With the Ice Heart talent and the Ice Ashes skill, his body temperature remained normal. Li Qingyi felt her own temperature drop slightly, yet Li Shu clinging to her felt warm like a large hand warmer, alleviating part of her thermal problem. Li Qingyi was slightly surprised that under the impact of the Celestial Gate waterfall, Li Shu was able to maintain his temperature, indicating he possessed some special skill. Otherwise, such an effect would be impossible. This eased many of Li Qingyi's concerns as she continued to climb with Li Shu, ultimately reaching the top of the cliff against the waterfall. Li Shu originally thought that the top of the cliff would lead to a plateau. To his surprise, it wasn't so. It was truly a mountain range surrounded by lowlands. The waterfall water seemed to pour down from the sky with no visible source, as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. What an amazing and incredible sight. Hard to see such a wonder in the outside world, Li Shu couldn't help but exclaim. Could you kindly get off me first before you appreciate it further? Li Qingyi said, expressionless, looking at Li Shu, who was hanging onto her like a sloth. All right. Li Shu released his legs from around Li Qingyi and landed with a calm demeanor. S-level trial at the Celestial Gate completed, rewards being randomly generated. Each trial taker may choose 2 rewards. A light screen once again emerged before Li Shu and Li Qingyi. Soon, 4 reward icons appeared on the light screen on Li Shu's side: attributes, talent, trial badge, and entry ticket. Li Shu directly chose talent and entry ticket. Though trial badges were valuable, they could be bought, and most trial grounds had opportunities to earn them. Attributes were rewards available in any trial ground, but the Celestial Gate-like trial grounds weren't opportunities everyone had, so naturally, selecting talent was the wisest choice. The talent icon projected a glow, which condensed into a jade bead in front of Li Shu. When Li Shu reached out to touch the bead, it instantly turned into light and merged into his body. 56.2, Chapter 562, Chapter 562, 238 Heaven's Gate 3 Rebel, S-grade talent Reverse Flow will stimulate 200% of body potential. Li Shu no longer has high expectations for this kind of skill that stimulates body potential, as his previous skills like Super Exciting, Hot-Blooded, and Frenzy were all skills that stimulated body potential. However, stimulating body potential has preconditions. It's not just that one skill can stimulate twice, and two skills can stimulate 4 times. This also depends on your body's potential. If it's insufficient, forcibly stimulating it is equivalent to burning life. Given Li Shu's physical potential, being able to stimulate body potential to 3 times its state is already the limit. Any higher would require sacrificing bodily health. Therefore, Li Shu only needs 2 or 3 S-grade potential stimulation skills, which is enough. Having more is useless and would harm the body. Of course, if it comes to a life or death situation, hurting the body might be worth it. The most feared is if the body gives out first, then it becomes a fruitless endeavor. Li Shu glanced at Li Qingyi. She had already chosen attribute reward and didn't opt for skills or the trial badge. Seeing she also had an entrance ticket, Li Shu chose his own. He was quickly sucked into a vortex resembling jade light. Arriving at the familiar stone table, the familiar copper lamp burned with dim yellow flames, illuminating only a small nearby area. Strangely, Li Shu didn't find the contract on the stone table. That's odd. Where's the contract? Li Shu wondered as the longevity lamp floated up on its own and drifted away into the darkness. Li Shu had no choice but to follow the longevity lamp. Soon, darkness engulfed his vision, and when light reappeared, he found himself before a colossal white jade city. This city looked somewhat similar to Longevity City, but was unfathomably larger. The gates of White Jade City reached over 100 yards high, and the majestic aura made it resemble a fortress of giants among clouds. Oddly though, the Grand Jade City abounded with collapsed walls, many segments had crumbled, even the gate tower before him was half destroyed, as though sliced diagonally by a blade. What battle destroyed such a mighty city to this extent? Li Shu was somewhat shocked. If this 100-yard-high, 400 to 500-meter gate tower was truly sliced in half, what terrifying entity could accomplish such a feat? The Celestial Gate, Longevity Island, Bottomless Pit, and Celestial Sea are known as Demon Kingdom's 4 major forbidden zones. The Celestial City inside the Celestial Gate is mysterious. Although just a remnant city, it harbors death at every turn. Even super spirit testers might perish if they're not careful. You must stay close to me, don't wander off, and don't touch anything, not even a broken brick or fragment, Li Qingyi solemnly warned. Li Shu replied, eyes scanning around, thinking strangely, why don't I see old Dao? Wan Keo-kun wouldn't necessarily be here. It's normal for her absence. Old Dao guards the Celestial Gate. If he's not at the city gate, where did he go? Li Shu wondered, then asked, where's the guard stationed here from Celestial Heaven? Li Qingyi walked toward the gate, answering, the guard here isn't needed at this gate. It's necessary to guard the gate on the city's opposite side. You have to traverse the entire Celestial City to reach it. Why isn't guarding needed at this side's gate? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Because you can only exit through the trial gate from the opposite gate. This side, only us trial takers can enter and exit. Demon spirits can't get out. Li Qingyi crawled through a crack in the damaged gate. Li Shu followed her inside, immediately realizing the city was filled with clouds of radiant white light. They moved within the city as if walking through a sea of clouds condensed from light, feeling as though soaring through clouds and fog. Yet these milky white lights were so dense that the entire celestial city seemed submerged in a cloud sea. Only nearing items revealed remnants of white jade structures. Li Qingyi led the way, stating, where we're headed, we call it the execution platform. There lies the opportunity for my ascension to light base level. Bai Ying was helping Li Qingyi organize things in the courtyard when Bai Wanli walked over with a sullen face, asking, Dad, why are you here? Where's Li Qingyi? Bai Wanli asked. She should be preparing for the birthday banquet. Bai Ying replied, she's not home, Bai Wanli remarked. Perhaps she went out shopping? Bai Ying frowned. I suspect she didn't go shopping but went to the Celestial Gate with Li Shu. Bai Wanli's eyes flashed coldly. Impossible. She told me Li Shu's Jedi Knight was injured and they wouldn't go to the Celestial Gate until the Knight healed and raised the super spirit limit. It would be days after the birthday banquet, impossible for them to go now. Bai Ying expressed disbelief. Daughter, it seems you haven't truly gained Li Qingyi's trust. Bai Wanli glanced at her dismissively. Bai Ying retorted, no way, Qingyi wouldn't hide anything from me. Bai Wanli said nothing, turning to leave Li Qingyi's courtyard, calling Su Ban Cheng to head directly to the Li family. Patriarch, the message is accurate. Li Qingyi isn't home. The two who entered the Celestial Gate should be Li Qingyi and Li Shu. Bai Wanli approached Li Chengyin, immediately apologizing. The fault is mine for being ineffective, not anticipating Li Chengyi would secretly take Li Shu to the Celestial Gate under the guise of preparing for the birthday banquet. Li Chengyi, as the president's daughter, is inherently talented and astute. Seemingly carefree, she knows Bai Ying's intentions toward her. How could she not? Li Chengyin chuckled. No need to worry, we have the information. Summon Han Mingshou and Wan Chaoxin, head to the Celestial Gate. There's still time. Li Chengyi's ascension to light base level isn't immediate. You still have time to assassinate Li Shu. We'll depart now. Bai Wanli responded, leaving with Su Bancheng, notifying Han Mingshu and Wan Chaoxin to head to the Celestial Gate. 563, Chapter 563, Chapter 563, 239, Jade Scenery Tower. Walking within the Celestial City, one can occasionally spot segments of fragmented jade bridge within the mist-like glow, or a collapsed corner of a palace like the corpse of a beast emerging from the fog. Isn't the Heavenly Gate one of the 4 major forbidden zones? It's extremely difficult to even enter. Who could have destroyed it to this state? Li Shu asked, following behind Li Chengyi. Li Chengyi replied, since the Heavenly Gate was discovered, it has always been like this. Even in the Demon Kingdom's historical records, the Heavenly Gate has always appeared this way. When it was classified as one of the 4 major forbidden zones by the Demon Kingdom, it was already in this state. After a pause, Li Chengyi continued. Although this city seems to lack any complete structures, even a single broken brick or piece of corridor tile possesses incredibly terrifying power. Once, someone picked up a jade brick from this celestial city and secretly took it out. In less than a week, their entire family mysteriously died. Afterwards, everyone who had come into contact with that jade brick couldn't survive. During the mysterious deaths in the city, an investigation was conducted, yet no cause was found. Dozens of people continued to die until the jade brick was finally discovered. Investigators who touched it also died mysteriously. It wasn't until an elder returned the jade brick to the Heavenly Gate that the wave of deaths was quelled, but that elder disappeared without a trace, dead or alive. Listening to this, Li Shu felt terrified. Just a single jade brick is so terrifying. We've stepped on countless jade bricks along the way. Does that mean we'll die with no burial place? You don't need to worry so much. As long as you don't take anything out of the Celestial City, just touching these jade bricks is fine, Li Chengyi reassured. Suddenly, there was a sound, like an ox's bellow or a lion's roar, coming from deep within the mist-like glow. Magic spirit. Li Shu's heart leapt. Encountering a magic spirit in such a place isn't anything good. He'd heard from Old Dao that there isn't a single magic spirit inside the Heavenly Gate below a super spirit level. At the very least, a super spirit. Even though Li Shu had a Jedi Knight on him, his own level was too low. He feared encountering a magic spirit that could attack over a wide range, and by then, the Jedi Knight might not be able to block all the attacks. It seems to be a magic spirit, but there's no need to worry. In the past, when I followed elders to the Heavenly Gate, you could often hear this roar. The elders said every time they visit the Celestial City, they hear this roar, but have never seen the roar's owner appear, Li Chengyi recalled. Rest assured, as long as we follow this route, it won't be too problematic. This route was explored by countless predecessors and strong individuals, so it shouldn't pose too much risk. What if we don't follow this route? What might happen? Li Shu asked curiously. It's hard to say. You might encounter terrifying magic spirits that could kill us instantly, or you might end up not knowing how you died and perish within the Celestial City. The Heavenly Gate is unfathomably mysterious, and too many people have died inside. Not just you and me, but even the trial takers at the light base level tread carefully here, not daring to be careless in the slightest, Li Chengyi explained while walking. Suddenly, a jade bridge appeared in the misty glow ahead. The bridge was about 2 or 3 meters wide, made entirely of white jade. Strange patterns were carved on the railings, depicting clouds, rain, thunderstorms, and mythical beasts and birds. Beneath the jade bridge, the misty glow churned, hiding whether there was water below. Beyond 3 meters, nothing more of the bridge could be seen, and its destination remained unknown. Once we cross the cloud bridge, we'll almost reach the execution platform, Li Chengyi said, not walking directly onto the bridge, but heading toward the side of the bridge end. Li Shu followed her for a few steps and saw a small shrine-like building beside the bridge end. The structure was very small, only half a person's height, about waist-high to Li Shu, and roughly the size of a doghouse, but its carved beams and painted rafters were extremely exquisite. Inside the shrine's arched entrance, there was a similarly small miniature shrine offering table, behind which was a divine platform with a jade-made tablet. The tablet had a few characters in Demon Kingdom script, which Li Shu recognized at a glance, reading, Position of Earthly Grandma. Li Chengyi stood before the shrine, respectfully bowing 3 times to the divine platform's tablet. Something strange happened. Li Shu saw some simple lines emerge on that jade token, resembling a smiling face pattern. The pattern appeared briefly and disappeared. If Li Shu hadn't been sharp-eyed, he might have thought it was just his imagination. Seeing the smiling face pattern, Li Chengyi breathed a long sigh of relief. The earthly grandma can ensure safety. Her smiling face indicates there is no danger ahead, and we can pass smoothly. You should pay your respects too. Li Shu nodded, stepping into the spot Li Qingyi made for him and imitated her, bowing to the earthly grandma's tablet. When Li Shu raised his head to look at the tablet, he was suddenly stunned. He saw streaks of blood-like marks appear on the white jade-like tablet, resembling traces left by teardrops of blood. After Li Qingyi's bow, the smile had briefly appeared and vanished, but the blood marks seemed like congealed bloodstains on the tablet, showing no sign of dispersing. What is this situation? Li Shu rose and looked toward Li Qingyi beside him. Li Qingyi, with a strange expression, said, I've only heard from elders that if the earthly grandma's tablet shows a smiling face, it indicates that the path ahead is safe. However, if the earthly grandma shows an unhappy face, it suggests there are calamities ahead and the possibility of encountering things like magic spirits. Such a situation I've never heard of before, and I don't know what it means, but it doesn't seem like a good omen. 556-4, Chapter 56-4, 239, Jade Scenery Tower 2. How about I offer my prayers again, Li Shu murmured. Once is enough, no need for more. Praying again makes it ineffective. Li Qingyi shook her head. What should we do now? Should we keep going forward or not? Li Shu looked at Li Qingyi and asked, These phenomena are unpredictable, and danger might lie ahead. Maybe we should give up for today and come back another day. Li Qingyi said, contemplating the bloodstains on the tablet. There was no issue when you prayed earlier, and since I'm walking with you, it's unlikely that there's a problem for me. I think this red color might not be a bad omen. Look at how festive it looks. It should be a good sign instead. Li Shu said with a smile. Li Qingyi replied seriously, This is not a place to joke around. Any mistake here could lead to severe consequences. There's no room for guessing. This isn't a guess. The results can't possibly be contradictory. However, since you think there's a problem, we should just stop here, Li Shu said. Then let's go back, Li Qingyi said as she started to lead Li Shu back. Shortly after they started walking, Li Qingyi suddenly stopped Li Shu, placing her finger on her lips to signal him to be silent. Li Shu immediately understood what Li Qingyi meant, stood still, and listened attentively. He could hear faint voices coming from the shimmering fog in the distance. However, due to the distance, Li Shu could only hear a little noise without being able to make out what was being said. Li Qingyi listened for a moment, her expression changing slightly, and then whispered into Li Shu's ear, Things may not be going well. I heard Bai Wanli and Han Mingshu's voices. There seem to be others present, though they're not speaking, so I can't discern who or how many they are. They're likely targeting you, and I didn't expect them to catch up so fast. Is there anywhere to hide? Li Shu frowned and asked. This place isn't safe to wander about. There's nowhere to hide unless we get past the cloud bridge. Before reaching the execution platform, there's a jade tower with no dangers inside, where we can temporarily hide. Li Qingyi's expression didn't look good. Then let's cross the cloud bridge first, Li Shu said. Li Qingyi hesitated a bit, especially considering the ominous sign on the tablet. Moreover, Bai Wanli and his group likely knew about the jade tower as well. If they went there too, there would be nowhere for the two of them to hide. There's no point in hesitating, let's go. Li Shu knew that with Bai Wanli himself coming, he was surely prepared to kill him. If they fought head-on, it would be dangerous. Li Qingyi also understood that facing them directly now would likely lead to bad results, so she had to turn with Li Shu and head towards the cloud bridge. After stepping onto the cloud bridge, nothing unusual happened. Under Li Qingyi's guidance, they quickened their pace towards the other end of the bridge. Outside the cloud bridge, light surged and clouds billowed, with glowing mist surrounding them, giving the feeling of walking in the celestial palace. They walked for a long stretch, and Li Shu, who was counting his steps, was quite shocked to find out that this seemingly small jade bridge was over 100 miles long and hadn't reached the end yet. After walking a while longer, they finally got to the end of the jade bridge. From there, the cloud and light seemed to thin out, allowing visibility up to 20 or 30 meters. Faintly visible were many collapsed buildings, resembling monsters lying beside the road. Not far after they walked forward, Li Qingshu discerned the path and turned along a collapsed jade wall heading inside. Li Shu followed her for a bit until he saw in front of them a 3-story octagonal jade tower. The plaque above the octagonal jade tower's door was half broken, and the remaining half had 2 Demon Kingdom symbols on it, which Li Shu recognized meant jade scenery. Without the rest of the letters, it's unclear what the complete plaque would say. Inside this jade scenery tower is very safe. If we face danger, we can hide here. For some reason, magical beings never enter the jade scenery tower, but the area around it is dangerous to wander, and many who've come here have gotten lost nearby. Li Qingyi pushed the door open and entered. Let's hide here for now. Bai Wanli and his group are surely searching for us. They think we're already by the execution platform and must be rushing there. Once they pass by, we'll quickly return the way we came. Li Shu entered the jade scenery tower and closed the door, observing the interior of the tower. This octagonal tower had 8 walls, with a door at both the front and back, and each wall was carved with a type of pictogram. Li Shu could recognize the patterns of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, frost, fire, cloud, and another pattern he couldn't deduce. The walls on this level depict wind, rain, thunder, lightning, frost, fire, cloud, and termination, making up 8 natural phenomena. The second level's walls have patterns depicting 8 mythical beasts, and on the third level, 8 symbols that are peculiar, not in our language nor that of the Demon Kingdom, Li Qingyi quietly explained. I understand wind, rain, thunder, lightning, frost, fire, and cloud, but what kind of phenomenon is termination? Li Shu asked. I'm not sure, but I heard from elders that termination only occurs within the celestial city. Someone once saw it from afar, but after that his eyes went blind. He said the phenomenon was inexpressible and extremely terrifying. Li Qingyi spoke while listening carefully. Bai Wanli and the others hadn't appeared. 565, Chapter 565, 239, Jade Scenery Tower 3. Let's take a look at the second and third floors, Li Shu said, intrigued by these things. Li Qingyi nodded and led Li Shu upstairs to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Shu observed the 8 walls and indeed saw patterns of 8 mythical beasts. He might recognize those 8 beasts: dragon, phoenix, keelan, horse, tiger, ox, sheep, ape. However, the horse had a pair of wings, the ox had 3 eyes, and the sheep had 3 heads. Only the ape's patterns seemed relatively normal, yet the patterns, although roughly the same size, made the ape look larger than the ox and sheep for some unknown reason. After observing for a while, Li Shu and Li Qingyi went up to the third floor. Unlike the first and second floors, which had no windows, the third floor had 8, with mere frames and no glass, allowing a direct view of the outside. Above each window frame was a hand-sized symbol. Li Shu observed for a while but didn't recognize them. They were not common Demon Kingdom texts, nor were these symbols present in the Demon Text Institute's dictionary. While Li Shu studied those symbols, Li Qingyi leaned on the window, observing outside. Shortly after, Li Qingyi's expression shifted slightly, gesturing subtly to Li Shu. Li Shu cautiously moved closer, using the wall as cover to sneak a peek outside, where he saw 4 figures approaching through the misty haze, heading straight for the Jade Scenery Tower. Li Shu and Li Qingyi exchanged a glance, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Before long, the 4 figures approached, and Li Shu recognized them all: Bai Wanli, Su Bancheng, Han Mingshu, and Wan Chaoxin. The Li family really thinks highly of me, sending Su Bancheng, Han Mingshu, and Wan Chaoxin, all super spirit powerhouses, along with the enigmatic Bai Wanli. If a fight breaks out here, I'm afraid even Li Qingyi won't be able to protect me wholly, Li Shu thought inwardly. Adapt to circumstances, Li Qingyi wrote 4 characters on the back of Li Shu's hand with her finger. Li Shu nodded, and Li Qingyi continued writing. If they come up to the third floor, we'll escape to the roof outside. Li Shu nodded again, his eyes quietly fixed on the 4 outside. Bai Wanli is extremely dangerous. Be cautious, Li Qingyi wrote further. The 4 didn't enter the Jade Scenery Tower immediately, but stood chatting at the entrance. I've heard about the Jade Scenery Tower. Seeing it today, it indeed has some secrets. This isn't just an ordinary tower, Su Bancheng, holding a jade folding fan, said while fanning himself. If it's not a tower, then what is it? Han Mingxiao asked. If I'm not mistaken, it's a furnace, Su Bancheng said, examining the Jade Scenery Tower. A hut kind of furnace? Han Mingxiao asked coldly. No, it's an alchemy furnace, Su Bancheng replied. Whose pill furnace looks like this? Han Mingxiao thought Su Bancheng was talking nonsense, as it clearly looked like a 3-story building. Su Bancheng smiled. The 8 corners of this tower correspond to the 8 trigrams: open, rest, birth, injury, block, scene, death, and surprise. The front door on the first floor corresponds to the birth gate, while the back door corresponds to the death gate. The 8 windows on the third floor align with the positions of the 8 trigrams. This is the setup of an 8 trigrams alchemy furnace. Ordinary people do not build houses like this. This apparent tower is actually designed as a furnace. If someone lived in such a building, it's feared that within a month, all blood relatives in the family would meet unnatural deaths. A life-refining tower. This is the Demon Kingdom's Heaven Gate restricted zone. Your earthly metaphysical theories may not apply here, Han Mingxiao said. I was merely speaking casually. You may take it as jest. Su Bancheng did not argue with Han Mingxiao further. Bai Wanli interrupted their conversation. At this moment, Li Qingyi should be on the execution platform, seeking an opportunity to advance to the light base level. We must eliminate Li Shu before Li Qingyi achieves light base, for if we wait until Li Qingyi advances, moving against Li Shu will be inconvenient with her protection. If that's the case, why not go directly to the execution platform? What are we doing at the Jade Scenery Tower? Wan Shaoxin asked. Bai Wanli smiled. There's no need to be impatient, Commander Wan. If we were to go to the execution platform now, there's a chance our actions against Li Shu would affect Li Qingyi on the execution platform, risking a backlash from the platform and jeopardizing her upgrade. Such consequences would be unbearable. Bai Wanli looked at the Jade Scenery Tower and continued. The Jade Scenery Tower is the center of this area, with each of its 8 facets corresponding to a unique structure, including the execution platform. In reality, the Jade Scenery Tower is a control hub. By using it, we can induce changes in the execution platform, separating it from the surrounding area, thoroughly isolating Li Shu and Li Qingyi on the platform and preventing her interference. Is there such a thing? How come I've never heard of it? Wan Chaoxin frowned. The Heaven Gate is inscrutably mysterious, with countless secrets. Even the great chairman cannot possibly know all the secrets within the Heaven Gate. Bai Wanli squinted as he spoke. Let's first go to the second floor to operate the 8 trigrams and isolate the execution platform. The 4 walked in line and soon reached the second floor of the Jade Scenery Tower. Li Shu and Li Qingyi crouched near the stairway entrance, listening intently to the sounds below. Is there any kind of mechanism here? Wan Chaoshan looked at the empty second floor and asked. The 8 trigrams on these walls are the control hub for the 8 structures, and the Vajra ape corresponds to the execution platform. Once activated, it will isolate the platform, Bai Wanli explained. How do we activate it? Wan Chaoshan asked, examining the Vajra ape. Observe closely. Within the engravings of the Vajra ape, there are indentations where the corresponding demon core can be embedded to activate it, Bai Wanli explained. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's isolate the execution platform and eliminate Li Shu quickly, Han Mingshu echoed. No rush, Li Qingyi's advancement to the light base isn't that swift, and it may not even have started. Let's wait a bit longer to avoid acting too early, Bai Wanli said, looking at Wan Chaoxin. Commander Wan, your family's little lady should now be in the 10,000 Flowers Garden, not far from the execution platform. Shall we first pay a visit? Sif T6 Chapter 56 240 Unexpected Killing. Need anything? Wan Chaoxin looked at Bai Wanli and asked. Better to go for a trip. Bai Wanli smiled and said, in case Elder Dao, who guards the Heaven Gate, patrols this way and discovers the situation here, we might have trouble. We'll need our little ant to hold Elder Dao back, preventing him from interfering with our affairs. Of course, the Heaven Gate is vast, and Elder Dao may not necessarily discover the situation here. It's just a precaution. A greeting is enough. No need for the little ant to truly intervene. We can kill Li Shu ourselves. Okay. Wan Chaoxin nodded, turned around, and prepared to go downstairs. He knew Li Changyan insisted he come over to leverage Wan Chaoxin's power, not only to prevent Elder Dao from discovering the problem here, but also to prevent Li Qingyi from advancing to the light base level before they arrived. With Wan Kaokun's intervention, even if Li Qingyi advances to the light base level, Li Shu can't be saved. Who is upstairs? Before Wan Kaoxin could go downstairs, he suddenly heard Bai Wanli's cold shout. A few people looked at Bai Wanli, only to see his eyes focused on the stairway of the 3rd floor, his expression somewhat gloomy. What's going on? Han Mingshu asked. Someone's up there. Bai Wanli confirmed. All 4 drew their weapons and vigilantly watched the stairway entrance, knowing the people who appear here at this time are most likely Li Shu and Li Qingyi. Li Shu and Li Qingyi felt a bit frustrated. They didn't make any noise, unsure how Bai Wanli discovered them. Li Shu, you heard the conversation. Hiding is useless. You will inevitably die today. Come down like a man and face it. Wan Chaoxin shouted towards the stairway. Li Shu ignored him, silently focusing on the stairway entrance, summoning the Jedi Knight beside the stairway. If anyone dared to come up, they'd receive a strike, testing who could withstand a blow from a super spirit limit Jedi Knight. Miss, this matter does not concern you. If you can leave now, Bai Wanli would be immensely grateful. Bai Wanli shouted towards the 3rd floor. Li Qingyi didn't say a word either, summoning the unbreakable cold ice shield. She instantly spiritualized into indestructible ice armor, wearing it and guarding the other side of the stairway entrance. It seems those upstairs are certainly them. Although deviating somewhat from the plan, this works as well. Once we charge up, I'll engage Miss, and you 3 quickly eliminate Li Shu. Bai Wanli said to Su Bancheng, Han Mingshu, and Wan Chaoxin. So, Vice President Bai intends to rush up first? Han Mingshu sneered. The stairway is narrow. If Li Shu and Li Qingyi are indeed up there, the first person to ascend would have to bear their frenzied attacks. No one wants to be the first. The 3 originally assumed Bai Wanli, with his slippery nature, wouldn't be the first to rush up. Yet Bai Wanli smiled and nodded, saying, since I'm leading this plan, it's naturally my duty to do so. Han Mingshu and Wan Chaoxin were somewhat surprised, not expecting Bai Wanli to readily agree to take the risk first. After I get up there, follow immediately. I'll engage Miss, and you 3 must not hold back. Eliminate Li Shu as swiftly as possible, giving him no opportunity. Bai Wanli said while already heading up the staircase, producing a shield with a lion pattern from somewhere. Golden Lion Shield. Wan Chaoxin and Han Mingshu exclaimed in surprise. Only now did they understand the reason behind Bai Wanli's courage to proceed first. The Golden Lion Shield, like the Dragon-Slaying Dagger, was the former Elder's parasitic contract, and both were super spirit level. Unlike the Dragon-Slaying Dagger, the Golden Lion Shield is purely a defensive contract, also possessing a highly practical talent skill, Lion's Roar. In terms of defense, the Golden Lion Shield is no less than Li Qingyi's unbreakable Cold Ice Shield. Moreover, the Lion's Roar skill can absorb all attacks onto the shield itself. Before the Golden Lion Shield breaks, neither contract nor demonic light can harm its owner in the slightest. It's truly a defensive tool. Back then, the Elder wielded a dragon-slaying dagger and a Golden Lion Shield, although not the strongest trial taker, was one of the most difficult to provoke. No one wanted to fight such a person. If not for disasters within Heaven Gate, even in the current eternal heaven, few were his equals. Bai Wanli, with the golden lion shield on top, charged upwards, followed by Su Bancheng, Han Mingxiao, and Wan Chaoexin. The golden lion pattern on the golden lion shield radiated golden light, letting out a lion's roar-like sound, with the entire shield vibrating at a high frequency. Li Shu, from above, saw the golden lion shield but couldn't see the person underneath, only commanding the Jedi Knight to attack. The Jedi Knight had already entered the super spirit state, with swords performing a frenzied dance like chopping meat, with bloodlight slash continuously striking the golden lion shield. Only the sounds of impact persisted as the golden lion shield stubbornly blocked the incessant bloodlight slash assaults, the slashes leaving knife marks on the shield, but none could break it. Taking advantage of the Jedi Knight's attacking interval, Bai Wanli leaped up with the shield, directly charging towards Li Qingyi upon glancing at her. 5567 Chapter 567 240 Unforeseen Slaughter 2 King Yi kicked fiercely with her long legs against the golden lion shield, but couldn't move it. Instead, she was shocked back 2 steps. Su Bancheng and Mingxiu jumped up, one holding a jade fan, the other gripping twin daggers. Mingxiu saw the situation clearly and charged toward Li Shu without hesitation, shouting, "Distract his magic spirit, I'll handle him." Before Su Bancheng and Wan Chaoxin could react, he was already rushing toward Li Shu like a phantom. Su Bancheng had no choice but to face the Jedi Knight. With a flourish, his jade fan transformed into dozens of bright jade swords, radiating strong light as they charged at the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight's twin blades sliced swiftly, cutting through each flying sword. Though the swords enveloped the Jedi Knight as he maneuvered, they couldn't harm him, instead being shattered by relentless strikes causing Su Bancheng endless heartache. But in a short time, the Jedi Knight couldn't break through Su Bancheng's jade fan sword formation. Qingyi was entangled by Wanli's golden lion shield and couldn't help Li Shu. Mingshu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he reached Li Shu in a blur, his daggers coiled like venomous snakes around Li Shu, moving unbelievably fast. Li Shu's speed was no match for the super spirit tester, so he almost instinctively leapt through the window, landing on the jade tiles outside. A green and a gray ray of demonic light burst from the window like roaring poisoned dragons, barely grazing Li Shu's scalp as they shot into distant misty clouds. Li Shu summoned the Black Death Demon King, directing its minions to block the window, while he prepared to jump down. Before he could leap, Mingshu had reached the window, his foot on the frame. With a swish of his daggers, the blocking Black Death Demon bodies were sliced in half. Just as Mingxiao was about to leap out, Li Shu suddenly saw his eyes bulge, pupils shrink, as a bird head, golden and blood-soaked, pierced through his chest. Mingxiao turned painstakingly to look at Wan Chaoxin, who held a golden phoenix-like bow. Mingshu opened his mouth but failed to make a sound, blood pouring out, then collapsed from the frame, rolling on the rooftop's jade tiles before falling heavily to the ground, lifeless. The golden phoenix arrow lodged in his back transformed into a bird, flying back through the window into Wan Shaoxin's hand. "What are you doing, Wan Shaoxin?" Su Bancheng and Wanli's faces were extremely grim. Wan Chaoxin ignored them, placing the golden phoenix arrow on his bow. The phoenix eye on his forehead opened, and he shot an arrow at Su Bancheng. The phoenix eye opened, and the arrow was instantly in front of Su Bancheng like a regal phoenix. Su Bancheng, terrified, quickly grabbed, and the unshattered swords flew back, forming a broken jade fan in his hand, fiercely meeting the phoenix eye opening arrow. Crack! The phoenix eye opening arrow pierced the jade fan, continuing to lodge into Su Bancheng's chest. The Karma armor's light flickered but was penetrated by the spinning phoenix eye opening arrow, which nailed Su Bancheng to the wall. The Karma armor, nearly shattered by Li Shu earlier, wasn't fully repaired. Wan Caoxin's arrow struck the unrepaired spot, rendering it useless, killing Su Bancheng. Su Bancheng stared at Wan Caoxin with wide eyes, watching him slide slowly until sitting lifelessly, creating a dark, thick bloodstain on the wall. Of the 4 who came to kill Li Shu, 2 died immediately, leaving only Wanli and Wan Caoxin. Wan Caoxin's bow was raised again towards Wanli. Wanli retreated with the golden lion shield, glaring angrily at Wan Caoxin. "Do you know what you're doing, Wan Caoxin?" Qingyi stopped her attack, looking at the 2 in surprise, while Li Shu watched from outside the window. "Of course I do. The resources of eternal heaven are limited. How can the Wan family rise again if the 4 great families aren't weakened? Even if Li Changyan helps us, the Wan family needs strength. Growing the family's power is hard in a short time, so why not bring my rivals down to the same level? Vice President Bai, do you think my strategy works?" Wan Chaoxin smiled. "Are you mad? You're offending the Li Han and Bai families at once." "The Wan family will face extinction," Wanli said coldly. "If you're all dead, who knows I killed you," Wan Chaoxin replied. "The lady is still—" Wanli stopped halfway, closed his mouth. "I trust the lady won't speak of this, right?" Wan Chaoxin smiled at Qingyi. Qingyi said nothing, neither confirming nor denying. "You're cunning, Wan Chaoxin," Wanli sneered. "Even if the president wants to weaken the Li and Bai families, who are you to interfere? Careful, lest you become the sacrifice with your strategy." 568, Chapter 568, 2040, Unexpected Killing 3. You're wrong. The entire eternal heaven belongs to the president. How could the president possibly weaken himself? It's the Lee family and you who've gone too far. I'm just lending a hand to the president, teaching a lesson to two sneaky dogs. I imagine he won't hold it against me, right, miss? Wan Chaoxin said with a smile. Li Qingyi said nothing, but Bai Wanli scoffed. Nice try, but unfortunately, you're still too young. What makes you think you can guess the president's mind? The moment you tried, you were already a dead man. Looks like the one who's going to die now is you, right? Wan Chaoxin's arrow had been pointed at Bai Wanli, but now suddenly released, and the phoenix eye-opening arrow was instantly in front of Bai Wanli. Bai Wanli raised the golden lion shield, and the phoenix eye-opening arrow embedded itself in the shield, but it couldn't pierce through. Two more phoenix eye-opening arrows drew strange arcs, shooting left and right towards Bai Wanli behind the shield, but as they got close, they were drawn to the golden lion shield, changing direction and hitting the shield instead. You think you can kill me? Bai Wanli said disdainfully. Wan Chaoxin, unfazed, said, The golden lion shield is indeed formidable, but you seem to have forgotten that when I became commander, I went to the warehouse and chose a contract. Of course I didn't forget. The contract you chose, I personally handed it to you. It's the relic of a former commander of the Eternal Group, an S-class golden gloves. So what? Bai Wanli said. Wan Chaoxin placed the bow from his left hand into his right hand, revealing the glove on his left hand that looked like it was woven with golden threads. With a swift motion, the three arrows lodged in the golden lion shield suddenly flew back into his hand. You probably didn't know, this glove, like my golden phoenix bow and phoenix eye, also comes from the gate of heaven. Its real name is Golden Crow Claw. The former commander didn't get the chance to elevate it to super spirit. Today, I'll show you its super spirit powers. As Wan Chaoxin spoke, the golden threaded glove on his hand shone, the golden light growing ever stronger, making his entire hand seem to turn into light. In Wan Chaoxin's hand, the three golden phoenix arrows merged into one and were set on the golden phoenix bow. The phoenix eye and the golden phoenix bow and arrow seemed to be influenced, emitting a brilliant golden light. The phoenix arrow appeared to have truly transformed into a radiant golden phoenix, continuously emitting a resonant cry. Vice President Bai, in your next life, don't be so greedy. People die for money, birds die for food. Your death is not in vain, Wan Chaoxin said as he suddenly released the arrow in his hand. The entire space seemed to freeze, with only a single phoenix flying through the void, singing as it collided with the golden lion shield. Golden light burst from the golden lion shield, winding across the shield. When the light dispersed, the winding golden light on the shield turned out to be cracks, and the golden phoenix arrow had pierced through, leaving an egg-sized hole in the shield. Vice President Bai, farewell, Wan Chaoxin said calmly, reaching out to retrieve the phoenix arrow. However, with a grasp in the air, Wan Chaoxin's expression turned a little grim as he stared intently at Bai Wanli. Bai Wanli remained calm, throwing the golden lion shield to the ground. The golden phoenix arrow was right before his chest, but its tip was less than an inch away from his chest, not harming him. Bai Wanli's other hand grasped the golden phoenix arrow. No matter how the golden phoenix arrow struggled, it couldn't move even a fraction, unable to even tremble. Not only Wan Chaoxin, but even Li Qingyi changed color. Wan Chaoxin's strike, combining 3 super spirit contracts, was no weaker than Jing Li's farewell strike, perhaps even stronger. After all, Jing Li's strike was just the power of a single super spirit contract, whereas this was the accumulated power of 3 super spirit contracts. It would be difficult to find a matching force within the super spirit tier. The only one who could withstand such an arrow would likely be someone who had surpassed the super spirit state, light base level. Wan Chaoxin gazed gravely at Bai Wanli's arrow-holding hand. The hand was covered with a shell-like white skeleton, resembling a gauntlet made of bones. Everyone thought that Bai Wanli was just a dog of the Li family, a greedy businessman who only engaged in petty schemes and tricks. No one expected that Bai Wanli was actually at the light base level. Bai Wanli's face twisted slightly, his muscles twitching. The originally flabby body was rapidly contracting. In just a moment, Bai Wanli, who was as plump as a ball, transformed into a robust physique like that of a heavyweight boxer. Only then did the few people realize that Bai Wanli had a very tall frame, even taller than Li Shu and Wan Chaoxin. Because he was so fat, like a ball, and always bowed, people mistakenly thought he was just a short fat man. But now, Bai Wanli, with knotted muscles all over his body, straightened up like a powerful lion exuding a formidable pressure. His newly angular face carried a kind of indescribable masculine charm, almost unrecognizable from the white fat man he was before. Do you think I got to be the vice president just by luck? Do you think the Li family only valued my ability to rake in money for them? If you really think so, then you're too naive. In this eternal heaven, there's no one who can survive on someone else's pity and charity, Bai Wanli said as more shell-like bones grew out of him, encasing his body. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a shell-like bone armor, turning him into a mighty humanoid demon clad in skeletal armor. 569, Chapter 569, Chapter 569, 241, Flee for your life. Li Shu didn't see what Bai Wanli ultimately transformed into. As soon as he discovered Bai Wanli was at the light base level, he summoned the Jedi Knight and immediately jumped off the Jade Scenery Tower. While still in the air, the Masked Emperor was already summoned, and as Li Shu landed, he fell directly onto the Masked Emperor and rode off. The Masked Emperor's exhaust emitted golden light flame, speeding away like golden lightning. Li Shu hadn't gone far when he heard hoofbeats beside him, like raindrops, and saw Wan Shaoxin riding a white tiger magical creature that was sprinting towards him. Light flame rose from the white tiger's body, and a crown rested on its head, running faster than the Masked Emperor, which had entered super acceleration. Super Spirit Mount, just how many good things does this guy have? Li Shu felt a temptation to rob him, but in the current situation, obviously, there was no chance for him to do that. He could only desperately push the Masked Emperor to accelerate. Unfortunately, the Masked Emperor was only level A, no matter how fast. It couldn't be faster than a super spirit magical creature. Wan Shaoxin sped past him, leaving Li Shu falling behind. Bang! As both raced desperately, a figure suddenly descended from the sky ahead, striking the ground heavily, scattering the surrounding mist and light like a surging wave. Li Shu saw a robust figure encased in skeleton armor, resembling a beast. It could only be Bai Wanli. Li Shu and Wan Kaoxin were about 4 or 5 meters away from Bai Wanli. At this speed, whether they could stop within that distance was questionable. Wan Chaoxin's eyes narrowed. Instead of slowing down, his white tiger pounded the ground hard with its hooves, leaping over 100 meters high to jump over Bai Wanli. At this time, the advantage of biological mounts emerged, as the Masked Emperor didn't have such ability. While in the air, Wan Chaoxin calculated that Li Shu likely had to stop. Otherwise, he would either crash into Bai Wanli or pass by him, which was impossible as Bai Wanli would surely block him. If Li Shu could hold off Bai Wanli for a while, it would give him a chance to reach near the 10,000 Flowers Garden. Wan Kaokun was inside the 10,000 Flowers Garden. Once he caught Wan Kaokun's attention, he would be saved. As he calculated, he suddenly saw the golden motorcycle in high-speed motion create a U-turn, without decelerating, by skimming the ground with one side of the vehicle body. Wan Kaoxin and Bai Wanli were astounded, as this riding technique went beyond their expectations. Bai Wanli glanced at Li Shu, who was charging back to his trail, and his body took on a bizarre posture, suddenly launching a palm strike skyward. A palm seal formed from concentrated light instantly hit the white tiger that leaped over his head, directly blasting it, along with Wan Shaoxin, to the ground. The white tiger's abdomen was blasted by the light palm seal and unexpectedly shattered upon falling to the ground, struggling several times without being able to stand up. Wan Kaoxin, jumping off the white tiger, drew a bow and shot 3 arrows at Bai Wanli. Bai Wanli nonchalantly swept his hand thrice, sending all 3 arrows flying away. His form moved swiftly like a phantom, rapidly approaching Wan Kaoxin, striking a palm onto Wan Kaoxin's chest. Wan Kaoxin's phoenix eyes emitted eerie light, attempting to predict Bai Wanli's palm trajectory while his body shifted quickly. Yet, no matter how he moved, that palm ultimately landed on his chest, smashing his golden armor into pieces, sending him flying like a shooting star, crashing into a wall, spewing blood, leaving his fate unknown. Bai Wanli didn't even spare a glance at Wan Shaoxin, who fell to the ground. Instead, he leapt like a cannonball towards Li Shu, who was frantically fleeing on the Masked Emperor. Other than Li Qingyi, neither Wan Kaoxin nor Li Shu should expect to leave alive today. Seeing Wan Kaoxin taken down in just a few moves, hardly delaying any time, Li Shu secretly lamented, realizing escape was probably impossible. With a turn of the handlebars, Li Shu rode the Masked Emperor directly into the nearby buildings. Seeing Bai Wanli rushing over, he struck down from above with a palm. A radiant palm seal descended quickly towards Li Shu. The Masked Emperor suddenly spun its tail, using nearby buildings to block the palm seal, sticking to the wall for frantic acceleration. Bai Wanli landed, intending to chase down Li Shu, only to find Li Shu darting left and right among the buildings, playing hide-and-seek with him. Bai Wanli's speed surpassed Li Shu's, but each time he surged forward he encountered a wall, forcing him to slow down and turn. Li Shu rode the bizarre motorcycle magical creature, exhibiting even more agility than a human in this complex terrain, not only refraining from deceleration while turning but accelerating through. Although Bai Wanli sped much faster than Li Shu, in this maze-like building cluster he couldn't catch Li Shu for the moment. Slightly annoyed, Bai Wanli leapt into the air, striking multiple radiant palm seals down like a bombardment towards Li Shu. 5070, Chapter 5070, 241, Escape 2. The Masked Emperor swayed left and right, abruptly stopping or accelerating to make sharp turns, using the buildings as cover, and somehow broke through Bai Wanli's relentless barrage. No matter how cunning you are, today you will not escape death. Bai Wanli snorted coldly, his figure landing on the peak of a building, swiftly moving across the tops to catch up with Li Shu below. Seeing Bai Wanli chasing from above, Li Shu secretly cursed, knowing he couldn't outrun Bai Wanli beneath the buildings. Gritting his teeth, he recklessly rode the Masked Emperor into a building with an open gate. It was a palace with shattered gates. After rushing in, Li Shu put away the masked emperor, summoning the Jedi Knight upon landing. Wielding the spiritual mace, he and the Jedi Knight ambushed on either side of the hall's entrance. Bai Wanli landed outside the gate, looking at the hall's interior with a cold voice. Li Shu, you truly have talent. Despite your low level, you're even harder to kill than Wan Chaoxin. If you manage to survive today, how can I have a place to stand tomorrow? Today, you must die. Vice President Bai, did you ever consider the consequences of killing me? Li Shu said from inside the hall. I don't need to know the consequences. Bai Wanli gave Li Shu no time to delay, charging directly towards the hall door. Just as Bai Wanli was about to rush into the hall, a Jedi Knight wearing a green gentleman's hat suddenly flashed in front of him. Combining his twin blades, he raised them overhead, executing an unrivaled national hero strike, the terrifying blood-red light blade slashing down like a giant crescent. Bai Wanli snorted coldly again, assuming a special stance, not dodging or evading, and directly struck the blood-red light blade with his palm. The white glowing palm seal collided with the blood-red light blade, exploding instantly, sending shockwaves that scattered debris in all directions. The Jedi Knight staggered back a few steps, and Bai Wanli's figure even wavered slightly. To think it could withstand my demon-slaying seal, this attack power of the demon spirit is quite formidable, but no matter how strong, it's only a super spirit. Bai Wanli said, stepping towards the hall doors again. Li Shu felt some helplessness as a fully powered, unrivaled national hero strike with the gentleman's hat empowerment couldn't harm Bai Wanli. The light base level was indeed terrifying. Retrieving the now combat-ineffective Jedi Knight, Li Shu gripped the spiritual mace tighter, knowing this time he might truly have to risk it all. Uncle Bai, could you spare his life? Li Qingyi finally caught up, flashing to the hall door to block Bai Wanli. Young lady, this matter doesn't concern you. Step aside, Bai Wanli said coldly. How could it not concern me? I brought him in, so naturally it's my duty to take him out alive. If Uncle Bai insists on killing him, then kill me first. Li Qingyi, her indestructible ice armor radiating an icy jade-like glow, stood firmly in Bai Wanli's way. Young lady, my apologies, Bai Wanli said, his figure ghost-like, appearing before Li Qingyi, reaching for her with both hands. Li Qingyi erupted into a frenzy, fists, palms, and knees attacking Bai Wanli furiously. But Bai Wanli didn't dodge or evade, letting Li Qingyi's attacks fall on him. Light patterns flashed on his skeleton-like shell, Li Qingyi's strikes unable to even breach his defense. Bai Wanli grabbed Li Qingyi's arms, lifting her up, then spun around and flung her out. Without even looking at Li Qingyi's state, Bai Wanli's robust body directly stepped through the door. Suddenly, a mace shadow thrust horizontally. Bai Wanli saw it was a mace, reaching out to grab it. The mace had almost no light or demonic energy fluctuations. In Bai Wanli's eyes, it was just an inferior contract. But as he gripped the mace, his pupils contracted suddenly, eyes widening in shock. His hand holding the mace was cleanly severed by the blunt, four-edged mace shaft, which had no blade. Still relentless, the mace shaft thrust towards Bai Wanli's chest. Startled greatly, Bai Wanli retreated swiftly, retreating out of the hall while his severed hand and fingers dropped inside, blood flowing from the stump. What is that? Bai Wanli looked into the hall with uncertainty, but Li Shu was nowhere to be seen. The seemingly unremarkable mace could cut through his light-based body and symbiotic contract with ease. He couldn't fathom what it was. From afar, Li Qingyi hit the ground and intended to rush over, but saw Bai Wanli standing outside the hall, bleeding from a severed hand, with a look of incredulity on his face. Li Shu had actually managed to injure Bai Wanli at the light-based level, something she thought impossible, yet Li Shu accomplished it. Vice President Bai, if I were you, I'd check if Wan Chaoxin is still around. I'm without support here, but that's not the case for others, Li Shu said from inside the hall. Bai Wanli snorted disdainfully, demonic light swirling, his severed hand twisting, fat and muscle compressing and growing. Moments later, a new hand and fingers formed, even the skeleton-like armor regenerated. Killing you, then checking won't be too late, Bai Wanli said as he stepped into the hall once more. 57-1, Chapter 51, 2041, Escape 3. This time, he proceeded with caution, not rushing in directly as before. Though the mace was somewhat strange, Li Shu's speed was too slow. Bai Wanli didn't need to confront the spiritual mace's attack head-on, he could just eliminate Li Shu directly. As Bai Wanli was about to enter the main hall, he suddenly heard a roar akin to a bull or lion erupt from within the hall. The roar resonated through the entire hall, making it hum and ring as if the eardrums were about to shatter. Bai Wanli's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but pause his steps. He had naturally heard this roar before, but he never imagined it would emanate from this palace. Li Shu's gaze turned to the source of the sound, which was the back wall facing the hall's entrance. That wall, like all the architecture, was carved from white jade, with strange relief carvings on it. The motifs in the reliefs were neither the usual patterns of wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning, nor rare birds and exotic beasts, but rather some peculiar symbols. The reason Li Shu chose this area was not simply at random. Upon hearing the roar before, he had already assessed its approximate location. While fleeing for his life, he ran into this building complex, hoping not only to use the buildings as cover, but also assuming Bai Wanli might hesitate and not charge in recklessly. Even if Bai Wanli dared to come in, perhaps the demon spirits here could offer Li Shu a slim chance of survival. Unexpectedly, Bai Wanli boldly charged in, yet there was no trace of demon spirits here. Li Shu had abandoned his previous plan, not expecting that the palace where he sought refuge was actually the source of the roar. Glancing at the symbols on the wall, Li Shu recognized them as the script of the Demon Kingdom. Without hesitation, he leaped up, striking the jade wall with his spiritual mace. The spiritual mace was indeed miraculous. The jade walls of Celestial City, difficult even for Bai Wanli, who was light base level, to damage, were punched through right away under the mace's blow. The jade wall, only a few centimeters thick, revealed nothing but darkness inside through the breach. Seizing the moment before Bai Wanli outside could react, Li Shu swiftly struck the jade wall again and again. After several strikes, a hole the size of a bucket had been smashed through. Bai Wanli realized what was happening and launched a demon-slaying seal at Li Shu. The massive light-imbued palm print almost enveloped Li Shu's entire body. With nowhere to hide, Li Shu made a sharp dive, squeezing through the hole. The demon-slaying seal crashed against the jade wall, causing only a vibration without the destruction the spiritual mace had dealt it. Bai Wanli rushed to the hole, about to peer inside when the spiritual mace suddenly thrust out. Bai Wanli dodged quickly, the mace scraping past his face, startling him into a cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated Li Shu being so cunning, launching an ambush from the entrance immediately upon entering instead of trying to flee. Bai Wanli took 2 steps back, careful not to approach the hole too closely again. Standing outside, all he could see was the pitch darkness inside, rendering visibility impossible. Bai Wanli's eyes narrowed, and a demon spirit ring on his finger transformed into a fiery bird ablaze with light flame, flying towards the hole. As the firebird drew near the entrance, the spiritual mace appeared again, piercing through the firebird in a single strike, an S-ranked radiant demon spirit unable to withstand even one blow. Bai Wanli frowned. Li Shu was even harder to kill than he imagined. Despite apparently having the upper hand, he just couldn't finish him off. Li Shu stood against the wall, observing the darkness, and thanks to wearing the dark mirror and his natural talents and skills, seeing in the dark wasn't an issue for him. Yet here he still felt engulfed in darkness, only vaguely discerning some shadows. Like a starless, moonless, cloudy night, Li Shu could just barely make out a massive shadow inside, its outline unclear, but he could hear the sound of breathing in the darkness. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, it seems today my luck's run out, Li Shu sighed inwardly. But after waiting a while, the shadow didn't attack him, it merely seemed to keep watching him. Li Shu didn't feel relieved by this because the jade wall he smashed bore clear inscriptions stating this place held a terrifying, malevolent demon spirit in check, warning never to break the seal. Li Shu initially planned to break the seal to let the vicious demon spirit loose, hoping to use the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, the plan didn't succeed, instead forcing him inside, making the situation quite dire. Li Shu, just hide in there. Let's see how long you can last. I'll go check if Wan Shaoxin is dead, and you enjoy your last moments here. Bai Wanli said from outside before leaving the hall, appearing to have really gone. Li Shu naturally didn't believe him, and had no intention of seizing the opportunity to rush out. With the thought, Li Shu summoned Demigod Shauna, using its radiance to illuminate this dark space. By Demigod Shauna's light, Li Shu clearly saw this place was another grand hall, even larger than the previous one. There wasn't much inside, just a few pillars, and from the jade wall in the hall emerged a jade-linked rings chain. The so-called jade-linked rings were very similar to iron chains. However, while iron chains could be forged with each ring having an opening to link together and weld shut, the jade rings couldn't be assembled this way and had to be carved directly as one piece. This jade-linked rings chain was thicker than a human arm, one side attached to the jade wall, and the other linked to a collar around a demon spirit's neck. The demon spirit's eyes were staring straight at Li Shu. 572, Chapter 572, Chapter 572, 242 Great Celestial King. The magic spirit tethered by the jade-linked rings turned out to be a giant white dog. This dog's physique was larger than a human's, covered in thick white curly fur. Even more bizarre, it wasn't squatting or lying on all fours, but was sitting with its hind legs crossed, front paws as if forming a spell, looking more like a meditating monk than a dog, which was extremely peculiar. At this moment, the white-haired dog was staring intently at Li Shu, its eyes as dark as ink, fixed on him. Li Shu moved a bit to the left, and the dog's gaze shifted left as well. Li Shu moved a bit to the right, and the dog's gaze followed to the right. So the magic spirit is bound and can't move. That makes things easier, Li Shu realized, noting that while the dog was watching him, it showed no intention of pouncing, presumably because the jade-linked rings were still restraining it. What are you staring at? The dog suddenly spoke, startling Li Shu slightly. How would I know I'm looking at you if you weren't looking at me? Li Shu said to the dog. Looking at you is doing you a favor. You looking at me is asking for death, the dog said arrogantly. You're a prisoner here. Where does your big attitude come from? Li Shu laughed. Even imprisoned, killing you would be but a moment's thought, the dog said. Those words sound familiar. There was once someone called the Unparalleled King who told me the same thing, and now it obediently listens to my commands, Li Shu said with a squinting smile. Unparalleled King? Which unparalleled king? The dog asked in a slightly surprised and peculiar tone. Seeing a spark of hope, Li Shu feigned disdain and said, that self-proclaimed supreme, whatever unparalleled king, just like you. Nonsense, don't compare me with that idiot, the dog said, scrutinizing Li Shu with disbelief. Although that idiot lacks brains, killing a tiny carbon-based being like you is effortless. Are you spouting nonsense and thinking I won't dare to kill you? Li Shu observed and knew the dog had some fear of the unparalleled king, so he laughed. No matter how powerful it is, it still has to obey my commands and dare not show the slightest disrespect. Impossible, with your little ability, you are not even close to those outside. How could you have the authority to command the unparalleled king? The dog refused to believe Li Shu's bluff. What skills I have don't matter. What matters is it insists on obeying me. What can I do? Li Shu glanced at the dog and asked, and who might you be? I am the great celestial king. Ever heard of me from the unparalleled king? The dog asked. Your names are impressive, but I haven't seen any real skills. Li Shu laughed. No skills? If it wasn't for you knowing the name of the unparalleled king, you would already be dead. Tell me, how do you know the unparalleled king? And if I detect any lies, I'll swallow you alive, the great celestial king snorted. Are you all brothers? You even talk alike. That unparalleled king had a similar tone, but after seeing a medallion on me, it got scared and insisted on becoming sworn brothers. Li Shu blurted with nonsense. Medallion? What medallion? The great celestial king suspiciously asked. Nothing much, just a medallion I picked up by chance with the Godslayer shrine written on it, Li Shu said, looking at the great celestial king. Godslayer shrine, where did you find it? Let me see. The great celestial king suddenly leaped up, standing on all fours like a real dog, with wide eyes fixed on Li Shu. Just lying around at home, why would I carry it with me? It's quite inauspicious, Li Shu laughed. The great celestial king's eyes rolled, and after a moment it cracked a smile at Li Shu. Since you're a brother of the unparalleled king, that makes us friends too. Could you take me to your home to see that medallion? It's just a lousy medallion. If you want it, take it. I thought it was something good, but when I gave it to the unparalleled king, it refused to accept it, Li Shu said. Heh, it wouldn't dare take it. Ahem. How should I address you, brother? The great celestial king asked with a full smile. Li Shu continued, I'd be willing to take you, but as you see, there are enemies blocking me outside, and I can't go back right now. That's no problem. Once I'm free, I'll swallow your enemy whole. They're nothing, the great celestial king arrogantly said. Sounds great. When can you be freed? Li Shu asked. That's simple too. I see you have something that can break jade. Use it to smash this jade-linked ring, and I can break free to help you defeat your enemies, the great celestial king said. That sounds like a good idea, Li Shu said, moving a couple of steps toward the great celestial king as if to free it, but then stopped, standing there with furrowed brows, looking at the great celestial king without speaking. Brother, what's wrong? Is there any concern? Don't worry. Once I'm free, I'll swallow your enemy as easily as a snack, the great celestial king hurriedly said. I'm not worried about that. I just fear that if I free you now, and you decide to turn your back on me, what should I do? I don't have the medallion with me. I can't fight you, Li Shu pretended to struggle. 57.3, Chapter 57.3, 242, Great Celestial King, 2. How could I, the Great Celestial King, be someone who forgets kindness? You saved me from trouble, so you're my benefactor. I can't thank you enough, let alone harm you. Moreover, you're the brother of the unparalleled king. In the future, I still want to visit the Godslayer shrine with you, the Great Celestial King quickly said. That's easy to say. Initially, the unparalleled king also said the same thing, but then turned around wanting to bite me. If I didn't have the plaque, I'd probably be dead by now. Being a good person is tough. Li Shu shook his head and sighed. Don't compare me with that fool. The great celestial king was extremely frustrated. Li Shu now could be sure that this guy couldn't break free from the jade-linked rings on his own. As long as Li Shu didn't break the rings, he figured it couldn't do much to him. If it had any means to kill him, it wouldn't be wasting its breath with so much nonsense. Li Shu sat down against the wall to rest. No matter what the great celestial king said, Li Shu only expressed difficulties and refused to break the jade-linked rings. The great celestial king saw that Li Shu wasn't that easy to coax, so he rolled his eyes and chuckled. To show my sincerity, you can first lure your enemy here, and I'll swallow him for you, so you won't have anything to worry about. That's indeed a good idea. Li Shu looked out from the cave entrance and didn't see any sign of Bai Wanli, not even Li Qingyi outside. Li Shu sneered inwardly, knowing Bai Wanli hadn't left, and figured Li Qingyi was probably controlled by him as well. Vice President Bai, it's rather windy outside. It's better not to hide and come in so we can talk. Li Shu shouted outside a few times, but there was no response, as if they had truly left. Li Shu didn't believe it at all. Since Bai Wanli didn't make a sound, he stopped calling and started examining the things inside this grand hall. Earlier, Li Shu noticed that on the wall holding the great celestial king, many demon texts were inscribed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was some type of light condensation technique. What is the name of the light condensation technique carved on that wall? How did it get carved here? Li Shu looked it over but couldn't discover the name of the light condensation technique, which struck him as odd. You actually understand demon text? The great celestial king's eyes lit up, staring at Li Shu with some excitement. I understand it a bit, Li Shu replied. It's great that you understand demon text. Can you translate what is written here for me? The great celestial king hurriedly said. You're a demon spirit and don't understand demon text? Li Shu asked with a bit of skepticism. Why should I understand demon text? That broken demon text was invented by the people of the demon kingdom, not me. Why would I understand it? The great celestial king replied angrily. People of the demon kingdom? Are the people you mentioned from the demon kingdom humans like me? Li Shu suddenly realized that what had always been referred to as the demon kingdom didn't seem to point to the demon spirit realm. More or less, the people of the demon kingdom, like you, are carbon-based life forms. They're just much stronger than you Earth humans, but compared to us, they're still considered low-level beings, only capable of making some flashy nonsense, said the great celestial king. Only then did Li Shu understand that the demon kingdom might indeed have been a realm established by humans, though those humans seemed different from Earthlings. This says light condensation technique. Li Shu told the great celestial king, I know it's a light condensation technique. What I meant was for you to translate the light condensation technique for me, the great celestial king hurriedly said. My level in demon text is average, and this light condensation technique is somewhat profound. I'm not sure if I can translate it accurately. Do you know the origin of this thing? If the background is known, the translation accuracy could be higher. Li Shu planned to first figure out where this light condensation technique came from and who inscribed it. Upon hearing this, the great celestial king said, This light condensation technique is something I observed at a large hall in Celestial Gate City and then recorded here on the wall. What kind of grand hall was that? Li Shu asked again. There are so many grand halls in Celestial Gate City, how would I know which one it was? The great celestial king clearly wasn't willing to say. Though it was a literate creature, it actually went out of its way to remember these demon texts it couldn't understand and knew it was a light condensation technique, indicating it knew its value. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bothered to remember it and even engraved it on the jade wall, further accentuating the importance of this light condensation technique. Alright, let me try then. Don't blame me if I translate it wrong. Li Shu looked at the demon text on the wall and translated it word for word. Of course, Li Shu didn't translate it entirely correctly, occasionally replacing with seemingly related but incorrect meanings, mostly sticking to the accurate translation, only introducing some slight ambiguities in certain places. The great celestial king listened and furrowed his brows. What about Dark Gate? You should be saying Jade Gate, right? In demon text, the characters for Dark and Jade are represented by the same symbol. Only by considering the context and background can the exact meaning be determined. Since I don't know the origin or background of this light condensation technique, I can only literally translate it, Li Shu said helplessly. The great celestial king pondered silently. It knew this kind of translation wasn't viable. Missteps with this could cause significant problems. After contemplating for a moment, the great celestial king spoke again. I recall hearing other demon spirits say that the grand hall inscribed with these demon texts might have been the residence of an ancient emperor of Celestial Gate City. The demon texts engraved there might have been from the light condensation technique practiced by that emperor. However, Celestial Gate City has long been in ruins, its inhabitants vanished, and the emperor himself missing. Whether that grand hall was indeed the emperor's residence, and whether that light condensation technique was indeed the one practiced by the emperor, I have no way of knowing. 1574, Chapter 5074, 242, Great Celestial King 3. In the legends, what is the origin of the Heavenly Emperor? Li Shu asked again. It's just said that the Heavenly Emperor of Celestial Gate City was once the ruler of the Demon Kingdom, but later something happened. The Demon Kingdom fell apart, the Heavenly Emperor vanished, and Celestial Gate City became a ruin, turning into a forbidden zone for the living. The Great Celestial King explained the origin of Celestial Gate City. So it turns out that Celestial Gate City was once the capital of the Demon Kingdom. No wonder it's so mysteriously strange, Li Shu said while examining the light condensation technique. With what you've said, I've understood a lot more. Some of the previous translations were incorrect. Let me translate it for you again. By the way, how did you get trapped here? It was that one in the Great Emperor Hall. The Great Celestial King seemed to realize he slipped up and immediately stopped talking. Li Shu didn't mind, as if he hadn't heard, and continued translating the inscriptions of the light condensation technique for the Great Celestial King. Li Shu discovered that the light veins condensed by this condensation light technique only numbered 12, 2 fewer than the Zebu Yuqian's strange force supernatural technique, which made him somewhat puzzled. According to the Great Celestial King's statement, this was the highest light condensation technique cultivated by the top ruler of the Demon Kingdom, and it should be the strongest light condensation technique in the Demon Kingdom. But this light condensation technique could only condense 12 light veins, 2 fewer than the Zebu Yuqian's strange force supernatural technique, and didn't seem as powerful. Moreover, Li Shu also found that the 12 light veins condensed by this light condensation technique overlapped with those in the Zibu Yuqian's strange force supernatural technique. That is to say, except for the 2 additional light veins in the Zibu Yuqian's strange force supernatural technique, the rest is almost the same as this light condensation technique, which can be said to be nearly identical. After Li Shu retranslated, the Great Celestial King listened increasingly convinced that it was correct, nodding repeatedly. After Li Shu finished translating, the Great Celestial King pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Wait a moment, I have some more light condensation techniques here. Translate them for me as well," the Great Celestial King said, extending his claw and carving on the adjacent wall. Its claws could actually carve words into the jade wall effortlessly, while Bai Wanli used all his strength and couldn't damage these jade bricks, demonstrating that the Great Celestial King's power indeed surpassed Bai Wanli. The Great Celestial King carved many more demon texts, and after Li Shu carefully examined them, he found that this was indeed another light condensation technique. But unlike the previous one, this light condensation technique's light veins did not correspond to any in the Zibu Yuqian Strange Force Supernatural technique. However, this light condensation technique also condensed 12 light veins, of which 8 corresponded to the 8 light veins of Buddha Light's universal illumination. Li Shu immediately realized a problem. These 2 light condensation techniques should be a complete set of light condensation techniques. The first half corresponded to the red light vein map on the evil spirit token, and this second half corresponded to the blue light vein map on the evil spirit token, meaning that if combined, they could condense 24 light veins. But it seemed that there was a part missing between the 2 that could not be connected to form a complete light condensation technique. This big dog is still holding back, Li Shu guessed privately while continuing to translate. Most of what he translated was correct, with only a few omissions that were hard to detect. The Great Celestial King indeed did not notice the discrepancies, praising Li Shu's translation. After Li Shu finished translating, he didn't say anything more and went to the entrance of the cave to look out, still not seeing Bai Wanli's figure. Li Shu adhered to his judgment and still did not leave the cave through the entrance. "Brother, talents like you are rare in the Demon Kingdom. No wonder the unparalleled king agreed to become your blood brother. If you are willing, how about we also become sworn brothers?" the Great Celestial King proposed. Let's forget it. Li Shu wasn't interested in becoming sworn brothers with this big dog. This guy probably wanted Li Shu to help it escape. If they became sworn brothers, it would be hard to refuse. Hearing this, the Great Celestial King angrily said, "In the Demon Kingdom, my reputation is illustrious. Ask around. Who in heaven or earth doesn't know the name of the Great Celestial King? Is becoming your sworn brother wronging you?" Li Shu laughed. "If you want to become sworn brothers, then wait until you're freed." "Haha, that's fine. Then please, brother, help me escape," the Great Celestial King exclaimed excitedly. "When did I ever say I'd help you escape?" Li Shu said lightly. The smile on the Great Celestial King's face froze. "Didn't you say to wait until I'm free to become sworn brothers?" "Yes, once you've escaped on your own, if you're still willing, we can become sworn brothers," Li Shu replied. The Great Celestial King was immediately furious, letting out a roar like a bull mixed with a lion, pouncing at Li Shu. But its neck was shackled by the jade-linked rings, preventing it from reaching, like a fierce dog tied by a chain lunging at a person. Its terrifying aura flashed, yet it couldn't leave its body, and despite being less than 10 meters from Li Shu, it couldn't do anything to him. Seeing this, Li Shu laughed and said, "Turning hostile so quickly? I just translated the demon text for you, and now you're changing your face." "Human, don't be smug. I have ways to kill you." The Great Celestial King gritted its teeth in hatred, pacing back and forth by the jade wall, suddenly seeming to think of something, and smiling as it said to Li Shu, "Brother, ultimately, there's no conflict of interest between us. You help me escape, and I'll help you kill your enemy. It's a win-win situation. There's no need to be so cautious, right? Without my help, if your enemy comes in and kills you, gets that thing from your hand, he can also help me escape. Then you can wait for him to come in and save you," Li Shu sneered. This time the Great Celestial King wasn't angry, just squinting its eyes and saying, "If you help me escape, I will give you the complete Jade Emperor scripture. It is the invincible light condensation technique that once conquered the world. If you master this scripture, you'll be invincible in the world, and becoming the new ruler of the Demon Kingdom might not be impossible." 575. Chapter 575-243. Jade Emperor Scripture. "Don't you find your statements contradictory?" Li Shu casually said as he looked at the Great Celestial King. "Where's the contradiction?" the Great Celestial King asked in confusion. "You say the people of the Demon Kingdom can't match you demon spirits, yet you also say the Emperor of the Demon Kingdom is invincible across the world, and you want their light condensation technique. Isn't that contradictory?" Li Shu said. "Not at all contradictory," the Great Celestial King replied. "Before the people of the Demon Kingdom established it, our demon spirit ancestors were born and nurtured by nature, relying on their own evolution. Those with good talent evolved strongly, those with poor talent evolved weakly. They had no such flashy things as the light condensation technique. It's the Demon Kingdom folks who created these things, allowing those poorly gifted demon spirits and people of the Demon Kingdom to also gather considerable numbers of light veins. Previously, people of the Demon Kingdom were nothing, possessing no talent for gathering light veins at all. It is by relying on the light condensation technique that ordinary people of the Demon Kingdom can gather several light veins, even capable of gathering 12 light veins like the Radiant Demon Spirit. The Emperor's Jade Emperor scripture can gather an unimaginable 24 light veins, a terrifying number only legendary demon spirits could reach. So, the light condensation technique was invented by the people of the Demon Kingdom. With such capabilities, shouldn't you demon spirits reflect on your own shortcomings? Li Shu laughed. Reflect on what? The people of the Demon Kingdom were only able to research the light condensation technique by doing research on demon spirits, having killed countless demon spirits. They deserve to be exterminated, the great celestial king said contemptuously. All right then, let's not talk about this. What exactly is the complete Jade Emperor scripture? Li Shu was quite interested in this Jade Emperor scripture. The Jade Emperor scriptures gathers 24 light veins, claiming to be invincible worldwide, by which the Demon Kingdom was established. However, on the Evil Spirit token, there are more than 24 light veins. If one could indeed create a kind of light condensation technique and gather all those light veins, what an invincible presence that would be. The Emperor was able to create a light condensation technique for the people of the Demon Kingdom, giving them the capital to contend with the demon spirits. Then why couldn't Li Shu go a step further, lowering the threshold of the light condensation technique while raising its upper limit? The Silent Divine Power formula has 14 light veins. Although it seems not as many as the 24 light veins of the Jade Emperor scripture, the Silent Divine Power formula only gathers the 14 light veins on the red light vein map. According to the Jade Emperor scripture method, it's actually possible to gather 14 light veins on the blue light vein map corresponding to the red light vein map. In this calculation, the Silent Divine Power formula could gather 28 light veins, even stronger than the Jade Emperor scripture. Of course, to achieve this effect, one must first understand how the Jade Emperor scriptures manages to simultaneously gather the light veins on both the red and blue light vein maps. This should be the core secret technique of the Jade Emperor scripture. The light condensation technique Li Shu had seen before could only gather one kind of light vein from either the red or blue light vein maps. He had never seen such a light condensation technique capable of gathering both kinds of light veins at once. Help me shatter the jade-linked rings, and I'll give you the complete Jade Emperor scripture, the great celestial king said coldly. Your power far exceeds mine. If I help you escape and you don't give me the Jade Emperor scripture, there's nothing I can do about it, right? Li Shu said. If you take the Jade Emperor scripture and run, there's nothing I can do about that, the great celestial king said. Where would I run to? There are enemies blocking the door outside. I still need to rely on your power, great celestial king, to help me kill enemies, don't you think? Li Shu laughed. That's true. I can give you the Jade Emperor scripture first, but you must take a blood oath. If you take the Jade Emperor scripture and don't help me shatter the jade-linked rings, then you'll immediately die a horrible death. The great celestial king pondered for a moment and then said, I, Li Shu, swear that if I take the Jade Emperor scripture and do not shatter the jade-linked rings, then let me die a horrible death. Li Shu immediately raised his hand and swore. What you swear is nonsense. Without a blood oath, your vow is worthless, the great celestial king said disdainfully. What counts as a blood oath? Li Shu immediately realized that what the great celestial king referred to as a blood oath was an actual binding contract, not just an empty verbal promise. The great celestial king opened his mouth and spat out a bead, crystal clear as snow and about the size of a fist. The bead floated in the air, drifting to Li Shu's front. The great celestial king said, Drip a drop of your blood onto it, and then swear according to my method. That is a true blood oath. After hearing the great celestial king's method, Li Shu secretly sneered, This is not a blood oath at all. It's clearly just like the blood seal stone, a way to control a person's life and death. If I do as this great celestial king says, whether or not I help him shatter the jade-linked rings, my life would already be in his hands. This guy appears straightforward, but is actually extremely insidious and cunning. Li Shu said without showing any sign, All right, then I'll make a blood oath according to your method. As he spoke, Li Shu dripped a drop of his blood onto the bead, then swore as per the great celestial king's method. This kind of blood oath by the great celestial king was identical to the method of controlling people with the blood seal stone. Li Shu already had a way to break it. While in the longevity hall, Li Shu had tested it, and the blood seal stone couldn't control him. Naturally, the great celestial king couldn't control him either. 576, chapter 576, 243, Jade Emperor Scripture 2. Seeing that Li Shu actually did exactly as he said, the great celestial king was overjoyed, knowing that his chance to escape had finally come. After Li Shu followed the great celestial king's instructions, the great celestial king, who was truly cunning and deep-minded, though he knew he had mastered Li Shu's life and death, remained completely calm and actually wrote out the remaining content of the Jade Emperor Scripture. The great celestial king wrote for Li Shu to see, and also wanted Li Shu to translate it for him. Li Shu read and translated as he went along, also memorizing the remaining content. After reading the rest of the Jade Emperor scripture, Li Shu suddenly realized that the red light vein map and the blue light vein map were interconnected. To condense both the red and blue light veins simultaneously, one must combine the two light condensation techniques and practice them together. Among them, a key point is that between the inner and outer light veins, there is a connecting hub. One must first clear this hub and connect the inner and outer ends of the light veins to achieve the goal of simultaneously condensing both kinds of light veins. The location of this hub and the method to clear it is the core secret of the Jade Emperor scripture. With this, one can condense those 24 light veins that even the radiant demon spirit finds difficult to condense. After hearing Li Shu's translation, the great celestial king also realized the problem and was immediately overjoyed. Indeed, you are quite talented. The complete Jade Emperor scripture has been given to you. Now, help me break the jade-linked rings, the great celestial king said. Li Shu had another plan in mind. Without waiting for the great celestial king to threaten him with the blood oath technique, he picked up the spiritual mace and walked beside the great celestial king. After activating the spiritual mace, he smashed it down onto the jade-linked rings. Bang! With just one blow, the jade-linked rings that bound the great celestial king were directly shattered by the spiritual mace, whose destructive power was unimaginable. Li Shu had no idea what kind of existence the owner of this spiritual mace was. The spiritual mace could easily shatter the jade-linked rings, which even the great celestial king couldn't break. Yet, such a treasure was not bonded, and its owner had merely inserted it into the ancient tree at Good Luck Slope. Li Shu couldn't understand the reasoning behind this. The great celestial king was somewhat surprised to see Li Shu so straightforwardly shatter the jade-linked rings. He had originally planned to use the blood oath technique to make Li Shu suffer a bit. Now free, the great celestial king was overjoyed in body and mind, even finding Li Shu more pleasing to the eye, as he stretched his body and let out a roar towards the sky, shaking the hall. After a long time, the great celestial king ceased roaring, looked down at Li Shu and said, "You kept your promise. Follow me, and you won't lack benefits. Now take me to see that God-Slayer shrine of yours. I can even give it to you, but my enemy is blocking me outside." "I need to deal with him first," Li Shu said. Li Shu knew that just like the unparalleled king, the great celestial king also coveted the God-Slayer shrine. Plus, the great celestial king thought he controlled Li Shu's life, so he wouldn't do anything to him for the time being. Li Shu could use the great celestial king to his advantage to escape. The great celestial king, hearing this, dismissively said, "Just a mere human, I could swallow him whole. Just follow me." As he spoke, the great celestial king walked directly to the hole Li Shu had smashed, his claws imbued with strange demonic light, tearing apart all the walls around the hole. The entire wall collapsed as he walked out with his head held high. "You go out first and lure him out, lest he gets scared off by me." The great celestial king was very cunning and did not walk out of the hall directly, instead speaking to Li Shu. Li Shu gladly responded and walked alone out of the outer hall, onto the street outside. Pretending to be cautious, Li Shu walked along the wall. After not going far, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Young man, you really have no patience. Couldn't wait to come out so soon?" Li Shu turned around and saw Bai Wanli blocking his retreat to the hall, with one hand still clutching Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi's mouth wasn't covered, but it seemed she couldn't open it to speak. She just kept winking at Li Shu, signaling for him to run. However, Li Shu had no intention of escaping. Looking at Bai Wanli, he said, "Vice President Bai, it's better to resolve enmity than prolonging it. Why must you kill me? You're on the brink of death and still so talkative." Bai Wanli pushed Li Qingyi to the side and, like a ghost, rushed towards Li Shu, reaching for his neck with a speed so fast that Li Shu barely had time to react. Li Shu quickly retreated, his gaze locked onto the space behind Bai Wanli. Bai Wanli seemed to sense something and immediately turned to look, only to be horrified by a large white dog with its mouth wide open, attempting to bite his head. Bai Wanli shot both hands forward, unleashing terrifying light energy at the great celestial king, who retaliated by spewing forth volcano-like demonic light from his mouth. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion of light energy sent Li Shu flying, rolling him across the ground until he finally stopped. The power of the light base level is terrifying. Li Shu got up, glanced at his scholar's robe, which had been shredded in many places by the shockwave, and looked around. Soon he discovered Li Qingyi, who had been blown to the other side by the shockwave. The indestructible ice armor Li Qingyi wore was much stronger in defense than his scholar's robe, and she seemed uninjured. 577, Chapter 577, 243, Jade Emperor Scripture, 3. But for some reason, Li Qingyi couldn't get up after falling to the ground, possibly immobilized by Bai Wanli. Taking advantage of Bai Wanli and the great celestial king's battle, Li Shu rushed over, picked up Li Qingyi from the ground, and started running. He deliberately exposed a flaw for Bai Wanli to see, setting the stage for Bai Wanli and the great celestial king to clash, allowing him to escape amidst the chaos. Previously, when Bai Wanli was chasing him, he could disregard Li Qingyi because he knew Bai Wanli wouldn't harm her. But things were different now. If the great celestial king won, who knew if he would consume Li Qingyi as well? So Li Shu could only run with Li Qingyi, but he didn't get far, instead turning a corner to hide behind a wall of a collapsed palace, watching the battle from a distance. Over there, bursts of light energy collided repeatedly, akin to the power of a small nuclear bomb. Originally, Li Shu thought that the great celestial king, claiming to be so formidable, would resolve Bai Wanli quickly. To his surprise, the man and the dog were still fighting, and judging by the intensity of the light blasts, Bai Wanli seemed not to be at a disadvantage. That big dog really boasts, making himself out to be so powerful, yet can't even handle Bai Wanli. Li Shu was rendered speechless. Seeing this situation, Li Shu didn't hesitate any longer, quickly carrying Li Qingyi as he ran. Once out of Celestial Gate City, he could extinguish the longevity lamp and return. Unexpectedly, soon after, two figures emerged from the clouded light mass ahead, with one leading being Wang Chaoxin. Is this guy indestructible? Despite Bai Wanli's heavy blow, he somehow survived, appearing unscathed, Li Shu thought as he noticed a woman behind Wang Chaoxin, who turned out to be Wan Chaochun. Wang Chaoxin and Wan Kaoxun also saw Li Shu. Wang Chaoxin glimpsed Li Shu carrying Li Qingyi, and a hint of delight appeared in his eyes. Li Shu, how dare you plot against the president's precious daughter? You can't be allowed to live. Don't worry, miss, I'll kill this shameless lowlife and save you. Wang Chaoxin's plan was to eliminate everyone except Li Qingyi. Unexpectedly, Bai Wanli, that old fox, was already at the light base level, nearly costing him his life. Now backed by Wan Kao-kun, he's even less restrained. Plus, given Li Shu's current state, killing him could be justified as protecting Li Qingyi, sparing him the need to devise an excuse. As he spoke, Wang Chaoxin raised the phoenix bow, activating the phoenix eye on his forehead, and aimed the drawn bow and arrow at Li Shu. Li Qingyi was anxious but couldn't speak. If it were just Wang Chaoxin, Li Shu might manage, but with Wan Chaochun behind, who's even scarier than Bai Wanli, Li Shu seemed bound for doom. As Wang Chaoxin prepared to release the arrow towards Li Shu, his hand clutching the arrow tail was suddenly held by another hand, easing his grip on the bowstring. Wang Chaoxin paused, turning to Wan Chaokun and said, "Auntie, this man might be a low-level trial taker, but his demon armor skill is notable. In time, he might affect our Wang family's major affairs. Best to eliminate him now." Li Qingyi wanted to speak, but couldn't open her mouth. Li Shu carried her in silence, fueling her anxiety. "Aren't you usually articulate? Why are you speechless now? Say something. Only by persuading Wan Kaioken can you survive." Wan Kaioken ignored Wang Kaioxin, heading straight toward Li Shu. Wang Kaioxin thought Wan Kaioken planned to act personally, quickly following behind her. Li Qingyi watched Wan Kaokun approach step by step, while Li Shu remained motionless, prompting urgency and anger within her. Even if words fail to sway Wan Kaokun, you should run immediately. Why stand there? Despite Wan Kaokun's reputation, she's still human. How do you know you can't escape unless you try? Soon, Wan Kaokun stood before Li Shu, reaching out to press a hand on his head. Both Wang Chaoxin and Li Qingyi presumed Wan Chaotun's seemingly light hand contained terrifying power. If it truly landed on Li Shu's head, his skull might burst like a watermelon. Wang Chaoxin thought to himself, "Auntie sure is formidable. She deserves to be the genius shaking the world from our Wang family." Facing her, Li Shu can only await obedient demise. Li Qingyi's eyes reddened. Damn Wan Kaokun to be so strong, using some method to immobilize Li Shu, leaving him no chance to escape. I shouldn't have brought him, now it's costing him his life. As both harbored thoughts, Wan Kaokun's hand was already on Li Shu's head. But contrary to expectations of brain-busting, she merely ruffled Li Shu's hair, smiling as she said, "Little Shu, why don't you visit your sister upon coming to Celestial Gate? Is my sister not worth your time?" Little Shu, sister. In an instant, Li Qingyi and Wang Chaoxin both seemed petrified. "Sister Chun, I wanted to see you, just hadn't had the chance," Li Shu smiled. "That's all right. If you don't visit your sister, she'll come to you," Wan Kaotun said, gesturing to Wang Kaochin behind her. "Shin, come meet my fourth sworn brother Li Shu, your fourth grandfather." Li Qingyi watched Li Shu and Wan Kaotun with a complex expression, momentarily unsure of her feelings, blending surprise, confusion, and other emotions into an unclassifiable expression. Fourth, grandfather, Wang Chaoxin's expression turned even more intricate, his facial muscles twitching as if he found eating a fly less distressing. 1578. Chapter 5078, 24-4, Life-Taking Needle. "It's all family here. No need to be so formal. Sister Chun, can you help me look at her? Bai Wanli used some method to restrain her, and she can't move." Li Shu put Li Qingyi down and said with a smile, "Young people are shy. Once you've spent more time together, it'll get better." Wan Kao-kun said casually, seeing Wan Kao-sin standing silent, and cast a beam of light on Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi, who originally couldn't move, immediately regained her freedom and bowed to Wan Kao-kun, saying, "Thank you, Sister Chun, for your help." By generation, Li Qingyi should call Wan Kao-kun auntie like Wan Kao-sin, but seeing Li Shu call her Sister Chun, she immediately followed suit. Li Qingyi understood well that women, especially beautiful ones, dislike being called old. As expected, Wan Keo-kun smiled happily. "No need to be so polite, miss. You should come and play with sister often." "Then, Sister Chun, you shouldn't call me miss either." "It sounds awkward. You can just call me Qingyi or Xiao Yi," Li Qingyi said. "All right then, sister will boldly call you Xiao Yi." The two kept calling each other sister and sister, which left Wan Shaoxin feeling quite uncomfortable, as if every call of sister from Li Qingyi was pulling him out of a coffin for a thrashing. "What's the situation over there?" Wan Keo-kun asked, looking at the rolling clouds in the distance, from where sounds of light energy clashes and explosions sometimes echoed. Li Shu briefly recounted how he was forced into the Great Hall and the encounters with the Great Celestial King within. "That Bai Wanli dared to hurt our Shaoxin and chase after you, my brother. Such a crime deserves death," Wan Keo-kun said with a smile, but it made the three of them feel a shiver in their hearts. With Wan Keo-kun leading, the four approached the battlefield where Bai Wanli and the Great Celestial King fought, seeing Bai Wanli and the Great Celestial King constantly leaping and clashing on buildings from afar. With each collision of beams of light, energy exploded into light bursts, like small suns blooming in the clouds. A 9-vein light base, Bai Wanli is quite capable, no wonder he's the vice president. Over the decades I've been away, Changsheng Tian has produced quite a few talents. Wan Kaioken watched for a while and nodded slightly. Bai Wanli is a 9-vein light base? Wan Kaosin was somewhat surprised, initially thinking Bai Wanli might be light base level, but not at such a high level, yet unexpectedly he's a 9-vein expert. 9-vein light base isn't all that remarkable. That big white dog is a 12-vein light base and much stronger than Bai Wanli. However, Bai Wanli is proficient in various stances, far more than the big white dog. The big white dog, although stronger, doesn't gain the upper hand. Wan Kaiokun said casually. What are stances? Li Shu asked with some confusion. Stances are the methods of releasing light energy, similar to how an ordinary person throws a punch. Someone who doesn't understand punching can only rely on instinct, with difficulty controlling the speed and force. But one who knows boxing can control their body movements to maximize the use of force. In short, stances are the means of converting light vein energy. The same light energy, the higher the stance level, the better the conversion rate and the stronger the destructive power. The big white dog only has a few innate stances, whereas Bai Wanli has learned many stances and has various methods of controlling light vein energy, which the big white dog can't match. However, the big white dog's 12 light veins have a much stronger foundation than Bai Wanli. As long as it isn't hit in a vital spot, Bai Wanli's attacks aren't very threatening. But if Bai Wanli gets hit by the big white dog, even if not a vital spot, it will still be severely injured. So, stances are essentially skills? Li Shu pondered. Somewhat different. Some skills require special talents and identity structure to complete, but stances are methods of using light vein energy. If you know the techniques and methods, anyone can do it. In contrast, those super spirit skills are impossible to learn without special talent and body structure. Wan Keo-kun explained. Does the light base level need super spirit skills? Li Shu was somewhat unclear about the relationship between light base level and super spirit. Of course, super spirit state is essentially an incomplete light base level power. Super spirit skills and light base level skills are the same, more simple and easy to use. However, super spirit skills are rare, unlike stances that can be learned and can only be obtained through skill rings. Wan Keo-kun laughed. If you're interested, I can explain it in detail later. Now let me first deal with that demonic spirit. Why not wait until the demonic spirit finishes off Bai Wanli and then take care of it? Wan Shaoxin suggested. No need for that trouble. Wan Shaokun spoke, her delicate jade hand flipped, thumb and middle finger clasped, suddenly flicking out a thin needle-like demonic light. The demonic light instantly pierced the body of the great celestial king, whose body suddenly seemed frozen, standing trembling and twitching, unable to move. Bai Wanli saw the great celestial king like this, first stunned, then looked over here, seeing Wan Kaiokun, and his expression changed dramatically, turning and leaping to escape. While Bai Wanli was midair, the fine needle-like demonic light flashed again. Bai Wanli roared, gathering the terrifying demon-slaying seal in his palm, with dazzling demonic light, striking toward the thread-like demonic light needle. 1579, Chapter 59, 244 Life. Taking Needle 2, The Demon. Slaying seal clashed with the demon light needle, and the radiant palm seal was directly pierced through by the demon light needle, which penetrated Bai Wanli's palm, piercing through the iron shell-like glove, and disappeared inside his palm. Bai Wanli's robust body immediately transformed into a motionless puppet, falling from the air and landing heavily on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to control his body no matter how hard he tried. Bai Wanli convulsed on the ground, his muscles twitching as the skeletal shell automatically retracted, gathering on his palm to form a glove, while his body muscles bulged out rapidly, quickly transforming him back into the previously corpulent, fleshy figure. Li Shu and the others were dumbstruck, seeing how a light-based level like Bai Wanli and the Great Celestial King were resolved with merely 2 demon light needles, which was truly hard to believe. Could it be that all 4 families fear Wan Kaiokun to such an extent? Wan Kaiokun's strength is truly terrifying, Li Shu thought to himself. Wan Kao-kun led a few others to Bai Wanli's side and said, Bai Wanli, do you have any last words to leave? Bai Wanli, convulsing on the ground, said, I showed mercy with that palm seal, or else how would Wan Kao-sin be alive to see you? Is it really necessary to kill me? You injured my grandson, so you were already bound to die. You even wanted to kill my fourth brother. Tell me, should you not die? Wan Kao-kun said indifferently. Fourth brother? Who's your fourth brother? Bai Wanli asked, looking confused. Li Shu is my fourth brother, Wan Kao-kun said. Bai Wanli smiled bitterly and said, Li Shu has the surname Li. You have the surname Wan Chao. How the hell would I know? Li Shu is your fourth brother. Crime is crime. Whether known or not, committing a crime means death. Wan Kao-kun said, To see the peerless super spirit skill life-taking needle before my death makes my death less in vain, Bai Wanli lamented with a grim smile. Yet a good death is not as good as lazy living. I have an object. Might I ransom my pathetic life with it? What object? Wan Kao-kun asked. The Grand Elder died in battle within the Celestial Gate. Do you know the real reason? Bai Wanli said. Wasn't it to stop a terrifying demon spirit from breaking out of the gate? Li Qingyi said. That is not incorrect, but why did the demon spirit want to break out of the gate? While demon spirits have occasionally broken out over the years, one as terrifying as that generally wouldn't risk everything to escape unless something happened that made it intolerable for it. Did the Grand Elder take something from Celestial Gate City? Wan Chaoshin's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Bai Wanli and asked, Yes, the Grand Elder took an item. I don't know what it does, but the object was something the Grand Elder risked his life to take from within Celestial Gate City. Of course, if he had only wanted to take the object out, he wouldn't have needed to die. But it was his duty. The demon spirit chased relentlessly, and he couldn't allow it to break out, resulting in a desperate battle where he heavily injured it and forced it back into Celestial Gate City. But he was grievously injured himself and died shortly after returning to the Eternal Heaven, only managing to tell a few words to those on patrol before he passed. Pausing, Bai Wanli continued, The patrolman happened to have some connection with me. I was the first to see the Grand Elder's corpse, and I immediately recognized the object as unusual, so I secretly kept it. Now the object is in my residence. Though till now I still do not know what it is for, an object the Grand Elder fought to protect might be something you need. You are rather eloquent. Why not just say the object relates to breaking through the light-based level? Wan Kao-kun said coolly. That's precisely its purpose, Bai Wanli said. Very well, we'll spare your life. Go on. Wan Kao-kun glanced at Bai Wanli and said casually. Still convulsing and unable to move moments ago, Bai Wanli suddenly regained mobility, bowed to Wan Kao-kun, and walked away without looking back. Little Ant, we're just letting him go like that? If he reveals my killing of Su Bancheng and Han Mingshou, the Li family and the Han family won't take it lying down. Wan Chaoxin frowned and said, He won't dare. My life-taking needle is in him, and no one but me can remove it. Wan Kao-kun said as she looked at the great celestial king beside her, You can't kill me. The big white dog glared at Li Shu and said fiercely, He took my blood contract. If you kill me, I'll take him down with me. Wan Kao-kun looked at Li Shu, who smiled and said, Sister Chun, could you hand it over to me? I have some questions to ask it. Of course, take your time questioning it. The life-taking needle will claim its life in 12 hours. Wan Kao-kun said before pulling Li Qingyi along. Qingyi, let's go sit in the 10,000 flowers garden for a while. After Wan Kao-chun led Li Qingyi and Wan Kao-chin away, Li Shu looked at the big white dog and said, Before you die, can you tell me the origin of the Godslayer Shrine? If I die, you won't live either. What I taught you wasn't a blood contract, but a blood oath. Your life hangs on my whim. If you want to live, get that woman to remove what's in me immediately. The great celestial king continued to act arrogantly. You can try and see if your blood oath works on me, Li Shu said calmly. 580, chapter 580, 244 Life. The great celestial king's expression slightly changed, yet he still muttered something incredulously, staring intently at Li Shu. However, Li Shu showed no reaction, still smiling as he looked at him. The great celestial king's face turned exceedingly grim, and he wailed, You knew it was a blood pact from the beginning? What do you think? Li Shu replied expressionlessly. I accept my defeat, the great celestial king sighed. I no longer ask for you to spare my life, but if you want to know the origin of the Godslayer Shrine, I have one condition. I can't save your life, Li Shu shook his head. He didn't necessarily need to know the origin of the Godslayer Shrine immediately, but leaving the great celestial king's life would make it too dangerous if he ever returned to the Celestial Gate in the future. I've already said, I won't ask you to save my life. The great celestial king paused and continued, Nor does that woman need to take my life. I will die myself. But before I die, I will have a child, and I need you to help raise it. You want to bear a child? Li Shu stared blankly at the great celestial king. He always thought the great celestial king was a male dog. How could he bear a child? He couldn't help but look at the great celestial king's belly, but it was covered in thick white curls, so he couldn't see anything. What are you looking at? Can't I bear a child? The great celestial king barked in anger when he noticed Li Shu's gaze. Ahem, of course you can, but aren't you afraid I'll break my promise? Li Shu asked with interest, watching the great celestial king. I have no other way, even if you don't agree, I can only do this. Whether it's you or the demonic spirits in the Celestial Gate City, they could kill my child. Only by taking it out of the Celestial Gate City would it have a slim chance of survival. I can only gamble, there's no other choice, the great Celestial King sighed. Even if I agree, the newborn demonic spirit is so weak, how can it withstand the obstruction of forbidden force outside? Li Shu pondered. It's precisely because it's newly born and extremely fragile, otherwise it couldn't leave either. This is the only chance. The great Celestial King stared at Li Shu and asked, "Do you agree or not?" "All right, I agree with you," Li Shu said. Seeing Li Shu agree, the great Celestial King closed his eyes and strange light veins gradually appeared all over his body, shining on him like constellations. I heard from my ancestors that when the Demon Kingdom was at its most glorious, people were sent to Longevity Island in the 3 major forbidden zones to seek the longevity technique, the great Celestial King said with his eyes closed. Wasn't it the 4 major forbidden zones? Li Shu asked. At that time, the Celestial Gate wasn't a forbidden zone, the great Celestial King answered. Continue, Li Shu nodded. The great Celestial King slowly recounted a story where, at its peak, the Demon Kingdom sent many strong warriors to Longevity Island, but countless men never returned. Only one returned, bringing back 2 tokens, one of which was the Godslayer Shrine. Legend has it that by engraving one's name on this token, one could obtain an undying body. The person who returned engraved his own name on one of the tokens and offered the other to the then Demon Country Celestial Emperor. The Godslayer Shrine was the token that person kept for himself. Afterward, he went on a rampage across the Demon Kingdom, truly gaining an undying body, killing tirelessly to expand the kingdom's borders. Later, for unknown reasons, that person suddenly disappeared, and the Godslayer Shrine went missing as well. Subsequently, the Demon Kingdom rapidly declined for some unknown reason. Even the Celestial Emperor disappeared, causing the Demon Kingdom to collapse entirely. So, that person is the god of slaughter. He had already engraved his name on the token. What use do you have for the token? Li Shu pondered. As long as the name on the token can be erased and your own name engraved, it should be the same, the great Celestial King said. If it's possible to erase the name on the token? Li Shu asked eagerly. The issue with the Godslayer Shrine had been bothering Li Shu for a long time. Even if it wasn't for the power of eternal life, solving the Godslayer Shrine problem would still be worthwhile. I don't know, I only heard it might be possible to do so. The specific method is unknown to me, but I think with enough power, the name on the token could be erased directly. The great Celestial King's voice grew weaker, but the light veins on his body grew brighter. 12 light veins emanated strange white light on his body like 12 twinkling constellations. The next moment, all 12 light veins suddenly disappeared, and his stomach seemed like a lamp shining brightly from the inside. Jade Emperor Scripture. Li Shu was surprised that the great Celestial King forcibly used his light vein power to unblock a knot described in the Jade Emperor Scripture. The terrifying power of the light veins converged into a single point, causing the great Celestial King's belly to grow brighter and larger, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Just when Li Shu was worried it might explode, his stomach actually burst open. Li Shu thought it was bad, turned, and ran. He didn't get far before feeling a powerful force from behind, which directly pushed his body, causing him to fly through the air. Li Shu's body twirled countless times mid-air, and after landing, he rolled a great distance. His scholar's robe looked like a rag hanging on him, basically rendered useless. Damn it, you had to give me trouble even at death's door. Just how much do you hate me? Li Shu understood that the great Celestial King didn't intend to take his life. Otherwise, his clothes wouldn't have just been torn. Li Shu climbed up from the ground, looking at the spot where the great Celestial King had been lying. There was no sign of him anymore. The jade-bricked ground had been blasted into a large pit. Upon approaching the pit, he immediately saw a pure white newborn pup within it. The newborn pup was only as big as a palm, already covered in fine white fur at birth, eyes still closed, and its 4 small paws seemed to kick aimlessly. 58.1, Chapter 58.1, 24.5 Shattered Contract Foundation. When Li Shu arrived at the 10,000 Flowers Garden, both Qing Yi and Wan Chaoxin were somewhat surprised to see the puppy in his arms. The great Celestial King is dead. This is its offspring, Li Shu roughly explained the situation. Wan Kao-kun glanced at the puppy and casually remarked, "It's good to keep it. This magical creature is considered top-notch, but you must quickly leave. Once it opens its eyes, taking it out will be difficult." "Why is it hard to take out once it opens its eyes?" Li Shu asked in confusion. Wan Kao-kun said, "The specific reason is hard to explain, like the trial gate. The stronger the creature, the harder it is to rush out. Even if they force their way out, a huge price must be paid. On the contrary, ordinary magical creatures can exit without paying much. If the puppy opens its eyes, a price must be paid. Before it opens its eyes, you basically don't need to pay any price. The reason why is unclear to everyone. Do you know when it will be able to open its eyes?" Li Shu looked at the puppy sleeping soundly in his arms and asked with a furrowed brow. Different magical creatures have varying times for opening their eyes. Some can open their eyes immediately after birth, some need a few hours or 3 to 5 days, while others take months. I can't tell what breed the great celestial king is, so it's up to its fate when it can open its eyes, Wan Keokun said. This is a bit troublesome. I still need to help Qingyi ascend to the light base, so I can't leave immediately. Li Shu thought for a moment and turned to Wan Keoksin. Ashin, are you free? Could you help me take it out first? Wan Xiaoxin's eye twitched twice upon hearing the name A Xin. Though A Xin was slightly better than Xiaoxin, he reluctantly accepted it. Before Wan Xiaoxin could speak, Wan Xiaoxin shook his head and said, if you truly want to keep it, it's best you take it out yourself. The first person a magical creature sees is of special significance. Generally, they won't harm the first person they see. Are all magical creature infants like this? Wan Kaokun's words reminded Li Shu of the magical creature in his body. If all magical creature infants are like this, Li Shu could be much more at ease. Most are like this, at least most that I know of. However, magical creatures are not abundant, so one can't guarantee they all follow this pattern. Wan Keokun thought for a moment and said, let it sleep a little longer. As he spoke, Wan Keokun casually conjured a demon-light needle and pierced it into the puppy's body. The puppy showed no reaction and continued to sleep soundly. Unless it suffers severe damage, it won't wake within 8 hours. You can go about your business. Wan Keokun smiled. Qingyi was eager to head to the execution platform, and after bidding Wan Keokun farewell, she headed there with Li Shu. Little Aunt, I understand why you let Bai Wanli off. Leaving the life-taking needle in him might come in handy later. But why did you form a brotherhood with Li Shu? Is he worthy? Wan Keoshin asked, puzzled. Wan Keokun sighed. Yuba and I were trapped at Good Luck Slope for decades. We saw many remarkable people, yet none could survive exiting its 3 rooms. Only fourth brother made it out alive. Do you mean he might be related to the owner of Good Luck Slope? Wan Keoksin instantly understood Wan Keokun's implication. Wan Keokun shook his head slightly. No one can say for sure if there's a connection, but he's the only one who survived, making him extraordinary. Moreover, fourth brother is not from the 4 great families and now leads the Demon Armor team. If the Wan family hopes to reclaim its former status, fourth brother might aid us. You are decisive, and if born in chaotic times, you might have the chance to change the world. But since the world hasn't changed, hold back your sharpness for now, lest you invite calamity. Little Aunt, I understand. Wan Xiaoxin nodded. Li Shu followed Qingyi to the execution platform, which was a square stage with more than 100 jade stakes of various sizes on it. In the Celestial City, other places had crystals of white jade, but these jade stakes were mostly black and red, giving off an eerie aura despite being mere objects. Later, I'll ascend the execution platform to refine the symbiotic contract using the execution pillar's power. However, my indestructible ice armor can withstand only the power of the first 4 execution pillars. If I can't ascend to the light base then, I'll need the aid of your Jedi Knight. Qingyi pointed to the first 4 jade pillars. What should I do? Li Shu asked. When I signal you, have the Jedi Knight unleash a full force strike at me, sparing no effort, Qingyi instructed solemnly. What if I accidentally kill you? Li Shu was filled with skepticism. Such a method of ascending seemed reckless. If I die, it's my fate, Qingyi replied and then laughed. Don't worry about it. I won't die so easily. Since I asked you, I am confident in the plan. 58-2, Chapter 58-2, 24-5, Shattered Contract Foundation 2. All right, I understand now, Li Shu nodded and said. Upon seeing Li Shu summon the Jedi Knight, Li Xingyi no longer hesitated and began walking toward the execution platform. As soon as Li Xingyi stepped onto the platform, her body seemed to be magnetically attracted, instantly attaching to the first jade stake. From the jade stake, raging flames erupted out of thin air, engulfing both Li Xingyi and the stake. The scarlet flames burned fiercely, distorting the surrounding air. At this moment, Li Xingyi's indestructible ice armor completely enveloped her body, even her hair was within. Under the burning flames, a faint azure light shimmered on the armor, flickering as if a bizarre phantom was painfully twisting inside. The flames on the jade stake didn't last long. Once they disappeared, Li Qingyi's body was drawn to the second jade stake, her body sticking to it exactly like before, with arms wrapped around it, unable to move. Bang! From the second jade stake, lightning emerged, greenish-blue like electric serpents winding and flickering across Li Qingyi's body, occasionally giving off thunderous sounds. The light of the indestructible ice armor flickered, yet it showed no signs of fracturing. The lightning also didn't endure for an extended period, and soon after, Li Qingyi was drawn to the third jade stake. From this stake, a transparent liquid flowed, quickly coating Li Qingyi's entire body, completely covering the indestructible ice armor. While it did not have the grand momentum of the previous stakes, seemingly just a layer of water, this time the indestructible ice armor emitted white vapor, akin to iron being corroded by strong acid. The glow on the armor dimmed significantly. Thankfully, after a while, the liquid disappeared, and Li Qingyi was drawn to the fourth jade stake. Li Shu focused, knowing this was Li Qingyi's crucial moment. Suddenly, from the top of the stake, a jade knife flew out, aiming to slash at Li Qingyi's neck, as if intending to decapitate her as she hugged the stake. Now's the time. At the instant the jade knife descended, Li Qingyi suddenly shouted loudly. Li Shu didn't dare to delay, hurriedly commanding the Jedi Knight to unleash the unrivaled national hero strike at Li Qingyi on the platform. The Jedi Knight combined its dual swords into one, gripping the hilt with both hands, slashing directly down towards Li Qingyi. The massive crescent blade light, blood-colored, seemed to slice through the air, its sonic boom in concert with the jade knife striking Li Qingyi simultaneously. Crack! The jade knife first landed on Li Qingyi's neck, leaving only a shallow mark on the indestructible ice armor. The Jedi Knight's bloodlight slash descended as well, the massive crescent blade light striking Li Qingyi's body while also hitting the jade knife. The jade knife, receiving the heavy blow, surged forward, resulting in a crisp cracking sound. It shattered the ice armor on the neck, partially slicing into Li Qingyi's flesh, causing blood to flow profusely from the cut, staining the jade stake red. Only now did Li Shu understand why these jade stakes were black and red, suspecting that these colors were due to the blood of unknown creatures that had been slaughtered on this execution platform. After the jade knife slashed, it automatically flew back, reinserting at the top of the jade stake. With the jade knife pulled away, blood spurted wildly from Li Qingyi's neck, splattering blood all over the surrounding jade platform. This time, Li Qingyi wasn't drawn to the fifth jade stake, but instead fell straight onto the jade platform. Damn, did we go too far? We'd gone and killed Li Qingyi, Li Chu mused with a strange expression. If Li Qingyi were dead, he'd be hard-pressed to explain himself. He began to consider making an escape before anyone knew Li Qingyi had died, fearing he'd face a dead end otherwise. No one would care if he was helping. His Jedi Knight had effectively aided the jade knife in killing Li Qingyi on the platform. Li Qingyi, why didn't you explain properly? Being all mysterious, thinking it's fun, huh? Now you've got yourself killed, Li Shu grumbled, but was suddenly caught off guard when he saw Li Qingyi's crushed, indestructible ice armor emitting a brilliant light. In the very next second, it completely shattered, turning into countless glowing ice particles swarming towards Li Qingyi's wound. As the ice particles infused into her, Li Qingyi's body began emitting strange radiance, and the wound at the back of her neck gradually started to heal. Li Shu watched in disbelief as Li Qingyi's body grew increasingly radiant, her skin becoming crystalline like a gemstone, no longer resembling a human but rather an ice gem statue. It turns out the process of ascending to light base is the process of symbiotic contract fusing completely with the body. Due to the fusion, the human body is no longer just a carbon-based life form, enabling the formation of the light vein that only contracts and magical spirits can create. Li Shu finally grasped the essence of ascending to light base. After a long while, the glow on Li Qingyi's body finally began to recede, and the indestructible ice armor started to recover her body. 593. Chapter 593, Chapter 593, 24-5 Shattered Contract Foundation 3. Before long, Li Qingyi's body was once again covered by the indestructible ice armor, and she walked down from the execution platform. Li Shu looked at her and said with a wry smile, "You used the Jedi Knight to shatter the symbiotic contract and fully integrate it with your body. Weren't you afraid that the Jedi Knight might go too hard and actually cut you down? Such a dangerous thing. Why didn't you explain it clearly to me first?" The first 4 punishments of the execution platform can be withstood by the indestructible ice armor, but the 5th punishment will certainly be able to cut me down, and the indestructible ice armor won't be able to block it. That is a true power that can cut down the light base, so I need to fake my death during the 4th punishment to bypass the platform's sentences. But even to fake death, the wounds must be significant enough. Otherwise, I won't deceive the platform. I need to break the symbiotic contract using the platform's power to complete fusion and upgrade, and also have to fake death to avoid the platform's punishment. If there's any mishap, it will be a disaster. If I told you the whole truth in advance, you would certainly feel psychological pressure, and would you dare to let the Jedi Knight strike with full force? Qingyi laughed and said, "You've achieved it, yet you gave me quite a scare. There are many ways to shatter the symbiotic contract. Why choose this one?" Li Shu asked puzzled. "If I only wanted to advance to the Guangji level, then finding any Guangji level expert could possibly shatter my indestructible ice armor. But after undergoing the 4 punishments of thunder, fire, water, and blade on the execution platform, my light base has acquired a peculiar attribute which will be greatly beneficial in the future. Although it was dangerous, the rewards were enormous." Li Qingyi roughly explained. "You mean to say that your light base has already absorbed attributes like thunder, fire, and water, and in the future, when you condense the light vein, you will have light energy with special attributes?" Li Chu understood roughly what Li Qingyi was saying. "That's about right, but it's not that simple. Right now, I've only allowed my light base to retain a trace of qi. Truly wanting the light vein to carry attributes will still require special light condensation techniques and special energy support to have a chance. It's just a key now. The door is open, and what can be obtained depends on one's future cultivation." Li Shu thought to himself, the reason the Guangji level can condense the light vein is that it thoroughly integrates with the symbiotic contract. If you want to condense the light vein before reaching the Guangji level, you must solve this problem. No wonder Jing Li, having practiced for so long, couldn't condense the light vein. This is where the problem lies. Li Shu thought of another problem. Shattering the symbiotic contract and fusing with oneself can only lead to a Guangji upgrade. This means he needs to shatter and fuse the evil spirit token and the forbidden spear to advance to the Guangji level. At that time, it's still a problem. He surely cannot go on the execution platform himself. Li Qingyi can play like that because her symbiotic contract is the unbreakable cold ice shield. But Li Shu's 2 symbiotic contracts have no defensive power at all. If he really went onto the execution platform, the symbiotic contracts wouldn't have shattered yet, he'd be burnt to death first. It doesn't work that way. Can you shatter your own symbiotic contract? Li Shu thought about this problem and quickly consulted Li Qingyi. If he could shatter his own symbiotic contract, he would just need to use the spiritual mace on his symbiotic contract, and then all problems would be solved. Li Qingyi laughed. Contracts have spirits too. When a symbiotic contract is shattered by external force, with the previous bond of life and death, it is willing to sacrifice itself to fully integrate with you. But if you break it yourself, do you think it would still do that? It would be good enough not to drag you into death with it. Therefore, advancing to the Guangji level requires an opportunity. It's not something you can achieve just because you want to. Cultivation is cultivation. There's no need to talk about emotions, that's quite annoying, Li Shu sighed. Li Shu felt that if money could solve a problem, why bother with emotions? Emotions are extremely expensive, with no clear price tag. Li Qingyi successfully advanced to the Guangji level, and in the future she only needs to cultivate the light condensation technique successfully to condense the light vein. Li Chu originally wanted to see Old Dao, but to be able to take the puppy out, he had to give up this time. I wonder what the good things Old Dao mentioned are. Li Chu still thought about the benefits Old Dao promised him. Returning the same way together with Li Qingyi, when they reached outside the Heavenly Gate, it was already past 11 at night, and the birthday party was definitely not going to happen. The birthday party can't be held, but if you're free, join me for a drink, and let's consider that a birthday celebration, Li Qingyi said with a smile. Having a drink with a beauty like you, I believe no man would refuse, Li Shu said, holding the puppy. Come to my place, though the party can't be held, there should still be some food and wine prepared, maybe even a cake. Li Qingyi led Li Shu to her courtyard. Li Shu always thought Li Qingyi lived in the city lord's mansion, but apparently he guessed wrong. Li Qingyi lived in a large garden by herself. Li Shu's place was called a courtyard, just a big courtyard, while Li Qingyi lived in a garden, much like a garden. Inside the courtyard, it was completely dark. Those who were originally going to celebrate Li Qingyi's birthday had left long ago, and Bai Ying, who was helping organize the birthday party, probably wasn't in the mood to wait around for Li Qingyi to return, so the garden was empty. However, on a table in the garden, there were still many buffet foods and fruits, presumably prepared by Bai Ying, but she hadn't been in the mood to eat any of it. This is probably the quietest birthday I've had since I can remember, Li Qingyi said, taking a bottle of red wine from the makeshift bar and preparing to open it with a bottle opener. Not that, let's use this, Li Shu said, pulling out a case of beer from the bar. Oh, are you trying to get me drunk? Li Qingyi asked, sitting on a stool in front of the bar, looking at Li Shu with a half smile. Li Shu didn't answer, placed the puppy on the bar, opened 2 bottles of beer, handed one to Li Qingyi, clinked bottles with her, and said with a smile, "Happy birthday." Thank you, Li Qingyi replied with a smile. As they drank heartily, the little puppy lying on the bar slowly opened its eyes. 58-4, Chapter 58-4, 246 Light Foundation Establishment. How come in such a big yard you don't even have a servant to tidy things up? Li Shu asked while munching on a lamb chop. In Longevity City, having a servant isn't a rare thing. Many people in Wansheng Town want to enter Longevity City, even if it means becoming a servant. The 4 great families have plenty of servants, and Li Qingyi is at least the sole daughter of the chairman. How come she has no servants in her garden? Li Qingyi poured herself a drink, downed it in one go, and played with her cup as she said, "When you're alone, you can do whatever you want." Why let an outsider see my embarrassing side? Let's hear it. What embarrassing things have you done? Li Shu took a bite of meat, followed by a sip of wine, genuinely feeling a bit hungry. There are countless things. What do you want to hear? I'll make something up for you on the spot, Li Qingyi said as she poured herself another glass. Forget it if you don't want to say it. What do you mean by making things up? Li Shu said. You should cherish someone willing to make up stories for you. If you were insignificant, who would waste so many brain cells to create stories for you? Li Qingyi raised her glass towards Li Shu. Don't just focus on eating, drink as well. I'm drinking, aren't I? Li Shu clinked glasses with her, and they both drank it all. As Li Qingyi was pouring wine, she said, I would love to have someone tell me stories, but unfortunately, from childhood to now, there hasn't been anyone to make up stories for me. What about your parents? Why don't you live with them? Why do you live alone in this garden? Li Chu asked. I never met my mom. I heard she died during childbirth. As for my dad, even if I lived in the city lord's mansion, I wouldn't see much of him throughout the year, so what's the difference in where I live? Li Qingyi swirled the wine in her cup and smiled. Then you're really free. Let's drink to your freedom. Li Shu clinked glasses with Li Qingyi again, and they drank it all. What about you? Do you have anyone in your family? Li Qingyi asked, looking at Li Shu. I'm an orphan, Li Shu said. Then you're freer than I am. At least I know who my parents are. You don't even know who your parents are. You're freer than I am. Come on, let's drink to freedom once more. Li Qingyi poured him another drink. No, 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 I am an orphan, but I know who my parents are. They just died, killed by a demon, so I've heard, Li Shu said. And I feel quite fortunate. Although I lost my parents, my sister has always treated me well, never letting me suffer. I'd like a brother or sister too, someone to take the blame when I'm wrong, someone to accompany me when I'm sad, someone to vent to when I'm angry. Unfortunately, I'm all alone, Li Qingyi lamented. That's simple enough. Just recognize one. I did the same with my sister, Li Shu laughed. Li Qingyi was momentarily stunned. Isn't she your real sister? She is my real sister, no one closer than my sister. She adopted me, raised me, protected me, and never let me suffer any grievances. There's no one closer than her, so she's my real sister, Li Shu said earnestly. You are really lucky. I'd also like a sister like that, Li Qingyi said sincerely. That's easy. Just acknowledge me as your brother, and I'll cover you, Li Shu chuckled. Yeah, right. More like your sister covers you, Li Qingyi rolled her eyes. Li Shu laughed. Then I'll recognize you as my sister. After all, I have many sisters. It doesn't hurt to have one more. You liar. Didn't you say you only have one real sister? Where did all these other sisters come from? Li Qingyi pouted. I'm not lying to you. I only have one real sister, but my sister says she has several sisters and a brother. Her sisters and brother are naturally my sisters and brothers too, Li Chu explained. That's an odd way of putting it. Haven't you ever met your real sister's siblings? Li Qingyi asked curiously. I've really never met them. My sister says they live quite far away, not easy to meet. She said she'd take me home to meet them when there's a chance, Li Shu said after taking a sip of wine. If you're short on sisters, I can share some with you. No, I'd rather not. They might not even accept you, let alone bringing someone else along, Li Qingyi dismissed. After all, I'm now successful and well known, and you're the young lady of Longevity City. How could they not accept us? They'd be eager for us to truly be their siblings. Why not come with me and let them be proud of my sister? Li Shu proposed, drinking wine. All right, leave it to me to make your sister proud, but you'll have to recognize me as your sister first, Li Qingyi laughed. That's not for us to decide. It depends on who is older. How old are you? A woman's age is a secret. Don't you even understand that? The two of them chatted and drank on the side. A little puppy, seeing this, drooled and got up, looking around. Seeing a wine bottle nearby, it crawled over, hubbed it, and started gnawing on it. The wine bottle toppled over, hitting the little puppy, which yelped in pain. Li Shu saw this and directly picked up the little puppy, placing it beside him, and placed a large stake in front of it, letting it gnaw on that instead. 585, Chapter 585, 246, Light Foundation Establishment, 2. The puppy sniffed with its nose, opened its mouth, and bit, but its little teeth were too short and weak. After biting for a long time, it could only take off a bit, which made Li Shu laugh heartily. This puppy just born, you want it to eat meat. Can it digest that? Li Qingyi rolled her eyes at him, brought over a cup of milk, poured it into a dish, and placed it in front of the puppy. The puppy immediately lay down in the dish and licked vigorously, its pink little tongue slurping hard. Seeing the puppy so energetic, the two continued their conversation by themselves. After the puppy finished the milk in the dish, it turned its attention to the bottle of wine it had knocked over. It crawled over wobbly, gnawed at the cap for a long time, and finally bit a crack in it. Wine seeped out, and it quickly extended its little tongue to lick. It shivered after the first lick, its little face twisting, but once it recovered, it went to lick again, with a face full of enjoyment. By the time Li Shu and Li Qingyi noticed, this little guy had already drunk more than half the bottle and was holding on to it, swaying dizzily. This puppy started drinking right after being born. It'll definitely be a drunkard in the future. Li Qingyi laughed. A drunkard is better than a man-eater, Li Shu said. Li Chongyin and Han Minghui's faces didn't look good. Ever since Bai Wanli returned, their expressions hadn't improved. Are you saying Su Bancheng and Han Mingshu were killed by that magic spirit? Li Chongyin looked at Bai Wanli and asked. Indeed, patriarchs. If it weren't for Wan Kao-kun's timely arrival, I'm afraid Wan Kao-sin and I wouldn't have come back, Bai Wanli said with a bitter face. You're certain my brother was killed by the magic spirit? Han Minghui stared coldly at Bai Wanli, her gaze like a sharp blade, as if she wanted to cut open his head to see if what Bai Wanli said was true or false. Vice President Han, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I killed them? Bai Wanli said, his face turning stern. Then what's with Li Shu? Why isn't he dead? Han Minghui asked again. Speaking of this matter, it's even more infuriating. Originally, we thought that once Wan Kao-kun arrived, Li Shu would be dead for sure. But who knew that Li Shu actually knew Wan Kao-kun, and they are even sworn siblings? I heard Wan Kao-kun call him fourth brother, and I knew things wouldn't work, so I came back, Bai Wanli said. What? Li Shu and Wan Kao-kun are sworn siblings? Both Li Changyin and Han Minghui were taken aback upon hearing this. Absolutely true. I personally heard Wan Kao-kun call Li Shu fourth brother, and Wan Kao-kun admitted it himself, Bai Wanli said. Does Wan Kao-chin know about this? Li Changyin frowned and asked. He probably doesn't. That kid was dumbfounded when he heard Wan Kao-kun call Li Shu fourth brother. I bet he's even more upset than I am, Bai Wanli said. Li Changyin looked at Han Minghui and said, Originally, we brought Wan Kao-sin into the fold to make him take the blame for killing Li Shu. We never expected Li Shu to have a connection with Wan Kao-kun. That was my oversight. Han Minghui sighed and said, "This matter can't be blamed on Patriarch Li. No one expected Li Shu to have a connection with Wan Kaiyokun. This move was wrong from the start. Now that the Wan family and Li Shu have colluded, missing this opportunity, it will be even harder to deal with them." Li Changyan also sighed. "Patriarch Li, you worry too much. Opportunities will always arise." Li Shu and Wan Chaoshan have just become commanders. As commanders, they have obligations to fulfill. If something happens while they're carrying out tasks, no one can be blamed. Han Minghui said calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Changyan smiled and said, "What tasks do you plan to assign them, Vice President Han, since you are overseeing task distribution?" Elder Dao, who guards the Tianmen, is getting on in years and has old injuries. Continuing to guard Tianmen is just a temporary measure. Stepping down is only a matter of time. Tianmen still needs someone to guard it. Since Li Shu and Wan Chaoxin have already been to Tianmen and have some understanding of it, let them succeed Elder Dao, Han Minghui said without any expression. Elder Dao won't be stepping down for a while. Is it too far in the future? Li Changyan pondered aloud. Let's have them follow Elder Dao first to familiarize themselves with the situation at Tianmen. Let Elder Dao guide them for a smooth transition, Han Minghui said, glancing at Li Changyan. I heard Elder Dao has a good relationship with you, Patriarch Li. You might need to speak to him. As long as Vice President Han can arrange for them to guard Tianmen, leave the rest to me. Li Changyan paused and then said, however, this can only proceed after Wan Chaokun returns to avoid any more trouble. Of course, Han Minghui said, then looked at Bai Wanli. Vice President Bai, I'll need your help to take me to Tianmen. I want to pay my respects to my brother. Certainly, Bai Wanli nodded. When Li Shu returned to courtyard number 7, it was already morning. He locked the puppy in the east wing and went to his room. He slept until noon before getting up. Sha Chu had already prepared lunch. After they ate, Li Shu went to the east wing to fetch the puppy. This little guy was still tipsy, wobbling on the table, and would fall over after just a few steps. Li Shu took out a needle and pricked a blood seal stone, extracting a drop of blood from the puppy and dropping it onto the blood seal stone. 5I86, Chapter 5I86-246 Light Foundation Establishment. 3. This guy is different from the demon spirit of the demon spirit ring. After all, it's a wild one. If its wild nature erupts later and hurts someone, that would be unfortunate. The use of the blood seal stone is a precaution. After finishing all this, Li Shu finally tossed the puppy to the side, instructing Sha Chu to find something to feed it. To allow lower-level trial takers to cultivate the light condensation technique, the problem of the symbiotic contract fusion must be solved. Li Shu contemplated how to remodify the child silence technique. Breaking the symbiotic contract before advancing to the light base is impossible. Even if it's broken, successful fusion wouldn't be possible. Due to the body not being strong enough and lacking compatibility with the symbiotic contract, breaking the contract now is useless. Since this path doesn't work, the only option is to find a substitute or detour it. Li Shu racked his brains. Without solving this issue, typical lower-level trial takers would never be able to learn the light condensation technique. The human body isn't suitable for cultivation, and only with the help of the symbiotic contract can the path of the trial taker be undertaken. Fusion with the symbiotic contract is also a critical step in the transformation of the human body. This is almost an unsolvable problem. Just like how a human body can't perform photosynthesis like a plant, what Li Shu is trying to do now is akin to enabling photosynthesis in humans, an almost impossible task. Is there a possibility to use external force, like how a solar panel converts solar energy? Li Shu considered various possibilities while browsing resources. Evidently, this route doesn't work either. The body lacks the characteristics and structure to spontaneously gain abilities from other species. The light condensation technique created by the Demon Kingdom's people was developed based on the demon spirit body, altering human body characteristics using the contract to meet the basic requirements for cultivating the light condensation technique. As Li Shu pondered, this problem couldn't be bypassed. The human body must be altered to freely absorb and store light energy. Why is it that my body, without a fusion contract, can cultivate the light condensation technique? Li Shu had no choice but to seek a solution from a different angle. There are only two possibilities for this issue. One is that the demon spirit parasitizing his body changed his physique, enabling him to cultivate the light condensation technique. The other is that the previously fused 3 lights, with the ultimate light, enabled his body to cultivate the light condensation technique. Li Shu tended to favor the latter. After all, parasitism and contracts with demon spirits should operate on similar principles. Even if this were the reason, it wouldn't significantly help in solving the problem. Li Shu could only hypothesize that the existence of the 3 lights gave him the foundation to cultivate the light condensation technique. What exactly are the 3 types of light given to me by the demon spirit? Li Shu had always pondered this question. The energy of those 3 lights wasn't very strong. Even then, his constitution could withstand it, though with the assistance of spiritual sense and the demon spirit's young form, it indicated that the energy of the 3 lights itself was limited. The key was that the 3 lights possessed extremely special characteristics. Those 3 lights seemed to manifest almost physically, not simply ordinary light energy. Is it possible to artificially create such light and use it as a seed planted in the body of a trial taker, enabling ordinary people to also cultivate the light condensation technique? Li Shu decided to start researching from the ultimate light within himself. For several days, Li Shu hadn't left Courtyard 7. Besides attending to basic needs and taking a drop of the puppy's blood, he mostly spent time in his room in a daze. Of course, he wasn't really spacing out, but using his spiritual sense to observe the ultimate light within himself. The ultimate light is different from the contract. The contract is merely a parasitic entity inside his body, whereas the ultimate light is part of his body, as if inscribed in his DNA. Just like ordinary strength in people, where does it come from? It's not the function of a single organ. The ultimate light is the same. Whenever Li Shu requires it, his bodily strength can naturally manifest. It's ubiquitous, with every cell possessing such power. Li Shu didn't leave, and Jing Li hadn't left Courtyard 7 even more so. Since Li Shu had given him the child silence technique, Jing Li had stayed indoors, focusing every day on researching and developing the child silence technique. Unfortunately, the progress was very limited. Despite Li Shu's modification of the light condensation technique, Jing Li still couldn't make light energy stay in his body. Even when light energy absorbed through a symbiotic contract was injected into his body, it would gradually dissipate. His body was like a sieve riddled with holes. Water poured in would eventually leak out. It's just a matter of time. Jing Li trained repeatedly, enduring failure after failure. Although his resolve was unyielding, never considering giving up, the results were far from satisfactory. After failing once more, just as Jing Li was about to start again, someone pushed the door open. "Commander, why are you here? Is there another revised version?" Jing Li inquired. "Yes, I've revised the child silence techniques again. If there's no accident, this time it should succeed." Li Shu assessed Jing Li as he spoke. "In that case, give me the new light condensation technique now, and I'll start testing right away," Jing Li requested. "Don't rush. Before that, there's a necessary step that must be completed," Li Shu remarked, observing Jing Li's physique with a cheerful smile. Seeing Li Shu's expression, Jing Li had an uneasy feeling in his heart and cautiously asked, "What is this necessary step? Come, sit down first." Li Shu gestured towards the stool in front of him. Though Jing Li frowned slightly, he didn't say anything, sitting down as Li Shu instructed, and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Suddenly, Li Shu extended a finger, placing it on Jing Li's forehead as a flicker of transparent light flame wavered unsteadily like a lamp flame at his fingertip. "I intend to plant a seed inside your body, to establish light foundation and create an unprecedented path, pioneering a path never before traveled." 58.7. Chapter 58.7, 24/7 Light Planting Technique. The light flame at the tip of Li Shu's finger entered Jing Li's body, and upon entering, it ignited the remnants of light energy within Jing Li, causing his body to emit a peculiar purple glow. And that light flame, like a lamp flame, gradually moved towards the convergence point inside Jing Li's body. After much research, Li Shu discovered that the human body is like a sieve, unable to store light energy, with only one point where light energy could be preserved, the convergence point of the red and blue light vein map. But that is just a point. While it can prevent the loss of light energy, it cannot store a large amount of it. However, it is the only opportunity for humans to cultivate the light condensation technique. Since it cannot store, what Li Shu needed to do was to turn that point into a seed. Starting with that seed, condensing light in actuality and directly condensing light veins bit by bit, instead of the traditional light condensation technique which directly condenses a light vein. Traditional light condensation techniques are like sword casting, first collecting enough materials, then melting them to cast a sword. Li Shu's method, however, is the light planting technique. First planting the seed, then continuously injecting light energy to let the seed take root and sprout, growing along the light vein. This light planting technique has a drawback. Humans cannot condense light energy by themselves, so they cannot form a light seed. There must be someone with sufficient light energy, using their light energy at the convergence point to forge and plant the light seed for the trial taker, allowing them to cultivate the light planting technique and condense light veins. The main disadvantages of this method are twofold. One needs a light planter, and inevitably, some light energy will be lost during absorption, making the cultivation speed inferior to that after ascending to the light-based level. Even if it's less efficient, the advantages are obvious. With a light planter's help, not only an S-class super spirit tester like Jing Li, but even ordinary people could start cultivating the light planting technique and condensing light veins, lowering the threshold to the minimum. Though it's not yet to the extent where everyone can practice, as times change, more trial takers will emerge, and more will want to become light planters. Eventually, the condensing vine technique will become the most popular method. Li Shu has taken the first step, and the path ahead needs many pioneers to continue walking until it becomes a grand avenue. In the divine light refining process, Jing Li felt as if a fire was burning in his chest, fierce but not violent, the primordial hope of mankind. When Jing Li felt the light energy in his body gathering at that point, he was both surprised and delighted. Delighted that he could actually condense light energy before reaching the light base level, and surprised that Li Shu had truly developed such a light condensation technique. This would have an immeasurable impact on the entire human race, possibly affecting countless generations, and he was part of this historic moment. Li Shu's voice echoed in Jing Li's ear, part of the revised Zibu Yu Strange Power Formula by Li Shu. This revision combined the light planting technique, simultaneously condensing light veins on both the red and blue light vein maps. If Jing Li could master the Zibu Yu Strange Power Formula, he could condense a total of 28 light veins, 4 more than the legendary Invincible Jade Emperor. In fact, the new version of Zibu Yu's Strange Power Formula was created by integrating the Jade Emperor scripture and the light condensation techniques made by the strongest Demon Kingdom ruler, then recreated by Li Shu. He transformed the light condensation method into a light planting method, marking the dawn of a new era. Jing Li listened to every word of Li Shu attentively, engraving them in his heart, filled with utmost admiration for Li Shu. If someone is only good at fighting, Jing Li would think they are strong, but no matter how strong, he would be confident of catching up and surpassing them one day. But a person like Li Shu left him with no desire to compare himself. Li Shu was not just strong in Jing Li's eyes. People like him could be said to surpass ordinary limits, a person linked to the fate of the race. The rise and fall of humanity are closely connected to such individuals, far more than just being powerful. Jing Li suppressed the excitement in his heart, absorbing light energy from his symbiotic contract, continuously injecting it into the light seed that Li Shu planted for him with his light energy. The light seed was like a newly ignited lamp flame, small and fragile, giving the impression that it might extinguish with the slightest carelessness. But these fears did not matter. As long as the first trace of the lamp flame was lit, Jing Li could make it grow stronger, until all light veins were illuminated. The seed has been planted, and as Li Shu withdrew his finger from Jing Li's forehead, he realized he was drenched in sweat and his ultimate light was severely depleted. His level and light energy, under normal circumstances, were insufficient to plant a light seed. It would at least require the light base level to accomplish this step. Though the ultimate light was very special, allowing Li Shu to barely achieve this step, it almost completely exhausted his light energy. Fortunately, recovering light energy wasn't too troublesome. The evil spirit token and forbidden spear could replenish the lost light energy for him. Glancing at Jing Li, who was immersed in nurturing the light seed, Li Shu contentedly stood up and left, closing the door from outside. 588 Chapter 588 24/7 Light Planting Technique. Shu saw Li Shu come out from Jing Li's room, his clothes still soaked through, seemingly even struggling to walk, his expression somewhat peculiar. Get me something to eat. Li Shu sat down on the jade stool in the courtyard, gasping as he spoke. Do you want to eat the steamed buns we bought yesterday? Shu asked. Sure. Right now, Li Shu only wanted to eat something to replenish his energy. It didn't matter what. Shu brought 2 steamed buns over to Li Shu, and while nibbling on them, Li Shu kept an eye on the happenings in Jing Li's room. If all went smoothly, given Jing Li's current level and ability, he should soon be able to condense the first 2 light veins. They were 2 because the red and blue light veins correspond, and once condensed, they must come in pairs, impossible to condense only one. Of course, this was because Jing Li was cultivating Li Shu's modified version of the Zibu Yu's techniques of strange forces. If it were replaced with something like the Buddhist light universality's light condensation technique, only 1 light vein would condense each time. What happened? Shu held back for a while but couldn't resist asking. If nothing unexpected happens, Jing Li should be able to condense a vein today, Li Shu replied. Shu's eyes widened. Did you really figure out a method to cultivate a light condensation technique before reaching the light base level? Li Shu first nodded, then shook his head. It's a method to condense veins before the light base level, but it's not a light condensation technique. Calling it a seed light method is more suitable. The final effect is the same, just the process is different. Shu looked at Li Shu with a complex expression, unable to express her shock. She too knew well what this meant, the impact it would have on the eternal heaven and even the entire human world. She could hardly imagine such a thing being accomplished by a sea-level trial taker. If it really succeeds, then you must be careful. Such a thing could bring about disaster for you. Shu said in a lowered voice. Having such a thing, let alone ordinary trial takers, even the big shots in the eternal heaven would likely scramble for it. Though this technique wouldn't be of use to those already at the light base level big shots themselves, it could be useful to their descendants. Being able to condense veins before reaching light base, placing this starting point far ahead of others, essentially winning at the start line. Even if not for themselves, for their descendants, those big shots would unscrupulously try to acquire this technique. Li Shu nodded. That's why I need you to do something for me. Tell me. Shu didn't know what Li Shu planned to do. I haven't seen any copiers within the Eternal Heaven. Do you know where I can find such things? Li Shu asked. The Eternal Heaven doesn't have such things. Shu had vaguely guessed what Li Shu intended, but still found it unbelievable, questioning if Li Shu would really do such a thing. Then I'll have to trouble you to get some paper and pens. I'll write down the seed light method, copy it as many times as possible, the more the better, Li Shu said. You want to make the seed light method public? Shu finally confirmed her suspicions, unable to believe it as she looked wide-eyed at Li Shu. Such a secret technique, in one's own hands, could potentially lead to unprecedented accomplishments. At the very least, it could be used to exchange for enormous resources. Li Shu actually wanted to release it freely. Sha Chu couldn't decide if Li Shu was foolish or truly selfless to such an extent. Seemingly seeing through Sha Chu's thoughts, Li Shu smiled. To possess something without guilt, having this in my own hands, is like holding a giant time bomb, ready to blow us apart at any moment. You could sell it to one or a few big shots, Sha Chu suggested. If only certain people possess such a thing, that would be the true tragedy. The world isn't interesting enough. I want to make it more interesting, Li Shu said, squinting his eyes. You're not just planning to disclose the seed light method in the eternal heaven, you want the whole world to. Sha Chu looked at Li Shu in shock, realizing what Li Shu truly intended, more thorough and crazy than she had thought before. Do you know what true loneliness is? Li Shu asked Sha Chu. Only yourself left in the world. Sha Chu thought about it and stated the most extreme scenario she could imagine. Having only yourself left in the world is indeed lonely, but that's not true loneliness. Li Shu smiled. If you're surrounded by people everywhere, yet no one understands what you're saying, unable to communicate with anyone, clearly surrounded by people yet as lonely as one person, that kind of loneliness is even harder to bear. Your idea is asking for a beating, Sha Chu said, biting her lip. Haha. Li Shu laughed heartily. Go find some paper and pens. I'll speak, you record. Sha Chu fetched paper and pens and began recording on the jade table. Li Shu slowly began recounting the seed light method. The text Sha Chu took down was the seed light method, not the Zebu used techniques of strange forces. The seed light method was simply how to plant the light seed, not how to cultivate the light vein. Li Shu never intended to spread the Zebu used techniques of strange forces widely. 58.9 Chapter 58.9 247 Light Planting Technique 3. It's not because I'm unwilling to part with it, nor do I want to monopolize this secret technique, but because if Zebu's unspoken strange powers and chaotic spirits formula is also passed on, then it will erase other possibilities. In the future, if everyone cultivates Zebu's unspoken strange powers and chaotic spirits formula, there will be no other techniques left in this world. Just like if all humans only wore white clothes and other colors disappeared, how could there still be a colorful world? Light planting technique is a gateway. The door has opened, and what lies behind it needs someone to explore and create, not just sit back and enjoy the fruits. Zebu's unspoken strange powers and chaotic spirits formula is powerful, but it is ultimately just a single color. As long as someone keeps moving forward, they will surely discover even more magnificent colors. After Li Shu finished explaining the light planting technique, he picked up the notes Sha Chu had taken of the technique, reviewed them to ensure accuracy, and instructed Sha Chu to copy them. The more copies, the better. While Sha Chu was copying, he suddenly saw Jing Li's door being pushed open, and Jing Li, emitting an eerie purple light all over, walked out. Jing Li walked straight to Li Shu, bowed deeply, and said solemnly, "If the commander has any orders in the future, Jing Li will not hesitate, even at the cost of her life. Isn't it better to live well? Why do you always think of dying?" Li Shu smiled and handed a sheet of paper with light planting technique written on it to Jing Li. "I do have a task for you. Go out and hand this to Chu Jun of the City of Light. Tell him I want the world to see this. He will naturally know what to do." "Are you really going to publish this technique to the world for free?" Jing Li was surprised. Although Li Shu had mentioned it previously, if the research was successful, it would be made public. She didn't expect Li Shu would do it so completely. "It's just a mere light planting technique," Li Shu replied carelessly. "Sir's actions I cannot match," Jing Li sighed. After Jing Li left, Li Shu told Sha Chu to continue copying the light planting technique at the 7th courtyard, while he left Chongsheng Heaven for Wansheng Town. He needed to go to the trial gate and quickly raise his level. Although he could also condense light veins, his physical quality and light energy were insufficient, and even if he condensed light veins, it wouldn't compare to a true light-based expert. The level is still the foundation of everything, and condensing light veins is only an auxiliary. Besides, Li Shu had another idea he needed to experiment with. The light planting technique was created to defeat Dong Tianjun. He himself didn't need such a thing. Now that the light planting technique is complete, Li Shu also needs to prepare for condensing light veins for himself on this basis. By holding the light planting technique to meet Dong Tianjun, he could borrow many light condensation techniques from the Demon Text Institute, and that would be the real opportunity for Li Shu's light vein condensation. Li Shu didn't plan to find Dong Tianjun just yet. Firstly, timing was not right, and he couldn't let the people of Chongsheng Heaven know about the existence of light planting technique. Secondly, Li Shu had a problem to solve before the vein condensation. Condensing veins requires energy. The more light veins condensed, the more energy is needed. For example, Zebu's unspoken strange powers and chaotic spirits formula condenses 28 light veins, requiring unimaginable resources. Li Shu wants to condense all light veins on the evil spirit token's red and blue light vein map, requiring even more terrifying resources. Li Shu didn't want to spend all his time and energy running around collecting resources. Therefore, he already had an idea before. Since condensing light veins requires light energy, rather than the hassle of absorbing light energy from demon cores and gemstones, why not directly extract light energy from demon spirits? Others might not be able, but Li Shu has the super spirit skill bottle suction, which, when combined, could potentially directly convert light energy. Li Shu, wearing a cloak and bronze mask, quietly arrived at the land of beasts. He didn't intentionally seek an admission ticket, only improved his primordial embryo quality within the trial ground, obtaining an admission ticket when possible and grabbing attribute rewards otherwise, hoping to quickly increase his level. Luck was decent. He got an admission ticket by the 4th attempt and entered the land of beasts again. Li Shu didn't massively hunt demon spirits but found a group of petrification beasts. After clearing the remaining petrification beasts, left only a B-level flowing color petrification beast, starting his experiment. Bottle suction could only absorb light energy when in contact with a light energy source, meaning Li Shu had to use his hand to press on the demon spirit to extract light energy. Moreover, the absorbed light energy couldn't immediately be used. The body was merely a temporary carrier. How to directly convert the absorbed light energy for usage and how to absorb light energy without contact are problems Li Shu needs to solve. Li Shu already had preliminary solutions for these two issues. Converting light energy for personal use is a complex issue requiring extensive experiments to determine the feasibility of the plan, which is not a problem that can be hastened. Absorbing light energy without direct contact is a problem for which Li Shu already has a complete concept. The Hand of God is a demon armor technology. If it could be combined with bottle suction, he could directly absorb light energy released by demon spirits or trial takers without needing direct contact. Conversely, it could allow demon armor to absorb others' demonic light via the Hand of God, convert it to energy for use by demon armor, or directly transmit into the body depending on how the user chooses to use it. If previously, Li Shu didn't believe his human body capable of using the Hand of God because demon armor inherently has functions to transmit and store demonic light, and the Hand of God was created based on these conditions. The human body doesn't fulfill these conditions. But if it has light vines, it's different. Light vines can replace demon armor to fulfill these conditions, making it feasible for the human body to use the Hand of God. On the grasslands, a petrification beast occasionally released demonic light to attack Li Shu. Li Shu attempted to combine the Hand of God and bottle suction, directly absorbing the released demonic light, but success was evidently low. Moreover, the use of bottle suction consumes too much, even if demonic light is absorbed. This level of demonic light is not enough to sustain bottle suction's consumption. 2590. Chapter 590, 248 Resource Battle. The old immortal and Mo Wuya were drinking tea while looking at the documents in their hands, seemingly studying something very important. With the joint efforts of the 4 major families, the 2 vice-chairmen, and several commanders, this year's competition has seen the longevity group split from 6 to 7 groups. This is getting interesting, the old immortal said with a smile while looking at the document. The Li family lost the resources of the demon armor group, so how can they simply let it go? The competition is related to next year's resource allocation. Previously, the demon armor group received fixed resources without participating in the resource distribution. Now, since the demon armor group is also participating in the resource allocation, the extra resources have to be shared, which is also a good thing for us, Mo Wuya said, looking at the document. In this way, although Li Changyin can't take all of the resources that originally belonged to the demon armor group, he has the chance to take some, and other families and groups also have the opportunity to get a share, which everyone is happy to see. The only ones who are troubled are the technician group. The old immortal chuckled and said, "The competition looks at overall strength, and commanders are not allowed to participate. The team members must have 3 contestants, and the distribution of next year's resources depends on their victories and defeats. The technician group will probably suffer a big loss. Besides Jing Li, is there anyone else in the technician group who can fight? Even Jing Li may find it difficult to win all his matches. Not coming in last would be good enough. Jing Li has at least half a foot into the light base. Shouldn't winning all his matches in the competition be achievable?" Mo Wuya said with some doubt. This competition is not the same as before. In the past, every family and group had an understanding, and everyone had an idea of how much they should take, so there was no need to really fight hard. This time, it's different, with the unsupervised cake of the technician group who wouldn't want to take a few more bites. The Li family wants to knock out Li Shu's technician group with one blow. I estimate that among the participants from each family and group this time, there might likely be light base level participants, the old immortal analyzed. That makes sense. It seems we should make more preparations as well. Our group's resources have always been insufficient. This time, I hope we can get a bit more back. Mo Wuya smiled, as if anyone else has enough. I've already called my second son back to participate in this competition, the old immortal said with a wicked laugh. You really are shameless. Your second son has already become an elder, and you still want him to participate in the competition. You're really throwing your face on the ground, Mo Wuya said with a bitter smile. Why care about face? The resources you can get are what really matter. Moreover, it only says commanders can't compete. It didn't say elders couldn't. This is a legal and compliant operation, the old immortal said with a pout. If you're not satisfied, you can let your son become an elder to participate. I have no objections. Mo Wuya sneered. I don't have your longevity. I can't give birth to such an old son. He's already in his 70s or 80s and still has to fight for his father. It's not my fault you can't have sons, is it? The old immortal said triumphantly. Mo Wuya snorted coldly. Even if my son can't do it, our Mo family has Mo Weidao. Mo Weidao belongs to the Mo family and can at most represent the Mo family in the competition. What does he have to do with your longevity group? The old immortal asked, puzzled. Sorry, Mo Weidao joined our longevity group yesterday, Mo Wuya said calmly. You're even more shameless than me, actually recruiting outside help. The old immortal's eyes widened. Well, I don't have as many old sons as you, Mo Wuya said with a pout. By bringing Mo Weidao over, what about the Mo family? The old immortal asked. The Mo family will take care of its own. You don't need to worry about that, Mo Wuya seemed confident. It seems this time each family will fight tooth and nail in the competition. The old immortal felt somewhat frustrated. They have to fight hard. The demon armor group used to occupy so many resources, even a share of just a few % wouldn't be insignificant. All families and groups are sharpening their swords, Mo Wuya said. Ah, poor technician group, the old immortal gloated. If they're lucky, Jingli might win a few matches. If unlucky, it could be a total defeat, only able to secure the bare minimum, Mo Wuya said. What's the word from the Dao-seeking group, the old immortal asked. The Dao-seeking group does have an old super member at the light base level, but that guy is close to the Han family. When Han Mingshou was elected commander, he contributed a lot, so he probably won't fight for the Wan Chao family, Mo Wuya pondered. I'm just worried that Wan Kao-kun will disregard his dignity and compete. Then the Wan Chao family would have a guaranteed winner, the old immortal said with some concern. You've already abandoned dignity. Do you expect others to keep it? Given the current situation of the Wan Chao family, Wan Chao-kun is bound to compete, Mo Wuya said. What a headache. The old immortal felt a toothache coming on. While Mo Wuya and the old immortal were discussing, other families were also making plans for the competition. The technician group's big piece of cake was too tempting for too many. Li Shu still didn't know about the competition. He spent his days in the land of beasts researching his new skills. A thunderbird was striking down with lightning from the sky. Li Shu raised his palm, and the lightning that was meant to hit him on the head unexpectedly changed direction and entered his palm, disappearing in a flash. It worked. Li Shu was delighted. The combination of the hand of God and bottle suction finally succeeded. However, the Thunderbird's demonic light wasn't strong enough to sustain the consumption of bottle suction, so the demonic light that was absorbed was depleted and couldn't be introduced into his body to convert into his own light energy. 1591, Chapter 59-1, 248, Resource Battle 2. It seems I need to find a stronger magic spirit to test it out. With a thought, Li Shu's Jedi Knight leapt into the air and slashed down the Thunderbird with one stroke. Over the past few days, Li Shu had been wearing down countless magic spirits here. Most of them weren't killed by him, but were worn out and died from running out of demonic light. Li Shu thought about it and decided to go to that peculiar peak to continue experimenting with his new skills using the golden bird. On his way to the towering peak, as Li Shu was about to climb up, he suddenly saw a strange person riding a shark on the distant prairie. Zhu Xiaoyun, what's he doing here? Li Shu frowned slightly. Zhu Xiaoyun was clearly coming for Li Shu, and before long, his demon shark brought him right in front of Li Shu. Commander Li, what a coincidence, we meet again. Zhu Xiaoyun jumped down from the demon shark and said as he approached Li Shu, Your coming here probably isn't a coincidence, right? Li Shu said indifferently. He Shu said indifferently. He. Commander Li is indeed sharp. I came to find you to discuss something important. Zhu Xiaoyun chuckled. What is it? Li Shu asked. Has your technicians team finalized the member list for the competition? Zhu Xiaoyun countered. What competition? Li Shu frowned. You don't know about the competition? Zhu Xiaoyun looked a bit surprised. Tell me about it. Li Shu had not been to the technicians team recently, so he had no idea about any competition. Now, don't get mad when you hear this. Zhu Xiaoyun explained the situation about the competition. So, in the past, the resources of the Demon Armor team were allocated without competition. Now, the technicians team no longer has this privilege and must compete for resources. A large portion of resources that previously belonged to the Demon Armor team has been put into the reward pool? Li Shu couldn't help frowning. Exactly. The Demon Armor team used to take up too many resources, and now they've been placed into the reward pool. Whichever family or team has stronger power will get a share. If your technician's team loses all its battles, you'll only get the base share, which is likely less than a tenth of what you used to have, and the whole of next year's resources will be divided according to this ratio. Zhu Xiaoyun explained. The commander can't participate in the competition? Li Shu asked again. Of course not. The competition is to test the overall capability of each team and family, not for the commanders to fight. It would look unbecoming if commanders participated. Zhu Xiaoyun smiled. Everyone is eager to take a share this time, and it's estimated that at least someone at the light base level will participate. Your technician's team only has Jing Li, who is decent, but it's unlikely to win against light-base level competitors. If not handled well, it could result in a complete loss, leaving only the basic resources. Li Shu understood Zhu Xiaoyun's implication. The competition's matchup list was crafted by Han Minghui and then approved through voting by the 4 families and various teams, based on a majority rule. There's an opportunity to take a share, so it's unlikely anyone from the 4 families or other 6 teams will oppose it. Not even his objections would help. If Han Minghui arranged all of Jing Li's opponents to be at the light-base level, it would indeed be difficult for the technician's team to win anything. There aren't many light-base level individuals in each team or family, and those available to compete are even fewer. It's estimated that each family can only field 1 competitor. So even if they target Jing Li, if there's someone else who can help get a victory, you can at least recoup some of the resources. Isn't that right? Zhu Xiaoyun said with a grin. You're looking to represent the technician's team in battle? Li Shu scrutinized Zhu Xiaoyun. Humble Zhu Xiaoyun, now with 98% super spirit. I'm no match for a monster like Jing Li, but I don't consider common super spirit testers a threat. I should be able to secure several victories for the technician's team. Zhu Xiaoyun displayed an expression of profound loneliness common to experts. What are your conditions? Li Shu asked. I get half of the additional resources the technician's team obtains. Zhu Xiaoyun said immediately, clearly having planned it out in advance. You're not really greedy, only taking half and leaving me the other half. Li Shu retorted, pursing his lips. Commander Li, that's not quite right. If it weren't for me, your technician's team would struggle to secure even 1 victory. To put it bluntly, that extra portion of resources is what I would be securing for the technician's team, and taking half isn't a loss to you. Zhu Xiaoyun explained. Li Shu quietly pondered. The technician's team members are mostly magic armor masters now. Even the strongest magic armor masters can barely contend with ordinary super spirit testers, and their chances of victory are slim. There isn't a single one who can truly compete with light-base level testers, aside from Jing Li who stands a chance. Taking all this into account, the resources we can reclaim are indeed minimal. Li Shu also knew this was unreasonable. Research in demon armor naturally required a large resource investment, so it made no sense to have to compete for resources with testers. However, it's not his decision to make. It was likely engineered by Li Chongyin, and there was nothing he could do to change it. The only option was to strategize for the competition and try to reclaim as much of the resources as possible. It's clearly unrealistic to rely solely on the technician's team's present capability to get back the resources initially allocated to the magic armor team. Finding a powerful ally would be most beneficial. Thinking it over, whom could he really turn to within everlasting heaven? Perhaps only Ba Ye and Wan Kaokun were more familiar, but Ba Ye is the head of an entire academy, with fixed resource allocations like the former Demon Armor Group needing no participation in the competition, nor is he capable of joining the technician's team, as his position disallows him from going all out in battle. 59-2, Chapter 592-248, Battle for Resources 3. Wan Kaokun is even further beyond consideration. Even if she would lower herself to participate in the tournament, she would definitely go to help Wan Kaoksin's quest-seeking group. Thinking it over, aside from the existing members of the technician group, there really isn't anyone suitable. Li Shu thought Zhu Xiaoyun's proposal was good, but unfortunately Zhu Xiaoyun is only a super spirit, and Li Shu somewhat looked down on him. Being a super spirit doesn't guarantee victory, especially since he's asking for so much. Sadly, Li Shu has no choice now. Besides Zhu Xiaoyun, who came to him voluntarily, he can't find anyone else. As for resources, the technician group doesn't have enough. There's no way I can allocate them to you. How about changing the terms? Li Shu smiled as he looked at Zhu Xiaoyun. Besides those resources, Commander Li, what else can you offer me in exchange? Zhu Xiaoyun asked skeptically. How about this? You help me participate in the tournament. Once it's done, I'll officially let you join the technician group, Li Shu proposed. Zhu Xiaoyun looked at Li Shu as if he was staring at a fool. After a moment, he sneered and said, Commander Li, are you still asleep? Don't mind me for being blunt, but if it weren't to help your technician group in the tournament, not even ghosts would want to join your technician group. I am a dignified super spirit tester. No matter which group I wish to join, other commanders would roll out the red carpet for me. Do I need to go to your technician group? Aside from Jing Li, your group is full of magic armor masters and researchers, which don't benefit me at all. If you were to pay me to join, I'd still have to consider it. You actually want to use joining the technician group as a condition. Who's crazy? Is it you or me? Li Shu laughed and said, Don't be so quick to refuse. Listen to my analysis. All right, go ahead. I'm curious about what kind of trick you can come up with. Zhu Xiaoyun wore an expression as though he was a scam center employee facing a fraudster. You haven't advanced to the light base level, have you? Li Shu asked. No, but my situation is different from Jing Li. He doesn't have the opportunity because he's suppressed by the 4 families. I can advance to light base anytime if I wish, I just don't want to at the moment, Zhu Xiaoyun replied. Why don't you want to? Li Shu asked. I want to raise my super spirit limit to 100%. The higher the super spirit limit, the stronger I'll be after advancing to light base. Talents like me, of course, pursue perfection, Zhu Xiaoyun said proudly. Isn't the super spirit limit of the symbiotic contract fixed? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Fixed is correct, but there are some things that can forcibly enhance the super spirit limit of the symbiotic contract. I heard you helped Li Qingyi advance to light base before. Didn't she tell you that her unbreakable cold ice shield definitely used those kinds of things, making her super spirit limit 100%? Zhu Xiaoyun paused and continued. Those things are just too rare. I used one before, enhancing it from 94% to 98%. To reach 100%, I need the opportunity to find another one. Maybe one isn't enough, and I'd need a second. So in the long term, you won't be advancing to light base, right? Li Shu asked with a smile. Correct. You don't think you have the means to enhance the super spirit limit of the symbiotic contract, do you? If you did, I'd immediately help you with the tournament and try my utmost to secure victories for you. Zhu Xiaoyun didn't believe Li Shu truly had such things. Of course, I don't have such things. Li Shu shook his head. Right now, you have two options. Act as if I never came by, or give me half the resources. Fine, I'll compromise. With the additional resources, we split 40-60, you take 60%. How about that? Zhu Xiaoyun offered. I've said it, I can't split the resources. Li Shu shook his head once more. Then act as if I never came, Zhu Xiaoyun said and turned to leave. What if I told you I could let you condense the light vein without advancing to light base? Would you be willing to join the technician group for the tournament? Li Shu asked as he looked at Zhu Xiaoyun's retreating figure. Zhu Xiaoyun listened to Li Shu's words and scoffed. You're kidding, right? How can you condense the light vein without advancing to light base? Not to mention that such things can't exist. Even if they did, would a magic armor master and low-level trial taker like you be able to acquire them? I'm just asking if you want it. Li Shu didn't argue with Zhu Xiaoyun and responded nonchalantly. Seeing Li Shu's expression not resembling a joke, Zhu Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask, even though he thought it impossible, you really have such things? I've researched a method to allow you to condense the light vein without advancing to light base. If you're interested, join my technician group for the tournament and I'll help you condense the light vein, Li Shu stated. Do you think I look like a fool? Zhu Xiaoyun, upon hearing Li Shu's words, was convinced Li Shu was deceiving him. A C-level trial taker claiming to have developed a method to condense the light vein without advancing to light base sounded absurd. You don't look like one, Li Shu remarked, looking Zhu Xiaoyun over. That's right, since I'm not a fool, do you think I'd believe your bullshit that not even a dog would fall for? Zhu Xiaoyun swung into the saddle of the demon shark, sneering, Save your nonsense to fool your kid, I'm not sticking around. With that said, Zhu Xiaoyun rode off on the demon shark, unwilling to accompany Li Shu in his nonsense any longer. Li Shu didn't call out to stop him. He knew that Zhu Xiaoyun wouldn't believe anything he said now. Like someone who won't take action until they see tangible benefits, Zhu Xiaoyun would need to see actual advantages first. Once Jingli returns, it won't be difficult to bring Zhu Xiaoyun over. Li Shu had already counted Zhu Xiaoyun in his resource-grabbing squad. With Zhu Xiaoyun and Jing Li, I still need another candidate. It seems I'll have to find someone among the magic armor masters. Li Shu pondered, temporarily abandoning the idea of seeking out that golden bird, deciding to research first whether any suitable candidate exists among the magic armor masters, and if not, he'd cultivate one himself. 59.3, Chapter 59.3, 24.9, No one participates in the battle, Commander. The magic armor masters at the courtyard saw Li Shu and quickly gathered around to greet him. Li Shu gestured for them to continue their work, leaving only Qian Zhongshan behind. Zhongshan, who is the strongest magic armor master in our technicians group. Li Shu didn't look at the roster, as it couldn't reveal much. Mostly they were S-class. A-class and B-class were rarely seen, and the roster only displayed codes and levels, providing no insight into which magic armor master was truly strong. After some thought, Qian Zhongshan said, Among the magic armor masters who can manipulate special demon armor, there are 8 still alive. You've met Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu, but their specialty isn't combat. They're very useful for testing magic armor, but their actual combat power isn't much stronger than the average S-class magic armor master. The remaining 6 magic armor masters who can manipulate special demon armor go by the code names Sword Saint, Gun Demon, Hua Mei, Feng Zheng, Loser, and Supreme Celestial God. They are currently guarding some special trial gates and can't leave their posts without orders, so you haven't met them. After a pause, Qian Zhongshan added, Sword Saint and Gun Demon are magic armor masters recruited from outside, and they were friends even before joining. Now they guard the same trial gate and have an astonishing combat strength. To what extent, I'm not sure. After all, I'm just an ordinary S-class, can't manipulate special demon armor, and my level is far below theirs, so I can't evaluate them. Hua Mei is a magic armor master from Wansheng Town and the only female among the special magic armor masters. Feng Zheng and Loser are magic armor masters from minor families within Longevity City. I can't really evaluate their strengths, but they should be on par, each having their own strengths and characteristics. Supreme Celestial God belongs to the Sun family, one of the 4 great families, and theoretically he should be the strongest among the magic armor masters, Qian Zhongshan said. What do you mean by theoretically? Li Shu asked with interest. Qian Zhongshan said, Isn't the strongest magic armor master in the world known as God? The so-called strongest magic armor skill, the Hand of God, was created by him. Supreme Celestial God is the only magic armor master within our longevity heaven who can replicate the Hand of God. Other magic armor masters have studied the Hand of God, but none have successfully replicated it. Oh, he can mimic the Hand of God. Li Shu was a bit surprised. He had never seen a magic armor master able to mimic his Hand of God, which made Li Shu think of that imposter magic armor master impersonating God, and he wondered, could this Supreme Celestial God be related to that imposter magic armor master? I've seen him use the Hand of God, so it shouldn't be wrong, Qian Zhongshan said. Where is he now? Take me to see him. Li Shu wanted to see what kind of magic armor master this Supreme Celestial God was. Is the commander thinking about the competition? Qian Zhongshan asked. That's right, Li Shu nodded slightly. If it's about the competition, I suggest you don't go looking for Supreme Celestial God. You might want to consider other magic armor masters, Qian Zhongshan suggested. Why do you say that? Li Shu asked in confusion. Supreme Celestial God is indeed the strongest, but he belongs to the Sun family, one of the four great families. Having him represent our technicians group might not be appropriate, and his personality, Qian Zhongshan hesitated and didn't continue. What about his personality? Li Shu pressed. Though he's a magic armor master, he doesn't think highly of them. He doesn't mingle much with us, and since he's a super spirit tester himself and also part of the Sun family, he didn't follow orders even when Vice President Bai was in charge of the magic armor group. Vice President Bai couldn't do much with him. If you want him to represent our technicians group in the competition, he might not be willing, Qian Zhongshan explained. Since he's so unruly and has the backing of the Sun family, why was he assigned to guard a trial gate? Li Shu mused. That's of his own volition. Rather than guarding, it's more like he wants to enter that trial gate, and guarding is just a convenience for him to go in and out of it, Qian Zhongshan said with a bitter smile. I see. Take me to see him first then, Li Shu said. He wasn't necessarily insisting on having him represent the technicians group, but for someone who could mimic the Hand of God, he had to see for himself. Qian Zhongshan said no more and took Li Shu to find Supreme Celestial God. The trial gate guarded by Supreme Celestial God was called the Door of Evil Spirits, a very active trial gate, with demons often trying to break through. When Li Shu and Qian Zhongshan arrived at the Door of Evil Spirits, they found the place empty, with no sight of Supreme Celestial God. He must have entered the land of trial, and who knows when he'll be back, Qian Zhongshan said helplessly. After some thought, Li Shu said, assign someone to keep watch here. When Supreme Celestial God returns, tell him to wait for me here. Understood. Qian Zhongshan called over a magic armor master to stand guard. Among the remaining magic armor masters, who do you think is suitable to represent our technicians group in the competition? Li Shu asked Qian Zhongshan. Feng Zheng and Lu Ser are from minor families within Longevity City, which often depend on the four great families. When truly facing members of those families, they might not dare to fight with full force. Sword Saint and Sword Demon were recruited by Vice President Bai through a commander. Whether they have any ties to Vice President Bai, I'm not sure. Hua Mei is from Wansheng Town and has no background. If the commander can give her a chance, she might fight with all her strength. However, Hua Mei is relatively the weakest among them, so how to choose remains up to you, Commander. Qian Zhongshan described their situations without daring to decide for Li Shu. 59-4. Chapter 59-4, 24-9, No One Joins the Battle 2. Then, let's go see the Sword Saint and Blade Demon first. Li Shu didn't care who recruited them. In that case, most of the Demon Armor group members were recruited by the other 6 commanders, and the rest were Longcheng locals. He hardly had anyone available to him. Qian Zhongshan led Li Shu to the Gate of Giant God, guarded by Sword Saint and Blade Demon. The two of them were in the camp outside the gate. Commander, what brings you here? Do you have any orders for us? Sword Saint and Blade Demon appeared rather indifferent upon seeing Li Shu, clearly not holding much respect for him as the commander. Next month is the competition period. I'm here to select participants for the contest. I've heard your skills are quite good, so I'm here to assess whether you're qualified to represent our technician group in the contest, Li Shu stated directly, without beating around the bush. With our limited skills, how could we be qualified to represent the technician group in the competition? Commander, you overestimate us. We'd rather not delay your important affairs. Why not inspect others, like the Supreme Celestial God's surpassing skills, or Feng Zheng and defeated one? Blade Demon chuckled. Li Shu glanced at the two, then nodded. Seems you aren't that impressive. After saying that, Li Shu simply led Qian Zhongshan away, not bothering to argue with them. Sword Saint and Blade Demon were left momentarily stunned by Li Shu's straightforward departure. This commander sure is thinking too much. Who doesn't know the upcoming contest will be fiercely brutal? Tricking us into risking our lives, even suggesting to assess our qualifications, is he kidding? Blade Demon sneered after Li Shu and Qian Zhongshan walked away. He just became commander and defeated Su Bancheng and Jing Li recently, so it's expected for him to be a bit overconfident now, Blade Demon said, smiling. Li Shu and Qian Zhongshan then went to see Feng Zheng. After hearing Li Shu's intentions, Feng Zheng said helplessly, "Commander, my family is affiliated with the Han family. If I compete and meet someone from the Han family, not speaking of winning, dare I even beat them?" Li Shu and Qian Zhongshan visited defeated one next, only to find him lying miserably on the bed, claiming to be injured from the last battle with the demon spirits. He said he was too wounded to leave the bed. However, Li Shu only saw him coughing and retching, without noticing any injuries, just smelled strong alcohol, with empty bottles scattered on the table and ground. Without saying much, Li Shu left there and went to see Hua Mei. Hua Mei was more straightforward, telling Li Shu she just wanted to peacefully remain stationed here without inviting any trouble. If she were to compete, losing wouldn't be a problem, but winning would leave her vulnerable, being someone without status or background. "Commander, shall I try to persuade Hua Mei?" Zhongshan suggested to Li Shu after leaving the room. "No need. Since they're unwilling to represent our technician group in the competition, let them be," Li Shu replied, looking at Qian Zhongshan. "If I ask you to represent our technician group, would you be willing?" Qian Zhongshan immediately replied, "As long as the commander doesn't mind my limited abilities, I'd gladly die before refusing." Qian Zhongshan knew winning the competition was difficult, but Li Shu had to find 3 members to compete. With no one willing, he, as Li Shu's appointed captain, had to step up. Li Shu nodded. "After I meet the Supreme Celestial God, if he can't represent us, you'll be one of our representatives. Is that okay?" "No problem." Qian Zhongshan understood that Li Shu's words practically confirmed his participation, as the Supreme Celestial God's chance of competing was slim. "Then, in the upcoming period, intensify your training and try boosting your strength," Li Shu said while walking. "I've been practicing the chain manipulation technique you created, Commander. I can already manipulate a 4-core demon armor smoothly. Since I don't have more core armors to practice with, I don't know the limit yet," Qian Zhongshan hurriedly said. "That's easy to fix. Come with me to the research institute." Li Shu took Qian Zhongshan to the institute. Lei Qingfeng and Chu Qianyu quickly approached upon seeing Li Shu, actively asking if Li Shu had found enough members for the competition. If not, they could make up the numbers. Although not guaranteed to win, they'd certainly showcase the technician group's spirit. "We've got enough people. Do your primary jobs well." Li Shu wasn't planning to let Lei Qingfeng and Chu Tianyu compete, since they're Research Institute members, different from regular magic armor masters. Testing new technologies depends heavily on them. Professor Shu, upon hearing of Li Shu's arrival, also came out to greet him, promptly saying, "Your demon armor is still under repair. It should be finished in half a month. If urgently needed, I can finish the main structure earlier for earlier use, though some functions would be temporarily unavailable. I'm not here for that today, but to ask for your help in modifying Qian Zhongshan's demon armor." Li Shu pointed at Qian Zhongshan beside him. 59.5. Chapter 59.5, 2495, 249. No one participates in the battle 3. Captain Qian, is there an issue with your demon armor? Din Shu looked at Qian Zhongshan and asked. Qian Zhongshan's demon armor was also designed by Din Shu. It fit him well in all aspects, so he thought when Li Shu mentioned modifications, there must be an issue with his demon armor. "No, there's no problem with my demon armor. Everything is normal." Qian Zhongshan shook his head and said. Seeing Din Shu looking at him, Li Shu said, "Qian Zhongshan is representing our technician team in the competition, and his current demon armor's performance isn't sufficient. It needs to be modified, with an increase in power and strength." Din Shu sighed and said, "Commander, it's not that I don't want to modify it, but even after modification, it might still be unusable." Qian Zhongshan also said helplessly, "My spiritual sense is only at this level. If I could use more advanced demon armor, Din Shu would not hesitate to provide it." "Your level of spiritual sense is already enough. There's no need to underestimate yourself." After finishing, Li Shu looked at Din Shu and said, "Din Shu, just modify it according to my requirements. Change the core to 16 core. If conditions don't allow, at least upgrade it to above 8 core. The material needs to use synthetic number 13 type of composite material, and the Demon Light weapon system also needs a revision, as well as the light pattern power system." Li Shu went over his modification requirements once, and Din Shu frowned and said, 16 core isn't a problem, even 32 core is easy. But with such modifications, it might be better to build a new set, and according to what you're describing, many configurations are redundant. For Captain Qian's situation, this doesn't seem favorable for combat. "It doesn't matter, just build it as I said. If we build a new set, will it make it in time for the competition?" Li Shu asked. "If we allocate some personnel from here, it should not be a problem," Din Shu pondered. "We can delay my set of demon armor for now. Focus fully on building Qian Zhongshan's demon armor. It's best if it can be completed 3 to 5 days in advance. Qian Zhongshan needs the time to get familiar with the new demon armor before the competition," Li Shu said. "There's no need to stop. The basic components can start being built without much manpower and effort. If everyone else goes all out on Captain Qian's demon armor, it can probably be finished more than 10 days in advance," Din Shu calculated and said. All right, let's start building then. After making arrangements, Li Shu left the institute with Qian Zhongshan. Is it reliable for Qian Zhongshan to represent the technician team in the competition? Lei Qingfeng looked at Dean Shu and said. Dean Shu shook his head and said, the commander probably has no other choices. With Sword Saint and those magic armor masters, he might not be able to get them to work. Using Qian Zhongshan seems to be an act of necessity. Qian Zhongshan, although decently talented and particularly smart and capable, is just an ordinary S-class magic armor master. The upcoming competition is so terrifying, I'm afraid he'll find it hard to win even a single match, Chu Tianyu said. It's just to make up the numbers. Do you really expect him to win? Lei Qingfeng sighed and said, how many resources our technician team can bring back probably depends on Jing Li. It's frustrating to think that even though we have magic armor masters within the team, we still rely on a trial taker to grab resources. If you're frustrated now, how will you feel when the resource distribution comes next year? Even if Jing Li wins everything this time, the resources brought back might not even be a third of what we have now. Moreover, Jing Li might not win either, and the worst-case scenario could leave us with not even a tenth of what we have now. That will be truly depressing, Chu Tianyu said. Life will indeed be tougher afterward, but it's still better than following that white fatty. Money can't buy us freedom. I find joy in going through hard times with our commander. Lei Qingfeng curled his lips and said. Dean Shu laughed and said, you guys don't need to be too pessimistic. Things might not be as bad as you think. On the way back, Qian Zhongshan appeared heavily weighed down by his thoughts. Li Shu specially asked Dean Shu to create demon armor for him. If he couldn't win even a single match, wouldn't that greatly disappoint Li Shu? But even if he wanted to win, how could he win? His opponents were likely all super spirit testers, and as a regular S-class magic armor master, he had no ability to fight against those testers. Losing was easy, but winning seemed harder than climbing the sky. Qian Zhongshan was not afraid to lose, but he was afraid of disappointing Li Shu. Until it was time to part ways with Li Shu, Qian Zhongshan hadn't said anything at all because he knew if he backed down, Li Shu wouldn't find another suitable candidate. What's up? Nothing to say to me? Li Shu looked at Qian Zhongshan with a smile. Commander, rest assured, I will go all out. Even if there's a sliver of possibility, I will desperately try to win, Qian Zhongshan said earnestly. Li Shu nodded. Just going all out isn't enough. You need some strategy as well. Come with me. Li Shu took Qian Zhongshan back to his own compound number 7. If Qian Zhongshan had backed down, he would have let him go. Since Qian Zhongshan hadn't retreated, Li Shu was determined to ensure he wins. How could the captain of the technician team participate in the competition only to act as cannon fodder? There was a bit of excitement in Qian Zhongshan's heart. He knew Li Shu was going to teach him magic armor master techniques, but he didn't know what kind of techniques would be taught. At the same time, there was some anxiety in Qian Zhongshan's heart, unsure whether he'd be able to learn the techniques Li Shu taught him and whether mastering these techniques would truly allow him to stand against the super spirit testers. If Li Shu taught the technique and the new demon armor was used, but he still couldn't secure even a single victory, it would surely disappoint the commander terribly. Thinking this, the pressure inside Qian Zhongshan only grew heavier. 59-6. Chapter 59-6, Chapter 50, Everyone is here. Why are you here? Returning to courtyard number 7 with Qian Zhongshan, Li Shu discovered Li Qingyi chatting with Sha Chu. What? Commander Li doesn't welcome me? Li Qingyi said with a smile. Welcome, of course. You're very welcome. I couldn't even invite you if I tried. Li Shu laughed. No need for your invitation. I'm here on my own accord. Li Qingyi handed a form to Li Shu. What's this? Li Shu took the form and was slightly startled to see that it was an application to join the team. You want to apply to join my technician group? Li Shu looked at Li Qingyi in surprise. Yes, I want to participate in the competition, but no other team wants to take me, so I had to come to you. You won't refuse me, will you? Li Qingyi chuckled. Li Shu knew Li Qingyi was joking. If she really wanted to join another team for the competition, they would welcome her eagerly. Not to mention Li Qingyi's prominent status here. Undoubtedly, no one would dare to go hard on her in the competition. And speaking of Li Qingyi's current light base level strength, she's definitely top-tier competition strength. Even if she can't match those who have long been upgraded to light base level, she's much stronger than most. I would like to refuse, but I'm afraid of offending the young lady, so I'll have to approve. Li Shu smiled. Li Qingyi couldn't help rolling her eyes. Li Shu was the type to take advantage and still play humble, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Qian Zhongshan, hearing that Li Qingyi was joining the technician group and would be representing them in the competition, was overjoyed, feeling as if a huge burden had been lifted from his mind. Li Chu had said he only needed one more person. Now that Li Qingyi was participating, he wouldn't need to take part in the competition. Li Shu saw through Qian Zhongshan's thoughts and grinned at him. Captain Qian, even though we have enough people, you must still participate in the competition. So I'll remove someone else, no matter how the roster changes, even if there's only one member competing, you must be there. Commander, why is that? Qian Zhongshan widened his eyes at Li Shu. truly puzzled why Li Shu would rather remove someone as strong as Li Qingyi, but insist on him competing. Could it be that he had offended Li Shu in some way, and Li Shu wanted him to be humiliated at the competition? Why? Li Shu looked at him coldly and said, "Do you know why our group is called the Technician Group?" I don't know. Although Qian Zhongshan had some thoughts, he didn't dare to voice them. Privately, they've speculated why Li Shu named the group the Technician Group, thinking there were only two possibilities. Either Li Shu was an idiot who didn't know the deeper meaning of the word technician, or he knew, but it was his quirky taste. The first possibility seemed unlikely. Most believed it was the second. Li Shu calmly said, "Tech refers to technology, and Nixian refers to the magic armor master. A group named after magic armor masters, where not one magic armor master participates in the competition, would be a huge joke, so no matter what, there has to be a magic armor master in our competition roster. That person now is you. You are our technician group's true representative, someone irreplaceable by anyone else." Qian Zhongshan looked at Li Shu in a daze, not expecting Li Shu to think this way. He always thought he was just there to make up the numbers. Tech means the art of creation. Nixian means leading in the world. The original meaning of the word technician is someone daring to pioneer their own path. I don't know what technician represents to you, but to me, it's the highest praise for an individual. Able to do what others can't, think of what others dare not think, accomplish what others can't accomplish, pioneer new realms for all eternity. The magic armor master profession itself is a path that no predecessors have walked. If you, as a magic armor master, lack the courage to lead, you are unworthy of the name magic armor master. As a technician, you may lose, but you must never stop progressing. If you've already admitted defeat in your heart, then you'd better not participate in the competition and go back to being a magic armor master honestly, like Hua Mei, guarding your little patch of land and raising children. Cheng Zhongshan stared at Li Shu. These words caused a storm in his mind, as if a fire were burning in his chest. "Tell me, are you a technician or not, and do you want to participate in the competition?" Li Shu looked at Qian Zhongshan intently and asked loudly, I am a technician. I want to participate in the competition." Qian Zhongshan snapped back to reality, looking at Li Shu and said, "I didn't hear you. What did you say?" Li Shu asked again. "I'm a technician. I want to participate in the competition. I will become stronger. I won't lose." Qian Zhongshan's voice seemed to release the burning fire in his chest. "Very good. That's the spirit the captain of the technician group should have." Li Shu patted Qian Zhongshan's shoulder contentedly. "So from now on, you need to be mentally prepared. I'm going to put you through hell-level special training. Not only do I want you to participate in the competition, but I also want you to win. This will be difficult, requiring unimaginable effort from you, but you can still turn back now if you regret it." Sif T97, Chapter 59-7, 250. "Everyone is here, too, Commander. Please train me with the strictest standards. I must win, or else I'll fail the title of technician." Qian Zhongshan's eyes seemed to blaze with flames. "Very well, let's start the special training now. Warm up your body first. I'll go get the training equipment," Li Shu said and turned towards the room. Qian Zhongshan immediately started warming up, stretching and widening his chest, making sure all his joints and muscles were loosened. Sha Chu and Li Qingyi watched Qian Zhongshan, who was like a tiger ready to spring, their expressions somewhat complex. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Li Shu's words just now were indeed grand and inspiring, making their blood stir. Yet, considering Li Shu's usual actions, they were both skeptical whether Li Shu really had these intentions when naming himself. Li Qingyi looked at the main room's door with curiosity, wondering how Li Shu would train Qian Zhongshan, and what kind of training could allow an ordinary S-class magic armor master like Qian Zhongshan to achieve victory in a tournament. It's important to know this competition is extraordinary. Participants must at least be super spirit testers. For an S-class magic armor master to win is incredibly difficult, like ascending to heaven. Qian Zhongshan was also filled with zeal, warming up while frequently glancing at the activity on that side, eager to find out how Li Shu planned to train him. But when Li Shu emerged with the items, both Li Qingyi and Qian Zhongshan were taken aback. The things Li Shu brought out were entirely beyond their expectations, though they had imagined many possibilities. Qian Zhongshan considered it might be some special mental stimulant or a cruel instrument that induces extreme pain, possibly in such a state activating his spiritual sense potential to a further level. Li Qingyi thought perhaps Li Shu intended to use some trial taker skills to train Qian Zhongshan, helping him adjust to the rhythm of fighting against trial takers. But they were both wrong. Li Shu only brought out a bucket of baseballs, ordinary baseballs with nothing special about them. Seeing Qian Zhongshan's full of doubt, Li Shu placed the bucket down and said lightly, "Zhongshan, do you know what kind of strong person can remain undefeated? Someone with an undying body?" Qian Zhongshan said uncertainly. In Chongsheng Heaven, that should be the standard answer, but Qian Zhongshan wasn't sure if that was Li Shu's standard answer. An undying body just means not dying, not being unbeatable. The truly undefeated is one whom opponents can never touch. When no one can touch you, you naturally won't lose. Li Shu picked up a baseball from the bucket, weighed it in his hand twice, and said with a smile, "Now, I will train you into someone that opponents can't reach." With that, Li Shu hurled the ball towards Qian Zhongshan, the baseball striking him directly, leaving Qian Zhongshan standing dumbstruck, still mulling over Li Shu's words. "What are you standing there for? From now on, dodge the balls I throw at you. Once you can avoid my balls in this courtyard, you'll be almost ready," Li Shu said, picking up another baseball and throwing it at Qian Zhongshan. "My Qian Zhongshan demon armor is an S-class magic armor. The speed it can explode with. How could it not dodge a baseball?" Though skeptical, Qian Zhongshan nevertheless activated the demon armor. Layers of mountain-like light pattern emerged, propelling his body to high-speed movement, attempting to dodge Li Shu's thrown baseball. In his perspective, though Li Shu's pitch was much faster than average, it was still no match for the speed S-class magic armor could unleash. How could it possibly not dodge? But after moving a distance, just as he thought he had dodged the baseball, it weirdly curved as if turning and struck his body again. Annoyed, Qian Zhongshan looked at Li Shu. Li Shu smiled slightly and threw another ball. One after another, Li Shu's pitches were too odd, twisting in the air, as if an invisible string pulled them. Qian Zhongshan had never seen anyone throw balls in such a manner, unable to dodge a single ball. Is this really just an ordinary baseball? It's not a contract, is it? Qian Zhongshan thought, but it clearly appeared to be nothing more than ordinary baseballs. Li Shu continued throwing ball after ball, unsure how many he pitched, until the entire bucket was thrown empty, and throughout it, Qian Zhongshan didn't manage to dodge a single one within the confines of the courtyard. Not only did Qian Zhongshan find it unbelievable, even Li Qingyi was greatly astonished watching. Li Shu's pitching skill was excellent, able to utilize wind resistance to make baseballs fly in all sorts of incredible curves and angles. Yet Li Qingyi knew this wasn't Li Shu's true strength. The ability to seemingly make accurate predictions of Qian Zhongshan's movements was truly terrifying. Li Shu's ability was reminiscent of Wan Kaoxin's Phoenix Eye, yet while Wan Kaoxin utilized Phoenix Eye, Li Shu used no contract or special skills. So how did he accomplish it? 598, Chapter 598-25 The Everyone is Here. Li Qingyi grew more surprised the more she watched, and she realized that Li Shu's pitching was not just training Qian Zhongshan's reflexes and judgment abilities, but more so forcing Qian Zhongshan to practice positioning and micro-manipulations. The magic armor master controlling demon armor finds it difficult to achieve the same level of meticulousness as the human body. In such a confined space, one must execute finer operations and possess sufficient judgment and positioning ability. Li Shu was indeed teaching Qian Zhongshan body techniques. After watching for a while, Li Qingyi suddenly reacted. The body technique developed like this by Qian Zhongshan, doesn't it look a lot like God's Angel's Wings? Angel's Wings is one of God's most challenging magic armor techniques to master, apart from the Hand of God. To some, Angel's Wings is even more difficult than Hand of God. The Hand of God is just a matter of not being able to master it. One can console oneself by claiming a lack of talent for it. However, Angel's Wings is different. Clearly, anyone can practice it, yet it's easy to learn and hard to master. Whenever those magic armor masters feel they have learned Angel's Wings, after watching God's operation videos, they discover more nuances, seemingly unable to learn everything completely or fully master it. This creates a very strange sensation, a feeling of having learned it but simultaneously not having mastered it. In fact, Angel's Wings itself is a blend of psychological tactics and various skills, consisting of methods without a fixed form. Psychological tactics themselves are ever-changing, and with the combination of different skills, the variations increase. For example, using Angel's Wings in the snow requires an understanding of the snow's characteristics and employing them to use Angel's Wings. If used on sand, then sand's characteristics must be utilized to employ Angel's Wings. How to use Angel's Wings against a hot-tempered male opponent or a cautious female opponent. All these factors combined, perfectly utilizing any available resources, constitutes the true Angel's Wings. Even Li Shu himself doesn't know how many variations there truly are in Angel's Wings. He's learning while using it. How could others fully understand it when it's a lifelong skill to master? In just 1 month's time, it's impossible for Li Shu to teach Qian Zhongshan the complete Angel's Wings. He only needs to let Qian Zhongshan capture the essence in countless practice sessions, forming muscle memory and reflexes. Of course, this also trains Qian Zhongshan's magic armor micro-manipulations. If the operations aren't on point, it's difficult to truly unleash the ability of Angel's Wings. Fortunately, Qian Zhongshan's magic armor control skill is solid. It's evident that he not only possesses the talent of a magic armor master, but has put in the hard work. At the end of the day's training, Qian Zhongshan was already exhausted, lying paralyzed on the ground. Today was undoubtedly a severe blow to his confidence. He, an S-level magic armor master, couldn't dodge the baseball thrown by Li Shu with his flesh and blood, and Li Shu is just a C-level trial taker, far from super spirit. That night, Qian Zhongshan almost spent it amidst nightmares. In the dreams, countless baseballs came crashing like a tidal wave. He couldn't dodge them, quickly getting overwhelmed, struggling like a drowning person, and eventually submerged in baseballs. Throughout the night, Qian Zhongshan didn't know how many times he was startled awake by his nightmares, with his mind filled with baseballs. Whenever he closed his eyes, it felt as if baseballs were spinning in his mind, with faces like evil spirits surfacing on those balls, yet seeming somewhat familiar. Li Qingyi returned to her garden, found many baseballs from somewhere, and learned to throw them as Li Shu did. Li Qingyi quickly mastered throwing various curved balls, even butterfly balls, without difficulty. "Miss Li, when did you start liking baseball?" Mo Lu and Sun Gang walked in, puzzled at the sight of baseballs on the ground. "You've come at the right time, help me out." Li Qingyi pointed to the space near the flower bed and said, "I'll throw the baseballs, and you dodge them without leaving this space. Let's see if you can dodge them." "You must be joking, miss." "You've reached light base level. How can we dodge them?" Mo Liu jumped in surprise and shook his head quickly. "I'll control the force to approximately sea level," Li Qingyi said. "At sea level, how could you possibly hit us?" Mo Liu laughed. "Try it. Who wants to start first?" Li Qingyi smiled. "Since Miss is in such high spirits, I'll risk myself and accompany." Mo Lu entered the flower bed area and asked uneasily, "Are you sure you controlled the force to sea level?" Li Qingyi didn't say any nonsense. She directly pitched the ball out, and the ball flew in a bizarre arc, missing Mo Lu entirely and passing by his side while Mo Lu stood without moving. "Haha, miss, what was that?" Indeed, judgment is harder to grasp than technique. Though Li Qingyi could mimic Li Qiu's style, she couldn't determine accuracy like Li Qiu. Again, Li Qingyi threw another ball toward Mo Liu, refusing to believe that she couldn't achieve what Li Qiu could. If she could learn this method from Li Qiu, she wouldn't need Wan Chaoxin's Phoenix Eyes to achieve foreseeing effects. Many consecutive days, Li Qingyi practiced in the garden while Qian Zhongshan suffered through nightmares under Li Shu's training. A half-month later, Qian Zhongshan still endured the torment when Jingli returned to everlasting heaven and came to the 7th courtyard at once. Seeing the ground covered in baseballs and Qian Zhongshan donned in demon armor, Jingli looked at Li Shu, who sat on a chair pitching balls, and asked somewhat puzzled, "What's happening here?" "Special training, Qian Zhongshan, Li Qingyi, and you will represent our technician group in the big event at the beginning of next month." Li Shu informed Jingli about the event. The news didn't bother Jingli. Instead telling Li Shu, "The news has been sent to Chu Jun. He asked me to convey to you that he would immediately start handling it. However, this matter needs to be spread widely at the same time, or it might easily get suppressed, thus requiring some time for preparation, at least 10 to 15 days before he can act." "Just in time for the big event," Li Shu said with a smile. "Jingli, this big event is our best chance, so don't hold back, give it everything." "Understood, I'll head to the land of trial. I need more resources to gather Light Vein and won't return before the event," Jingli said and quickly left. Such a considerate, hassle-free, and cost-effective subordinate. Li Shu couldn't help but express his admiration. 599 Chapter 599-251 New Team Member. An eerie, ancient castle, a swamp overgrown with twisted trees like snakes. Zhu Xiaoyun had just arrived at the entrance of the ancient castle, only to see that the castle's gate was already open, with bodies of magic creatures being disassembled everywhere inside. Deep within the castle, intense explosions could still be heard, with rays of light occasionally flashing through. "I'm late. Someone has already beaten me to the Queen of the Night Banquet's party." Zhu Xiaoyun rode his demon shark further inside, wanting to see who got ahead of him and killed these magic creatures attending the Queen's Night Banquet. Actually fighting the Queen of the Night Banquet, which light base is it? Zhu Xiaoyun was startled when he realized that the sound of combat was coming from the rear garden. Passing through layers of buildings, Zhu Xiaoyun reached the Queen's rear garden and immediately saw two figures engaged in a frenetic battle. One figure was that of the Queen of the Night Banquet herself, towering at 3 meters tall, clad in dark knight armor, wearing a crown, with each hand holding a serrated greatsword resembling fishbones. The Queen of the Night Banquet intermittently emitted an ear-piercing shriek, her body appearing and disappearing in the night due to the black demonic light almost merging with the darkness, and the sword lights from her strikes were barely visible. The person fighting against the Queen of the Night Banquet wielded a ghost head saber, which seemed cumbersome, but in his hands it was incredibly swift, every move simple without any unnecessary actions, blocking and slashing, managing to fend off all the Queen's attacks, and chopping the almost invisible night sword light to pieces. Zhu Xiaoyun immediately recognized him and was greatly astonished. The Queen of the Night Banquet is a light-base magic creature, rumored to be an 8-vein light base, impossible to defeat without being a light base. Zhu Xiaoyun had only come here to kill the lower-level magic creatures attending the Queen's Night Banquet, and dared not provoke this Queen of the Night Banquet. Jing Li, like him, was a super spirit tester, though with stronger combat power, but could not be a match for the Queen of the Night Banquet. Now Jing Li was actually holding his own against the Queen of the Night Banquet, which left Zhu Xiaoyun very surprised. The four families have always suppressed Jing Li, not giving him a chance to advance to light base. How did he advance to light base? Zhu Xiaoyun examined carefully and found something amiss. Jing Li's saber was his symbiotic contract. If he had advanced to light base, that saber should have fused with his body, with some special transformation. But the saber had not changed at all. It was still in the same ghost head saber state as when Li Shu fought him last time, proving Jing Li had not advanced to light base. Without advancing to light base, how could his light energy compete with the 8-vein light base Queen of the Night Banquet? Zhu Xiaoyun was full of doubt. Suddenly, Jing Li swung a fierce slash, forcing the Queen of the Night Banquet to cross her twin swords to block his saber. The swords blocked the saber, but Jing Li's other hand suddenly turned a palm into a blade, with terrifying blade light slashing the Queen of the Night Banquet in half with a wave. Condensed light blade, an ability only at light base level. Is Jing Li really a light base now? Zhu Xiaoyun was shocked. Clearly, Jing Li had not advanced to light base level, so how could he have the ability to condense a light blade with his flesh? Jing Li, have you advanced to light base? Seeing Jing Li pick up something that fell from the Queen of the Night Banquet and approach him, Zhu Xiaoyun asked without fear. No. Jing Li glanced at Zhu Xiaoyun and continued walking towards the rear garden's exit, planning to leave. Without advancing to light base, how did you make a light blade with your flesh? Zhu Xiaoyun asked in astonishment. Jing Li ignored Zhu Xiaoyun, walked out of the rear garden, and disappeared. Now was not the time to reveal the light planting technique, and had he not been fighting the Queen of the Night Banquet just now, Jing Li would not have let Zhu Xiaoyun see it. Zhu Xiaoyun suddenly shouted at Jing Li's back. Does Li Shu really have a technique to condense veins before reaching light base? How do you know? Jing Li stopped, turned around, and stared coldly at Zhu Xiaoyun. So it really exists. Zhu Xiaoyun was shocked. When Li Shu told him this before, he thought Li Shu was just fooling him, treating him like an idiot. But now it seemed that Li Shu wasn't fooling him. There really was a vein condensation technique before reaching light base. What Jing Li's level was before was very clear when he fought Li Shu. Now he hadn't advanced to light base, but was already able to kill a light base level creature, clearly having condensed veins. Recently, Jing Li hadn't done anything major other than joining the technician group. The four families never gave him a chance before, and now that he joined the technician group, they wouldn't give him a chance either. His vein condensation was most likely related to Li Shu. Damn, am I a pig? Would it have killed me to listen to Li Shu a bit more back then? Zhu Xiaoyun felt extremely frustrated. Seeing Jing Li exuding a murderous aura, he hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand. Li Shu told me about this. He invited me to join the technician group for the big competition. That's why he told me. I didn't agree at the time, still considering it. Hearing this, Jing Li turned around and left, no longer paying attention to him. Seeing Jing Li leave, Zhu Xiaoyun lost interest in doing anything else, rode his demon shark and left, needing to ask Li Shu if it was really possible to condense veins before reaching light base. 600, Chapter 600, 251, New Team Member 2. This kind of thing is simply shocking. If such a method really exists, not only Zhu Xiaoyun, but even prominent figures at the light base level would be willing to cast aside their pride to join the technician group to help him participate in the competition as long as Li Shu is willing. This is something that almost overturns the existing trial taker system. If Zhu Xiaoyun had known earlier that such a thing exists, he would have begged Li Shu to join the technician group. Zhu Xiaoyun is now eager to get his hands on this method. He knows very well that once the news spreads that Li Shu possesses such an extraordinary means, it might be too late for him to benefit from it. The big shots will surely trample on the threshold of Li Shu's house, and might even go to any lengths to capture Li Shu and torture him for information. He must acquire this secret technique before Li Shu's downfall. I'm such a fool, why couldn't I be a little more patient earlier? What if this secret has already been discovered and Li Shu has already been captured? Zhu Xiaoyun rushed out of the trial gate and headed non-stop towards courtyard number 7. Fortunately, when he arrived at courtyard number 7, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, which allowed Zhu Xiaoyun to breathe a sigh of relief. These days, Li Shu was teaching Qian Zhongshan while researching the combination of bottle suction and the hand of God, occasionally feeding the love god shooter and the Black Death Demon King. The Love God Shooter has ascended 2 levels, evolving from an E-level minor to C-level, and has awakened talent skills with each of its consecutive advancements. Love God Shooter can evolve Magic Spirit. Level, C quality, Brilliant. Talent skills, Arrow of Love, Bursting Flower Rain. The Arrow of Love is an enhanced version of the charm effect. Previously, the normal attacks of the Love God Shooter had seductive abilities, but the effect was weak and had very limited effects on high-level magic spirits, often having no effect at all otherwise. The Arrow of Love strengthens this seductive power, allowing it to have some impact even on magic spirits of a higher level than the Love God Shooter. Of course, if the opponent has too high a level, the Arrow of Love wouldn't penetrate the body, protecting magic light, and would still be useless. Bursting Flower Rain is a group charm skill. The light arrows shot by the Love God Shooter can transform into a rain of arrows, covering a small area and enchanting all arrow-struck magic spirits. However, the charm effect of Bursting Flower Rain is much weaker than the Arrow of Love, but it is still quite stunning. When the Love God Shooter's level rises to S level or Super Spirit, one can imagine how strong its abilities will be. Although it doesn't have offensive skills, this kind of ability makes it the best auxiliary magic spirit. In Li Shu's magic spirits, only the White Knight female demon can compare with the Love God shooter in this aspect. Unfortunately, the gemstones required for the growth of the White Knight female demon are too expensive, and Li Shu currently doesn't have the financial resources to cultivate her. The Black Death Demon King has not yet ascended to S level, but it should be soon. While Li Shu was tossing the ball, he suddenly heard a rapid knocking sound at the door. With Shachu out handling affairs, Li Shu had no choice but to answer the door himself. "What are you here for?" Li Shu asked, somewhat surprised upon seeing Zhu Xiaoyun at the door. "Ahem, after serious consideration, I realized your technician group is having a hard time. I'd feel guilty if I didn't help, so I've decided to join your technician group to represent you in the competition." Zhu Xiaoyun cleared his throat and said with a righteous look. "Thank you, but it's no longer necessary," Li Shu said. "No longer necessary? How can it not be necessary? Your technician group only has Jing Li, and no other fighters. If I join, I'm sure I can help you win more matches." Zhu Xiaoyun was startled and quickly said, "The 3 slots for the technician group's competition participants have already been decided. Thank you for your kind offer, but we really don't need it," Li Shu said, smiling. He had indeed planned to bring Zhu Xiaoyun over for the competition, but after Li Qingyi joined, Li Shu no longer intended to include Zhu Xiaoyun. Decided? Who are they? Zhu Xiaoyun was anxious, but dared not show too much of it. Jing Li, Li Qingyi, and the captain of the Demon Armor Master team, Qian Zhongshan, Li Shu replied truthfully. Hearing that Li Qingyi had joined the technician group and would be representing them in the competition, Zhu Xiaoyun was even more convinced that Li Shu must possess that secret technique. Otherwise, why would Li Qingyi join the technician group out of nowhere? It surely was for that secret technique. Now Zhu Xiaoyun regretted deeply, wishing he could smack himself twice. Is there anything else? Li Shu was about to close the door, but Zhu Xiaoyun blocked it, frowning. "Ahem, Commander Li, there's no problem with Jing Li and Li Qingyi representing you, but that captain of the Demon Armor Masters is a bit lacking in skill. You can let me replace him, and that way it would guarantee more victories." Zhu Xiaoyun quickly suggested, "No need. Our technician group is primarily made up of Demon Armor Masters, so we must have at least 1 Demon Armor Master in the competition. This cannot be changed. Even if only 1 member could participate, it must be a Demon Armor Master," Li Shu replied. Zhu Xiaoyun was left speechless hearing Li Shu's words. Since the Demon Armor Master couldn't be replaced, and he didn't dare claim he was stronger than Jing Li or Li Qingyi, there was no way for him to get in. Zhu Xiaoyun stood at the door, not knowing what to say. However, he was reluctant to just leave, and ended up standing there awkwardly.